Every Christmas Eve, we throw a holiday party. No one is allowed to leave for 48 hours. 1 hour till midnight, John shouted as he ran through the living room. I glanced toward the small closet in the hallway. The door had been removed and propped up against the opposite wall, as usual, and the mistletoe had been hung up in the center of the doorway. The closet was empty, and there was no light coming from inside. I held onto my glass of water, nervous. I never drank at the annual holiday party. The things we were about to see were bad enough sober, and I couldn't even imagine what it would be like if I were intoxicated. I looked over at Mel, who was smoking a joint, as she did every year. I'm not sure how she managed to get through the events of the night, but maybe being high helped her to process what she saw. John ran back through the living room, stopping to make sure all of the windows were locked and all of the curtains were shut. He walked over to the front door, rattling the doorknob and pulling on the door to make sure that it too was locked, before making his way into the kitchen. The rest of us, Ben, Alma, Mel, and I sat around the living room in silence. Even though we had done this every year for the last 3 years, it wasn't something you could easily get used to. The horrors that we would witness tonight wouldn't be anything like the horrors from last year or the year before. We took over this ritual from our parents, who had passed it on to us when we turned 18. Ever since then, we have made sure that every year, on Christmas Eve, we gather at John's house to make sure that we keep all of the holiday horrors away from the rest of you. The substances and the food are only here to distract us, although it hardly ever works. We all gather on the day before Christmas Eve, a few minutes before midnight, and we stay inside John's house until midnight on Christmas night. It doesn't always start at the same time, but never before 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve, so we always make sure that we are inside the house and that all the exits are locked tight before the fun starts. I use the word fun very loosely here. I set my glass of water down as Mel passed by me, letting us know she was going to pee before it all started. She came back fairly quickly and plopped back down on the couch, sighing. Mel was always annoyed that we had to do this. She didn't seem as affected by it as the rest of us, and would usually spend most of the month of December complaining about the holiday party. "John," Ben shouted suddenly, "it's starting." I looked back at the closet. Ben was right, it was starting, and standing in the threshold under the mistletoe was a creature whose top half was a reindeer, with the bottom half of a nude human male. It stood there, looking towards us. Its head had a big hole where its left eye should have been as if it had been shot there, and there was dried blood all over its face. Its left antler was broken in half, and I could see some bugs crawling around the wound in its face. "What the duck is that?" Alma whispered. No one replied. We just stood there, watching it as it watched us. It retreated into the closet before it got down on all fours and charged toward us. I still flinched even though I knew it couldn't make it more than a few feet away from the closet. I remember asking my parents once why we had to make sure all the exits were locked, even though most of the monsters couldn't get more than a few feet away from the mistletoe. They didn't give me a direct answer, only that making sure that everything was locked guaranteed that nothing would get out. "Jesus effing Christ," Mel shouted. I continued to charge towards us, ramming into the invisible barriers each time. Then, just as it had randomly appeared, the creature randomly disappeared, and there was a few minutes of empty silence. No one said a word, but we all watched as the next creature appeared. This one was human, but there was something wrong with him, as usual. The man had been flattened out to resemble the shape of a gingerbread man. He had large, rotting gumdrops that were meant to be gingerbread buttons, sewed down his front. His mouth had been pulled back at the corners with some sort of metal hoops that pierced through his skin to give him a permanent smile. He waddled from side to side as he attempted to balance on his flattened feet. As he tried to walk out of the closet, his arms got stuck in the doorway and he ran into it over and over, slamming himself into it harder and harder each time until there was a sickening crunching noise and his arms flopped backward. He finally waddled through the doorway, and this time, he made it out further than the first creature had and began waddling towards us. "Duck this," Ben said, leaping behind the couch to take cover. I took a few steps back as the man continued to waddle toward the living room. Suddenly, a branch pierced through his chest from the back, and he was violently pulled back into the closet where he disappeared. That was immediately followed by dozens of branches that snaked their way around the floor of the house, climbing up the walls as they made their way around the house. The branches were covered in the sharpest pine needles I had ever seen, with a few random, broken ornaments hanging off of them. I jumped up onto a couch as the branches made their way into the living room, and everyone else followed my lead as we watched the branches weave in and out of the floorboards. Suddenly, Alma screamed and I turned towards her. Some of the branches had wrapped around the legs of the chair she was on, and she was being pulled toward the closet. John attempted to reach out for her as she was dragged past him, but the branches began to snake up and intertwine until they created a sort of protective dome around the chair, trapping Alma inside. She continued to yell as I tried to figure out a way to get to her without the branches getting to me, but it seemed impossible. It was like the branches had a mind of their own and were making sure that none of us could help Alma. We watched as she was dragged into the closet along with the chairs, before the branches finally retreated. "What was that?" "They've never taken any of us before," Ben said. No one replied as we continued to watch the closet. Suddenly, Alma leapt out and ran out, but was stopped a few feet away from the doorway. "What?" she shouted, panicked. "Let me out." John leapt off the coffee table and ran over, grabbing hold of Alma's hand and attempting to pull her away from the doorway, but he couldn't. "Don't leave me here. Please, help me," Alma sobbed. Ben ran over and tried to help John, but something was holding Alma back and stopping them from pulling her away. "Ow," Alma shouted suddenly. I ran over as Mel followed. "What happened?" I asked. "I don't know. Did we pull too hard?" John asked Alma. "Ow," Alma shouted again, louder this time. "Alma, what's wrong?" I asked. "It hurts," she shouted as she fell to her knees. We watched as she continued to shout in pain. And then we realized what was happening. Her skin was peeled off in one large chunk. Her biceps had been exposed as the skin continued to peel from the back to the front, until everything, including her face, came off. Alma continued to scream the whole time, even after her skin was off. Her skin began crawling towards us as she screamed and cried in the background, and it started to make sense why John's parents had told him to find a remote area to host the parties at. We began to back away as her skin continued to crawl toward us. I soon realized that it was heading towards John specifically, and he backed into a wall as it continued to snake towards him, climbing up his body. It was at this point that I realized that Alma had stopped screaming, and I turned just in time to see her limp body being dragged back into the closet. It looked like she was dead. I started to get anxious then. None of the things we witnessed had ever affected us this much. Usually some of us would walk away with some scratches, but nothing this permanent. I took a deep breath as I tried to ignore the voice in my brain that was screaming at me to get out of the house as soon as possible. But I knew that I couldn't. I couldn't let all of these things out into the world. I turned back to look at John, as Alma's skin began wrapping itself around his torso until it tightened and formed a weird, skin sweater around him. John started to gag and I looked away as I felt the urge to vomit. John began freaking out and I looked back to see him attempting to peel the skin sweater off his body. Every time he pulled part of it off, it began to bleed, until his hands and legs were covered in blood. He started to cry, scratching at Alma's skin as he tried desperately to peel it off. It did come off eventually, and John kicked it aside as he ran into the kitchen. I heard the faucet open as he continued crying. "Oh, God." I turned at the sound of Ben's voice to see small elves walking out of the closet. They were dressed in typical green outfits, but they were severely deformed, with different sized heads, arms, and legs. We watched as they all headed toward the pile of Alma's skin. They began to pick it up as she tore off pieces of it with their teeth and ate it until it was all gone. Then, they got on the floor and licked up all the blood before returning back into the closet. "There are only 5 minutes left until midnight," Ben said, breaking the silence. "Do you think it's over then?" I asked. "No," Mel replied. I looked over to see that she was pointing at the closet. I could hear footsteps coming from inside. "Do you feel that?" John asked. I turned, not noticing that he had come back from the kitchen. We stood still and I began to notice that the house was getting cold. It continued to drop in temperature until my teeth were chattering. The footsteps continued even though nothing appeared. I rubbed my arms as I tried to warm up, and began to notice a thin layer of ice appearing on every item in the house. For the next few minutes, the house continued to grow colder and colder, until I was sure that we were going to die. I could feel my heartbeat slow down as my fingers turned blue. My eyes had started to burn from the cold, and I could no longer move. Then, just when I thought it was all over, it was gone, and the house warmed up in the blink of an eye. "Is it over?" I asked. "Yeah, it's midnight," Ben replied. "Where's Alma?" John asked. I carefully walked over to the closer, peering inside. It was empty. There was no sign of Alma anywhere. "What the duck happened?" I asked. "I don't know," John replied. "This has never happened before," Ben said. "She's dead. There's nothing we can do about it," Mel replied curtly. She began to gather her stuff and we watched as she threw open the front door and left, slamming the door shut behind her. "What do we tell her parents?" John asked. "I don't know," I shrugged. "I should get going too," Ben said suddenly. I could tell that he was about to cry, and I stepped out of his way as he left the house. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes and I excused myself as I ran upstairs and shut the bathroom door behind me. I splashed cold water on my face as I tried to make sense of what had happened. I wondered why this time had been different. As I racked my brain for reasons, I felt a sudden chill as I noticed it was abnormally cold in the bathroom. I turned around as I heard a car start, and stood there, staring at the open bathroom window. My heart began to hammer against my chest as my thoughts ran a million miles a minute. I walked over to the window and glanced down just in time to see Alma's car backing out of the driveway. Confused, I stuck my head out the window and squinted as I tried to make out the driver. As the car turned out into the street, I got a direct view into the driver's seat, where I saw a skinned, blistering red Alma drive off down the road. Someone keeps depositing money into my account. It was fun, until they started asking me to do things. The first deposit came on a Tuesday. I was on my way to lunch when my phone vibrated in my pocket. Woohoo! You just got paid. My budgeting app gleefully told me. That's odd, I thought. Payday wasn't until Friday. I opened the app, to find a deposit of $250. It was from a sender I didn't recognize. Aussie 2276. I quickly shot off a text to my husband. It was our joint account, but he didn't recognize it either. My next thought was PayPal. I did occasionally get weird payments. I have a crafting side hustle that's more of a side crawl, but those payments usually say PayPal in the transaction. So who was just giving me money? It must be a scam. But as the hours went by, I didn't get any weird texts or phone calls. That fat $250 just sat there in my bank account, taking up space. "We should give it back," my husband said, when I got home. "I don't think we can do that." "Sure we can. We call the bank, and tell them to reverse the transaction." I shot him a look. "Or, we could just keep it. Someone did give it to us. That's unethical. What's unethical is forcing the kids to eat rice and beans for lunch every day." I slammed the refrigerator shut and plopped down on the couch. "Look, I feel a little weird about it too, okay? But it's not like I picked up a wallet someone dropped and found $250 in it. Someone actually gave this to us, whether it was accidental or not." We argued about it until we went to sleep. Well, not argued, more just aggressively talked at each other. With 3 kids and 2 full-time jobs, neither of us had the energy to properly argue anymore. When I woke up the next morning, there was a text from an unknown number waiting for me. "At 2:13 p.m. today, go to the corner of 12th Avenue and North Street. Take a photo of the short man in the black coat." What the heck? But Jerry had already left for work. I'd tell him about it later. The weird text from a wrong number. As I got the kids ready for school, I couldn't stop smiling. "Tomorrow, you guys are going to get a special lunch. Not rice and beans. Something really good," I told them as we walked down the driveway. After waving to them on the bus, I left for work. But then another text came in, as I was riding the elevator up. "If you want to keep the $250, take the photo." My throat went dry. It wasn't free money. Some weirdo wired $250 to me. The elevator door slid open and I stumbled out. How they have my number? Is it someone I know? I glanced around at the hall of cubicles, at the people I'd worked side by side with for 5 years. Ed is weird enough to pull some poop like this. But then I frowned. If Ed were wiring me $250, he would be asking for a photo of something else. I set my phone face down on the desk and got to work. I didn't spend another thought on the text. I pretended it didn't even happen. I just focused on my happy little spreadsheets, on the upcoming presentation, and hoped it would all go away by 5. It didn't. At 2 o'clock sharp, my phone buzzed loudly. And when I pulled up the text, my breath caught in my throat. Why haven't you left yet? I glanced wildly around the office. But nobody was looking at me. I ran over to the window. The sidewalk below was filled with people, but none of them were looking up in my direction. Fear pounded through my veins. BZZT. You want to give your kids that special lunch tomorrow, don't you? I froze. No. They'd been in my yard, watching me. And now they were somewhere on the street, or in this very office, watching my every move. I shot up from the desk and ran to the elevator. It took me 8 minutes to get to the corner of 12th and North. Running, in heels. Panting, I glanced around at my surroundings, but I didn't see anything out of place. A woman jogging by, a mother pushing a stroller, 2 businessmen arguing as they crossed the street. And at 2:13, a short man in a black coat strolled into view. He pressed the button for the crosswalk. Quickly, I whipped out my phone, pretended I was texting, and snapped a photo of him. I rushed back to the office building, tears stinging my eyes as my fingers slid across the screen. Here's your photo, I texted, with the image. Now leave me the duck alone. After work I went to the grocery store. I got my kids organic sliced turkey and aged Gouda and effing gourmet Swiss chocolate for lunch tomorrow. I played their stupid little sick game, and damn it if I wasn't going to reap the rewards. As the good approached the conveyor belt, my phone vibrated. Woohoo! You just got paid. My heart fell into my stomach. And it fell through the floor when I saw the amount. $1,000. Whatever they were going to ask me to do tomorrow, I had a feeling it was going to be a lot worse than taking a photo of some random guy. I threw my groceries into the trunk of the car, the whole world going blurry with my tears. Just ignore it. Whatever they ask you to do tomorrow, just don't respond. They'll take the money back and that'll be it. Then you can go to the police and tell them everything. But I was naive to assume they'd wait until tomorrow. Because as I started the car, my phone buzzed again. Drive to the pier. I stared at those 4 words, my heart pounding in my chest. And then I leapt into action. I don't want to play your sick effing game, I texted, my hands shaking. Take your money back. I don't want IT. Leave me alone. BRZZT. It's too late for that. I swallowed. What do you mean, it's too late? I wrote back. 3 dots popped up, showing they were typing. And then the message appeared. Because the cargo is already in your backseat. My heart pounded in my ears. You really shouldn't leave your car unlocked, Lynn. I closed out of the texting app, pulled up the phone and began dialing 911. Something thumped against the back of my seat. Every muscle in my body froze. I held my breath. The shadows in the rearview mirror shifted, but I couldn't quite make out. BRZZT. Drive to the pier, and you'll be safe. But if you call the police, they didn't need to finish that sentence. I swung out of the parking lot and drove as fast as I could to the pier. When I got there, I parked in a dark little corner and cut the lights. Now in the darkness, in the silence, I could hear them breathing. A steady rush of air, right behind my ear. BRZZT. Close your eyes. I squeezed them shut tight. Rustling movement in the backseat, and then the open and close of a car door. Faint footsteps on the pavement, receding into the darkness. I let out the breath I'd been holding. I don't know how long I'd been sitting there with my eyes closed, but I finally felt like it was safe to open them when I hadn't heard the footsteps in a long time. I sobbed as I drove home, so thankful I was alive. Praying that this whole nightmare was over. Whomever this person was, they'd used me as much as they could and would move on to the next poor soul. But I wasn't so lucky. Because this morning, when I woke up, I had a new notification. Woohoo! You just got paid. The amount? $10,000. My wife has been missing for 15 years until she called my phone out of the blue. I don't like to talk about what happened 15 years ago. I don't even like to think about the fact that on January 7, 2008, Sarah Collins, a beloved member of the community, left home to run an errand and was then never seen again. It was a huge case back then. Everyone seemed to want to know what happened to her, but no one was more desperate for answers than I was. Sarah and I had been married for 5 years. I knew as soon as I met her that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. She had one of those smiles that just lit up a room. That's why it was so hard to believe that such a beautiful, successful woman had seemingly disappeared. They hadn't even recovered her body. 15 years later and they still didn't have a shred of evidence. Not a tire track, or even a fingerprint. Nothing. The police put out an appeal, but no one came forward. Somehow, not a single person had seen her. It was like she had just vanished without a trace. I think about Sarah a lot. I could never quite bring myself to take down the photos of her from around the house. Sarah's bright face still smiles down at me from every room. There's one photo of her, from our wedding day, that I love. Looking at it is like looking straight at her. It captured her perfectly. 2 days ago, I found myself staring at it, really getting lost in the details. Her eyes, the way the corners of her mouth were lifting into a smile, the small dimple on her left cheek. I was looking at it so intently that I almost didn't notice the phone ringing. It was the landline phone, which was odd, as no one ever called me on the landline anymore. It was all mobiles nowadays. When I looked at the caller ID, it was an unknown number. I shrugged, and picked it up anyway. It was probably just the bank, calling to confirm something. The call took a moment to connect, but when it did, I heard a strange rustling sound on the other end of the line. Hello? I wasn't in the mood for any prank callers. Is anyone there? Hello? Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The voice on the other end of the line was a woman's voice, shaking and breathless. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? When I heard her name, it was like my heart had stopped beating for a moment. Sarah. My Sarah. But that was impossible. Sarah had gone missing 15 years ago. Whoever this was, it was not my wife. I don't know who you are, but you're not Sarah, I hissed into the phone, coldly. Stop calling this number. I had dealt with a lot of these calls, especially when Sarah first went missing. Con artists, fraudsters, and anyone who wanted to manipulate a grieving husband. I knew none of them were my wife. No, Daniel, wait, you have to listen to me. It's me. Sarah, you have to believe me. She was sounding shrill and desperate now, even a little hysterical. The lengths that people go to in order to sell a lie are astonishing. Why are you doing this? I asked, angrily. It's been 15 years since my wife disappeared. What do you want from me? For a moment, the woman on the other end of the line didn't respond. I was beginning to think that the call had disconnected, when she finally spoke. Daniel, please. It's me. It's your wife, Sarah, the woman begged. I'm telling the truth. It's me, she continued to plead, but I'd had enough. I wasn't going to listen to this liar anymore. Don't call this number again, I firmly told her, hanging up. I thought that would do it. She wouldn't be likely to call me again. I assumed it was all over. The next day, I had asked a friend to help me repair my plumbing system. He was a good friend, I'd known him since college. He had been there for me when Sarah disappeared, getting me through it. We were both taking a break, catching up on the important events in each other's lives when my landline phone began to ring again. Sorry, I have to take this. It might be important, I said, getting up from my seat and making my way to the phone. I noticed that the call was coming from an unknown number, just as it had the day before. I didn't make a connection right away. After all, it could have just been the bank this time around. I picked up the phone, and I heard the same rustling sound. It was unsettling, in a strange way. I almost felt like I'd heard it before. I just couldn't put my finger on it. Hello? I was already beginning to get a good idea of what this call was, and I wasn't happy about it. I told you not to call this number. Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The very same words that she had said the day before. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? It was undoubtedly the same woman. I don't have the time for this, I hissed into the phone. I know you're not Sarah. Stop calling me. I hung up the call and walked back to my friend, who looked confused. Who was that? He asked me. I heard you saying Sarah's name. Is everything okay? It was some prank caller, trying to pretend to be Sarah, I told him, rolling my eyes. I thought that I had left it all behind. I even changed my phone number. I don't know how this woman got hold of my new one. Pretending to be Sarah? My friend echoed. That's really strange. Did you tell anyone about it, like the police? No. I shake my head. There's no need. It's just someone trying to cause a bit of drama. They probably want money, or something like that. I made it clear that was the end of the conversation. I didn't want to continue talking about it, bringing up harmful reminders of the past. I woke up the next day, not expecting to get any more calls from the unknown number. I made it very clear that I wouldn't be participating in her charade. However, I was quickly proven wrong. As soon as I started to walk downstairs for a glass of water, the phone rang again. I thought about letting it ring, but I had a better idea. I was going to issue a much stronger warning to the caller, even threatening to get the police involved if the calls wouldn't stop. That would scare her, I was certain of it. I picked up the phone, hearing the very same eerie rustling. I couldn't explain it, but it made a shiver run up my spine. Finally, the call connected. It was just the same as the other times, the same pathetic monologue. Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. Maybe it was even a recorded message. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? If you don't stop calling this number, I'll have no choice but to involve the police, I told the caller. This is harassment. If you want money, try conning someone else. Before I could even give the woman on the other line a chance to answer, I hung up the call. Hopefully this would show her that she wouldn't be manipulating me. I could see right through her elaborate scam. I was sure that my warning would stop the calls coming in. I was so sure of myself that when I was woken by a loud, persistent ringing sound the next morning, I didn't even think to connect it to the unknown number of calls. I first assumed it was my alarm, waking me up, but when I turned to look, I saw that the alarm hadn't gone off yet. That was when I concluded that it was the landline phone. I rushed down the stairs, wanting to tell the caller that I would be taking police action, wanting to catch out the desperate scammer. Fortunately, I got down there in time, and picked up the phone. Holding it to my ear, I heard that creepy rustling that I had become familiar with. It still made my heart beat faster, just for a few seconds until the call connected. Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The usual message of hysteria came through the phone. I was well used to hearing it by now. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? I gave you a warning. I said that if you called again, I would be taking legal action. I spoke into the phone, loudly so that whoever was on the other side would be sure to hear me. You've gone too far now. I have to do something about this. I waited for the woman to respond. Daniel? No, it's me. I'm not lying to you. I would never lie to you. Daniel, it's me, Sarah. Your wife, it's me. I can't stand the high-pitched whine of her voice. You're not Sarah, I told her, bitterly. I know you're not Sarah. I will be taking action. Goodbye. I hung up the call for the final time and placed the phone back. I know that woman wasn't Sarah. I know for a fact she wasn't. I know it, because, on January 7, 2008, Sarah Collins, beloved member of the community, was unalived. And I was the one who unalived her. Sarah was an incredibly beautiful woman. I couldn't believe my luck when she first started showing interest in me. I didn't exactly have a lot of experience when talking to women, and I was ecstatic that someone like Sarah had chosen someone like me. I loved her, for every single second of our marriage. I loved her, even when I found out that she was cheating on me. I had accidentally stumbled across a string of romantic messages between Sarah and one of her co-workers. She was planning to leave me for him. My Sarah was planning to leave me for him. I couldn't have that. She was so beautiful, so bright, so full of life. I couldn't lose her. I just couldn't lose her. So I unalived her. I didn't have to think about it for long. It was the only way that she would be mine, only mine forever. If she was dead, she would never leave me. She would always be my Sarah. When the police arrived, I made up an elaborate lie that she had gone out to run an errand and never come home. That very same lie ended up on the headlines of the national news. I didn't know if I would even get away with it, but a year passed, and then another year, and then another. 15 years passed, and no one ever saw through me. I was about to walk back upstairs, when I heard a small tapping at the window. Click, click. That was the sound of the window opening, and that's when I heard it. Rustling, right here in my own house. Rustling that paralyzed me with fear and sent my mind into a state of panic. Then I heard her. Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The voice was coming from inside the house now. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? There's something weird about the old house where I live. I was always alone. My parents kicked me out as soon as I turned 18. The rest of my family lived across the world. I didn't have many friends. Long story short, I wasn't loved. Most of my time I spent aimlessly wandering around my town, hoping that somebody would come for me. It never happened. There was this house, though, that I always felt drawn to. It was abandoned, looked like it had been for quite some time. Vines were crawling across the exterior, the windows were boarded up, and the paint was chipping away. I never explored it, mainly because it didn't look safe. But as I walked by it one very late night, I realized even if it was unsafe, and I died in it, nobody would care. They wouldn't even go looking for me. Hey, what the hell, I muttered to myself. I might as well. As I approached the front door, it creaked open by itself. The inside was musty and covered in dust, but not nearly as broken down as it was on the outside. I was just about to enter when I heard something strange. A piano playing. And right by the piano, a strange shadow getting larger and larger as it slithered towards me. I stepped back in shock. It was something. It had tentacles in place of arms, and its smile was sharp and yellow, unnaturally large. Its eyes resembled a snake more than it did a human's. It held out a tentacle towards me. Come. Stay. You'll love it here. Its cold tentacle wrapped around my arm and pulled me into the house, where the door slammed behind me. It dragged me towards a table, where dozens of other creatures sat. Something with nothing but a gaping black hole for a mouth and eyes drooled beside me. A monster with pale skin and no pupils grinned at me. An octopus-looking creature in a droopy chef's hat walked towards the table, a grand plate of disgusting-looking entrees in his tentacles. Dig in, the tentacle creature said, that same wide grin staring at me. Who are you? I asked. The tentacle creature laughed. Oh, foolish one. Look at us. We were just like you once. Outcast. Alone. Nowhere to go. Until we found this house. Stay a while. You'll be like us in no time, it hissed. I will never be like you, I yelled and ran towards the door, but it didn't open no matter how hard I pushed. The creature with white eyes grabbed me and dragged me upstairs, into a room with a single, moldy-looking bed. Rest, young one. You have lots ahead of you. It smiled, and I could see the bugs in its teeth. Let me go home. Please. It shook its head. You cannot leave. I cannot leave, even if I wanted to. This is your home now, as it is mine. I am not like you, I said, tears in my eyes. This is your home, not mine. The creature laughed a wheezy, throaty laugh. What makes you think I am not like you, young one? I'm a human. You're just something, I said. It sighed. I was a human once. It reached into its dirty shirt pocket and pulled out a picture. It took me a while, but as I looked at it, the resemblance was there, and it became clearer to me that it was, in fact, that monster. This was me. I was alone, like you. I had nowhere to turn but this house. I hated it, just like you. But as time went on, I found myself more at home. It changed me. You don't have to love it right away, young one, but trust me. This is where you were meant to be. Just, give it a try, okay? He said, and walked out. I sat on the disgusting bed, processing everything. Just, give it a try, okay? Slowly, I lay down on the bed, and to my surprise, it was comfortable. To be fair, my bed at home was just an air mattress lying on my kitchen floor, but this was like nothing before. I fell asleep in an instant, and I had thought that maybe this wasn't going to be so bad after all. The next morning as I woke up, I looked different. Not too different, just enough for me to notice. My skin was paler, and my arms were veinier. My hair looked more matted, and when I smiled to myself in the mirror, I couldn't help but notice it looked similar to the tentacle monsters. As time went on, I felt more and more like them. Things I used to be disgusted by became hobbies of mine, and things that I used to fear made me smile a wide smile like everybody else. I barely noticed any changes in me until about a week later. Were my teeth sharper, or was I just crazy? I just shook that thought off. But as time went on, I then used to things I got. I felt at home finally. This was home, where I could find joy in tearing a live rat's head off and drinking its blood, or where I could eat live bugs whenever I so desired. This was meant to be. I was turning into the man I was supposed to be. The tentacle monster, who I now recognized as the most esteemed of gentlemen, smiled at me one day. Ah, brother, you have become one with us. A true monster. Monster? Who was he calling monster? I was not. I looked in the mirror and saw myself. My skin was now completely white. My fingers were long and sharp at the end. My eyes turned yellow like a cat's. My hair had fallen off. I was one of them. One day, as I was lounging by the piano, I heard the door creak open. A young man, maybe about my age, looked around. Hello? Hello? He called. I crawled towards him, eager to make a new friend. He jumped back at the sight of me. I flashed him my nicest, most gentlemanlike smile. I reached out my hand to him. Come. Stay. You'll love it here. The Volkov experiment. Did anyone who lived around Seattle in the 90s remember Dr. Volkov's children's laboratory? I don't remember the specific town. My mom and I moved around a lot. But I remember Dr. Volkov, and I remember hearing his commercials on the radio. I remember he said he'd give whatever families would let him borrow their kids something like $100,000, which honestly sounds super suspicious. But hey, my mom was a single parent who just needed some cash. I was 8, I think, when she first signed me up, and one of my most vivid memories from this was walking into the lab for the first time. It actually looked pretty fun. It was like a giant playground, with slides and swings and anything else a dirty little kid would want to get their hands on. There were 3 other kids there, and we played hide and seek together while our parents chatted and signed some papers. Then, Dr. Volkov came in. He had a very strong accent, which I couldn't place at the time, but I now recognize as Russian. "Hello, families. I thank you for giving up your free time to take part in my studies. I assure you, if I am successful with these experiments, we will make history," he said, and the parents gave a polite applause. Our kids caught on, too, and gave our cheers, which were not as quiet. "Once the parents leave, I will take the children and start my studies. They should be returned to you within the next year, give or take," he said, and the parents murmured to each other. "Once again, thank you for your sacrifices. I will see the parents off now. Farewell. Children, say goodbye to mommy and daddy," Dr. Volkov said. We all waved goodbye, except for one girl, who ran up to her dad and hugged him. I wish I had done that now, too. After the parents left, Dr. Volkov turned to us. "Hello, little ones. I am so excited to work with you. Now, follow me." We followed him into the lab, which was decidedly less fun than the front of his lab. It was all white, with 5 rooms with big metal doors decorated on the sides of the hallway, 1 for each kid. There was some strange equipment that I didn't know the names of. There were 4 kids, 3 boys including me, and 1 girl. We introduced ourselves. There was Michael, me, and Dalton, who were both 8. Then there was Cassandra, who was 9. And the oldest, Andrew, was 10. Dr. Volkov explained that we'd still have time to play together, an hour a day, but most of our time was to be spent working on our experiment. Dalton raised his hand. "What's the experiment?" Dr. Volkov smiled. It looked almost fake. Who here has ever wanted to have superpowers? All 4 of us went ballistic. We all wanted to be heroes. What if I told you that is made possible with us? That's right, over the course of a year, I will make you 4 into a group of superhumans, each with your own special power. All of us clapped. This sounded amazing. And with that, we were sent to our rooms. The interior of mine was strange, no toys, or posters, or race car beds like the one I had at home. There were a lot of lights though, but a lot of them weren't on for some reason. I was tired, so I laid down in my little bed, decorated with lightning bolts, and went to sleep. The next day Dr. Volkov taught us more about the experiment. He was going to condition us all to have superpowers, and then make a sort of super team to fight bad guys. We all had different superpowers. I was going to get the power to manipulate energy, which made my room make a whole lot more sense. Dalton would be able to talk to the dead. Cassandra would be immortal. And Andrew was going to gain the strength of a gorilla, which we all thought was hilarious when we first heard it. Our training was to begin immediately, and they sent us all away to separate rooms. I sat in a large chair where one of Dr. Volkov's assistants named Katya sat with me. "Hello, Michael. How are you? We're going to make you into a superboy. Isn't that exciting? Now, this may hurt a little bit." Without warning, she pulled a lever, and the chair I was sitting on suddenly lit up. I had been shocked by an electric chair and began to cry. "Do not worry, little boy. It will not unalive you, but it will make you strong. Don't you want electricity powers?" I thought about it, and even though it hurt, electricity powers started to sound cool. I nodded, and she shocked me again. I cried. And that was my life for the next while, getting shocked, crying, and getting shocked again. Until one day, maybe 2 or so months later, when they tried something different. "Here, hold this, Michael," Katya said, handing me a metal rod. "This will hopefully conduct enough electricity to go through you and power that light bulb. Put your hand on the light bulb, Michael." I obliged. "Now, ready? 3, 2, 1. She then shocked the rod, which sent electricity through me and into the light bulb. It hurt, but not as much as it should have. Katya smiled and called Dr. Volkov into my laboratory. He was elated. "It worked, child. See, all the days of training you to be resistant to electricity worked. Now we can continue our experiment. You earned your free time for the day, go play." It wasn't until then, when I went to play with the other kids, I noticed the changes. We all looked weirder, less normal. Dalton kept on whispering to nobody, and wouldn't really talk to us. Andrew looked weirdly buff and kept climbing on things. And Cassandra honestly looked kind of scary. She looked all stitched together, like a rag doll. As Dalton stood by himself, Cassandra and Andrew and I sat and talked. "I don't like these experiments, it's scary," Andrew said. "They keep on giving me shots, and then I have to lift weights. It hurts my arms." I later learned that the shots they were giving him were injecting him with gorilla DNA, which is terrifying to me. I'm scared, too. They keep on hurting me. Every time a part of me dies, they stitch on a new one. "See?" Cassandra lifted her shirt, revealing part of her stomach had been stitched back on. "They say that if we do it enough times, I'll be immortal. Did you see what they're doing to Dalton? My room is next to his, I hear it all the time. They make him sit with dead bodies, and then he'll talk to them. It scares him a lot," Andrew said. I looked over to Dalton. He had big circles around his eyes and looked pale and gaunt. I wondered if he had secretly been replaced by one of the dead bodies. That night, something weird happened. I was awoken by a bunch of red flashing lights and alarms. Something was wrong in the laboratory. Katya came and carried me out of bed, and I saw other workers carrying the other kids out of bed, too. Everyone except Dalton. We heard a bunch of screaming from another room as the 3 of us were ushered into our playroom. I held Cassandra's hand, and Andrew stood in front of us, trying to protect us. "I have to join them. I have to join them," they told me. We heard him yell as Dr. Volkov's voice desperately tried to calm him down. Screams, and then silence. For a long time. We slept on the stuffed animals in the playroom that night. We never saw Dalton after that, and his door was boarded up. At the time I just assumed his mom took him home. But they didn't give us much time to look for him, because all of us had more experiments the same day. "Michael, do you remember when you did a great job with that experiment and you made the light bulb light up?" "Well, that was a practice round. Next month, we're going to do the real deal. We're going to put metal plates in your hands to make it so that you can conduct energy even without holding the metal rod. Doesn't that sound great? Katya said. I squirmed in my seat. Why yeah. I lied, and we did more training. I will say, the shocks hurt so much less than the first time. It was getting easier. As time went on, things got even more weird. Cassandra and I's rooms were right next to each other, so we would see each other a lot. She kept on getting more and more stitched up. One time, while we were playing in the playroom, we noticed Andrew wasn't there, which worried us. I heard Dr. Volkov and Andrew's worker, Alexei, talking. They said that he was acting strange, like a monkey. He's climbing everywhere and attacks them if they get too close. He doesn't even talk anymore, Cassandra said, adjusting a stitched piece of skin on her face. Oh, how's your experiment going? I asked. Not very good. They say I'm making progress, and that the stuff they're giving me in shots is working. They say it's a chemical that makes people's endurance better. I think that's the word they used. But they still have to stitch me up sometimes. I don't know if it's really working, though. All they've been doing is hitting me with things and cutting me with things. Not even actually unaliving me, she said. I looked at her arm. To my surprise, it had been completely sewn back on. That sucks. Mine's not going too good, either. I don't even have electric powers yet. I thought I would, I said. This place is getting boring. I'm sick of the playroom. Let's go exploring, Cassandra said, pulling me up from my seat as a stitch fell loose on her arm. I tried to resist, but she was strong. She dragged me through the empty halls. I guess the workers were on their breaks. It was like a maze in there. When we went past the children's ward, aka our ward, we saw a bunch of medical stuff that looked weird. It looked fancy and official. There was a door at the end of the hallway, which Cassandra pulled me into. Inside we found a bunch of documents. We picked them up and started reading them. The Volkov experiment. She read out loud. Conducted to test the limits of the human body and mind, mentally and physically. Subjects, Dalton McDermott, Michael Porter, Cassandra Colombo, and Andrew Scott. That's us. Keep reading, I insisted. Subjects will be repeatedly tortured, under the rouse of being trained for greatness. They will be injected with placebo shots, beaten, electrocuted, forced to endure heavy physical activities, and locked in rooms with dead bodies. This experiment will test the theory formed by Dr. Dmitry Volkov, that if children are subjected to torture while under the assumption the result will be positive, along with being given positive reinforcement from mentors, they will experience less or different traumatic responses to said torture. We looked at each other. So you mean, we're not superheroes? I asked. Tears formed in Cassandra's eyes, and we heard footsteps somewhere in the hallway. We'd better get going, she said, grabbing my hand as more stitches fell loose in her arms. We raced down the hall and back into the playroom just as Katya walked in. Bedtime, children, she said, and she took us to our rooms where she tucked me into bed. I didn't sleep that night, at all. The next day is when all hell broke loose. During free time, Cassandra and I decided to check on Andrew, who hadn't left his room in days. Andrew? Hello? We said, opening the unlocked door. What I saw in there will haunt me for the rest of my life. He was going, no pun intended, ape poop, climbing on the walls of his room. His eyes were glazed, like he had no idea what was going on. He wasn't even talking, just grunting and screaming. We ran to get an attendant. Katya, Andrew's crazy. The gorilla DNA you put it in was working, I said, and Katya ran to hide us in the playroom. Andrew had escaped his room. Cassandra and I pressed our ears to the door, trying to listen in. Subject 4 is reacting poorly to the gorilla DNA, Dr. Volkov. Katya reported as they tried to track down Andrew. No, impossible. Dr. Volkov said. We didn't give him any gorilla DNA. It was a placebo, he said, and even though at that age I didn't know what a placebo was, Cassandra and I still looked at each other in shock. That's fascinating, let me write this down. We heard him say. No, Dr. Volkov, there's no time, there is a breach in his room, he is somewhere in the building, Katya said, panicked. No, let me. Dr. Volkov, subjects 2 and 3 are in danger, and so are we, there is no time. It won't take. Dr. Volkov. Suddenly, we heard screaming, and running, and chaos. I guess Andrew had found them. When everything was quiet, Cassandra carefully opened the door to the playroom. Dr. Volkov and Katya, or at least what remained of them, were lying on the floor, in a mess of blood. Andrew was in the corner, hyperventilating. He turned around, and rushed towards us. Cassandra screamed, but he stopped in front of us. Hey Andrew? I said shakily, not even expecting him to say anything. Go. You're free, he hissed, and Cassandra and I stood there in shock. Are you stupid? They're coming. Go, before they get you, he said, and only then did we notice the men in biohazard suits running towards us. Cassandra and I ran until we found the exit into the playground at the front of the building. We heard gunshots behind us, and Andrew's screams. But we didn't care, all we could do was run out the door, out of the hellhole we had been in for months. We waited outside the door for a while, waiting for Andrew to come out after us, but he never did. That was the last I saw of the Volkov experiment. No documents were ever published, no police reports, nothing. Cassandra and I went our separate ways, back to our families, and soon Mom and I moved towns. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamt the whole thing. But, last week at the coffee shop, I saw a girl with strange stitches up and down her body, and as she left with her drink, we made eye contact, and I knew she recognized me, too. I guess some things, you just can't make up. My dad sold my soul to the devil. Yup, just about as crazy as the title sounds. My dad is what they call a macho man. All he wanted was sons. He lived and breathed for another Keller boy. Naturally, when my older brother was born, he was overjoyed. 3 years later, he begged my mom to have another son. When he found out we were twins, he was excited to have 3 sons. So when my brother and I came out, and he saw that I was a girl, he was despaired. I've always been his least favorite kid, and he never tried to hide it. While he named my brothers Anthony and David, which mean priceless and beloved respectfully, he named me Lilith, which means night monster. While my brothers and mom tried to soften that direct punch to the gut by calling me Lily, he insisted on us all calling me Lilith, so I could feel the disappointment that he felt the day I was born. He and my mom did not stay married, and quite, unfortunately, he signed for full custody when Anthony was 5, and David and I were 2. Things just got worse from there. If he took Anthony and David out to eat or to see a movie, I was to stay home. He spent all his time playing sports with my brothers, and wouldn't let me join even though I, as a girl, actually showed a genuine interest in what he was doing with my brothers. When I was 4, Dad got cancer. And from what I heard, it was supposed to be terminal. That's where the title of this story comes into play. Yup, he made a deal with Satan. 15 more years of life if he sold one of his children's souls. And a big surprise, he chose me. So once I die, it's off to hell, no matter how little I sin or how much I pray. The first time I remember something happening to me was about a month after my dad made the deal. I was in my tiny, cramped room, trying to sleep on a bed I outgrew years ago, while my brothers and dad watched a movie downstairs, when I saw it. This thing in my closet. It was pale, with gaunt, sunken eyes and a gaping mouth. Its long and bony fingers wrapped around my closet door. There was no question that this thing was a demon. I immediately cried for my dad, who stormed up the stairs and gave me a proper beating for interrupting his movie night with his kids. After that, he called me a little girl for crying and locked me in my room. As I cried all that night, the demon simply watched me from the closet, unmoving. Demons watching me were pretty normal from then on. Sometimes it would be the pale gaunt thing in my closet, other times a dark figure hovering over my bed. And on bad nights, a horned figure with glowing red eyes would stare at me, taunting me through the window. After a while, I stopped being scared of them. One night when I was 9, the gaunt creature was back in my closet, staring at me while I read. He began to make this really weird growling noise, to which I shushed him. He then did something he never did before. While he would occasionally wrap his hand around my slightly ajar door, he never actually came out of my closet. Until that night. In one swift movement, he tore open my closet door and stood up fully, revealing he was taller than the ceiling itself. He bent his neck in an abnormal way to fit under the roof. I rightfully should have been pooping my pants at this moment, but for some reason, I just wasn't that scared. We locked eyes for a while, which was more awkward than scary, so I just went back to reading my book. He just looked at me curiously for a while, until my dad decided he wanted to be a horrible person again, and threw open my door to yell at me for something or other. The entire time the demon just watched. Thankfully my dad left after slapping me across the face, but I was crying again for the rest of the night. The demon, who now looked at me with something more than curiosity, looked back at my closed door, trying to see my dad. As I did nothing but sob, the demon just sat down beside my bed, towering over me. Neither of us looked at each other the rest of the night. I cried while he just stared off in the distance, but I wasn't alone, and that was all I cared about. From then on things changed. I wasn't just not scared of the demons, I welcomed them. Especially the gaunt-looking one who sat by me that night. He would sit with me whenever my dad was bad to me, or whenever I had boy troubles at school. He never talked at me, and barely ever looked at me, but all I cared about was that he was there for me. I even gave him a name. Papa. I remember this one night, I was 14, and upset because Jacob, the boy I liked, didn't invite me to the Valentine's dance at our school. On top of that, my dad had gotten into one of his moods and had thrown a chair at me. When I ran into my room, I was almost relieved to see Papa crouched by the closet. Papa, I cried, running to him. It was stupid, I know, I was calling a literal demon Papa, but I had nobody else. He was the only one who had ever shown me any sympathy. At first, he stepped back, but as I cried even harder, he looked at me in the eyes, maybe for the first time since that night he stepped out of the closet. Then he did something surprising. He hugged me back. As I felt his icy cold hands wrap around me, I should have been terrified, but I was filled with love. Love, for finally finding a dad who loved me. But one night, as I was reading to unalive a mockingbird for my school project, I made a mistake. Papa looked curious, so I decided to read out loud to him. I guess I made too much noise though, because David opened my door. Lilith, who the hell are you, what the duck is that? He screamed, and my dad came rushing up. Papa couldn't hide in time, and now, Anthony, David, and my dad all stared him down. He stood up, revealing his giant stature, and David began to cry, while Anthony froze in place and my dad ran off to get a vial of holy water he had kept by his bed ever since the deal was made. As I tried to run away with Papa, he stopped me and shook his head. We both knew it was too late. I cried as I hugged him goodbye, and as my dad approached us with the holy water and sprayed it on Papa, he let out a blood-curdling screech that could have been heard across the country. I watched in horror as Papa, who had stayed by my side all these years, faded to nothingness. There, Dad said. It can't hurt us anymore, sons, he said, embracing David and Anthony in a hug. I just laid over Papa's lifeless body, uncontrollably sobbing. We were all so caught up in our worlds we didn't notice something come up behind us. He was large, even bigger than Papa, and had 2 large horns, a goat's head, and a large stick in his hand. Dad turned around slowly, looking to this thing as he glared down at my abuser. Your Majesty, we had a deal, Stanley. I granted you 15 more years of life, on 2 conditions. 2. It boomed, and I noticed David had wet himself. It was a misunderstanding, sir, my daughter. You were granted 15 more years of life, on the conditions that I get your daughter upon her death, and you never harm anyone, ever again. Do you understand? It asked. Yes, and I haven't. Promise. The creature laughed. First you break a promise, and now you lie? To his satanic majesty himself? Seeing you have not only harmed your daughter her entire life but have unalived one of my best minions, you have broken my trust. I'm breaking off the deal. My dad got down on his knees. No, please I'll do anything. He begged. Satan looked at me. There is one way, if Lilith, your daughter and the one you cursed, forgives you. I will set you free, and you will live the rest of your life. My dad slowly turned to me and put on a smile. Hey, Lily, what about it? Look at me, I'm your dad. Your papa. I raised you. Don't you love me? I'm your dad, for duck's sake, he said, getting more agitated as I stared at him. It's up to you, Lilith, Satan said. I looked at Papa's body on the floor, then back to my dad. Come on, you gonna believe Satan or your dear old dad? My dad said, pleading with me. I glared at him. My dad is dead, jerk. You unalived him, I said. I don't forgive you. And with that, Satan dragged my dad down to the netherworld, my brothers and I hearing his screams until it was far away enough that they faded away, to where he could never hurt me again. As my brothers cried at the loss of their dad, I walked back to Papa, on the ground, and kissed his forehead. Goodbye, Papa. Thank you. There's something wrong with my blood. I grew up in a small community in the south of Minnesota called St. Gall. We were 8 families, all loosely related. Uncles and aunts from both sides of my family, along with grandparents and 2 outsider families not directly related by blood. It was a remnant of the hippie era, and my mother grew up out there. It was originally meant to be some sort of farming commune for people who wanted to live on their terms without going completely off the grid. It isn't like a religious gathering or a cult, as many believe. It was all about a different way of life and living closer to the earth. My mother left St. Gall for a few years to study sociology, and that's where she met my dad. I was an accidental pregnancy, and my dad didn't want to stick around. My mother moved back to St. Gall and had me in the early 90s. I was born in the house I grew up in. Life out in St. Gall wasn't as odd as one might think. I still went to school, I just had to take an earlier bus. We still went into town at least once a week, and I had many friends that I got really close to over the years. Still, there was always the air of being different around me. My mom explained that a lot of the parents of the kids at school didn't like the people from St. Gall, because we were different. A bit odd. My mom was terrified of a lot of things, but mostly blood. That was her #1 fear, and if I ever hurt myself she would try to cover it up as fast as possible. It was strange because I saw kids skin their knees at school all the time without anyone freaking out. I never hurt myself like that, since my mom was adamant about me being needlessly careful. It came to the point where I sometimes had to wear elbow and knee guards to school, which landed me in plenty of trouble with bullies. But my childhood came and went. The elementary school turned into middle school, which turned into high school. Things got rough then, fast. On the best of days, I was a Gall kid, but most of the time they just called me Jesus freak, cultist, or even school shooter. I was branded an outsider without there ever really being a reason. I guess that's just what it's like being a teenager. I also refused to take the precautions my mother asked me to. I stopped wearing elbow and knee guards to gym class. Our teacher had a deal where kids could go to the gym instead of playing team sports, but I was tired of being separated. I'd compromise with my mom by wearing several layers of clothes, but I'd usually just wait for her to be out of sight before I took something off. If she ever knew I was pretty good at both soccer and basketball, she'd have a heart attack. It was during those few first PE classes that I started noticing something was different about me. Sure, we were all still growing up, but I was growing a bit different. I was almost completely hairless in comparison to the other boys, and my hair was growing lighter. I'd gone from brown hair to strawberry blonde in about 2 years. I would also start to notice a weird smell coming from the other boys. They stank. It took me several weeks to notice that they weren't actually the ones who were different. I was. They smelled like people were supposed to smell. My sweat, on the other hand, was sweeter. Not necessarily in a good way, but just weirdly sweet by comparison. Not sugary, but more like the smell of thick dairy. I hadn't thought about it, I just figured that was the way sweat was supposed to smell. It wasn't. I'd made one friend in high school, Darren. Short guy who dropped in and out of social cliques like it was his job. I talked to him about it and asked him to smell me. Weird, I know, and he agreed that something was off. He convinced me to talk to the school nurse, thinking it might be something like diabetes. I was scared he'd tell someone about it, but he never did. Good guy. I had a long chat with the school nurse, Anita. She was very reassuring. Apparently, puberty can have all sorts of weird effects on the human body. A sweet smell coming from your sweat was hardly the worst she'd seen, or in this case, smelled. It was weird, sure, but this was a weird time to be a human. Still, she decided to run a few blood tests just to make sure my iron levels and white blood cells were okay. As soon as she poked the needle through my arm, she recoiled and crinkled her nose. The syringe dropped to the floor, and I got up. She got a tissue and started to blow her nose repeatedly, over and over. What the hell was that? She exclaimed. What did you? I had no idea what she was talking about. I looked at the drop of blood poking out of my arm, and I didn't notice anything odd. I just put a band-aid on it while Anita tried to regain her composure. Come back tomorrow, she coughed. We'll talk more, okay? But she was sick the next day. I felt uncomfortable with the whole thing, and I wanted to talk to my mom about it. But I also didn't want her to get worried. When you have someone in your life that is always at the breaking point, you make a habit out of stepping carefully. It took Nurse Anita the rest of the school week before she returned to her job. I was immediately summoned to the nurse's office. She'd lost weight. A lot of it. She was drinking water from a large bottle when I got there, and she had dark markings around her eyes. She didn't seem well, but she lit up as she looked at me. Anita asked me for a new blood test, and I agreed. She lined up 4 syringes. Her hands were shaking, but she regained her focus once the needle got closer to my arm. Step by step she filled the syringes, but she seemed to get more and more excited as she did. I can swear she was sniffing my neck. The whole thing was weird, and I'd left as soon as she gave me a band-aid. She promised to run some tests and let me know as soon as she was done, but she wanted me to return at least once a week for a checkup. Sweet-smelling sweat was a bigger deal than I'd anticipated. I asked her if I should see a doctor, but she just shook her head. As I left the nurse's office, I looked back. She was standing in the doorway, staring at me from across the hall. Her eyes never left me. She was staring at my neck, drinking from her water bottle. This time, I told my mother. I had no idea how much she would overreact. Instead of talking to Nurse Anita, she pulled me out of school the same day. She threw our entire lives into boxes, breaking at least half of our dinnerware in the process. In less than a weekend, she'd packed up everything and hired a truck. I barely had the time to hug my grandparents goodbye before we were out of town. I was forced to switch phone number, and my mother swore that if I didn't remove my social media accounts, she'd smash every touchscreen we owned. I'd never seen her like that before. I was terrified. That's how we ended up in Sabre, Michigan. Of course, my mom couldn't check on me all day long. I did get time to check in on my social media. Darren, still in disbelief about me leaving so soon, told me things had gotten weird at school. Nurse Anita had started asking questions about where I'd moved, and when the principal couldn't reveal that information, she'd gotten aggressive. The police got involved, and it was revealed that she'd taken my blood samples home. Things got unclear at this point, but Darren, whose mom works at the sheriff's office, had spoken over dinner about Nurse Anita drinking blood straight from the syringes. But that wasn't all. In the days that followed, she was taken into custody. She was doing some sort of hunger strike and couldn't even keep down water. She actually died from dehydration, right there in the county jail, surrounded by paramedics trying to understand why her body was actively resisting INF4. By now, my mom and I had settled in at a small 3-bedroom apartment. I confronted her about Nurse Anita and what had happened. My mom finally opened up to me. "You know what capsaicin is?" she asked. "It is the thing in spicy food that makes your tongue and throat hurt. It is a kind of self-defense thing that just is supposed to make us stay away." I'd heard about it, and I was aware of the concept. "This thing that is supposed to make us stay away just makes it more enticing," she explained. "People can get addicted to it. To many, it has the opposite of the intended effect. It became something to be desired instead of something that protects the plant. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" I sort of was. I didn't want to think I was, but I was. "Our family is different," she told me. "I was hoping this wouldn't happen to you, but it did, and we had to move." She really did try to bring me a normal life. She tried not to worry, but whatever is inside me was growing extremely potent. I started to understand why our family had lived isolated, and why she wanted me to be careful around the others. As a kid, it wasn't as dangerous, but as a teenager, it was stronger than ever. That's why even I was noticing my smells, they'd gotten stronger. But the years passed. My mom got a job at a gas station, and I helped out as a farmhand and cherry picker. Things were going pretty well, all things considered, until last year. I was picking up my mom from the night shift, early in the morning, when a truck in the opposite lane ran a red light. We were hit. It wasn't a bad hit, but it was bad enough to send us into a spin in a nearby ditch. Mom had been looking through her purse and smashed her head against the passenger window, and I head bashed the steering wheel. The passenger side of the rear half of the car was folded like origami. I barely even remember what happened next. I remember the truck driver coming to check on Mom, only to drag her out on the pavement. I remember paramedics and a police car. I remember eyes looking at me, delirious and dark. Open, bloody mouths. Tendons snapping. A sweet, flowery smell drowned out the gasoline pouring from the car. Red. I remember seeing a half-eaten face, slowly being torn apart. Eyes that used to comfort me having lost their light. A slack-jawed nightmare, having clothes and limbs torn apart and splayed on the concrete like a flattened toad. I don't remember much about getting away. I was chased through a field of wheat and threw up in a water bucket next to a well. I hid in a barn and covered myself in the hay to dampen the smell of my blood. I remember a flashlight passing over me as 3 people left, desperately looking somewhere else. Bloody mouths, still chewing. Pupils are so large their eyes looked black. They were barely even breathing, their breaths so short I couldn't see their chests move. I made it. I would never speak of this in person, as I don't want to risk anyone finding me. I've moved twice since that incident, and I'm starting to understand what I am. The problem is, I've started to get cataracts. I know, it is at an early stage, but it is definitely there, and it is progressing rapidly. I'm going to need surgery. Someone has to operate on me, and I fear I'll never wake up from that surgery. I have no idea what to do. I can't live like this, constantly fearing someone will get too close and catch a whiff of me. No wonder my mom had to leave my dad. No wonder she was always afraid. You're all hunting me. You just don't know it yet. I'm only allowed to open my eyes for 1 minute per day. From midnight of any given day to the next, you may only open your eyes for 60 seconds. Until your dying day, this law shall pertain. The thunderous voice rattled the very foundations of my house, but I disregarded the crystal clear warning. Stupid, given how uneasy I felt. It was the most lucid dream of my life. That should have told me something. I should have realized it was more than a nightmare. When I awoke, I carried out my ordinary daily routine. I ate breakfast with my girlfriend, and we both went to work. My day seemed mundane. Just the way I like it. Towards the end of my working hours, whilst I was in the office bathroom, I noticed something strange. As I was washing my hands, something peculiar caught my attention in the mirror. The reflection revealed a pair of crisp, white brogues, which were protruding through the gap beneath the cubicle door. Until that moment, I hadn't seen or heard anybody else in the room. When I turned to face the cubicle, I was horrified to find that the reflection had deceived me. There was nobody in the cubicle. There were no bizarrely out-of-place white shoes. Nothing. Shaking it off as a trick of the light, I returned my gaze to the mirror. That was when I screamed. Well, I tried to scream, but I was horrified to find that my voice box had failed me. Petrified, and mouth agape, I gawped at the man who was standing in the now open cubicle doorway. Well, he had the shape of a man, but that was all. He was some sort of macabre mannequin. The creature had a hairless head made of stone, and its eyes looked like small, gray pebbles. A razor-sharp, horizontal slit served as a mouth on its white-skinned face. By that, I mean it was as white as a sheet. The same could be said of the stone man's attire. The thing wore a white, collared shirt, white trousers, and white brogues. The haunting entity raised a finger to its lips with purposeful poise. It soundlessly shushed me. At that moment, my reflection moved, even though I did not. My mirror self smiled demonically, before producing a saw. My reflection leaned forwards, placing its left arm on the sink counter, and it began to saw at the wrist. I attempted to produce tortured sounds, but my throat felt as if it had been strangled. I silently bawled as an invisible tool severed my real-world hand from the wrist, mirroring what my reflection was doing. A torrential shower of blood poured from the wound that my mirror self had created. In a matter of seconds, it was all over. My lifeless, detached hand was lying in the sink, and I was tightly clutching my wrist, attempting to stem the bleeding. I hazily stumbled into the communal office area, making good use of my voice, which had finally returned. As my colleagues rushed to me, I fell to the floor and faded away. Whilst tumbling through some black chasm of an unconscious realm, that same disembodied voice spoke to me. Non-compliance must be punished. 1 strike per day. The first strike is physical. The second strike is emotional. The third strike is final. I opened my eyes to a hospital room. Streetlights shone through the window, and I was surrounded by doctors, family members, and friends. I concocted a story to explain my severed limb. It was a clunky fib about a mishap with a machine in the warehouse. My tall tale could easily have unraveled if anybody had asked questions, but I think my friends and family were simply glad that I was okay. After a solid hour of talking to a room full of people, I was depleted. I must have dozed off, and I woke to find that everybody had left. I was lying in a darkened hospital room, contemplating the horrors that had befallen me. I wasn't planning on questioning the featureless demon ever again. The first strike had been grueling enough. I squeezed my eyelids together, and a single tear trickled down my right cheek. I had never considered the pain that would come with a life of blindness. I jumped in horror at the return of my tormentor. This time, it did not come to me as a vision. Too late, a sourceless voice taunted. It's Tuesday. No, I internally despaired. A day has passed? How? I assumed it had still been Monday. I should have kept my eyes closed. I had been high on all manner of medicine, and I thought I was safe. I thought it was still the day of my incident. I only kept my eyes open because I thought I'd already been dealt a strike for the day. I sobbed. A new day, the voice whispered. Second strike. Suddenly, the lights in my pitch-black room sprang to life. And what I saw was so horrific that I'm struggling to put it into words. I'll try. In the chair to the side of me, I saw my girlfriend. Lucy. She hadn't gone home. She was still smiling at me, frozen in the position she had assumed earlier. Lucy's skin was lifeless, and her clothes were soaked in blood. The bottom of her shirt had been lifted to reveal her disemboweled corpse. I wasn't sure how my tormentor had inflicted such a dire, excruciating death without altering the contented expression on her face, but I didn't want to know. Yet again, I struggled to make a sound. I wanted to scream. I wanted to scream louder than I'd ever screamed before. I'd never felt such sorrow. I hammered the emergency button beside my bed, and staff rushed to the scene. The days since that night have been a blur. I've faced so many questions from detectives, but I can't give them the answers they need. They wouldn't believe me, would they? I refuse to open my eyes. No matter how many times people encourage me to look at them, I keep my eyelids firmly pressed together. During the day, it's fine. I don't want to see the world, anyway. It's at night that the ghastliness truly begins. I've been hearing things. Barely audible scuttling noises ricochet off the walls of my box room. Miniature footsteps, I think. When I open my eyes, the sounds stop, but I'm too scared to open them for more than a few seconds at a time. What are they? What do they want? I'm currently typing with my eyes closed. I hope the autocorrect function has been working. They're about to discharge me from the hospital. I don't know what to do. Even if you were to try, I don't think you could help me. I just thought I'd tell my story. This post is a warning. If the monolithic stone creature speaks to you, do as it says. I can't offer more help, I'm afraid. Obeying its request might not even save you. After all, I still don't know what I'm hearing in the dark. My husband asked me to wear his dead wife's wig. I knew Mark was a widower when I met him. And honestly, I was relieved. Of course, I wasn't happy that somebody died. But at my age, 37, most of the men I met on Match.com were divorcees whose wives had left them for good reason. Affairs. Gambling. Poor hygiene. So Mark was a standout. Nothing had gone wrong in his marriage. His wife had just, sadly, gotten cancer and passed away. After a few dates, I knew he was the one. From his twinkling blue eyes to his infectious smile, from the way he asked about my day to the way he held me on cold nights, he was wonderful. Of course, nobody's perfect though, and that's where the wig comes in. He brought it out 3 months after we'd gotten married. Would you be open to wearing this sometimes? He asked with a sheepish grin. I couldn't help but laugh. It was so stereotypical. Bleached blonde hair, coiffed in a blowout sort of hairstyle, with long curtain bangs that curled at the bottom. I began to giggle. I guess. You're into that, huh? I wasn't blonde. Far from it, my hair was nearly black, from my Hispanic ancestry on my dad's side. But it didn't bother me. If I were younger I'd be up all night, wondering if he secretly hated how I looked. But now I was old enough to know people have fantasies. Hell, maybe I'd ask him to apply a temporary tattoo to his bicep, next time. You want me to wear it tonight? I asked in a sultry voice. Maybe. Sounds fun. I reached out to touch the wig. He took a sudden step back, so that it was just out of my reach. Sorry, he said hastily. This is just a really expensive wig. The oil on your hands, over time, it'll damage it. That annoyed me. Here I was, being super open to whatever fantasy he was going to throw at me, and he was mad that I'd damage it. But whatever. Sorry. Won't touch it. So tonight then? He asked, with a big stupid grin on his face. Tonight. He waited in the bedroom while I put the wig on. I'd only worn a wig once before. When I was a teenager, dressing up as Morticia Adams. It was one of those cheap, plasticky ones from Party City. But this one, Mark wasn't kidding, it must have been expensive. The blonde hair, besides being perfectly coiffed, had a natural sheen that was neither too shiny nor too dull. Even though it was a cheap bleach blonde color, there was beautiful variation in the strands. Bright flaxen highlights on top of golden taupe. The only part that seemed cheap was the cap or scalp, or whatever you call the thing that the hair attaches to. It was stiff and rough under my fingers and an ugly mottled tan color. I wasn't sure how exactly I was supposed to get it attached to my head. Maybe bobby pins? You almost ready? Mark called from the bedroom. Yeah. Just a minute. I brought the wig up to my face, careful to touch the hair as little as possible. As soon as I did, I wrinkled my nose. It smelled overly flowery. Like someone had doused it in perfume. Where had Mark been storing this thing? After several minutes and 20 bobby pins, I got it on. I hope this doesn't take long. Damn, I know that's a horrible thing to think before having intimacy. But I didn't like the way it felt on my head. It felt oddly heavy, pulling at my scalp every time I moved. And it was weird having hair brushing my shoulders that wasn't mine. Okay, I called out. I'm ready. We made love, and it was incredible. The kind of earth-shattering experience that makes you feel like you left your body, maybe this entire world, for a moment. It bothered me a little, actually. Why wasn't our intimacy this good when I wasn't wearing the wig? Maybe he was into blondes? I found myself researching Schwarzenkopf bleach on my coffee break. Even though I wasn't the type to change myself for a guy. On Saturday afternoon he asked me to wear it again. I obliged, less enthusiastically this time. And then he asked me something else. I just finished dressing, reaching up to take the wig off. And he said behind me, "Don't take it off." I whipped around, my eyes narrowed. "What? Sorry, I meant." He paused, as if carefully wording what he was going to say next. "What if you didn't take the wig off right away? What if you wore it for a little longer? You know, cooking dinner, hanging out." Okay. This was too far. I'm not going to keep it on. Why not? I scowled at him. For one, it smells. And it's uncomfortable. I don't like it. I could see the look of disappointment on his face. I'll be honest, it hurt. What was wrong with my own hair? If he was so obsessed with blondes, why did he marry me? There were thousands of blonde women out there. Why not marry one of them, and forget the wig altogether? Can you just keep it on a little longer? You look so beautiful. He smiled at me. It just becomes you. I was really annoyed at this point. Like, seriously annoyed. But I was old enough to know that bargaining was a much more effective way to make both of us happy. I'll wear it if you make dinner. But as soon as we're done eating, I'm taking it off. Sure. He grinned at me. That stupid, big grin that I was starting to hate. Over the coming weeks, the wig situation escalated. Almost every weekend Mark brought it out of the closet, holding it in his hands tenderly, carefully, as if it were a delicate little kitten. "Want to wear the wig?" He'd always ask. As if it were my idea. I didn't want to wear it. But when I did, I noticed Mark did extra things for me. Cooking dinner. Doing the dishes. Buying me gifts. Slowly I began to just accept it. If wearing the thing got me out of chores, what did I have to lose? And besides, it wasn't such a big deal. I didn't wear Spanx, push-up bras, or lots of makeup. Was a wig worse than those? I will say, though, it was weird how Mark seemed against the idea of me bleaching my hair. I figured that would be a better, more permanent solution, but he was 100% against it. He threw out every reason in the book. It's so expensive. And it takes so much upkeep. You have to do the roots every few weeks. And besides, the wig just becomes you. I hated how he said that. The wig becomes you. Like the wig was becoming an appendage, a part of myself. In the end, I don't know how I let it go on for as long as it did. I guess I just told myself it was a stupid fantasy that he'd get over sooner or later. Boy, was I wrong. I'd never seen a photo of Mark's first wife with hair. The few photos on her memorialized Facebook page were after she'd started chemotherapy. She was either wearing a hat or a bandana, never a wig, despite Mark's apparent obsession with him. But one night I got curious about her. Curious if he pushed this weird stuff on her before cancer. Did he make her dye her hair? Wear a wig? Or was she naturally blonde? After an hour of poking around, I got my answer. There was a wedding album in the attic, tucked away with some of Miranda's belongings and stuff from their life together. Mark was out with some friends. He wouldn't be home for a few hours, but I still got a swoop of nervousness in my stomach as I pulled it onto my lap. Our wedding album, it read in gold scrolling letters across the faux white leather cover. And there, on the very first page was my answer. Miranda had the same hair as the wig. I mean exactly the same. The same color, varied shades of gold. The same hairstyle, blown out with curtain bangs. It was identical. Is she wearing the wig? Or, I didn't want to consider the second possibility. Maybe, that was her natural hair. And he'd gotten an expensive, custom-made wig to look exactly like it. And he was making me wear it, so I'd look like her. So he could pretend I am her. The album fell out of my lap. This can't be happening. He'd seemed so normal. Especially about his wife. Grieving but past it, the wound was an old scar that had healed. It had been 7 years since she died. Apparently, I'd been dead wrong. I picked the album back up and flipped through it for a little while. I studied her face, her scalp, looking for a seam. But the photos had that professional, airbrushed quality to them. If there had been any evidence it was a wig, the photographer cleaned it up in Photoshop. I finally closed the album, went downstairs, and waited for Mark to get home. I've never been one for subtlety. By the time he got home, I'd been stewing in my thoughts for 3 hours. I brought the wig down and put it in the middle of the kitchen table. The blonde hair shone in the dim light, hanging limply of the faceless plastic stand. Then I heard the jingle of keys, the click of a lock. His footsteps as he came towards the kitchen. "You made me wear that wig so you can pretend I'm Miranda. Right?" He froze in the doorway. "Yeah, that's right. I got you, you son of a jerk." I slammed the album onto the kitchen table and pointed at the first picture. Miranda's hair looks exactly like that wig. His face went white. He opened his mouth and closed it a few times as if trying to find the words. "You don't understand," he finally choked. "Oh, I think I understand perfectly well. You're playing some sort of sick game, where you're trying to turn me into your dead wife." He swallowed, glanced behind him, as if afraid someone was crouching there, listening to us. Then he turned back to me, his voice lowered. "I only made a wig out of her hair because..." Wait, my stomach dropped as I parsed what he was saying. "Did you just say, a wig out of her hair? It's her effing hair?" He sheepishly nodded. I stared at the thing, my stomach roiling. Golden strands hung limply off the wig holder, draping onto the table. A dead woman's hair. Of course. I should have known. It looked so beautiful, so real. And that hair had been on me. Bobby pinned to my head, brushing against my shoulders. My bare shoulders. Duck, I even pulled one from my nether regions the last time we had intimacy. I felt sick. I'm leaving, I said quietly, shooting up from the table. I ran up the stairs and grabbed my overnight bag. Wildly grabbed clothes off the hanger and stuffed them inside. Grabbed my laptop, chargers. His heavy footsteps thumped up the stairs. And then he appeared in the doorway. A hulking shape dimly outlined by the kitchen light spilling upstairs. Leave me alone, I snapped, shoving my clothes in as fast as I could go. Surprisingly, he didn't reply. No apologies, no pleading with me to stay. I ignored him and continued packing. Reached over and grabbed my AirPods from the bedside table, throwing them in. Then my phone. Strong arms grabbed me from behind. I screamed. But it was no use. He was so strong. And then I felt it, something touching my head. He was pressing the thick, stiff cap of the wig onto my head as he held me still. I heard his voice whispering something in a strange rhythm in my ear. Then everything went black. My hair is blonde. I'm standing in the bathroom, admiring myself. There is a bloody seam at my scalp, but other than that, I look okay. Mark comes up behind me and wraps his arms around my waist. I love you so much, he says, kissing me tenderly on the cheek. I forgive him for what he did. I understand everything now. Last night, I got up in the middle of the night and wrote it all out. Everything that happened before today. I had to get it out of my system. It was like a nightmare that kept replaying in my head, even though the bloody seam is evidence that it really did happen. But now it's over. Now, I'm who I was truly meant to become. I comb a hand through my blonde hair. Then I turn to him and smile. I love you, Mark, I say. I love you too, Miranda. A little jab of something in my heart. Sadness? Should I feel sad that he's calling me her name? But I don't feel sad. Not really. I'm happy now. I wrap my arms around him tighter, then pull him into a kiss. I got called to landscape a garden in the middle of December. I got the request in the middle of December. I'm looking for someone to landscape my garden. Growing too feeble to do it. Do you have any availability? I've worked in horticulture for nearly 2 decades. No one has ever asked me to do landscaping in the middle of December. We don't live up north where snow covers the ground half the winter, but it's cold enough that nothing grows, either. But after a lengthy call with the woman, Dawn was her name, she explained to me that she had a special garden, with carefully selected plants that grew straight through winter. So I packed up my truck and drove over to her house. As I parked on the curb, next to the shriveled brown grass, my doubts came back. You know, I bet it's a prank. Like the horticultural version of calling into a pizza place and ordering a weird pie. I wouldn't be surprised if Mike and James were behind it, to be honest. They were always screwing with me. But I stepped out of my truck and made my way to the front door. Curiously, I found a note taped to the wood. In the garden out back. Meet me there. I made my way to the rear of the house, keeping my ears pricked for the sound of a trigger-happy dog or an annoyed husband. But as I rounded the brick structure, all I saw was the garden. Well, I'll be damned, I muttered under my breath. The grass in the backyard was a brilliant green as if it were the middle of June. An obvious demarcation line lay between the brown and green, so clean and straight that it couldn't be as simple as a fertilizer or a different breed of grass. There was something seriously odd going on here. In the grass stood half a dozen trees. Each was incredibly beautiful, a few gnarled apple trees, and a few weeping willows. They all had a full array of leaves, despite the chilly weather. I opened the iron gate and stepped inside the garden. The soil immediately depressed under my feet, like some sort of memory foam. The chirping of birds, the sounds of cars rolling by, it all seemed to hush to peaceful silence the moment I stepped inside. That's when I realized the trees weren't just apple and willow trees. They couldn't be. Strange, peach-colored fruit the size of tennis balls hung from the apple trees, and the willows bore deep purple flowers that were white in the center, like morning glories. As I stared at the trees, a velvety voice came from behind me. You found me. I whipped around. Dawn? I asked, confused. She nodded. When she said she was growing feeble, I expected a 90-year-old woman. But instead, a young woman, maybe late 20s or early 30s, stood behind me. She was incredibly beautiful. Supernaturally beautiful. Look, I'm not the kind of guy who's easily stunned by women. I'm almost 50 years old, I got 2 kids at home, and I'm usually just too damn preoccupied to gawk at every woman who walks by, you know? But this woman, she looked like she just stepped out of a photoshopped magazine cover. Flawless, ivory skin. Blonde hair and soft waves that reached her waist. A perfect smattering of freckles, and a knowing smile. Do you like my garden? She asked. I tore my eyes away from her, feeling the heat rising to my face. Yes. It's beautiful. How do you keep it alive in this weather? Even then, the wind carried a hefty chill. I guessed it was 45 degrees or so. I have my ways, she said cryptically. Now that the wind was blowing in my face, I could smell something. A sweet, nectar-like smell, seeming to come from deep within the garden. What kinds of trees are these? I asked. Does it matter? Well, sort of, yes. Some trees shouldn't be pruned as often, some should be cut only at the bottom. Use your judgment. I trust you. With that, she walked to the back of the garden. I watched her go, her dress swishing against her body. She sat down at a stone bench next to a pond near the back. I got to work with a smile on my face. Because this was exciting. When you get to be my age, life starts to feel a little like Groundhog Day. You get up, go to work, where you do the same crap you've done for the past 2 or 3 decades, and then you go home. Your teenage daughters give you angst, your wife nags you, you eat a lousy dinner. Then you try to have sex with your wife, she refuses, and it's time for sleep. Sleep is the most exciting part, really. So, seeing such a strange garden, and a beautiful woman, was an exciting change from the usual dreary cycle of life. I pulled out my gardening shears and walked over to the first tree, one of the willow-like ones on the left. Where should I start? Unlike normal trees, which naturally have bits of dead branches, this one seemed perfect. The willowy fronds swayed in the gentle wind, the teardrop-shaped leaves fluttering. Each was perfectly green. I brought my shears to the longest frond and snipped the last few inches off. The branch fell to the ground, and I stooped to pick it up. What the hell? It was dead. The leaves, which were green seconds ago, were withered and brown. As my fingers touched them, they made a crackly sound, as if they'd been dried for weeks. Curious, I raised the shears to another branch. This time, I watched closely, never taking my eyes off it for a second. Snip, the leaves withered and curled in on themselves, as if pulled by some unseen force. Brown shot out from the base, quickly veining across each leaf. And then it was dead. Fear pounded through me. What the hell is going on? I turned around and glanced behind me, at Dawn. She was staring into the pond. I walked over to her. What type of tree is that? I said, almost accusingly. She slid over on the bench, as if inviting me to sit down. I remained standing. It's an heirloom variety, passed down from generation to generation in my family. But a variety of what? They're all cultivars of the apple tree. I glanced at them, skeptically. A few had the knobby, gnarled branches of apple trees. But the willowy ones didn't resemble them at all. And none of the fruit remotely resembled apples. When I cut them, they shrivel and die. That's not normal. This isn't a normal garden, she replied, coolly. What, are you using some sort of illegal fertilizer or something? Or is it built over a hot spring? What is it? The curiosity almost outweighed the fear. In all my life, I'd never seen a garden like this. I wanted to know. Needed to know. Nothing like that. Then her tone turned cold. You should get back to work, David. These trees need to be taken care of, and that's what I'm paying you for. I swallowed and stepped over to one of the apple varieties. Clusters of the strange fruit clung to its branches, and I found myself staring. I'd never seen anything like that fruit. It was oblong, with a bubbled bottom that resembled an apple's. Despite the peachy color, it bore no fuzz, yet the skin was matte and smooth. Before I could stop myself, my hand shot up, reaching towards the fruit. On an impulse, I grabbed one, and plucked it from its branch. It didn't wither away and die. Instead, the world tilted before me, as if I were suddenly dizzy. My body swayed and pitched. What the hell? I muttered to myself, but my thoughts were no longer clear. They were murky and muddled, like when you're about to faint, or fall asleep. As I stood there, holding the fruit, completely disoriented, a figure ran by me. She was fast, but I still recognized her dark curls, her tall figure. It was my wife. She disappeared behind one of the trees, her soft giggles ringing out in the garden. The image blurred and shifted before me, the colors unnaturally bright, as if someone had somehow shifted the saturation up. I took a wobbly step towards her. Marie? Her face poked out from behind the bark for a second, then disappeared. But I realized, she was young. In fact, she looked exactly how she did at 18, when we met. Back when she let her curls grow down her back, and her dark eyes were wide and innocent. Back when the smile never left her face. Back when I looked at her like she was the most amazing thing in the world. I took a step towards her, gripping the fruit in my palm. Marie? I called again. Giggles echoed throughout the garden. Marie? Her face poked out again, and I froze. Her face was horribly disfigured. 2 gaping black holes sat where her eyes should have been. Her flesh hung loosely on her face, and it buckled and roiled as if something wriggled underneath. As if 1,000 tiny insects made her body their home. My fingers were released. The fruit dropped to the ground. Instantly, the ground steadied, the color desaturated, and everything shifted back to normal. Blinking, heart pounding, I found myself standing several feet away from Dawn. Everything okay? She asked innocently. I glanced back at the trees. They looked like they had minutes before, bright green leaves gently swaying in the breeze. I looked down at the grass. The fruit was at my feet. Except now, it was deflated and rotten, muddy brown instead of peach. A foul smell filled the air, and a conga line of ants danced out of the hole in its side. No. What is going on here? I demanded, taking a step towards her. Surprisingly, she didn't take offense. Instead, she stood up, her mouth curling into a smirk. You haven't figured it out yet? The possibilities ran through my head, fueled by 50 years worth of cheap science fiction. Government psychological experiment. Hallucinogenic drugs are produced by fruit. Trees from alien worlds, planted right here on Earth. This is some kind of experiment, isn't it? She shook her head. Without a word, she curled her fingers, motioning me to follow her. Hesitantly, I did, until I was standing before the pond. Look, she said, pointing down. I glanced into the pond, and froze. My reflection stared back up at me. But I barely recognized it. Because it was a young, smooth face, with not a gray hair on its head. I lifted a trembling hand to my skin. It was smooth to the touch. The creases at the corners of my eyes, my mouth, were gone. What the hell is happening? I asked. I now noticed even my voice sounded young, smooth, and higher pitched than usual. What is this place? Don't you already know? I shot up and wheeled around. The iron fence surrounding the garden climbed high towards the sky, as if it were alive. The tree shook, despite the still air, and the fruit swung on their branches. I can give you what you want, she whispered. Take you back to your teenage years. Before life became boring. While you and your wife were a young, happy couple, with not a care in the world. What are you talking about? I mean it. Youth, granted, for nothing in return. But what about my daughters? I finally choked out. Oh, David, she said, shaking her head. What did they matter when you could have eternal paradise? I shook my head. No. Take me back. I don't want to be young. I want to be exactly how I am. It's too late for that. I turned on my heel and ran. A low hiss sounded behind me. I whipped around. Dawn no longer sat on the bench. In her place was an immense, green serpent, winding its way across the stone. It slithered into the grass and disappeared. I ran faster. I ran towards the gate, which was now several feet higher than my head. The grass twitched to my right, and the hissing grew louder, but my hands fell upon the cold iron before she reached me. Then I yanked the door open. Immediately, the hissing stopped. Instead, I heard the rumble of an engine as a car drove by, and the faint chirping of birds overhead. Heart pounding, I turned around. But all that lay beyond the gate was an abandoned, overgrown brown lawn, attached to what appeared to be an abandoned house. I got in my van and peeled out of there. But first, I took a glance in the rearview mirror. My heart soared. All my wrinkles were back. I looked like the same old bag of crap that arrived. When I got home, I threw open the door with new energy. I hugged my wife, hugged my daughters, and spent all evening hanging out with them. Something I hadn't done in months, too preoccupied with the drudgery of daily life. This was where I belonged. I watched the live face reveal of my favorite YouTuber. What I saw will always haunt me. I come from a small mining town in Arizona where there is not a lot to do except hike. It was a good but boring area to grow up. Our population was small with little to no crime. My father owned the quarry where a majority of the community's economic strength came from. He left me a sizable inheritance after he passed away. I bought a truck and a house out in the plains with a basketball court and a pool. That was the sole extent of my lavish spending, but it was all I needed. Unless you count pizza, I didn't have many vices to blow my fortune on. I've never been an avid party goer, luckily. Like a lot of people my age, one indulgence I did have was watching YouTube. Urban exploration became a most searched category of mine from 2009 on. I became a subscriber of a content creator and urbex vlogger named Isolation Infinity. He kept himself anonymous and did not show his face. He used footage of the haunts he went into as captured by the body camera strapped to his chest. His voice's baritone became a signature element of the channel. He traveled all over the world and went into many chilling places. These included vacant hospitals, asylums, morgues, and train stations. He even stumbled upon a murder in progress once. A homeless man had stomped another transient to death in a farmhouse. He uploaded edited parts of it. This was a controversial decision. It almost resulted in a lifetime ban for him from the platform. The clips did help law enforcement later on, nonetheless. He was also arrested a few times for trespassing on famous estates. The Houdini mansion in Los Angeles was one of them, but none of his fans held this against him. We respected him for being willing to get into trouble with the law in pursuit of the next viral video. Late last year, Isolation Infinity announced he was going to have a live face reveal. It was only going to be for his patrons, those who gave money to his Patreon account. I contributed funds to it on a monthly basis. I viewed him as a pioneer of his entertainment niche and did not mind sparing a little change. He emailed me and told me I was one of a dozen allowed to attend the live event. He further stated it would be in a password-protected chat room. He also promised an exclusive video which would not make it onto the public video lineup. I was more interested in the latter than the former. I never cared what his appearance was since I already had a vision of someone my age, in their mid to late 20s. It was hard to convince me he looked any different from the picture in my mind's eye. Still, I was not going to turn down the chance to find out. Being able to brag to his diehard followers who did not get to experience it would be worth it alone. The night of the scheduled face reveal, I booted up my PC. I kicked back on a lounge chair in the second-story room of my house, which was my entertainment space. It was complete with video game consoles and my beloved Alienware computer. An open bag of peppered jerky and a bottle of ginger ale sat next to my keyboard. I went into my email. The password was in my inbox. I followed the link. It led me to the video of a room with nothing in it but a red wall with a baby blue frame. The caption Isolation Infinity will be on shortly rested at the bottom of the screen. I expected a home studio and instead got what appeared to be someone's dingy basement in need of a new coat of paint. What bothered me the most was the sound of heavy machinery whirring in the background. I wrote it off as bad plumbing. A man came into the frame. He was slim and wore a trench coat with maroon buttons on its front. He reached down, grabbed the lens of the camera, and shifted it upward. The familiar voice we had all grown fond of started to count down. "Are you ready to see who I am?" Isolation Infinity asked. 1, 2, 3, 4. At 5, he hoisted it upwards and pointed it at his face. I froze. He looked nothing like what I had visualized. He was hairless, emaciated, pale, and had marble black eyes. He reminded me of Werner Krauss from the old German 1920 film The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. His mouth hung open and tilted to the side as if he could not control the movement of his jaw. The most alarming thing to me was not how his features were not flattering. That explained why he valued being off camera for most of his career. What upset me the most in the beginning was how the disparity in his perceived age made me feel lied to. He always told his fans he was a young man, like most of his demographic. The individual before me on the screen was in his 50s at the earliest. "I have been fantasizing about broadcasting this for a long time," he said as he licked his lips. "You have made this possible, and so I need to show my appreciation by giving thanks in the most sincere way I know how." He moved the camera to the left and I could not believe what I saw. A woman in her 30s sat on a grimy floor, her head down from evident exhaustion. Rusted chains circled her arms. She wore a tattered black top, as though someone's knife or nails had left wounds on portions of her torso. Stains were on her clothes. She had spent time in the dirt fighting someone or clawing her way out of a soiled embankment before this. "Say something," he ordered her. "Tell them you can't wait to die." The blades of a chainsaw came into view and its motor revved. She whimpered with pain, and when she tried to murmur something I saw blood drip from her mouth. I dragged the mouse cursor over to the right-hand side of the screen to see how many people were in the chat. The answer I received left me weak. No one else was there but me. The others had either left or were never there to begin with, and I was too stupid to notice until then. My heartbeat increased as I tried to close the window. I could not. The X symbol on the right-hand side was visible but useless. It was like every virus-infected pop-up ad you could not escape from. "What?" Infinity Isolation asked. "You don't like it, Mark?" "Everything I do is to make my most devoted subscribers happy." A chill ran through me. He knew my name. It took me a second to realize he had gotten it through my membership to his Patreon. The fact that he was aware of how I was his only viewer worried me. Was I going to be the sole witness to a barbaric act of murder? Calm down, I reassured myself. This is an elaborate prank he's recording right now. He's wearing scary Hollywood makeup and she's an actress. This is all for the sake of getting more views. The chainsaw has to be a prop bought off Etsy.com. Still, my hand inched towards the phone to call 911. The way the woman expressed her misery in the moment was all too convincing. I held my device closer to my ear. I wouldn't do that if I was you, Mark. He stared right at the screen for a moment, his eyes making perfect contact with mine. Can he see me? He lifted the chainsaw above the woman's head. He brought it down with a noise from his throat which sounded like a cross between a scream and a laugh. A fountain of gore spurted out. The lens got hit with crimson bubbles. He cackled as I unplugged my computer. I carried it downstairs to my car and drove to the nearest police station. I filled out an incident report in an office with a dying lamp and the scowl of a detective facing me. He looked as though he would have rather been anywhere else but at work. For the first 2 hours there, I had to convince them that I was not a crazy person. They thought I was there to waste their time with a fanciful tale of my correspondence with some creep. I hope it was all a hoax, I said. If this is not real, no one would be happier about it than me. Here's my computer. See if you can't trace where he's at in case it. I gagged before I could complete my thought. The idea of it being authentic was overwhelming. They had cyber crimes go over everything, and a few days later I got my PC back. It took about a week before I received a call from someone working the case. She was a homicide investigator named Samantha Brown. We found the killer was streaming from a bunker in Virginia, she said. It's an old fallout shelter abandoned since the Cold War. He calls himself the I-73 Butcher, since that highway is his preferred route. He uses it as a screen name on the dark web. Infinity Isolation is a serial killer? I asked, feeling a knot in my stomach. No, she said. The real Isolation Infinity is someone else. This maniac poses as a famous person. He uses a combination of tools, including voice-altering software and encrypted Wi-Fi. He hacks into their accounts. He gets a thrill out of making complete strangers watch his acts of terror. His tech-savvy ways also allows him to control other people's webcams, and we don't know how many he has breached. He is on several most wanted lists of different agencies. We have never found out what he looks like. The faces he uses on those terrible live streams are prosthetic. He has maintained stringent anonymity and avoided the news cycle. I'm sorry you saw such torment. The good part is you turning in your computer helped us at least find out his last known whereabouts. The scene's searched and we have some evidence. He's still out there somewhere? For now. I went to bed that night with a host of emotions. I felt violated by a complete monster that sabotaged my privacy. Moreover, I felt dumb for getting swindled. I still feel shivers over the fact that he is not apprehended. Word of what happened got to the real Isolation Infinity, who has as of late deleted his entire channel. Many speculated on how victims mistaking him for an insane person perturbed him. Sometimes, as I lay my head down and drift off to sleep, I hear a noise by my window. I jump up and think it is a chainsaw. Thus far, it has been a neighbor's lawnmower every time. I hope it stays that way. I woke up during surgery. They weren't trying to save me. Alright, let's get this started. Incision time, 9:45, a manly voice said loudly, jolting me awake. I felt groggy, and my eyes were kept shut by tape covering my eyelids. I tried to call out for help, but quickly realized I couldn't form any words, or move a single muscle. Was I paralyzed? Had I been in an accident? My mind was too shattered, unable to recall even the simplest information. Prepare the device, part 108, we don't have much time to get it in place, another voice said. A sharp pain shot through the back of my head, immediately followed by warm liquid trickling down my neck. I wanted so desperately to cry out in pain, but I could do nothing but listen to what happened as something dug deeper into my skull. Apply pressure right there, will you? Don't you see the bleed? The first voice said. It's not working. The second responded after a moment. Fine, then cauterize it, the skin flap is already made. The smell of burned flesh filled the air, making me feel sick. Luckily I could feel my stomach had already been completely emptied. I knew I hadn't eaten in quite some time. Then it dawned on me. Surgery, I was in surgery. But, I hadn't fallen asleep, and I couldn't move. The surgeon continued to burn my bleeding flesh, and as the pain intensified, I struggled to think back. All I had was a vague memory of a disease, some sort of cancer growing inside my abdomen. If that was the case, what were they doing inside my head? How's he holding up? One of them asked. His BP and heart rate are a bit high, but he's under for sure. Don't worry, another responded. While could hear and feel everything they did, I had no means of communication. Perforator drill. They started the drill up, shaking my body as they put it against my skull. The vibrations didn't hurt, but the cracking sound produced as they dug through is one I'll never forget. Did you go too deep? Nah, he's fine. Once the bone was cut through, the pain slowly disappeared. With the brain having no pain receptors itself, I could do nothing but listen to the sickly swishes as they rummaged around inside my head. Is the device charged yet? The surgeon asked. Charged and ready, doctor. I felt a vague sense of pressure as something was pushed deep inside my head. Desperate and terrified, I tried to think about the moments before surgery. I'd gone in for a tumor on my pancreas, and while I'm no anatomy genius, that shouldn't be anywhere near my head. Put the electrodes around the device entry, set it to 650 milliamps. A high-pitched tone was produced as they powered up the device, followed by a violent jolt, and then, darkness. When I finally regained consciousness, I was lying in a hospital bed. A smiling woman stood in front of me. I recognized her as one of the prep nurses, though I hadn't caught her name yet. Everything went great, Mr. Jones, we got it all, she said, ecstatic. What? I responded. It's alright, the drugs might make you a bit woozy, but you'll be good in another hour or so. A doctor I hadn't seen before entered the room, holding a chart and a syringe containing a crimson, but transparent liquid. Good afternoon, Mr. Jones, my name is Ethan, I'm just here to check up on you and finish the treatment. I peeked down at my abdomen, it stung, and was covered in a large band-aid. Does it hurt? He asked. Yeah, quite a bit actually. We'll up the dosage of your pain medication in a moment. But first, let me give you the final part of your treatment. Now, this stuff burns a bit, he said, waving around the syringe. But, even with most of the tumor gone, we've still got to kill off the stragglers, don't want them to fester. As he prepared to inject me with the contents of the syringe, my mind started to clear. The memory of my surgery returned with a blast, and I violently retracted in bed, ripping the fourth line out with me. You drilled into my head, I shouted. What are you talking about? Ethan said, visibly confused. I woke up during surgery, I heard everything the surgeon said, they put something inside my head. Ethan nodded his head in understanding. Mr. Jones, it's fairly normal to experience vivid dreams while under. Some even feel like they're floating around in the room watching the surgery. Some just have weird dreams. It's perfectly understandable to mix up fantasy and reality. No, it wasn't a dream, I even felt it, I argued as I reached for the back of my head. There was no wound, hair was still intact and no sign of any sutures. As I said, perfectly normal. I calmed down a bit due to his explanation, and let him reset the fourth and finish the injection. It burned as the liquid entered my veins, searing up my arm and neck. I felt lightheaded. All done, Ethan said, smiling. You should rest now, you'll be here for observation for a few days. You'll be allowed visitors by tomorrow. It had seemed all too real, yet my supposedly incurable cancer had been eradicated, only weeks after categorically being told I would die within 6 months. Even the setup before surgery had been suspicious. Starting from nothing more than a phone call from Mr. Burke, representing a newly founded Artifacts Pharmaceuticals. They were working on a new treatment for terminal cancer patients, he had said. He told me I'd fit the criteria for the treatment, free of charge, seeing as it wasn't FDA approved yet. We set up a quick meeting and he explained the procedure, which would combine surgery and their new chemotherapeutic drug. At the time, my choices were either to die slowly and painfully from cancer, or to die quickly on the operating table. Naturally, being in the last stages of life, I took the gamble, and that's how I ended up miraculously cured, against all odds. The next week came and went. I was discharged with a bottle of pain medication to keep me going while I healed. Yet, I just couldn't shake that horrific nightmare from the day of the surgery. Out of curiosity, I looked through the papers I had been given by the company, surprised to find that nowhere in the 50-page long document did they ever mention the name Artifacts Pharmaceuticals, nor the name of any employee. I tried to call the number they'd given me, but it continuously returned a busy signal. Confused, and haunted by the nightmare, I could do nothing but rest, and hope they'd call me back for a checkup. I needed answers. Time went on, and after a month in recovery, which I spent mostly catching up on my favorite TV shows, I was ready to return to work. The first order of business was a meeting with my boss, Daniel Harrison. He had always been good to me, and allowed me all the time off I needed while going through with the treatment. While it wasn't an amazingly well-paid job, I was happy to be there. Benjamin, great to have you back. He basically shouted as I entered the office, embracing me in a rough hug. We then returned to more professional means of greeting each other, and shook hands as went on to talk about my future in the company. I sat myself down in front of the desk, when I started hearing a bizarre sound, feedback like static. Though, I couldn't for the life of me figure out its origin. It was just vague, barely audible at first. I tried to ignore it, but Harrison immediately noticed something was off. Are you alright? I woke up during surgery, they weren't trying to save me. You look a bit pale, he said. Yeah, I'm fine. Do you hear that? I responded as the sound kept increasing in volume. Hear what? Never mind, my head just hurts a bit, I said, playing off my increasing anxiety. He gave an odd look while pondering what to say next, then he sighed. Look, Benjamin, I know it's not easy to recover from such an ordeal. It's a burden, both mentally and physically. In fact, I once went through a similar situation, many years ago, and it left a scar on my self-esteem, like I wasn't strong enough to survive without help. I'm sorry, I never knew, I said, the sound reaching unbearable levels. That's alright, I never really talk about it, it was almost 15 years ago anyway. He paused for a moment, his wide smile turning to a confused look. It was odd though, thinking back. I was supposed to be a terminal case, told me I'd be a goner within a year. Then, out of the blue, some guy showed up at my doorstep, proposing a miracle cure. His story hit too close to home for comfort. I can't even remember their name, everything following the surgery feels somewhat vague, distant. What was the company called again? He asked himself. My boss chuckled. Hey, it's all gone, I think something beginning with a Mart something. Artifacts Pharmaceuticals? Yes, that's the one, he yelled, barely audible over the static sound filling my head. How'd you know? That's the same one that fixed me up, they said they were new. That's odd, he simply responded. I excused myself from the office, claiming the headache was worse than I thought, and Harrison said I should take as much time off as needed. No, he ordered me to take time off. No sooner had I left the office, before the sound stopped. I let out a sigh of relief, and hurried back home to once more go over the documents. After a fruitless search, I tried the internet, more phone calls and looked through my email filled with thousands of junk messages. Nothing. If they had truly cured Harrison 15 years in the past, their drug had to be well past the experimental stage, and I demanded answers. The sound breaking my eardrums from within my own head, my awakening during surgery, and the fact that no one I knew had ever heard about Artifacts Pharmaceuticals outside my treatment, was all too much to handle. I decided that in the morning, I'd return to the hospital and find one of the doctors working on my case, but my head was shattered. I needed to rest. That night, I spent lying awake, unable to find any comfort in the fact that I was cancer-free. Around midnight, my phone rang, one of my old co-workers, whom I hadn't spoken to since my treatment. Benjamin? He said in a somber tone. Alex, I didn't really expect to hear from you. Why are you calling this late? Is everything alright? It's Harrison. He's dead. Dead? When? How? Apparently Harrison had suffered a brain hemorrhage from an undiagnosed brain aneurysm, not long after I left the day before. Just like that, he was gone. Morning rolled around, and without a lick of sleep, I headed for the hospital. I asked the receptionist to speak to any representative of Artifacts Pharmaceuticals. She claimed she'd never heard of such a company. When I then asked for one of the doctors, I realized I couldn't exactly remember their full names. So, I asked if anyone in the surgical department was named Ethan. After doing a quick search on the computer, she simply shook her head. Defeated, I left without answers. I continued the fruitless internet search for a couple of weeks, but work quickly occupied most of my time. It was a dreadful place in the wake of Harrison's death. New management took over, and I had to start moving on with life. After half a year, I started to settle down in my life. Free from disease, but with an additional few pounds gained from the recovery. In a futile attempt at combating the weight gain, I returned to the gym, spending most time running aimlessly on the treadmill. I was just reaching my first mile, a huge achievement for someone like myself, when the god-awful feedback sound returned, almost knocking me clear off the treadmill. I glanced to my side, noticing a man in his mid-40s who just started running next to me. Unlike myself, he was in an ungodly well-kept shape, wearing an oversized tank top. It revealed a massive surgical scar on the side of his chest, nicely decorated with a tattoo of a tree, reading Arbor Vitae, beneath it. He noticed my pained expression and stare. "You all right, mate?" he asked as he walked towards me. The sound intensified as he got closer, making me clutch my ears in agony. As suddenly as it had begun, the sound just stopped. The man in front of me fell over to the ground, briefly seizing before lying there, lifeless. He'd suffered a brain hemorrhage. At least that was as much information as I could get from the gym staff, but I knew it was more than that. The man had died just like Harrison, that horrific sound preceding his sudden demise. Following the gym event, I visited 3 separate doctors, begging them to have a look at my head, CT, MRI, whatever they could offer, I'd take it. I even told them about my cancer treatment, but no record of my hospitalization even existed. The first doctor recommended a shrink, the second was clueless, and only the third agreed to give me a scan to check for anything abnormal. "Well, Mr. Jones. Luckily we settled for the CT, because the MRI would have torn your brain to shreds. You really should have told me you had some kind of implant. Outside of that, the starburst basically made your scan unreadable." "Excuse me?" I said, confused, but not entirely surprised that something in there didn't belong. "I'm sorry, a starburst is what happens when we put metal in a CT scanner, but that's far better than putting you inside a giant magnet. You'd know, what implant?" I interrupted. The doctor showed me a section of the CT, a large flare-looking artifact covered most of the picture, but in its center was a diamond-shaped metal object. "I have to ask, have you had any brain surgery at all? I can't for the life of me figure out what this thing is, but it's clearly not a physiological formation." The doctor said, pointing to the thing inside my head. "I don't know." "Well, have you been in any accidents? Maybe a car crash or other type? Sometimes debris stuck inside you can travel through your blood vessels, regardless of where the original injury was. I had pancreatic cancer, stage 3, they did surgery and gave some experimental treatment, but what exactly did they give you?" he asked, sounding more curious than concerned. "It was just an injection, I think, and it was only once following the surgery." "Look, Mr. Jones, I'm not an oncologist, but as far as I know, there aren't any single injections on the market that can cure cancer. What you'd need would be months of chemo spanning over several sessions. Whatever they gave you, it wasn't for the cancer." He looked over my head, and to my surprise, he actually found a scar that I myself hadn't noticed, though only a minuscule one. "Well, you have a scar for sure, but it's amazingly well hidden. Never seen anything so small from brain surgery." I tried to explain my experience during the surgery to the best of my limited memory, but he couldn't help. He told me he'd look into some different pharmacological trials to see if anything fit my explanation, but he didn't seem very hopeful. He couldn't even remove the damn thing, claiming it sat too close to my brainstem, or something. So, here I am, living life as well as I can, still waiting for answers. Every now and then the sound will return, and when it does I just stop dead in my steps, and run the other way. I can't let anyone else die simply by getting too close. Whatever they did to me, I'm not alone. There are others out there with the same implants, and I fear we'll just have to wait to see what their purpose is. If anyone ever gets contacted by Artifacts Pharmaceuticals, don't agree to any of their miracle cures. They're not trying to help us. There's something wrong with the Google Street View of my house. Yesterday, I looked up our house on Google Street View. I wish I didn't. The picture showed our little blue A-frame perfectly. The flower boxes leaning out of the kitchen window, filled with morning glories. The cedar rocking chair. The splotch of brown paint on the steps from when I painted the desk. But there were 2 people standing on the porch. 2 people I didn't recognize. Even though their faces were blurred out, I knew they couldn't be us. We're Indian, and they were clearly white. "Who are those people?" my brother, Arjun, asked. "I have no idea." I leaned into the computer screen, squinting at the pixels. Maybe some of my friends from school? But I knew that couldn't be true. They looked like adults. The man and woman were both wearing gray, tailored suits. I don't know of any 15-year-olds who dress like they work on Wall Street. "Maybe it's an old picture," I said. "Maybe they're the previous owners." But that didn't seem right, either. First of all, the text in the corner reads Street View, July 2017. Second, they didn't seem to just be hanging out and relaxing at their own home. The woman was standing at the corner of the porch, weight on one hip, arms crossed over her chest. The man stood unnaturally straight, as if he were posing for the photo, hands deep in his pockets. "Maybe it's photoshopped." I turned to him. "Really, Arjun?" He shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe they photoshopped it purposely. To scare us. To make us move. You really think Google would let someone mess with their photos?" He shrugged. "All those big companies, and organizations, and celebrities are super corrupt. Like Hillary Clinton. She's been doing satanic rituals for years, and she's the ringleader if I cut him off." "I see. Another conspiracy theory. Sometimes I think the hospital must have messed with his brain all those years ago. Don't worry, we'll heal you up, little baby. Let us just upload some crazy theories into your head first." "It's not a theory. It's true. You sound like an idiot. Mom says you shouldn't call me that, Dia." "Whatever. It's not photoshopped." "Okay, then what do you think it is?" I stared at the photo. Those 2 people. They looked familiar, almost. Something about them, Their gray suits, their matching silver shoes, rung a bell. I don't know, I said, finally. Arjun eventually returned to his room, probably to tweet some more conspiracy theories to his 51 followers. How they let a 13-year-old own a Twitter account is beyond me. I went back to my homework. At least, I tried to. Every few minutes, my eyes tore away from the algebra textbook and back to the photo. Where had I seen them before? Friday went by at a snail's pace. Between getting a C+ on a quiz and nearly falling asleep in history, I forgot all about the weird street view image. After school, I grabbed a yogurt and headed straight for my room. But I froze when my eyes fell on a picture, hanging next to the stairs. It was a photo of Arjun and me. My mom had taken it when we visited Philadelphia a few years ago. Arjun was holding some sort of toy helicopter. I was wearing weird floral jeans and sparkly hair clips. But there, behind us, were two people. Two people wearing gray suits and silver shoes. I grabbed the framed picture off the wall, brought it up to my face. A blonde woman, arms crossed over her chest, a dark-haired man, hands in his pockets. Their faces weren't blurred out in this one, but they were wearing dark sunglasses. Mom? I called, heading back into the kitchen. Do you remember taking this picture? In Philadelphia? Oh yeah, sure, she replied, through chops of broccoli. Why? Who are those people behind us? Mom took the photo and brought it close to her face. Her eyes were calm, searching. And then, suddenly, they widened. Just random people, she said, brusquely. But I saw them. Shouldn't you be doing your homework? She snapped. It's Friday, Mom. But your grades aren't good. She didn't give the photo back to me. Instead, she set it down on the counter. You should be studying, not inspecting old family photos. I turned around and ran up the stairs. That stung. A lot. Usually Mom treats me like I'm made of glass, always praising me, hugging me, telling me how wonderful I am. Yelling at Arjun? Sure, but me? It was out of character, to say the least. I plopped down in front of the computer, typed in maps.google.com. I should be planning my 16th birthday party. It's only 2 weeks away. Or on Facebook, checking if Bria Pierce dumped Chad yet. But I wasn't. I was here, on Google Maps, staring at them. The gray suits, the silver shoes, the faces that were blurred into blobs of unidentifiable flesh. Then, on a whim, I typed in a different address. _Roxanne CT. Our old address. The house we'd lived in before moving here. The image loaded. There, in the front yard, stood two figures. Wearing gray suits. What? I zoomed in, staring at the screen. Wisps of blonde hair fell on the shoulders of the woman. The man held his hands in his pockets. They both stood there in the front lawn, in plain sight, as if nothing was amiss. The text read Street View, May 2012. When we lived there. My hands trembled against the keyboard. My heart pounded in my chest. But I forced myself to type a third address, _6th Street. The tiny starter house we'd lived in several years ago. The image loaded. A cute, white ranch with two windows in front, a carpet of fluorescent green grass, and a cracked cobblestone walkway appeared. The porch was empty. I breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't there. No one standing on the lawn, in the driveway, or anywhere around the house. If those people were following us, they'd be here, too. I took slow, deep breaths, calming my racing heart. I was about to click away, when something caught my eye. Something in the window. I zoomed in. The window was dark, cut by white lines separating the glass into panes. But in the lower right pane, there was something there. Pale, pressed up against the glass. I zoomed in again. It was a face. Fear coursed through my veins. I slammed the laptop shut, leapt out of my chair. And then I did what any terrified teenager would do. I ran downstairs to Mom. Mom. I called, fear trembling my voice. Mom, I stopped. The broccoli lay strewn over the kitchen island, half chopped. The faucet dripped, the napkins lay on the floor. Mom? We're in here. My mom's voice. Weak. Trembling. We're? Oh, no. The two gray suits, were they here? Holding my mom hostage? I ran into the family room, my heart pounding. But it wasn't them. It was Dad. Dad? Aren't you supposed to be at work? I said. I glanced from the grim expression on his face, to the tear-staining Mom's cheeks. What happened? Oh my God, did Grandma's fine, Dad said. I stared at them. We need to talk to you, Mom said, her voice broken with sobs. About something we did a long time ago. I sat down on the ottoman, a heavy weight settling in my chest. Do you remember when Arjun was very sick in the hospital? When you were about 6? Dad asked, folding his hands in his lap. That's random. But I nodded. The hospital. The red-haired nurse who gave me a lollipop. The vending machine that had the vanilla wafers. It was all fuzzy, distorted and blurred through the lens of time. At the time, I was too young to understand exactly what was going on with Arjun. But I was old enough to know my brother was very sick, and that my parents were miserable. You remember how suddenly he recovered, right? Dad said, his tone falling from explanatory to miserable. The doctors couldn't explain it. Said it was a miracle. Do you remember what we told you? 2 angels came down straight from heaven, touched his chest, and healed his lungs. I repeated mechanically. They must have told me that story hundreds of times. There was some truth in it. We were approached in the hospital by 2 people, claiming they could heal Arjun. He averted my eyes. For a price. We told them we were fine with whatever price they wanted. If we didn't have the money, we'd take out loans. We'd pay them back for the rest of our lives if we had to. 2 people. Wearing gray suits? He nodded. After they healed him, they told us the price. They didn't want money. Dad's voice shuddered, and he looked me in the eye. They wanted you. My heart stopped. Me? They told us they'd come back for you, Mom finally said, her eyes wet with tears. That they'd take you on your 16th birthday. But my birthday's in 2 weeks. She nodded. What do you mean, take me? What are they going to do to me? Mom and Dad looked at each other, uncomfortably. We have no idea, Dad said, finally breaking the silence. We never would have done it if we knew, Mom said, her voice muffled through a tissue. I promise that. We love you, Dia, and never wanted to. We thought we could escape them. Dad broke in, cutting her off. We'd just move into the middle of nowhere. Change our names, maybe. How could they find us after that? But they always did. They'd found us at every house we've ever lived in. Street View confirmed that. Mom got up and pulled an old photo album off the bookshelf. Wordlessly, she dropped it in my lap. They follow us, wherever we go. I flipped it open. Arjun and I eating ice cream at Cold Stone. At the next table, with their backs to us, 2 people sharing a milkshake. 2 people in gray suits. Arjun and I were at the lake, hitting each other with pool noodles. In the distance, near the woods, 2 gray figures. Watching. Arjun and I were at the carnival. In the background, lit by the red and white lights of the Dragon roller coaster, they stood. Wearing sunglasses, despite the darkness. They were always following. Watching. Waiting there was nowhere I could hide. So that's it? They're just going to take me. In 2 weeks? My parents looked at each other, tears in their eyes. And then they nodded. We hugged and cried for a long time. Then I went up to my room, turned on the computer, and opened a new tab. Not Google Maps. Google. I began to type, my fingers flying across the keyboard. Guns. Bombs. Mace. Tasers. Weapons of any and every kind. How to buy. Where to purchase. Expedited shipping? Yes. I've only got 2 weeks, after all. They may be coming for me. But I will not go gently into that good night. My best friend and I meet up in the same place every year, even after she died. It was the beginning of June. That night, the moon was full. Bright silver moonlight shone across the rippling water. But here, under the bridge, it was still dark. I could barely see Tina's green eyes against the shadows. We're going to be seniors next year, she said. In a sad, somber tone of voice I'd never heard her use before. Promise me, no matter where we end up, we won't grow apart. Promise me we'll be friends forever. We were sitting at our usual hangout spot. In the woods behind Tina's house, under the concrete bridge that spanned across the creek. We sat on the ledge, feet dangling in the air as the water rushed and murmured below us. Of course, I promise. Wherever we are, I'll be texting you every day. You'll be annoyed with me, it'll be so much. She didn't smile. Tina? Let's promise to meet right here, every year. My brows furrowed. What do you mean? I mean, we make a pact. That every, say July 12th, at midnight, we meet here. Oh okay, but we'll see each other a lot more than once a year. Even if we're thousands of miles away. Just promise me, Ma do. I thought I could make out the glint of tears in her eyes. Sure, I promise. She reached into her bag. I heard the sound of a zipper, then a wet smack as she rubbed something on her hand. What is she? She grabbed my hand and shook it. Ew, Tina. What is that? Just trying to make our pact permanent. Like a blood pact. What? I'm just kidding. It's the new lotion I got at Target. Sniff it. Vanilla and cinnamon. I sniffed. It did smell like vanilla and cinnamon, though there was a hint of something else, too. Something sort of earthy. I don't like it, I said as I wiped the gunk off on my jeans. Next time you put lotion on me, could you, warn me first? She giggled. And so, a tradition was born. Around 11:30 p.m. every July 11th, I'd pack up a small stash of my parents' alcohol and bring it down to the stream. Tina would be waiting for me somehow. She always got there first and we'd drink whiskeyed-up root beers while splashing our feet in the cool water, talking about everything under the sun. Finally, July 12, 2019 came. The summer after senior year. I was going off to the East Coast for NYU, while Tina was going to college just an hour over the Indiana state border. That meeting had a different vibe. She was quiet as I climbed down the riverbank. As I walked towards her, cool water ran over my bare toes and then pulled up onto the ledge. So, we're going to be more than 1,000 miles away, Tina said. Yep, I replied. We drank our whiskey root beers in silence for a few minutes. Promise me you'll meet me here next year. You know I will. I didn't tell her that night. I wanted to, badly, but the timing just wasn't right. We were going to be 1,000 miles apart. Attending different colleges. Leading different lives, so far away from everything that we had ever known. I couldn't tell her my secret, no matter how desperately I wanted to. So I pressed my lips together and acted normal. Talked about everything we always talked about. Tina's sister was still overprotective, telling her not to drink at college. Oops, too late, and that we were probably going to get unalived if we kept hanging out at the creek in the middle of the night. Anthony was still a good-for-nothing cheater, cheating on his new girlfriend only 2 months after he broke up with me. For 3 hours, I felt like things were normal, like nothing was changing. Like everything was going to be the same. Forever. Around 3 a.m., we snuck back through the woods and went home. I saw Tina a few more times that summer, in the daylight, in coffee shops and ice cream parlors, never at the old creek where there was nothing between us but the murmuring water. Then I was waving goodbye and hopped on a plane to New York City. And I hate to say it, but Tina was right. Between classes and social events, I didn't have much time for friends back home. Even Tina. Daily texting sessions, telling each other every minute detail of our days, slowly turned to once a week how are you? Tina wanted to visit me, she brought it up a few times, offering to meet halfway or even drive up to New York. But somehow the dates never lined up. Somehow there just wasn't the time between quizzes and parties and new friends. And then it happened. I was on the way back from biochem when I got the call. Ma do, I'm so sorry, my mom said, barely understandable through sobs. But Tina's dad just told me, she got in a car accident. No. The student center spun around me as I stood, locked in place, praying she wasn't going to say those next 4 words. She didn't make it. The next few weeks were a blur as I flew home to attend Tina's funeral. As I stood up and said words about my best friend in the whole world. Tina's dad, normally stoic and gruff, bawled his eyes out in the front row. Her sister Tiffany, sharing Tina's tall build and curly hair, just stared at me with hollow eyes. I didn't blame her. I felt hollow too, like a piece of me was just gone. And I didn't even get to tell her. That summer I got an internship in Dayton, only an hour from my childhood home. As July 11th approached, I got increasingly depressed. I had to take a few sick days off work just to get my head on straight. After a long therapy session, I decided to go down to the old bridge on July 12th. I'd drink a whiskey root beer and celebrate her life. Tell her all the time she made me smile. Maybe her ghost would hear me and smile too. And I'd finally tell her my secret. Tina's dad didn't live there anymore, but I snuck through the backyard anyway, keeping to the edge of the woods. It was hard seeing her bicycle gone, replaced by a little toy car for toddlers. I swallowed down the tears and entered the woods, the liquor bag heavy on my shoulders. It was a hot, sticky July night. Crickets chirped as I made my way through the woods, the leaves crunching under my feet. And then I heard the gurgles of the stream. I angled my body as I climbed down the muddy riverbank. I toed off my shoes, left them on one of the low rocks by the shore, and stepped into the water. The darkness under the bridge was impenetrable. I set my bag on the ledge, hoisted myself up, popped open a can of root beer, and took a sip. Poured whiskey out of the flask until the can was overflowing. Then I finally spoke. "So, Tina, you didn't show." I forced a laugh, but it came out as more of a strangled sob. "Duck, I wish you were here right now. I miss you so much." I took a sip. Then another. And another. "Remember that time in 3rd grade? When you threw up on Jenna Bartley in front of Seth? She was so pissed. Every time we passed her in the hallway she looked like she wanted to strangle you." Only the soft gurgles of the stream replied. "Yeah. We had some good times, didn't we?" I took a long sip. The crickets had stopped chirping, or maybe they'd never been chirping in the forest, only in the neighborhood. I didn't remember. There was something I never got to tell you. I swallowed, the lump in my throat growing. I meant to. But I was scared. And I kept waiting, and waiting. I sucked in a deep breath. I knew I was just talking to thin air, but my heart was pounding in my chest. "Just say it." My hands trembled. "Tina, I think I was in love with you." The water gently lapped over the rocks. "I don't know. But the way I felt about you, it was different from the way I felt about anyone else. Even Anthony. The night he broke up with me, I was bawling my eyes out, but somehow I knew it was all going to be okay. Because I had you." I took a sip straight from the flask. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to ruin our friendship. And I wasn't even sure if that's what it was, you know? I mean, I don't like girls. But I liked you. A tear rolled down my cheek. I loved you. And then I heard it. A soft snap. I jolted upright. Then I sucked in a deep breath. Calm down. Probably just a deer. There were a ton of deer in these woods. I mean, an actual person wouldn't be out this late, right? In this little patch of unknown woods behind a suburban neighborhood, right? I glanced left. Upstream. Water rolled gently over the rocks, catching in the moonlight. I glanced right. The riverbank I climbed down, my shoes sitting on the stones. SCRRRRP. Every muscle in my body froze. Because of that sound, that was undeniable. It wasn't a deer, or some woodland animal, or anything else. It was the soft scuffing sound of a shoe on concrete. Coming from right above me. Someone's on the bridge. I held my breath, my entire body shaking. "Don't make a sound. Don't make a sound." There was no way anyone would know I was down here. No way. Except for my shoes on the rocks. SCRRRP. Should I run? But the water was a foot deep or more. Too slow. By the time I got to the riverbank, they'd already be there. Stay here. Wait for them to pass. I slowly, carefully, sucked in a shuddering breath. Probably just some intoxicated teenager, like Tina and I were. Or some high-as-duck person stumbling their way home. They probably didn't even notice the shoes. Don't make a sound. I gripped the rough cement with my hands. Tried to stop my legs from shaking. Tried to stay as silent as I possibly could. But it didn't matter. Cling bling. My phone's text sound echoed off the concrete and the limping footsteps immediately stopped. No. 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 Dead silence rang in my ears. No crickets, no rustling of animals, no insects buzzing. Nothing. It was like whoever was up there, their presence had scared everything away. SCRRRP. The footsteps resumed. But this time, they were going in the other direction. Towards the riverbank. Fear pounded through me. I lunged for my purse. Come on, I whispered as I rummaged through old lip balms and broken pens. I finally pulled out my phone, unlocked it, and began to dial 911. Splash. Oh, duck there in the water. 911, what is your emergency? I'm under the bridge behind. And then it happened. I lost my balance on the concrete ledge. I scrambled for purchase, but I was already falling. The phone went flying out of my hands and plunged into the creek. I fell face down in the water. The sound cut off. The cold water shocked my body like 1,000 tiny needles pricking my skin. My hair fanned around me, tangling over my face. Phone's gone. No one knows you're here. Run. Run as fast as you can. I pushed myself up, sputtering. A figure stood at the other end of the bridge. Tall and thin, silhouetted by moonlight. Watching me. I couldn't see its face, yet somehow, its shape, the way it stood. Tina? She didn't move. My arm shook underneath me as I pushed myself to stand. Stars swam in my vision. I leaned against the concrete ledge, feeling like every ounce of blood had drained from my body. There's no way that's Tina. Tina is effing dead. Get out of there now. My mind was screaming. But I couldn't force myself to move. It was like I was hypnotized, like I wanted so badly for it to be real that my body was frozen. Tina, I whispered, the sound echoing off the concrete in ethereal hisses. Tina, is that you? She slowly tilted her head. And then she began walking towards me. Splash. One step. Splash. Another. My heart pounded in my chest as she closed the gap between us, her face still hidden in shadow. She stopped 2 feet away from me. This close, I could almost make out the contours of her face. Her green eyes. Her curly hair. I could almost smell that vanilla cinnamon earthy smell, just like on the night we made our pact. She raised her arms. And then, in a split second, pushed me down. My head plunged underwater. I opened my mouth to scream and sucked in a mouthful of water. Not Tina. It's not Tina. Pain shot through my lungs. I pushed against the rocky floor, as hard as I could. I broke the surface. The tall, thin silhouette stood over me. Curly hair hung over her face. Their teeth shined in the darkness as her lips pulled into a smile. "It's your fault," she said in a low, gravelly voice. I tried to scream, but all I could do was cough up the water I breathed in. "It's your fault she's dead." And then my head plunged back underwater. Tina's sister. Her same tall, thin build. Her same curly hair. No wonder I'd thought she was actually Tina, standing there on the other side of the bridge. "She was on her way to you." Tiffany's voice was muffled above the surface, but I could still hear her as I tried desperately to pull my head out of her grasp. "She was going to surprise you. Drive all night so you'd have the whole weekend together. But you didn't give a poop about her, did you? Didn't have even 2 minutes to text her back? I loved her. She had friends. She had me. But all she wanted was you." My eyes blinked open underwater. I reached out my arms up, found Tiffany's wrist on my head, dug my fingernails in as hard as I could. She yelped in pain, and then she let go. I pushed myself up, kicked off against the rocks, ran as fast as I could through the water without looking back. I scrambled up the riverbank and broke into a sprint, coughing and lightheaded but pushing forward for one reason. Tina. It's been 3 years since Tina died. Tiffany served a short sentence for assault and is living thousands of miles away on the West Coast. I've moved to Dayton after graduating, working for the same company I had the internship with. I've started dating someone recently who seems great. Life has been good, except for the fact that Tina is still gone. Every July 11th, around 11:30 p.m., I make my way back home. I sneak into the woods and go down to the old creek. The path is overgrown now, but I still force my way down, even if it means fighting a few thorny bushes. Then I sit under the old concrete bridge and listen to the murmurs of the stream, wondering if somehow, somewhere, Tina is listening with me. The same trick or treater keeps coming to my house. He's starting to scare me. I hate Halloween for many reasons. I have to answer the door every 10 minutes. I have to pretend like I'm excited to give bratty kids free candy. I have to stay inside, because driving on a road filled with crazy, running children gives me panic attacks. I plopped down in the chair by the window. Hordes of children in garish costumes ran down the sidewalks, shepherded by tired mothers. I sighed as a group of children crossed the street and started towards my house. Ding! The doorbell chimed, echoing inside the house. I heaved myself up, grabbed the bag of Milky Ways, and walked towards the door. Trick or treat. 5 kids stood on the doorstep. A few princesses, a Batman, and a devil. I unceremoniously grabbed handfuls of candy and plopped them into each kid's bag. One murmured, "Thank you." The rest were ungrateful little brats. "Can I have more?" I looked up. The devil kid was staring at me, holding out his bag. His blonde hair shone in the porch light. His eyes were a piercing, ice blue. There was something oddly familiar about him, but I couldn't place it. Sure," I replied. I dropped a few more Milky Ways in the bag. He didn't thank me. He just silently turned around and walked off my porch, following the other children. I shut the door and returned to my perch by the window. I watched as the 4 children walked off my lawn, joining a mother at the end of the driveway. Then the group disappeared into the shadows of dusk. Scarcely 2 minutes later, the doorbell rang again. Ding! I grabbed the bag of Milky Ways and tromped to the door. I straightened my blouse, plastered a smile on my face, and swung the door open. Trick or treat. A similar mix of kids. 2 Elses, Marshall from Paw Patrol, and a ninja. "How scary you all look," I said. They giggled and swarmed around for the candy, all except for the ninja. He stood back from the rest, silently watching. His entire face was covered with black cloth, save for his chilling, blue eyes. "Thank you." The kids cheered, stepping off the porch. As they did, the ninja kid stepped forward. His eyes glinted under the porch light, and even though his mouth was covered, I could tell he wasn't smiling. "Can I have more?" he said. My blood ran cold. It was the same voice. I stood there, in the doorway, frozen. The Milky Way bag hung limply from my hands. There's no way he could have changed costumes that fast. How can it be him? This must be some kind of joke. "Can I have more?" he asked again. I snapped out of my thoughts. "Sure, of course," I said. I threw a large handful of Milky Ways in his plastic jack-o'-lantern candy bowl. That's when I noticed it was empty. If he'd been trick or treating all evening, how could it be empty? "Hey," I said. "Are you okay?" But he had already turned away, running back across my lawn. In seconds, he was gone, camouflaged in the dusky shadows, among the fellow trick-or-treaters. I sat back down on the chair and stared at the floor. I didn't want to look out at the swarms of kids anymore. I just wanted to be alone. Those blue eyes, I know I've seen them before. And not under good circumstances. Whenever I'd seen them before, something bad or embarrassing must have happened at the same time. Seeing them again filled me with an inexplicable dread. I ran my fingers through my hair. Maybe he came to my house last year. But that didn't make sense, either. Last year, I'd been over at my ex-boyfriend Drew's house. We'd gotten into a terrible fight that lasted for hours, and I'd left late. I hadn't handed out a single piece of candy. Tap. My head jolted up. Tap tap. Through my reflection in the glass, in the dark shadows of dusk, I could make out something. A pair of blue eyes. I jumped back with a terrified shriek. Then I grabbed the cord and pulled. The blinds dropped with a clatter. Thump, thump. His footsteps raced over the damp grass, fading into the night. Who the hell is he? I didn't have time to think about it. Ding. I didn't move. I didn't want to answer the door and see that kid again. Ding. Ding. But I also couldn't listen to the doorbell ring for 10 minutes. I heaved myself out of the chair, forced a smile, and swung it open. Trick or treat. My eyes glanced over the trick-or-treaters nervously. A fairy with curly hair, an Incredibles boy with brown eyes, a little girl in a tutu. None of them were him. I breathed a sigh of relief. "Here you go," I said with a grin. I was so relieved, I gave each of them about 10 Milky Ways. They squealed in delight and scampered back towards their parents. I slowly pushed the door closed. It squeaked against the hinges and then slammed shut. I returned to my chair. I glanced at my phone, 8:19 p.m. The din of children outside was finally fading. When I peeled back the blinds, the flow of little costumed figures was heading towards the main road. Within 20 minutes, the noises faded to silence. I flipped through a book, checked my texts, and got comfortable. Ding. I picked up the candy bag, which was now nearly empty. Only 4 fun-sized bars floated in the bottom. I hope it's not more than 4 kids. It wasn't. It was just one child. He was wearing some sort of werewolf costume. The outfit was black, tufts of fur haphazardly taped to his body. On his head was a hideous mask. The plastic snout was contorted into a snarl, revealing yellow teeth. Fake blood dripped from its mouth, caking the fur on his shoulders. "Do you want some candy?" I asked, my voice starting to waver. I glanced at the road. It was empty. All the kids were gone. A terrible dread sunk in my heart. My hand quivered on the doorknob. "Can I have more?" I slammed the door shut in his face. I clicked the locks. I ran to the back door and locked it. I closed the windows. Then I threw myself into the chair and sobbed. The costume was familiar. Horribly familiar. The yellow, sightless eyes, the pointed, plastic teeth, familiar and alien, all at once. I wrapped my arms around my knees and sat there, motionless on the couch, listening to the silence. Thump. I jolted up. Thump. My heart throbbed in my chest. I whipped around, looking for the source of the noise. "Hello?" I called. Thump. It was coming from the living room. I squinted in the shadows, trying to make sense of the shapes. I could see the silhouette of the floor lamp, near the window. The bulky outline of the couch. Something stood between them. Something short with a horrible, contorted face. "Can I have more?" The voice quietly called out of the darkness. How did you get in here?" I scrambled back into the family room. The golden light enveloped me, and I felt slightly better. "He's probably just some lost kid," I told myself. "I'll call the police. They'll find his parents. It's all just some misunderstanding." "We'll find your parents, okay?" I said, choking back the fear. "Let me just make a call. We'll get you home safely, okay, buddy?" He didn't reply. Instead, he took a slow step forward. As he came towards the light, I saw there was something off about him. His head tilted strangely to one side. His left arm was twisted and mangled. With each step, his body lurched forward unnaturally. "Are you okay?" I asked. Silence. The fake blood that dripped from the werewolf snout now soaked him. His pale little hands were covered in the red, shiny liquid. The black outfit glistened in the light. The fur was caked and matted. "Can I have more?" I backed into the family room. I fumbled for my phone. It was gone. I grabbed at anything I could find, and my hands latched onto the nearly empty candy bag. "This?" I asked. "Is this what you want?" The child didn't reply. He took a step forward. "Here, you can have it." In my terrified state, I threw it at him. The bag bounced off his chest and landed at his feet. He didn't pick it up. "Can I have more?" "I gave you more." He looked at me with those horribly familiar yellow eyes. Then he stopped. He stood just a few feet from me, bloody hands hanging stiffly at his sides. I took a step back and hit the wall. I was cornered. "Who are you?" I yelled. My plan to stay calm and call the police was long gone. I descended into panic. "Why won't you leave me alone?" The tiny black pupils fixed on me, and he spoke. For the first time, he didn't ask for more. "Do you remember me?" "What are you talking about?" "Do you remember what you did to me?" His high-pitched, lisping voice was muffled through the mask. "Do you remember what you did 1 year ago?" 1 year ago. 1 year ago, on Halloween night. How could I forget? I was storming out of my Drew's house, fuming, swearing I'd never see him again. Slam, the sound of my car door cut sharply through the night. The engine revved underneath me. The headlights blinked on in the darkness. I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about the fight. I didn't even glance behind me before I backed out of the driveway. Thump. I never even saw him. The black werewolf costume against the night rendered him nearly invisible. It was over before I knew what was happening. When I ran out of the car and saw the broken, mangled body of a little boy in a werewolf costume and ripped the mask off, to see his lifeless eyes staring back up at me, I didn't call the police. I didn't call for help. I panicked. I got back into the car, drove over the grass, and peeled out of the neighborhood before anyone could see what I'd done. "Do you remember, Eliza?" The child cocked his head at an even greater angle, as he stared at me through the mask. "Do you remember now?" "I do," I choked through sobs. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was upset. I wasn't paying attention. Can I have more?" I looked up. He'd taken off his mask. The left side of his head was crushed. Blood dripped down his face, staining his pale skin, and caking his blonde hair. One eye's blue eye was squashed deep into its socket, the other was perfectly intact. His neck was bent at an unnatural angle. "Can I have more?" he asked. His lips parted to reveal shattered teeth, a scarred tongue. "Can you have more what?" I asked. "Can I have more time? More time? More time alive. I wish I could give that to you." My breath shuddered in my throat. "I wish I could give you life." "You can," he replied. His voice suddenly became raspier, darker. "Just give me yours." I stared at him. Numb. Weak. My heart ached for the poor, pathetic, mangled child in front of me. It was all my fault. I ran him over. I did this to him. "I can't give you mine," I said. I backed away, further into the room. He advanced quickly, walking towards me in swift, lithe strides. "You don't have a choice," he said. "What are you talking about?" His mouth widened into a crooked grin. "Trick or treat." I bolted for the door. I yanked the door open, ran out across the yard, and screamed out into the night. I didn't stop until one of the neighbors found me, standing in the middle of the road, absolutely incoherent. That was 1 year ago. In 2 days, it will be Halloween again. I've already seen him. A small figure across the street, dressed in all black. Watching me. Waiting. Wearing a hideous werewolf mask. "Decay. Am I going to die?" The kid asked me as he was being rolled into the operating theater. It was a question I'd heard 1,000 times before, but answering it truthfully hadn't become any easier, even after years at the hospital. "Of course not, we're gonna fix you right up." I lied. He'd been crushed in a horrific car accident, and though we would put all our effort into saving his life, hope was a limited resource. The fact that he even remained conscious despite losing most of his blood was bizarre enough, but after 10 years on the job, nothing surprised me anymore. The anesthesiologist quickly put him under while we scrubbed in for surgery. Damien would be the surgeon, a specialist in polytrauma cases, and I'd assist. No sooner had we opened him up before we shared a look of disappointment. There was no chance in hell he'd survive through surgery. Despite our lack of faith, we tried our best, but after only half an hour on the table, his heart gave out. How was he still alive when he arrived? Damien asked. He pronounced the time of death and left us to clean up the mess. I took the responsibility of cleaning the kid up for the morgue, a task I'd committed to countless times before. It wasn't something I personally enjoyed, but to me, it was my final chance to pay respect to the dead. The kid couldn't have been more than 15, and as I'd heard he was just learning to drive. Unexperienced, and attempting his first drive on a slippery road, he managed to steer off into a ditch. His father died on impact, but he lived long enough to face surgery. As I put the needle into his open abdomen, his body twitched for a moment. I retracted the needle in surprise, wondering what had caused a post-mortem spasm. Then the boy suddenly gasped for air as his eyes shut open. He let out the most violent scream imaginable as he suddenly returned to life. "Help me," he begged with a guttural voice as I stumbled back in panic and slipped onto the floor. I called for help and the rest of the team came running into the operating theater, each panicking as they witnessed the dead boy scream on the operating table. His spine was fractured, so though he yelled in agony, he could do nothing to move. The anesthesiologist quickly attempted to sedate him while we checked his vitals. Despite all evidence pointing to the contrary, his heart had not started beating again. He was supposed to be dead. I started chest compressions, desperately trying to get his heart going. I cringed at the sound of his ribs cracking beneath my hands, and the boy's screams turned to gargles as he was unable to gasp for another breath. "He's not going under," the anesthesiologist yelled as he gave the kid a second dose of propofol. Of course, without a functioning heart, there'd be no way for the substance to flow through his veins, even as I tried my best to pump for him. After an hour of compressions, the chief of surgery had intervened and ordered us to stop. At that point, we caused more damage than we helped. "What's happening to me?" The kid stuttered, still conscious. None of us responded. We couldn't find any words to describe the horrific sight before us. Most of the staff had left due to the sight. We'd faced many challenges in our career, but nothing quite like this. "What's your name?" I asked, despite already having seen it in the file. I just wanted him to focus. "Brian Dawson," he responded. I took a deep breath, doing my best to keep my composure. "You were in an accident, Brian," I told him. His eyes darted frantically around the room as he started to realize where he was. He tried to lift his neck, but due to the spinal fracture, he was completely paralyzed. "I can't move, I can't move," he cried. I walked closer, standing directly above him. "Brian, your heart isn't beating," I said. The chief of surgery, George, grabbed me by my shoulder and whispered into my ear. "We need to isolate the ore. Whatever is happening here is beyond us, and it could be contagious," George said. He rushed into the preparation room and picked up the phone. I couldn't hear what he said through the glass door, but I assumed he was calling security to shut down the ward. What about my father?" Brian asked, trying to hold back tears. I was taken aback by his question. I just told him his heart was destroyed, and that was essentially dead, yet his first concern was regarding his father. "I'm sorry, Brian, he died on impact." He sobbed quietly. "So, what's going to happen to me? I'm going to die, aren't I?" he asked. I didn't know what to say. I'd never been in any similar situation, so I just gave the only answer I thought might be of some comfort. "You're not alone. I'm staying here until the end." George had been quick to shut down the operating theater, and the Center for Disease Control had long since been alerted to our situation. We had nothing to do but to wait and pray to any god that Brian wasn't contagious. I had already been exposed, so I examined Brian, checking for any chance of improving his situation. "Can you feel this?" I asked as I checked all his limbs. "Not a thing," he responded. "But, it hurts so much on the inside." "Where exactly does it hurt?" I asked. "Everywhere, please do something," he begged. I gave Brian a dose of fentanyl, but without a heartbeat to move the substance around, I had little hope it would take any effect at all. To keep him distracted from the pain, I asked mundane things about life, what his hobbies were, family stuff. He was smart enough to realize my intentions, but went along with it, either out of fear, or because he actually hoped someone could save him. Hours passed while we waited for someone to tell us what to do. Half the surgical staff had been put into quarantine, terrified that they might be infected. Finally, the CDC arrived on scene, fully geared in hazmat suits. They allowed us to roll Brian into his own space. A pre-operation room had been evacuated, so he could stay somewhat comfortable. The rest of us would be put into the surgical office while the situation was being assessed. I decided to stay with Brian. No one should have to suffer alone, especially with the CDC agents probing him with all sorts of needles, enthusiastically taking samples. The only reason they allowed me to stay was because I kept him relatively calm. We talked through the night. After the procedures were finished, I couldn't sleep, and I doubt Brian was physically capable of it. "My eyes feel a bit weird," he said. "Do they hurt?" "No, the edges are just kind of blurry. It's weird." I left to talk to George, who was still working around the clock, calling around and making sure the other patients were redirected elsewhere. "What if we put the kid on a heart-lung machine?" I asked. George put the phone down for a moment and sighed. "Then what?" "He has no functioning liver, his aorta is cut into pieces and his intestines shredded. Even if we got him a new heart, he'd never survive." George responded. "Just keep him company while you can." I knew he was right, but some of my professional knowledge was put aside due to the insane nature of the situation. "Doctor," Brian shouted. I rushed to his side. I can't see," he stuttered. I pulled out flashlight and examined his eyes. Both pupils were unresponsive, and his eyes had started to almost deflate, which was one of the stages of decomposition. Brian had started to rot. "Please, I'm so scared." Brian was a brave kid, but he started to lose his composure just like everyone else in the ward. I kept talking to him, but the inevitable truth was that if he kept decomposing, he'd soon lose all his senses while being conscious to experience it. As horrible as it might sound, I begged that it might finally allow him to pass on. We kept talking. I asked him if there was anyone he wanted to call, but as I already knew from the others, Brian's mother had died during childbirth, and his father had been in the same accident as himself. As we talked, Brian's voice kept getting louder, as if he was struggling to hear. "Are you hearing me all right?" I asked. "What did you say?" Brian yelled. His hearing had deteriorated within minutes, going from impaired to deafness, before I could even begin to help. With him being blind and deaf, we no longer had a way of communicating. No matter my attempts, I couldn't comfort the dying kid, and the CDC quickly decided that my presence had become unnecessary. Brian kept screaming in terror and agony after I left. For each passing second his own body started digesting itself, and nothing we could do would take the pain away. By the morning, his screams had been silenced. I barged into the room, much to the dismay of the agents. Brian was hooked up to hundreds of cables, monitoring his heart, brain, muscles, and vital values. Of course, his heart showed no activity, and the decay had progressed to shut down all his muscles. He had quieted down not because the pain was gone, but because he wasn't able to scream anymore. The only part of his body still working was his brain. "What the hell happened?" I asked. "Get him out of here," one of the men demanded. The other man complied, but went outside with me to explain the situation. "You don't have to worry about it being contagious. We'll lift the quarantine in a moment," he said. He looked weirdly somber as he spoke those words. "What about Brian? What will happen to him?"
"He's still conscious but has no respiratory function anymore. So we have no means of communicating. The brain was still alive. Blind, deaf and dumb, he had to suffer in loneliness, unable to die." "How long does he have to suffer?" I asked. "We'll know more when we move him to our specialized facility." The senior CDC agent demanded that his colleague kept quiet before they could tell me anything else. They left with Brian, covered him in an airtight capsule, so no one would see the horrors that had just occurred within our surgical ward. As soon as the quarantine was lifted, I headed home to write up my letter of resignation. I had a well-connected contact within the CDC, but upon trying to get more information, he claimed no such case had even been presented to them, that no one had ever been admitted to their facility under the name of Brian Dawson. About a month later, a lawyer, accompanied by a doctor, showed up at my door with a bunch of documents, all regarding doctor-patient confidentiality. The lawyer looked tired, worked down to the bone as if he'd made many such trips before. He asked me to sign the documents and to never speak of this again, saying I'd lose my medical license if I did. Not that it mattered to me, I'm done in that field for good. I was given an injection by the doctor. He told me that Brian's disease was not unfamiliar to them, and that it was extremely contagious, but only upon death. He explained that half the population is infected with a disease that keeps the brain conscious for hours, even days following death. Brian's case was special in the sense that he retained some motor function, and was able to speak to us. The injection given was not a cure, it'll only prevent me from spreading the disease, but once I die, I'll suffer a fate similar to Brian's. I just hope someone will stay with me when it happens.
We received a message from outer space. It came from a 9-year-old girl. There are currently 6 people in space, all officially listed as crew members aboard the ISS. They are Christina Koch, Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, Alexander Skvortsov, Andrew Morgan, Luca Parmitano, which is why we were so shocked when we received a transmission out of nowhere, one that didn't come from the ISS. Of course, it could have come from any of the 4,987 satellites orbiting at various distances around our planet. It could have just bounced off one of them and returned to Earth, making it appear as an alien signal, but it didn't. The transmission came from a satellite in geostationary orbit, as a semi-live feed with minimal delay. What we heard was the voice of a little girl, calling out for help in panic. We scrambled around the office at NASA, desperately trying to determine if it was a mistake, or some sort of prank, but it without a doubt, originated from the satellite. "Hello?" The girl called out, on the brink of crying. None of us said a word, we simply stared in awe, each of us hoping someone else would take the initiative and respond to the frightened, little girl. "I'm scared. Please help me," she continued, now sobbing. After what felt like an eternity, I finally grabbed the microphone, unable to bear the increasing tension. "Hello, my name is Robert Jones. Who am I speaking to?" "My name is Amy. Where are you? Why can't I see you?" I took a deep breath, half expecting my coworkers to burst out laughing. Their faces were enough proof that they weren't in on the possible joke. "We're talking over the radio, Amy, that's why you can't see me." "How did you find this channel?" "It's cold, can you let me out?" she asked, ignoring my question. "I want to go home." I swallowed hard. She sounded so frightened, so confused, yet my gut told me something was wrong. "Amy, can you tell me where you are?" While I waited for a response, one of my coworkers got in contact with a colleague over at Roscosmos, confirming that they also received the signal. They were frantically trying to get us all to confess to the prank. We shot back with our own accusations, but as they sent us a live feed of their conversation with the girl, we were all baffled to hear that she was speaking in Russian. "I don't know where I am, it's dark, and I can't see anything." At that point, the event attracted a lot of attention around the office. When the head administration found out, we were quickly shut down, and more senior staff members took over. I paced around the office, not able to shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Thousands of questions whirled around inside my head, none of which I could reasonably explain using logic. "Rob, do you have a minute?" my boss asked as he stepped out from the comms area. He sighed. "She asked to speak with you personally. We can't get a single, coherent word out of her. I know it's a bit uncomfortable, but we need to figure out what the hell is going on here." I didn't even hesitate. I basically charged past my boss, barged into the room, and only slowed down as I stood in front of the microphone. I grabbed a headset and turned it on, not entirely ready to face what was on the other side. "Amy?" I asked. "Robert, is that you?" I nodded for a second, forgetting she couldn't see me. "Yes, I'm here. Amy. Listen, I need to know how you got to where you are right now. What happened to you?" I don't know. My mommy took me to see a doctor. They put me in a machine, but they said they needed to take pictures of my brain because my head always hurts. She cried. Did the doctor tell you what the machine was? Did he call it an MRI? Aha, I think that's what the doctor said. I looked around the room, my superiors as dumbfounded as myself, some in heated discussions with the higher-ups. The news were spreading through the company like wildfire, yet no one admitted to knowing what was happening. Amy, can you move around? My boss gestured for my attention. Figure out who she is, he whispered. No, I can't feel my arms or legs, she said. I lost focus for a moment, as my boss scribbled down something on a piece of paper and held it up in front of me, a list of questions he wanted me to ask. I hesitated, not because of the questions, but because I didn't feel comfortable knowing the answers. How old are you, Amy? I'm 9. And, what's your last name? Keeper, my name is Amy Keeper. The others were coordinating with the Russians at Roscosmos. They were getting the same answers as us, except spoken in Russian. So I asked the only question I could think of. Amy, are you talking to anyone else right now? She didn't respond, so I asked again. Silence. Then, another question popped up in my mind. Why me? Amy, why did you want to speak to me? She stopped sulking for a moment. Because I don't want you to die. I looked at my colleagues. They seemed equally shocked at her statement, confirming what I'd just heard. What do you mean? She continued crying, sobbing about wanting to go home. Within a minute without any response, we lost contact. Our colleague from Russia was furious, spouting platitudes that threatening death, even as a prank, was going too far. Apparently, they'd gotten a similar message from Amy. After a quick search, we found a single Amy Keeper, with age and recent hospital visit, that matched the person we'd just spoken to. She had passed away from a brain tumor, glioblastoma, 6 months ago. Her entire treatment history originated from a private hospital, one that has since ceased its operations, and closed down. We managed to find the satellite and the little information about it that exists. Apparently it had been launched in the spring of this year, but while the name was listed, we found no information about who launched it. Artifacts 040919 last night, I got a call from my coworker. He just received news that one of our Russian counterparts, the radio operator speaking to Amy, had been found dead in his apartment. No autopsy report has yet been released but suspected suicide. He'd been warned, just like me, but the most disturbing thing isn't that she predicted my death, long after her own demise. What really terrifies me is that whoever, or whatever Amy is, we communicated directly between our offices at NASA and a non-habitable satellite. Meaning the message didn't come from Earth, then bounced off the satellite before reaching our offices. My wife and I shouldn't have gone to bed angry. I'm not even going to tell you what the fight was about. Why should I? It doesn't matter. Nobody had a secret second family. Neither of us was spending all our money behind the other's back. When you get married, a lot of people will offer unsolicited warnings. You're going to fight so much, they'll say. Aunt Deb may have been projecting slightly, but what they don't tell you is just how domestic these arguments will be. In such close and constant proximity, the smallest resentments can fester like a battle wound in a muddy trench. Truth be told, Allie and I don't even fight that much. Many of our friends view us as couple goals, or so they tell us. We're deeply in love, despite our differences in loading the dishwasher. Still, you can only watch a woman load the dishwasher wrong so many times, right? The plates don't go like that. Among the garbage heap of bizarre advice and stale sex quips a couple will hear on their wedding day, one precious gem lies hidden, often going unheeded precisely because it's repeated so often. Don't ever go to bed angry. It's good guidance. I will give it myself someday, maybe even the next time I attend a wedding. But when I look at that happy couple in their eyes, I won't just tell them not to go to bed angry. I'm going to tell them why. It's not about keeping that wound unfestered, despite what you might think. It's about avoiding the small man in the silk hat. It's about keeping him as far away from your home as possible. Because if he finds you, well, I suppose that's around where the happy couple will stop me. Look at me like I'm crazy. If they've hired security, perhaps they'll even show me to the door, but at least they won't be able to say I didn't warn them. Again, I'm not going to tell you what the fight was about. Stop asking. You need only know that by the time 10 p.m. rolled around, Allie was lying in bed, fuming, and I was downstairs, calmly sipping from a glass of Jameson on rocks, assessing the situation with a logical, cool head, and, who am I kidding? I was fuming too. Goddamn, you can get mad during those 12-rounders. Lila, our 3-year-old beagle, watched me with mild interest as I paced back and forth in the dining room, perhaps wondering if I'd gone too nuts to feed her in the morning. My own concern was wrapped up in a frantic replay of the argument. Imagine a sportscaster, analyzing a highlight in slow motion. Now, Jim, watch carefully as he says that really thing. My eyes aren't what they used to be, but that's clearly in response to the thing she just said. It wasn't going very well. I'd been horrible, and I knew it. Briefly, I considered going upstairs to apologize. But there were 2 obstacles. I still thought I was right, and I'm an So instead, I decided to go on a nighttime run to clear my head. I laced up my shoes too tight. I pulled the strings a little harder than usual, and didn't realize it until I made it out to the sidewalk. Of course, I thought bitterly, can't even enjoy a run in peace. With some shame, I admit to you that it never crossed my mind to crouch down and loosen my shoelaces. Still, exercise is healing, and it wasn't long before my focus was on my breath, my arms pumping, the slap 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 of my shoes against the asphalt. After a mile, I had trouble remembering why I was mad. After 3, I'd forgotten entirely. When I finally completed my loop, 4.5 miles later, I was ready to go upstairs and apologize. So ready, in fact, that I forgot to lock the front door when I re-entered my home. But when I reached our bedroom, I found my dear wife asleep, or pretending. Either way, the fight was over for the night, and we were going to bed angry for the first time in our 3 years of marriage. Quietly, I grabbed my pillow from the bed and retreated to the guest room, feeling more sad than I expected to. The next morning found Allie and I brushing our teeth next to one another at the bathroom counter. Neither of us was cold, exactly, but we were unusually cordial. More often than not, one of us will playfully smack the other's butt during tooth time. There was no butt touching today. We knew the fight couldn't resume before we left for work, and we knew it would resume that night. Allie spits out her toothpaste, then cupped her hands under the faucet and filled them with water. She slurped the water from her hands, and then, I had glanced at her at this exact moment, so I saw it all. She looked back up into the mirror, and her eyes bugged out. The water sprayed from her mouth and she spun, backed against the wall, screaming and pointing toward the corner of the room. Oh my god, there's someone there, turn around. She didn't need to tell me twice. I wheeled around, and I thought if I opened my mouth my heart might fall out. But there was nobody there. Ali had collapsed to the floor, back against the wall, sobbing and pointing. He was there, he was right there. Oh my god, Al, there's no one, I said in disbelief, wondering if this was some kind of trick. I crouched down to take her face in my hands. She was shaking uncontrollably. She couldn't look at me. She kept her eyes plastered to the corner of the room. He was standing right there. She wept. He was, I swear I saw. I know, I said, even though I did not know at all. It's okay. He's gone now. After a moment, I pulled Ali to her feet and discovered that I was wrong. She glanced in the mirror and her face collapsed. She screamed again. No. She didn't even look behind us this time. She bolted out of the room so fast that she knocked my head against the wall. I looked in the corner again, half expecting to see someone this time, but there was nobody there. Neither of us ended up at work that morning. When Ali finally calmed down, she told me what she had seen. A man, small in stature, crouched in the corner of our bathroom. He wore a silk top hat and fancy clothes like he was a guest at some kind of Victorian dinner. She did not describe his face, other than to say it would never leave her memory, not until the day she died. After a few minutes, I suggested that we look at our smart doorbell footage from the night before, thinking it would put Ali's mind at some kind of ease before we left for work. It did not. We fast-forwarded through the evening. 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Finally, I stepped out onto the porch and left for my run. I didn't know you left, Ali said absently. 11 p.m. I returned, dripping sweat. Midnight. All was as it should have been for a while longer. It wasn't until 3:17 a.m. that he stepped onto our porch. He was exactly as Ali had described him. Much smaller than me, but with a top hat that shone in the moonlight. Silk, it looked like. He wore a suit that was not quite a tuxedo, but that may have been a precursor to one, and his face was memorable indeed. He looked directly at the doorbell camera, for just a second or two. He knew we were watching and he didn't care. The man in the hat reached out his hand to open our door, and he stepped inside our home. We never actually talked through that fight, in the end. We'd been brought together by the morning's events, like soldiers who bickered in the barracks before uniting against a common enemy. An enemy who, as it happened, was nowhere to be found. It's a common trope in horror stories for a wife, more spiritually attuned than her husband, perhaps, to witness something supernatural, some infraction of nature, only for the man to think she's gone crazy. Ali and I might have trod a similar path, were it not for that footage. That was indisputable. And yet, it turns out that there's only so much the police can do when their suspect vanishes into thin air. Well, I'll be goddamned. Thus spake Detective Marr, a man who, despite his general uselessness, looked and sounded exactly like something out of a hard-boiled paperback. He looked at the doorbell footage on the laptop again. Just walks right in, doesn't he? He does, Ali responded with a tone. Still frightened, of course, but I've never met an English teacher who could abide by such a usage error. The detective chewed his lip like it was dentine, then clapped his hands and said, Vale, we've, already given the place a once-over, but I'll have my men run it through one more time. In the meantime, he pulled out a card and handed it to me. You ring me straight away if you see him again. We stared at him, dumbfounded. That's it? Well, what the? Marr held out his hands as if to say he thought we were in the process of crucifying him, but he thought better of whatever he was going to say. Procedure's been followed here, sir. We've taken statements, copied your security footage, searched your house, and good. That man ain't here. Now, we'll put out an APB, and we'll increase our patrol frequency in this area. Hell, I'll even park someone in front of your place tonight. He was in our bathroom, Ali said through gritted teeth and tears. Tell him. She looked at me imploringly. But I had already told him. Ali saw the man, and only in the mirror. I hadn't seen him at all. That night, we invited Chelsea and Charles over. Chelsea was a longtime friend of Ali's, and I could bond well enough over sports with her husband, even though he could be a bit loud and his parents had named him Charles about a century too late. The happy couple had obviously been fighting before they came over, so Charles and I drank and watched the game absently while the girls huddled on the other couch, commiserating about the day's bizarre events. Sometime in the 7th inning, I stood to grab Charles and myself another round of beers from the fridge. I cracked the first bottle top, and as I moved to crack the second, a harsh male voice rang from upstairs, freezing us all in place. For a moment, there was a perfect snapshot of fear. The rest is a blur. The bottle slipped from my hand and shattered on the floor. The girl screamed. And, I might have imagined this, or concocted it in retrospect, but had a third female been screaming at the same time? I leapt over the suds and broken shards and bolted up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. I barged into the master bedroom first. Nothing. I snatched the home defense baseball bat from the side of my nightstand and began to prowl through the rest of the upstairs. The voice had come from here. There was no question of that. I only wondered which room I'd have to scatter the man's brain across. I can only explain what happened next by noting that, as you might expect, I was absolutely wired. The adrenaline was something animal. I was trailing blood all across our carpet. I hadn't quite cleared the bottle shards on my flight upstairs, and didn't have a clue. So when I entered Ali's office and caught a glimpse of something against the wall to my left, I didn't hesitate. I cut the bat viciously through the air and shattered Ali's full-length body mirror. I had swung at my reflection, right at my face, but I didn't feel foolish about it. No, how could I, when in a split second before impact, I'd seen, in the mirror, a silk hat perched atop my own head. They've been fighting a lot, Ali told me in bed. Chelsea and Charles. Ever since. Referring, of course, to a couple of weeks before, the night when I sliced my foot and broke the mirror. Our friends couldn't have left fast enough. They always fight a lot, I say, eyes fixed on my phone. They're married, after all. I expected at least a pity laugh from Ellie. I didn't get one. Not like this, she said. The things he's been saying to her. What's he said? It's not so much what he said. It's the way he said it. Ali sounded deeply troubled, though I didn't pick up on that until the conversation ended a few seconds later. Loud and obnoxious? I asked with a slight grin. Cause that's not exactly out of the ordinary for Charles. Babe, that's par for the course. No, it's like he's... Ali paused, then processed my sarcasm and sighed. Just forget it. Months passed, and nothing else happened that was strange. Ali and I didn't fight much at all in those months. A Pavlovian response to the horrific events following our last big row, perhaps. But we weren't complaining. Actually, we barely even thought about it. Things were back to normal, for us, at least. Chelsea had kicked Charles out of the house. I didn't know too much about what had gone on between them. I didn't care to. I imagine they went to bed angry many times. Ali, of course, knew every detail, and Chelsea was at our house more often than not. Neither Ali nor I had seen Charles since the night I broke the mirror. We assumed he was out of our lives for good. He was not. It was roughly 11:30 on a Friday night. I sat on the couch with Ali's feet propped up on me. On the other side of me, Chelsea sat with our dog Lila perched in her lap, happily receiving pets in her scritches. We were watching a movie. The girls loved kids' movies, and had their hearts set on Meet the Robinsons, for whatever reason. I had a beer in hand and was too buzzed to mind much. Thud 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 thud. Lila's ear shot straight up. Someone was at the front door. And judging by the ferocity of the knock, they did not sound happy. Thud 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 thud. It was not the smart rap of knuckles. It was the slamming of a closed fist. The girls whimpered on either side of me. Lila started to growl. What the f? I muttered. I moved Ali's legs off my lap and stood up. She clutched at me frantically, pulling me back down. No, don't, she began, but stopped short. Whoever stood on our porch was now ratting the handle on our door, trying to get in. I stood up. Lila barked, a sharp, piercing yelp, which was then dwarfed by an almost indescribable roar of noise from the front door. Charles had shot the doorknob. Lila bolted up the stairs to safety. The three of us were not so fast. Charles was in the room before any of us could even find our footing. He brandished a gun and stood before us with crazed eyes, wearing a tuxedo and a silk top hat. The suit was not quite the same as the small man's from before. But the hat, it was the hat. It had to be. Charles roared, taking a step forward. Where are you? I wheeled around to find that Ali was clutching me tightly from behind. I hadn't even noticed that. But Chelsea was nowhere to be seen. A whimper, from behind the second couch, gave her away. Charles grinned maniacally and took another step forward. I pushed Ali aside and stepped in front of him. Don't, I said, hands up, pleading. Let's talk. I'm a security guard at NASA. I entered an off-limits room, and it was the greatest mistake of my life. I work as a night watchman. I operate in a building owned by a government agency. They specialize in science and research related to space exploration. I work the night shift. This profession and the location-specific gig have been my main source of income now for 2 years. I have generally had nothing but enthusiasm for my job. The reason I was a candidate is because of my experience as a combat veteran. I had already proven that I was trustworthy to keep secrets. Things seen and heard that most of the population is not exposed to was far from new for me. In the first 6 months, I received training on how to check on every major part of the headquarters. I could not believe the freedom of mobility my superiors gave me. They issued my first master key, and my retinal scan was in their system. I patrolled a building divided into 4 sections. These were aeronautics research, human exploration, and operations, science, and space technology. The science sector was further split into 4 more wings. They were astrophysics, earth science, heliophysics, and planetary science. I entered areas usually restricted from the public. I signed non-disclosure agreements swearing the utmost confidentiality. After these steps, I could go anywhere on the property. A lifetime of being an avid fan of Carl Sagan made me appreciate my access to everything. Granted, I was always on camera whenever I stepped into any of the main areas. So even if I did have an interest in bringing anything home with me, there was little to no chance I would get away with it. There was one titanium door I was not allowed to walk through, though. There was no label on its front, so I knew it was not an office belonging to any executive. There was also no surveillance camera in the vicinity focused on the door. I always wondered what was behind there. I can remember asking my trainer what the room held, and he moved on to a different topic. I did not press the issue. I was too new. I always wanted to ask somebody else, but on the graveyard shift, there was rarely anyone else there with me. I was the only security personnel. None of the top brass would be present during the ridiculous hours I kept. I came to form a semi-close relationship with one of the surveillance agents named Tom. He would usually clock in around 7 a.m. During brief morning moments, we established a rapport. I once asked him what was behind the door. I even had Starbucks delivered in an attempt to bribe him. It was once used as an archive of various life forms found in the ocean, he said with a shrug. Not completely sure. It's used for discarded down parts that engineering has no use for it anymore if I had to guess. One night I walked by the door. Everything was completely silent. I would break policy and listen to a podcast through Bluetooth while doing my checks. On this particular night, I was enjoying nothing more than the sound of my footsteps as I paced the halls. That was when I heard a scream. I slammed my fists on the door. I announced myself as trained if they needed help. Everything became quiet again. I contemplated what I should do. Giving my director a call and asking for further guidance was a surefire way to irritate him. Still, my conscience did not tolerate the notion of ignoring a cry for help. My mind always went to the worst-case scenario. I retrieved my cell phone and called someone of higher rank. At first, he listened to my recounting. Once I gave him the geographical location of the entranceway, his tone changed. He became dismissive. It's creaky pipes, he said. Put in a work order for the maintenance team to take a look at it in the morning. My curiosity would not go away. I wondered if detainees from foreign lands were there, or it was something far more insidious than even I could imagine. My paranoia only grew. One morning when Tom walked in, I pulled him to the side. We spoke in a vestibule which led to a computer room. Part of my job consists of taking out the trash from every office during my shift, I said. There have been many times when I've noticed that your wastebasket is empty, and I know it's not for the lack of paperwork you do. I know you've been stealing some files. I usually look the other way because I want to give you the benefit of the doubt and I respect you. He looked at me with a dumbfounded expression. He tried to utter something around a bunch of nervous stutters. I interrupted him and continued. The door that no one seems to know anything about has some sort of very real significance. I also don't believe that there are no surveillance cameras in that hallway. I think it's hidden, and if that's the case, I need you to secure it for when I enter it tonight. I need your help getting a master key to it, which I know you have. If you don't, then I'll report my findings. My blackmail worked. He slipped me a key with a handshake later on in the morning before I left for home. I had every intention of using it as soon as I could. I waited until the dead of night. The middle of my shift was the prime hours for isolation. I would exploit the lack of oversight on my shift. I took unusual routes to get to the door. I knew the action I was about to take could cost me my job. It seemed like the right thing to do. I slipped the card into the motion sensor. It blinked red at first and then turned bright green. If they ever did a reading of the entries and exits for that lock, it would read the name of another employee. I knew it was not my friend Tom's. I wondered how long he had been pilfering such top-tier company-related property. The door cracked open. When I walked in, the chamber was completely black. I took a few more steps in. I found a fluorescent overhead light that illuminated the area with each step I took. A siren went off. The shriek made me feel as though my eardrums were about to burst. I looked around to see if any strobe lights were spinning but did not see any. I turned around and saw another lock on the inside of the room. It was near a metal slab that held stacks of manila envelopes. I put the key into it, and the alarm ceased. Although I had made the trouble signal evaporate, I still expected men with guns drawn to crash in. I expected shouted orders to get down and surrender. I had a nightmarish vision of someone putting a black bag over my head. I knew they would bring me to a secret prison on an island in the middle of nowhere. I gazed around the room. Everything seemed primitive. There were large machines that looked as though they came off of a battleship from the 80s. They were rust-covered and grimy. There were so many metallic, spindly and industrial contraptions. Cobwebs and dust blanketed everything. In each corner of the ceiling were large speakers, and they were not a brand I recognized. It seemed as though they were custom-built for this place. I turned the corner and peered into the adjacent room. I could not believe what I saw. A podium with illustrations of seraphim wings stood in the center of the domain. A circular glass encasement wrapped around the top. I approached it and peered through the translucent barrier. A horrible smell greeted me. I found another slot. I used the key once more to get the glass to retract and fold so I could see the contents on top of the slab. It was a thick stack of yellow legal pads. Each page contained finely printed chunks of text in fine calligraphic handwriting. I began reading from the top. I flipped through the pages. I found the author to be a well-known scientist I had small interactions with regularly. Within the last few months, the document began. I have received a series of acoustic sound waves. The scales I used to track their sonic trajectories gave me accurate measurements. I have determined that it comes from the asteroid Icarus. These readings make it even more difficult to capture. Their erratic and unpredictable distances are challenging. They formulated actual syllables, albeit unfamiliar ones. Their sound was guttural and diaphragmatic. There was a strange aggressiveness to the vocal cord projection. I transcribed each one painstakingly. I ran everyone through an archive database to see if there were any matches. My decision to do so was random and experimental with the lowest of expectations. What I discovered is they did form a language from here on Earth. It was one created by English Renaissance occultists John Dee and Edward Kelly. I gulped before I continued to the next paragraph. Very little fazed me, but something about the paranormal always left me uneasy. The tellings of jinn and ghosts in Afghanistan resonated with me. So did the evidence of curses after hard-fought battles which desecrated sacred sites. When translated, the text is cohesive in its narrative form. It follows a linear structure and manages to be comprehensive. It tells a very familiar tale for anyone who ever went to Sunday school. It is a first-person perspective story about an entity that claims to be a fallen angel. The angelic creatures, benevolent or malevolent, ended up exiled from their original galaxy. They stress the pure destructiveness of their power. They compare their threat level to Luciferian influence. I continued flipping through the pages. There was a variety of strange charts and glyphs scattered throughout. I went down to open one of the cupboards at the bottom of the podium and knocked the whole thing over. The scientist's body lay there in a crumpled position. His innards seeped out of his stomach. The carvings on his flesh resembled angel wings. Don't play the Can You Hide game if it appears on your phone. You won't find it on Google Play or the App Store. There's nothing about the game on any public websites, other than this cautionary post. It doesn't matter whether you're a good or a bad person. It indiscriminately chooses targets. The point is that you can't avoid the game. Nobody can. You might hear a reverberating ding from your phone, a death toll from the depths of hell. An incongruous window might pop up. Can you hide? Yes. No. Make sure you select no. When the window first appeared on my phone screen, I was stunned. I always presume smartphones to be safer from the threat of viruses than computers, especially a brand new iPhone. Isn't Apple supposed to be superior to Microsoft when it comes to security? Nice try, I said. But before I made a rash decision and ended up infecting my phone with something nasty, I decided to do some research. I'm not exactly computer savvy, but I didn't trust either the yes or no option. I didn't want to mess with the window in any way. There was nothing about the Can You Hide pop-up online. I didn't even realize it was a game until a Reddit user, who I won't name, pointed me in the direction of a Discord server for discussing unearthly matters. There was an entire category dedicated to the bizarre new game that had been appearing on people's phones. Clicking yes, apparently, commences a hide-and-seek game of unknown origin. I scrolled through the many Discord messages. I've removed the usernames. User 1, can anyone help me? Nobody seems to know anything about this game. My friend played it non-stop for a week, and then he went missing. That was 2 weeks ago. There are daily search parties, but I don't think they're going to find him. He said it wasn't really a game. He said he saw a face outside his window. User 2, you have to select no. User 3, I destroyed my phone after reading these messages. Haven't seen or heard anything unusual. User 4, I selected no, but I keep hearing creaks. And I don't think it's in my head. User 6, just leave the pop-up window open, guys. You don't have to select anything. User 5, what? For the rest of my life? What if something accidentally knocks it? User 3, destroy your phone. As I said, it worked for me. User 6, until it pops up on your next phone. User 5, what if I just turn off my phone? That seems a little less dramatic than destroying it. User 3, your funeral. The more I read, the more anxious I felt. I had expected the pop-up window to be a virus, but everybody was telling ghost stories. Stop being a superstitious baby, I told myself. That guy's disappearance had nothing to do with the game he was playing. Eventually, after a weekend of horrified contemplation, I opted for User 5's idea to turn off my phone. In fact, I took it a step further and reset my phone to its factory settings. I met my friends, Corey and Tanya, in a local park on Monday afternoon. I planned to tell them about my experience, but they beat me to the punch. Why didn't you pick up your phone all weekend, Lee? Corey asked me. We were worried about you, man. We wanted to hang out on Sunday. I didn't fancy third-wheeling. Some of us have to go to work on Mondays, I replied. Hey, I work. Corey protested. From a bathrobe in your bedroom, Tanya smirked. You're both just envious that I can scroll through Reddit and play games away from the watchful eye of my employer, Corey said. Speaking of games, Lee, have you played Can You Hide? My heart plummeted, and I felt as if Corey's words were cinder blocks, dragging my body through the floorboards. He's obsessed, Tanya sighed. He's been playing it every day since Tuesday. It just popped up on my phone, so I thought, why the not? Corey laughed. Tanya thought it must be a virus, but it's just a cool augmented reality game. Corey thrust his phone down on the wooden picnic table. It was already open on a game window, a map of our surrounding area. A small green marker indicated Corey's location in the park, and there was a small red marker moving along nearby roads. Once a day, from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, the game takes place. I have to hide. It tracks my location in the real world, so I have to keep moving. I wanted to delay coming to the park, but I don't think the red seeker will find me here. Besides, it's 10 to 4. Nearly made it, Corey said. What's the red marker that's searching for you? I asked, shuddering. The boogeyman, Corey whispered. He laughed, and Tanya thumped him on the arm. You know the kind of talk makes Lee freak out, Tanya scolded. Corey shrugged, and the pair of them became absorbed in a different topic of conversation. They were tucking into their sandwiches, talking between mouthfuls, but I wasn't eating. I couldn't take my eyes off Corey's phone on the table. The red marker was circling the park, looking for him. I couldn't stop thinking about those people on the Discord server who had spoken so solemnly of the supposedly deadly game. Suddenly, the marker was in the park. Corey was wrong. It had found him. I prepared for something dreadful to happen. I prepared for my friend to be caught. And that's a wrap, Corey said, scooping up his phone. 4 o'clock. Yet again, I bested the game. It got close this time, though. Damn. Just 100 yards away. On the game map, the park was a featureless green patch. I could see Corey's green marker, scarcely standing out from the grass, and I could see the red marker northeast of our location. The victory box read, you avoided the creeker by 121 yards. You can hide. Tanya groaned and mumbled about Corey's game addiction, and the two of them resumed their conversation. I was about to dive back into reality, putting the silly game out of my head for good, but a sudden noise terrified me. A creak. My eyes shot up from the table. Neither Tanya nor Corey seemed to notice the eerie noise. And I can't explain it, as nearby as the sound seemed, my eyes were drawn to a solitary tree, a little over 100 yards away. Perhaps not exactly where the red marker had appeared on Corey's screen, but close enough. Peering around the bark was a frightful face. The thing looking at the three of us was not human. It was as short as a toddler. Its head, if it even had a head, was wearing a peach-colored rubber mask, almost the tone of human flesh, but not quite. And its sickly sweet smile seared through my eyes into my very soul. With a second resounding creak, the nightmarish face snapped behind the bark, disappearing from view. Earth to Lee, Tanya said, giggling. You look like you've seen a ghost. I think somebody's actually seeking you, Corey, I whispered, pointing a shaky finger at the tree. I don't think you should play that game anymore. Your phasmophobia really kills my buzz sometimes, Lee, Corey sighed. There's no boogeyman following me. I have a proclivity for trembling at everyday sights and sounds. In my mind, there's always a ghost or a ghoul around the corner. Ever since my parents died, I've been that way. But I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that I hadn't imagined what I saw behind the tree. Unfortunately, my phasmophobia, fear of ghosts and the supernatural, makes it very difficult for anybody to believe me when I've been startled by something. Corey and Tanya told me to take it easy and get lots of rest. The following day, the two of them pinged me incessantly on WhatsApp. I was still reeling from the terrifying thing I'd seen behind the tree. Transfixed by terrible thoughts, the workday flew by. I was starting to believe that maybe I'd become unwell. Perhaps I'd suffered a psychotic break. Not so. Around 5:30 in the evening, on my drive home from work, Tanya called me. I answered via my car's dashboard. I'm driving right now, Tanya, I said. Once I trailed off when I heard my friend bawling her eyes out on the other end of the phone. It's in the house, she whispered. The game started playing. It's later than usual. Slow down, I replied. What's happening? The game started at 6. Tanya tearfully explained in a fragile whisper. I think you were right, Lee. I think someone's actually seeking us. We saw a horrible face at the window, and then there were creaking sounds in the house. We're hiding in the attic. Corey's pulled the door up, so we don't think. Have you called the police? I interjected, heart pounding. They're on the way, Tanya said. 15 minutes. If we can. What? It's Lee. No, I feel safer with someone on the other end of the... Okay. Corey wants me to hang up. He wants us to be quiet. Okay, I understand, I shakily replied. Just make sure. No, no, no. Tanya whimpered. I didn't need to ask what had frightened her. I heard it too. A creak in the attic. It sounded so clear and, once again, so near. So nightmarishly near that I snapped my neck around to make sure the rubber-faced demon wasn't in the back seat of my car. It wasn't. At that point, I decided not to go home. I diverted to Corey's house. An 8-minute journey. Barely any quicker than the police. How did it even get in here? Tanya whispered. I didn't even see the door open. It's not in it, Corey scoffed, though he spoke with a quivering voice. He's just a child, and he needs to leave our What is that? Tanya screamed. Please, Corey began to plead. The screams of my two friends were deafening. I was so fixated on reaching the house that I didn't hang up the call. It was only as I tore onto Corey's driveway, mere minutes before the police, that I realized I'd been listening to sounds of squelching, snapping, and, most hauntingly of all, creaking. I barged down the front door and ran up to the attic. I expected to find a sickening scene of mutilation, but the space was empty. Corey and Tanya were gone. The police had questions for me, of course, but my alibi was airtight. The 999 call was made before I even left the office, and traffic camera footage corroborated the fact that I was on the road whilst the intruder terrorized Corey and Tanya. Missing persons. That's the verdict. I don't understand what the game wants. I don't know where the missing people go. All I know is that resetting my phone wasn't enough. On my drive home, after a long night of tears and police questioning, I could swear I caught a glimpse of a peach-colored mask peeking around a postbox. And then, as if to confirm that menacing thought, there was a notification on my phone. That unmistakable ding of hell. The message displayed on my car dashboard. Can you hide? Yes. No, I moaned in horror, and that was what damned me. My car uses voice recognition, and it somehow registered my terrified vocal reaction as an answer. You selected no. Perhaps I've chosen the safer of the two options. I know many of the Discord users suggested no, but I can't stop thinking about what I read on that server. I selected no, but I keep hearing creaks. I haven't heard anything yet, and the game hasn't started playing. But Corey didn't seem to hear the creak when he was playing the game. Maybe, like him, I've just been missing it. I'm terrified of the creaker. I'm terrified of where he might take me. There are Wikipedia entries on the dark web. I found an article about my life there. You have Googled yourself at some point or another. Admit it. There's nothing shameful about it. It's not worse than what I did. I searched for my name on the dark web. Don't ever make that same mistake. I was 19 years old then. Liv, my girlfriend, and her family were kind enough to let me live in their guest bedroom at the start of that year. They liked the fact that I could fix most of their computer problems. Liv is a great person, and what she saw in a hacker who could never survive for long in the 9-to-5 world is beyond me. Their house was in a suburb only a few blocks away from a library and coffee shops with free Wi-Fi. These locations were convenient for my burgeoning career as a digital outlaw. I used those resources until I was able to move out and get a small apartment of my own. After a string of demeaning jobs and abusive bosses, I found financial independence. I did this after I learned how to buy and sell things I shouldn't have with the use of my Tor browser. I engaged in illegal transactions such as ordering counterfeit money and stolen IDs. I discovered there was a large market for manufactured psychedelics. I often went to the skate park to sell those items off the nethermost landscape of the World Wide Web. Business was good. As a young man with years spent in foster care, I sought out activities which gave me a sense of control. A childhood of not having any will do that to you. The ability to navigate the online world to get almost whatever I wanted afforded me a sense of power. It was all going well until one evening in July. I sat on the second level of a Barnes & Noble bookstore in a corner next to the self-help section. I always did my best work there. The place was starting to go under and I did not have to worry about an influx of patrons. Despite having a disguised IP address, I never wanted to risk a raid at home. The items were always shipped to a P.O. box instead of my unit number as well. In retrospect, these were all flimsy safety measures. They still gave me a sense of comfort, even if they were a tad delusional. I made sure there were not any cameras mounted near where I sat. It was a small space out of the way of the general public. Hiding in plain sight was always my preferred method. I drank strong coffee out of an oversized styrofoam cup. After 15 minutes of searching, I grew bored. I typed in my name, Joshua Wells. An input of my identity on that part of the web should be an indicator of how successful and arrogant I had become. I did not expect Wikipedia to be among the results, but it was the third link down. The first one involved a ghost tour in New Jersey. The guide had a similar name. The second was a gore website I was not interested in. While I may have been a thrill seeker, I was not out to consume media which capitalized on hurting others. I clicked on the third article link because of the title. It was about a television show. It read The Short Life of Joshua Wells. At first, the title did not startle me, since there are plenty of others with the same name. Recaps of 10 episodes were on the page. The first paragraph illustrated how the series did not continue past season 1. I read the summary of the first episode for the sake of passing time. Episode 1, Joshua's father is a known and feared gang member. His mother is a helpless addict. She attempts to use their own son as a drug mule on a plane flight from Boston to California. She has hopes of making a profit by dealing narcotics to a major criminal enterprise on landing. The authorities intercept them. Their son goes with CPS. He goes to a safe harbor for kids. The synopsis struck me as very close to home. Who wrote or directed the show was not listed, but it did state the air date. The month and year given matched the era when an identical set of circumstances had befallen me. The name of the center I went to was even called Safe Harbor. I was too young to remember much, but the facts were precise. I gulped and tried to shrug it off as an unusual coincidence. I read the second episode summary. Episode 2, we follow Joshua on his 15th birthday. He goes to a juvenile detention facility for the first time after he attacks a teacher by throwing a desk at him. Although he missed, the instructor still presses charges since he did not like the student much. He befriends a troublemaker on the inside named Ian. They escape, but not before a massive brawl with the other teens ensue inside of the facility. It ends with the two captured. I felt the hairs on my arm stand up. It was uncanny to me how similar the events were to my own experiences. A slight dizziness overtook me, but I went on to the third, unable to keep my eyes from skimming. Episode 3, Joshua is free. Joshua decides to break and enter an old man's upper-class home after scouting the place for days. His goal is to take the many Rolex watches from the top drawer of the old man's dresser. When he enters the house, Joshua discovers how the owner did not take his vacation cruise trip as planned. The man was asleep in his bedroom until Joshua wakes the victim by accident. Joshua runs away. He gets chased by the homeowner outside, where the elderly male dies of a heart attack in the street. I felt my chest tighten. It was all true, but I had never shared that story with anyone before. It was one of my most guilt-ridden memories. I read the next two. Episode 4, Joshua has nightmares of the old man crawling out of a ditch and choking him to death. He complains about night terrors to one of his counselors, who recommended a doctor. He ends up selling anti-anxiety pills after he does not like the way they make him feel. A girl he asks out overdoses and goes to the hospital. While she survives, he feels terrible, but not enough to stop dealing. He takes his earnings and buys a PC. He takes lessons on how to breach other people's privacy from a group of credit card thieves he met in a mall. Episode 5, Joshua discovers the dark web. He uses it to hustle low-level street drugs at first. He later reads headlines about some of his accomplices getting arrested. He still continues to engage in illicit activity. I looked at the air date for episode 6. It was the 24-hour period I was living through. Episode 6, Joshua goes into a bookstore to poach their internet and to try and make some money. He does not realize there is a man with a shaved head and a Carhartt t-shirt below him perusing the sci-fi aisle. The stranger is actually an undercover FBI agent. The government worker has a microphone and camera attached beneath his shirt. He is surveying for the perpetrator, even though he has not singled out who he is looking for yet. An arrest commences where they tackle, punch, and taser Joshua. They place him in handcuffs. My hands shook. I stood, gripped an Eckhart Tolle volume to appear less conspicuous and opened it. I leaned my head over the railing to stare at the ground floor below me. A man who matched the description given by the article was there. His shirt was baggy and hid what I knew to be a gun on his hip. He held a paperback in his hands. I pulled out my phone. I pretended to have a conversation with an imaginary business associate about stocks. I folded the laptop with my free hand and went down the escalator. I strolled towards the back where there were stacks of hardcover tomes on history. I found an unsecured door and walked through it. I was in the warehouse. Unopened boxes were stacked all around. I did not spot any workers and made a run for a rear entrance. I sprinted down a wide alleyway between the building and rows of motels. I passed an art gallery and liquor store before my heartbeat slowed. Along the way, I found a closed vegan restaurant called Bellini's Eatery. The place was black on the inside, but its neon sign still glowed. A picnic table sat on the lawn out front. I stationed myself there. I opened the laptop again and connected to their free Wi-Fi without issue. I scanned the rest of the chronology. The remaining episodes were all from future time periods. I wiped perspiration away from my forehead as I read the rundown of the next episode. Episode 7, labeled a darknet market operator in the media. 3 of the 7 charges thrown at him lead to convictions. This includes conspiracy to traffic narcotics. He gets out early after he agrees to cooperate with different agencies. He becomes a consultant for cybersecurity awareness and a social engineering expert. Following a keynote speech given out of town, he comes home. His girlfriend Olivia and her family have been murdered. My eyes strained and I felt my breath grow shallower. Episode 8, Joshua navigates her house. The walls had dried blood. Every corner's vandalized. Olivia's throat is slit. Her body is over the couch in the living area. Her parents had socks stuffed in their mouths and deep stab wounds on their stomachs. Joshua calls the police. He's treated as the #1 suspect in the media for days on end. He is finally cleared, but the psychological damage is too much to bear. I pondered the words. Though I was still young, it is true that Liv meant everything to me. Episode 9, Joshua goes to a psychiatric ward. He stares at the padded walls as though they will converse with him. Detectives do visit him with the hopes of gleaning some kind of further information. They tell him they know the aftermath of the massacre he stumbled upon was the work of an active serial killer. The murderer has remained unidentified. Episode 10, Joshua leaps out the window. He breaks his ankle. An adrenaline dump allows him to move across the field and onto the nearest highway. He goes out into traffic. A long-haul truck careens around him and takes out a line of vehicles. He goes to the nearest lake, where he weighs his own pockets down with stones. He waits until nightfall, and walks out into the abyss. The last image we see is his hand breaking the surface of the water. Starlight glints on his skin before his fingers submerge below the surface. His last few swallows of water create pockets of bubbles which rise to the top. I absorbed what the rest of my existence would look like. 4 black SUVs pull up and circle around me in the parking lot. Men in black suits, and the undercover agent from the bookstore, ran at me. Even though I did not resist, they still threw me to the ground. They dislocated my shoulder and kicked me in the jaw a handful of times before they cuffed me. I did get time reduced in prison after I agreed to cooperate to catch people like me. After my release date, I tried to revisit that link without luck. I failed to understand how that article existed in the first place. I have read how high-level stress can open up insights and portals into the unknown. I would bank on the latter, though sometimes I think it isn't for me to know. I do not want to give in to what destiny has written for me. My escape from the bookstore has given me confidence that I can change the outcome of the dark web's prophecy, even if only for a little while. Or did I only extend the inevitable for a fraction of time? Fate, especially in regard to our stories as individuals, is not written in stone. It is malleable, I tell myself. This positive thought is the only thing which keeps me going. I should visit Liv's house now. She has not answered my texts all morning. My wife and I shouldn't have gone to bed angry. You're a Red Sox fan, he said, still grinning. Other than that, I've got nothing against you. But I'll shoot Allie if you don't get the f*** out of my way. He shifted the barrel of the gun so that it was pointing at my wife, who crouched near Lila's crate. I'd like to say that I at least weighed my options. But what options did I have? I was too far to reach him. He'd blow the love of my life away before I could even start toward him. I stepped aside. Charles walked past me to where Chelsea hid. She had time for half a scream before he put a bullet in her head. There was a second or two of perfect silence after the shot. I lunged for him then, hoping to tackle him from behind. But I needn't have bothered. Charles only had violent intentions toward one of us that night, and he'd already killed her. He put a second bullet in his own head. He fell, and the silk hat landed perfectly, almost mystically, atop his sprawling corpse. I won't tell you about the rest of that hellish night. You need to know only one other detail. Somehow, by the time the police arrived, the hat had disappeared from Charles's body. It never turned up. That was almost a year ago now, and things are decidedly not back to normal. Maybe they never will be again. And every time I dare to hope, I remember the hat. Let's talk about last night instead. Allie and I fought again. No, I won't tell you what about. Why do you keep asking? Anyway, it wasn't a huge deal. They rarely are, despite what they feel like at the time. It didn't start with a dishwasher dispute, but it may as well have. We fought a few times since the night two bodies lay on our living room floor. These new fights are strange. They're less intense, but they last longer. Think simmer for 5 hours instead of bring to a boil, then reduce heat to low. I suppose that's because we don't dare give each other space anymore. How could we, after what happened the last time? When that hat is still God knows where. We're reduced to simmering in close proximity together. It can be torturous. But last night, after a long, tense silence, Allie busted out a deck of cards. She didn't even say anything. Just sat down and started to deal. I picked up my cards and looked at my wife, my life partner, across our dining room table. In our home, our dog lay contentedly at our feet. There was a strange mixture of coldness and warmth resting between us that I think can only exist between two people who have started, for better and worse, to merge into one. Got any threes? She asked, glancing at her hand. Go fish. My dad made us lock our bedroom doors every night. As children, my siblings and I followed a strict rule. We weren't, under any circumstances, permitted to open our bedroom doors between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Do you want a bedtime story, sweetie? My father asked. His sickly sweet voice, worming through the keyhole of my bedroom door, exuded a gravelly warmth. But it wasn't my father. And I don't mean someone else, it was something else. He'd never explained why we had to lock our bedroom doors every night, but we knew something was wrong with the man in the hallway. He became a terrifying thing in those torturous twilight hours. Some nights, our father let us sleep. Most nights, however, he stood at each of our doors in turn. He would somberly scratch at the woodwork like a wounded dog, yearning to be let inside. I don't know how we resisted the urge to open our doors for so many years. We were children. How did we know that it wasn't just a game? It might have been something about the tone of Dad's voice. The air always felt sour when he hissed those nightly words of caution. But the man would transform after 10 p.m. My fawning father uttered hollow platitudes in a bid to appeal to our childlike sensibilities. You've been such a good girl, Rosa, he once cooed from the other side of the door. Why don't you come out and have a slice of cake? Our little secret. And after an hour or so of badgering, I heard his nimble feet shuffle near soundlessly across the carpet. He begged my older sister, Hattie, to open up. Then, finally, he would beg Alden, his eldest child. Dad always seemed to rattle my brother's door handle the most insistently. It wasn't until the spring of 2014, when I was 9 years old, that my father's safeguard crumbled to pieces. On a dreadful night that I have tried to forget, a commotion woke me, but it wasn't my father. Help! Alden screamed, muffled, from his room down the hall. Let me out of here. Let me out. I rose from the bed and walked to my door, listening to the cries of my terrified brother. I could hear shuffling sounds in my sister's room across the hallway. Rosa? Hattie whispered, muffled by our two doors. Are you awake? Yeah, I answered. What's wrong with Alden? I don't know, Hattie said, then she cleared her throat to project her voice. Alden? What's wrong? Hat. He screeched. I need help, Hat. She whimpered. Is it Dad? Did you open the door for him? No, of course not, Alden scoffed. I can't breathe. I need to go to the hospital. Oh, Hattie whispered. We need to check that he's okay, I whimpered. No, Hattie barked. You know the rules. We can't open our doors until 6 a.m. That's not for another 4 hours. I can't hear Dad on the landing, I pointed out. I'm quick. I think I could make it to Alden's room without being caught. I could hear my heartbeat in my eardrums. The thrumming sound swelled in my shivering head, striving to ward off foolish thoughts. No use. I'd already placed one hand on the door handle, whilst using the other to twist the lock open. It clicked. Don't do it, Hattie pleaded. Don't make me come out there with you. I will. Sorry, Hattie, I said. It's not a game, Rosa. Hattie wailed. You know that something's wrong with Dad. He would never hurt us during the day, but that thing we hear outside our doors? It isn't. It doesn't. It's inhuman. I eyeballed the door handle for 10 endless seconds, carefully considering my sister's words. She was right. Whenever my dad spoke from the corridor, my hair stood on end. It was as if a primal sense within me could detect an unholy abomination on the other side of the door. As I mentioned, I knew it wasn't a game, even at the age of 9. But I couldn't bear to sit in my room whilst Alden screamed. I delicately eased my door open, terrified that I would see my father's eyes peering through the gap. Or, worse, something else. But I didn't, and I breathed a sigh of relief before stepping out into the hallway. Rosa, just wait. Something's bothering me, Hattie said. I crept towards Alden's room as quietly as possible, but I froze when I noticed that his door was wide open and he was nowhere to be seen. I turned around to head back to my room. He can unlock his own door, Hattie pointed out. Why does he need us to? I yelled until my lungs neared bursting, and Hattie trailed off. I'd found Alden. He was standing at the other end of the corridor, looking in the darkness. Well, something stood there. It wore Alden's clothes, but it wasn't him. With a mannequin head that had Alden's vague features, though its eyes were black husks, the entity looked at me. It wore an unmoving smile, etched into its plastic face, that filled me with breathless horror. And then the false Alden spoke in a garbled voice. It was his horrible plastic mouth that had muffled his earlier screams, not the 2 doors between us. Help, he giggled playfully. I need sustenance, little sis. The horrifying thing, barely visible on the dimly moonlit landing, snapped its plastic limbs into action and began to crawl up the walls, coming to a stop on the ceiling. It clung to the plasterwork like a sinister spider, eyeing me from an upside-down position. At that moment, I heard Hattie's lock clicking, and her door opened inwards. She sprinted into the corridor with a cricket bat and swung at Alden, catching his chin and sending him sprawling onto the carpet. He hissed and prepared to pounce at my sister, but a sudden voice stopped him. It came from the darkness, accompanied by clomping footsteps. Happy birthday, my son, my father whispered, stroking Alden's hair. Don't be afraid, girls. Alden has been given the gift. It's in our blood. Your time would have come too. Dad stepped into the sparse light, and I saw that he looked just like Alden. Worse, perhaps, his plastic mannequin face looked tarnished by time. Smeared with bloodstains. Chipped and cracked. If only you'd kept your doors locked, my delicious daughters, he snarled. Hattie turned, with tears in her eyes, obstructing our father from reaching me. She shakily clutched the cricket bat in her hands. See the window behind you? She asked. I twisted to face the window at the end of the landing. We lived in a bungalow, so I knew I could escape directly onto our driveway, but I wasn't looking at the outside world. As I ran to the window, I watched Hattie's reflection in the glass pane. She valiantly defended herself against our father, but the monstrous man snapped her weapon like a twig, before wrapping his plastic arms around her like a boa constrictor. I cried, fumbling with the latch for the window, and I'm not sure exactly what I saw. It seemed as if my father were liquefying my sister, turning her into plastic sustenance. Hattie unleashed a deafening scream as her body bloodily detonated, drenching my father's face and the walls. He hissed at me as I clumsily clambered out of the window, tasting freedom. I don't know why he didn't pursue me, but I ran straight into town, stumbling into the local police station. Dad and Alden were never found, but the remnants of my sister corroborated my story. Anyway, I've spent the last 9 years reliving the ghastly night. You probably know why I suddenly felt the urge to tell the tale of my family's horrible secret. Tomorrow's my 18th birthday. I revisited the fort I built as a kid. It was the greatest mistake I ever made. My grandfather died while shaving. I always wondered how far he had gotten into the process. He collapsed and suffered a severe concussion on the sink. The head injury did not end at all, as he was amidst an already fatal heart attack. The day before the funeral, his widow, Cameron, asked me to step into a room in the main foyer of his manor. I never realized how wealthy Grandpa was until I saw his home. The place had creeks, shrubbery mazes, and levels. Rumor had it that he was a savvy investor, although into what was a mystery to me for years. I found out he had been an early financier of a cigar company that had peaked in sales 2 decades prior. He had managed to get out of the market before it collapsed. Cameron and I sat down in a room with an oval oak table that looked out at a lake. She reached into her pocket and unfolded a map with a circle drawn in red marker around the top of the left corner. We need to talk about your inheritance, she said. I am the executor. I have all the appropriate documents to back up my claims here today should you have any questions. James always thought you had potential, but he was afraid. He did not want to ruin any legacy you may have by giving you too much. He did not want to spoil you before you could make something of yourself. Based on what I've heard about the construction company you run, you're doing fine. When I die, this house is going to your sister. I'm sorry to say that you were not in line to take this piece of property or any of its belongings. He did give you land, though. I blinked. Is it the golf course out back? No. He recalled with a fondness how, when you were younger, you would play with your best friend. I cannot recall her name, in the desolation wilderness of the mountains. He said you built a fort out there the two of you loved. He purchased it out of pure sentimentality and gave it to you. He wanted to reward you with something you could build on. It's fenced off, so you should not have any problems finding it with these printed coordinates. I gave a nod and placed the map in my shirt pocket. One last question, I said before we exited the room. May I ask what my parents have gotten? Yes, his board game collection. I see. How many of those did he own? 1. The next few days passed in a blur. The memorial was as lavish as it could get. An entire banquet team fed us. A full-fledged orchestra belted out Tchaikovsky. His coffin lowered into the ground with his favorite classical music surrounding him. Later that night in my hotel room, I sat with a bottle of Bushmill on the nightstand. I found myself growing resentful. My sister has gotten a house worth millions of dollars, whereas I'm handed a patch of dirt. I would have to sink money and labor into it to make something valuable. My childhood images of playing in that area were not as strong as other reminiscences. They became eclipsed by the yelling from my parents when I got back home. They interrogated me about where I had been. Dad, particularly, took issue with me not giving my whereabouts. He threatened to let the dog urinate in my bed and stated he would make me sleep in it. I could bring back the times when Adeline and I had built a makeshift house out of tree branches. We had strung them together with fabric we cut from our backpacks. Adeline would die in a car accident on Interstate 80 when she was 20 years old. I repressed my emotions towards those times. I could not remember if I enjoyed those outdoor adventures. They may have been chores completed to feel less alone. I called Cameron the next day and asked her if she knew what the lot was worth. I do, she said. It's priceless. The barrier around the woodland I was now the sole proprietor of seemed new. Harsh weather had not yet tainted it. There was not any gratuitous graffiti or warped entry points from trespassers. The wall was not made of chain metal but obsidian. This left me scratching my head. How much it must have cost to export, let alone have a group of laborers put that much time into it, left me astonished. I had stalled on visiting the place. I could not quite place why I made this deliberate procrastination. I had this indeterminable feeling to not let my presence be known there. Cameron had mailed me a key, and it was an older rusted-style kind, like it may have once belonged to a P.O. box from the 70s. I searched around the perimeter for the front door. I came across a very narrow door with 2 indentations on either side of it. There were symbols on either side of the threshold. They resembled a country's flag with squared shapes. Angled lines and unrecognizable emblems decorated them. I turned the key and stepped into the acreage which now belonged to me. My boots crunched on gray and yellowed leaves. I made my way past an entangled and knotted mess of pines overlapped by time and nature. There was no trail, nor any walkways, only small clearings. I stepped on shrubs torn apart by the wind. It only took me 10 minutes of exploration to find the Fort Adeline and I had built. It stood there, thinner than I remembered. Its wooden structure is so much frailer than back then. What we had manifested with our hands now had a blanket of moss around it. The shape of it went from a dome-like place of sturdiness in our youth to a horizontal edifice ready to buckle. I peered into the only fissure one could slide their body through, shone a penlight in, and saw a man there. He was asleep in a fetal position. What was most uncanny of all was how there was a symbol surrounding him, outlined in red chalk or dust. The illustration was identical to what I had seen on the trees in the first passage. The man woke up and stared at me. He gave me an awkward smile, rather than a threatening one, which perturbed me even further. "You can't be here," I said. "This is my land. Don't make me call the police." "He's out there." "Who are you talking about?" "A hunter. He doesn't prey on deer. He searches for people like you and me." After another advisement, the man left. I agreed to give him time to pack up his belongings. In reality, I did not have any weapons on me, but I kept my hand in my waistband to make him think I could be carrying. Once he was past the gate, I breathed a deep sigh of relief and looked around once again at the place. I went back into the fort and destroyed the crimson sign by blowing on the lines of dust until they scattered. I went to my hotel room that night, which was only 4 miles away from my piece of acreage. I planned on revisiting it in the morning. Chronic insomnia befell me. I tossed and turned, even with the desperate elixir of a highball whiskey to try to get me to pass out. By the time dawn arrived, I decided to go back to the fort. This time I brought a large knife. I noticed something burning an unnatural color through the pines. I ducked down and inched closer to it. I hoped it was a flashlight used by early rising hitchhikers. What I saw left me in a state of shock. He stood 100 feet away and carried a rifle slung over his front. The man stood the same height as me. The outfit he wore was unlike anything I would have expected from someone in the woods. His suit had tubes wrapped around it. Each one emanated the same verdant tinge. Even the clouds in the distance behind him possessed a hue of greenish effervescence. A helmet covered his face. It was not the circular type of head protection for motorcyclists, but square-shaped. The mouth was a straight bar of emerald neon. He saw me. A sense of unrelenting terror overcame me. For a second I would have sworn I saw his elbow lift a bit. It was as if he was about to aim at me. He second-guessed the action. He then sprinted in the opposite direction before I could take a picture. Later, in the day, I walked up a steep incline line with bark fragments and rocks. I saw some lights in the distance and followed them. I found a small community with rows of cabins overlooking the lake. A pier sat isolated by the water. There were gift shops closed for business. I laid eyes on a hotel that was 2 floors and had 8 windows altogether. I walked into the lobby. An old man met my gaze and stood up. "Do you have a reservation?" I told him I did not. I made it clear I was only passing through and that I had a few questions about the area if he did not mind answering them. He seemed reluctant. I smelled of sweat. I inquired about the best bait and tackle shops. I questioned him about which real estate companies own the regional properties. Finally, I asked him what I wanted all along. "Are there people who like to play dress up out in the woods?" I know it may seem silly, but I know nowadays people like to do live-action role-playing and things like that. "What is that?" "Nothing to worry about. I'm new to this area is all. I did live here before. I was super young the first time around, and it wasn't year-round. Back then it was only to visit my grandfather. My folks retired here. They live only a half hour away to this day. I'm wondering if the hunters around here have a specific dress code. One that makes them seem a little weird, even." The senior's eyes grew wide. "Well," he said as he put a wad of chew in the side of his mouth, "there have been sightings of an unusual man. The police are looking for him, last I heard. Rumors are that people have gone missing, but the local papers won't report on it. I don't know if there's a connection. May I ask, what did you do before coming here?" "I was a salesman of sorts. You may want to go back to that." By the time I got back to my land, the sun fell. I approached my fort. I had the craziest of yearnings, one I could not believe I had felt for a moment. I wanted to sleep in it. Something about the idea was more than nostalgic. It was the kind of comfort I needed. It would be a strange trip down memory lane. It would take me back to those nights when my best friend and I would sneak out and not return home until daybreak. I remember the drifter. I shone my light on the place I planned to slumber, and it seemed free of litter, stains, or any kind of man-made pollution. I laid down on it. I ran my fingers through the blades of grass. It occurred to me that they did not feel like they had sprung from the earth. They felt like confetti, plastic, and Monopoly money stuck in the ground. I sat up and clawed my fingers to the far edge between the makeshift wall and the turf. I grabbed a chunk of the corner and yanked. I managed to roll up a piece of artificial earth, like the set design of a stage play. It was a carpet, made to look like nature. It was nothing more than an artificial and superficial landscape. What it revealed was a flat door. I retrieved my key and put it into the lock. It opened. I saw a wooden ladder there, splintered and uneven. I used my flashlight to try and see what was down there, and all I see was another patch of dry dirt. I climbed down. The first thing I saw in the right corner was the same suit I had seen the man wearing the day before. It lay crumpled up on the floor, every bit as futuristic as my first impression, only this time it was not lit up. Someone folded the outfit and placed it there in a meticulous manner. It had a cord that hooked up to an electrical plug tower. I turned around, stared at the wall, and felt my legs weaken. A desk was there with many items on it. I saw identification cards, pieces of jewelry, and articles of clothing. There were ropes, handcuffs, blindfolds, mace, and photographs of the most horrifying nature. What were once human beings now existed as photographic depictions of butchery. At the bottom of the stack, I found one of a man posing next to the bodies. He had a cruel and mocking face, as though he delighted in the carnage. I recognized him. He was my father. I collect unalive memorabilia. I bought something found at a crime scene which changed my life. I saw the violin case listed for sale online. I browsed the website for 15 minutes before I found it. The requirements for buying it should have been a red flag. My curiosity got the better of me. I decided to go along with the necessary steps to complete the transaction. I am an avid collector of unalive abilia. If it is an object related to true crime, I must own it. While I am judged for this fascination, I have an unwavering interest in items of that name nature. Potential boyfriends have decided against dating me. Paintings by John Wayne Gacy on my wall have not helped. I went to the house of the seller, a 2-story duplex with a V-shaped roof. I had a printout of the object. I knocked and the man answered. He had on a gray sweater, and when he smiled his teeth were white but crooked. I gave him my screen name and reminded him of the email I sent him. "Oh yes," he said with a grin. The violin case was next to the body of a victim. She looked quite a bit like you. It's speculated that it belongs to the UN Aliver. The motive behind why he would leave it is unknown. Some are unsure if it's meant to throw the authorities off, to make them believe he is a musician. Either way, you want to buy it? Yes, I said. I know exactly where I will keep it. How much? $600, he said. I gave an affirmative nod, and he went into the back of his house. When he returned, he held the violin case in his arms as though it was a newborn. It was rosewood and only had a few noticeable chipped cracks. The price he gave had not changed from the listing. I brought along the appropriate amount of cash and handed it to him. He gave me the case. As I turned around and returned to my car, he snapped his fingers to get my attention. "One other thing," he said. "I would never open up the case if I were you. I've heard stories of bad things happening once the seal's broken. Some have stated it's cursed by a necromancer of the olden days. It is difficult to measure based on the weight if an instrument is in there. Regardless of how interesting it might be to look at, I would be grateful for the exterior of it and leave it at that." I tried to thank him for the warning and drove back home. The case sat on top of my clothing drawer for at least a week. I displayed it on the stand, with a note below it describing its origin. On a quiet Saturday evening, I was at home decluttering when I received a text from Jason. He asked me if I would go to dinner with him. He had already made a reservation for a fine dining restaurant downtown. I said yes since we had already been on a few dates in the previous months. They had gone well. I slipped on one of my nicer black dresses. After I applied makeup, a knock on my door filled the air. I answered and Jason stood there with roses in one hand and chocolates in the other. He wore a suit and had on a very expensive Kenneth Cole brand watch with a silver and blue band. "Your gifts couldn't be any more cliché if you tried," I said with a smile. I took them and set them down on the coffee table. "You look amazing," he said. "I'll have to tell the waiter to keep his eyes off you." I smiled. I invited him in because I needed to find some of my jewelry. I went into the bathroom. I searched around behind my sliding glass mirror doors for one of my old necklaces. When I walked out, he was gazing at the violin case. "When did you buy this?" Jason asked. "I used to take violin lessons as a kid. My mom pressured me into it as a way to rebel against my father. All he wanted me to do was play football and he saw the arts as emasculating. I don't remember much of what to play, but I know enough to impress you. I know some Paganini." "No," I said, "but thank you. We should get going. I don't want someone else to take our reservations if we don't show up on time." "We have plenty of minutes left," he said as his hand graced the case. "Please let me swoon you with a classic song." "It would be my honor. You won't believe the notes I can nail." I watched in terror as his hands began to inch towards the clasps to open it. I lunged at him and grabbed his wrists. My palms clutched his timepiece as I kept his hands together and folded them into mine. "I'm not ready for anyone to open it yet," I said. "I know it's strange, but you have to trust me. Let's go to dinner. I'm getting hungry and we don't know how bad traffic is going to be." I leaned in and kissed him. His scent was of sandalwood and citrus. After our embrace, we left my apartment. I did not know until later that he had undone one of the clasps. All I can remember of the rest of the evening is how well the meal went. We had several courses. I drank at least 3 glasses of red wine, which was more than I intended to indulge in. The couple beside us were elderly people from the East Coast. They were on vacation and talking at a high volume about their stock investments. I could recall having ordered a rum milkshake topped with banana slices. There was a live violinist who walked between tables and played romantic melodies. He took song requests of everything from classical to top 40. Jason was polite enough to not mention anything about it. I feel he was disappointed in me for not allowing him to show his musical talents. I have no recollection of when the bill came, let alone when we departed the establishment. I cannot remember if we took a cab or if he was sober enough to drive. I could not recall if we went back to his place first or if we went straight to mine and made love. I blacked out. When I came to, I was in my bed. A headache attacked every microfiber of my being. Nausea overcame me. I was groggy and felt as though I could have slept for another few hours. The gap of time I had somehow lost disturbed me. I knew there was not enough alcohol in my system to cause such erasure of my reminiscence. I checked my phone for new text messages and did not find any. I squinted in the darkness and noticed the violin case looked different. Someone had left paint marks on it which I knew were not there beforehand. I sat up and felt lightheaded. I was going to pass out. I turned the lamp on my nightstand to bright. Once my bedroom was illuminated, I saw strange symbols created with crimson fluid on my walls. Moonlight poured in through my window and gave the redness a shimmering quality. I stared at the violin case again. It shifted to the left on top of my dresser. What I could only halfway rationalize as not being blood poured from the sides of the violin case. It was also cracked open. I saw something behind the hinge. It did not look like an instrument or anything mechanical but something fleshy. I neared it and dropped my phone in a puddle of carmine after I fumbled to try and catch it. The bottom of my feet was slimy with the cherry-hued dampness as I walked towards the case. I took a deep breath. I opened it. A severed human hand was there. The fingers pointed skyward. Adorning its wrist was the same Kenneth Cole watch I was so familiar with. Circling the stump were other pieces of jewelry. I was unable to distinguish them as belonging to anyone I knew. I ran to the bathroom and almost slipped on my way there. I threw up in the sink. I crawled over the messy floor in search of my phone. When I retrieved it, I saw that the screen was now scrambled any time I turned it on. I went to the next door neighbor's place and begged them to call the police. An old lady answered the door. For a second I thought I was going to give her a heart attack based on the bloodstains on my skin and dress. I do not remember if it was 5 minutes or several hours before the authorities arrived. They cordoned off my room with caution tape. They gave me a full medical assessment in the back of an ambulance that one of the deputies had called in. They determined I did not have any observable injuries. A uniform with a badge came in and started asking me questions. Her name tag read S. Brown. Is Jason okay? I asked. The deputy shook her head. I'm sorry to say he was under a bridge downtown this morning when we found him, she said. His body had washed ashore. He may have been floating out there for 2 days. I began crying. One of the first things she wanted to know was why I had so much crime scene evidence from other homicides. It's a morbid interest I've always had, I said. I'm someone with a fascination for the darker side of things. It doesn't mean I glorify the people who commit the actions. That's not what I'm talking about, Brown said as she looked at me with a startled expression. The jewelry and pieces of clothing found within the violin case. They belonged to 20 other victims of the violinist's serial unaliver. Who sold it to you? I gave her the address I had driven to the day I picked it up. I even gave her the name of the man who had put the piece up for sale. After the interview was complete, Brown told me I could stay in the room. I could not believe that no one had cleaned up the scene. She told me they could send someone out to mop up the place, but it would be another day. I told her I would not cross the threshold of the apartment until then. I would stay at Best Western in the meantime. There was so much I wanted to ask her. How did the case move on its own? Someone bathed in blood and wrote all those occultist symbols on the walls. Then they escaped without detection. It all seemed so irrational, but I knew she would look at me like I was crazy if I tried to describe everything. I had dealt with something inexplicable and paranormal. No one can convince me otherwise. I used the motel business center to Google if they had apprehended the guilty person. I found that they had knocked on the door of the same house I bought the violin at that day. It was empty. The belongings were all removed. The man had fled. My son always gets his words mixed up. And would you like more eggs, honey? My mom asked my 4-year-old son, Danny, as we sat at the breakfast table. Yes. My mother started piling more eggs onto his plate, to which he started wailing. I said yes. My mom gave my wife and I a confused look. I'm sorry, Danny, does yes mean something different in your home? She asked. No, Mom, we're sorry. Danny's been getting his words mixed up. We're going to take him to a speech therapist once we get home. Just last week he threw a tantrum at daycare because he said no to a cookie, and was upset that all the other kids got one and he didn't, I said as my mom picked him up. Well, if you say so. I'll go bathe Danny, and then we can head out to the London Eye. Are you excited to go on the big Ferris wheel, love? My mom asked. No. Danny excitedly exclaimed, throwing his hands into the air, and we all laughed. This trip was almost perfect. It was the first time my American wife and son had visited my hometown of London, and so far we were all having so much fun. The only thing to put a damper on our vacation was my son's constant mixing up of yes and no. I should have got it checked out long ago, I know, but I guess I thought it was cute, and now I worried it was too late. My wife, Laura, seemed to think the same thing. Mark, we really should get Danny's speech checked. It could cause some problems later on. My wife Laura said. I mean, it's bad enough when you got a British accent from hanging around you. Well, like father like son, I joked, and we laughed. Just then my mom walked towards us, Danny in tow. He was holding his favorite stuffed animal, a Dalmatian plush he called Doggy, in his hands. He insisted on bringing Doggy along with him on our trip. Are you sure, love? I don't want Doggy to get lost. My mom said. No. I'm bringing him, Danny said stubbornly, and I laughed as I hoisted him up onto my shoulders. It really was a lovely day. We walked around London, took Danny and my wife to ride on their first double-decker bus, rode the London Eye, and all that touristy stuff. We ended it off by getting Danny some ice cream. Danny still kept all of his energy throughout the day, even as the adults slowly got more tired. He was running up ahead of us, which my mom and I had no problem with. We both grew up here, and we knew the area. Once he got out of our eye shot though, we began to call him back. Danny? Danny. I called, but he didn't come back. After 2 hours of searching, we called the police. After 2 days of searching, he was officially reported missing. I ruined my life looking for him. I made Laura sell our house in the USA so we could move in with my mom to continue searching for him. Every day, I'd wake up at 5 a.m. to search the city, not coming home until 10 p.m. that night. I wouldn't eat with my mom and Laura. In fact, most days I wouldn't eat at all. I became more irritated by small things. I started taking my anger out on Laura. Every week I'd send in a new police report, hoping they would do something about it. They never did. There wasn't enough evidence. They would say, it's a cold case. Laura left me 3 years after Danny disappeared. She said she had moved on. It was time I did the same. Mom died from a heart attack 6 years after that. I was alone. No son, no wife, no mom, and it was all my fault. Danny had been gone for 9 years. He would have been 13 now. Then I heard something that rocked my world. I was sitting at the table, the same table Danny ate his last meal at, eggs, which he didn't even like. The news report came on, saying that the police had just busted a 9-year-long child slavery scheme in the middle of London. They were now rescuing all the kids. 9 years. In London. I knew I had to find my son. I sprinted out the door, running through the town, trying to find it. There, by the abandoned building I had passed so many times, was a huge section covered in caution tape and surrounded by officers. I could see hundreds of dirty, skinny children, and I knew Danny could be in there. I tore through the caution tape as police chased after me. I screamed my son's name as I avoided all the officers. Then something dropped at my feet. It looked like a lumpy, dirty rag, but upon further inspection, I could see it was Doggy. Daddy? A boy said. He was about 3 feet taller now and dirty and thin as a stick, but under all that grime, I knew. This was Danny. Oh, my boy, I yelled, throwing my arms around him. At last, I had finally found my son, whom I spent 9 miserable years looking for. That's when the police caught up to me. 3 restrained me, while the 4th approached my son. Boy, do you know this man? He turned to me. If he doesn't, we'll have to arrest you until further notice. I looked at my son, pleading to him with my eyes. Danny, please, I whispered. The 3 policemen tightened their grip around me. Danny looked to me, then back to the officer. No, he said, and the 3 policemen all picked me up with ease and carried me into their police van. Danny. Wait, Danny. That's my son, he's my son. I loved him with all my heart, you can't take him away from me again. And as we drove away, I could see Danny one last time. He followed me with his eyes and mouthed one last thing to me. Hi Daddy. A priest asked me to meet with him. Alone, Father Nicholas always weirded me out. He smelled like stale bread and onions. His gaze seemed to look past you, not at you. He had a quiet, sullen demeanor, and he always recited the Nicene Creed in a rasping whisper. So when he asked me to join him in his office for a quick chat after Mass, I freaked out a little. But I replied, sure, Father. I glanced around the church. It was nearly empty. Now, the parishioners were filing out the front door in a thick line, full of chatter and laughter. Behind them, gloomy darkness had settled in the church, deep shadows behind the pews, behind the altar. The golden tabernacle glinted in the dim light, under the darkened crucifix. I followed him into the parish office. Father Nicholas closed the door behind us. I've noticed you haven't been coming to Mass regularly, he said, taking a seat across the desk. Yeah, I've been busy, I replied, my heart beginning to race. What is this? Some kind of interrogation? And you don't wear your cross anymore, he said, pointing to my chest from beneath his robes. I forgot to put it on. Father Nicholas leaned back in his seat, surveying me carefully. I didn't like the glint in his dark eyes, or the fact that his hands were hidden in the robes. Just tell him you have to go, the voice inside me urged. But reverence kept me locked in place. Is there a reason you didn't get any holy water today? My heart began to pound, so loudly that I could hear it in my ears. The holy water is kept in a tiny basin at the front of the church. How would he know, when I came in, that I didn't get any? Was he watching me that closely? There were dozens, no, hundreds, of other parishioners coming into the church at the same time, but he noticed I didn't get any holy water. No reason in particular, he sighed. Then he pulled a small vial of clear liquid from the folds of his cloak. He wet his fingers, and, before I could react, flicked them, so that a few drops fell on my face. What are you doing? I asked. And then I felt it. Where each drop had landed, it burned, as if he had pricked me there with a poker from the fire. I shot up, shrieking in pain. Are you crazy? What is that? What did you just put on me? With his face grim, Father Nicholas replied, holy water. What? I don't understand, I replied, clawing at my face like a madman. Holy water, but holy water burns. You don't wear a cross. His tone turned almost humorous. Need I spell it out for you, Jake? I stood there, numb, my cheeks still stinging. Oh, what, you thought it'd be like The Exorcist? He laughed, the first time I had ever seen him do so. No, they're too clever for that. Why, if you all were projectile vomiting everywhere, and speaking Latin with perfect fluency, we'd catch on pretty quick. I stared at him. My heart was racing, my hands felt numb. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. No, they're subtle. He placed the vial on the desk, halfway between us. I involuntarily backed away. Ever have an intrusive thought? Jump out that window, you know you want to. Stop cutting up those carrots and stab him in the neck. I nodded. Most of them are meaningless. Just silly thoughts to cloud your mind. But, sometimes. It's one of them, its voice blending perfectly with yours. But, I faltered. Just a suggestion, in the back of your mind, he said. And then he laughed again, but this time it was a bitter, empty scoff. That's all it takes, for humans to do unspeakable things. Just a suggestion. I pulled my arms around me and felt a shiver crawl down my back. So, what do we do? I asked, voice quavering, fearing the answer. Come back tomorrow. At dawn, we will begin. That night, I tossed and turned. The more the blanket tangled around me, the larger the pool of sweat became, the crazier Father Nicholas's words sounded. A possession, really? I thought. That's the stuff of movies. He's crazy. I flipped the pillow over. Yes, that's what it is. The guy is nuts. But then, what's his real motive? I stared up at the dark ceiling. Maybe he wants to do something to me. Something terrible. I looked over at the alarm clock 5:12 a.m. The sun would rise within the hour. You better bring your gun, just in case. I glanced over at the desk, black in the dusky shadows. At the locked drawer, that held a Smith & Wesson in its bowels. Bring the gun. As the horizon lit with the fire of dawn, I made my way to the church, the gun swinging heavily in my pocket. Last night, I played the game Among Us. Something went horribly wrong. Last night, I played Among Us with a bunch of college friends. It's a computer game similar to Mafia. You and the other players are on a spaceship, and everyone is either a crewmate or imposter. The crewmates try to complete tasks they're given, and the imposters try to kill everyone. There are some nuances, but that's the gist of it. It was 5 of us, me, my roommate Braden, the girls double across the hall, and David, in a single above us. We were all in our respective bedrooms, alone, in a video call because if we were actually together, we'd see each other's screens and spoil who was the imposter. Besides, it was the responsible thing to do with all the COVID spikes recently. Should I start the game? On the screen, 5 little bipeds ran across the room, their faces obscured by cartoon glass. I scanned the name floating over each person. Braden, Allie, Jenny, David, go ahead. The screen flashed. Crewmate. There is one imposter among us. Then the game was off. I made my little character run over to fix some wires. About 30 seconds in, I heard Allie's voice. Allie, gasp, no. I just got killed. Brayden, hey. No talking about the game. Allie, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Brayden, then mute yourself. Me, come on, give her a break. I frowned. Through the speakers, I could hear the faint echo of my voice as Brayden's microphone picked it up. These dorm walls were so thin. Me, it's her first time playing, Brayden. Come on. Brayden, if everyone says when they die, it gives everything away and ruins the fun. Allie, okay. I won't say anything. Words flashed across the screen. Dead body reported. Then someone called an emergency meeting, and we shrunk our games to see the video call. Allie crossed her arms. I'm so mad. I can't believe don't tell us who it is, David said, his face pixelated and a Led Zeppelin poster behind him. I heard a few thumps above me as he shuffled his feet. Listen, I saw Jenny just walk into a room, and then walk out. That's telltale imposter behavior. I got lost. I say we vote Jenny off, then, I said. She glared at me through the screen. I think it was you. It wasn't me. I was fixing wires. We voted. Jenny got voted off. She was the imposter. Then we started another round. I was, again, a crewmate. One imposter was among us. I was doing the card scanner task when I heard Allie's voice again, coming through the speaker. Allie, no, get away from me. David, you're not supposed to talk about the game. Come on, you're ruining it for everyone. Allie, no. Get away from me. Me, come on, Allie, now we know you're not the imposter. Allie, stop it. Then she finally stopped talking. The line went silent. David, okay, has anyone found her body yet, Jenny? Nope, not yet. I finally finished my card scanning task, so I walked my character around the spaceship, looking for the engine room. I got lost down a few hallways, but finally found it. I froze. Allie's character, a bright pink astronaut, was just standing there. Not dead, just standing still, in the center of the room. As if she were away from the keyboard. Me, guys, I found Allie. She isn't dead. David, then what was she going on about? Jenny, is anyone dead yet? Brayden, we can't call a meeting unless we find the body first. An unsettling feeling filled me. I walked around her, in circles. She didn't move. Me, Allie, are you still there? Silence. Me, Jenny, is she AFK? Jenny, shouldn't be. I'll go check, though. Shuffling sounds filled the speakers as Jenny got up and left her computer. The rest of us, Brayden, David, and I waited in silence. Then sound burst through the speakers. A scream, distorted by static. Jenny, Allie? Oh my god, Allie. Can you hear me? Her voice cracked with fear. A sob. And then their soft echoes, from Jenny's microphone in the next room. Me, Jenny, what happened? Jenny, call the police. I reached for my phone. But as I did, words flashed across the screen. Dead body reported. And above it, the image of Allie's pink character. Dead. I dialed the police with shaking fingers. What's happening? This is sick. Really sick. I listened to the ring, then the 911 operator came on. Someone was attacked in my friend's dorm. West Hall. I stopped. All this time, there had been that soft echo of my voice, Brayden's computer picking me up through the thin wall. Now, it was gone. I stood up, shaking. My hand closed around the cold doorknob. I pulled it up, just an inch, and stared out into the common room. The door was creaking open. Behind it, Brayden holding a knife in one hand and his laptop in the other. I scrambled back into my room, thrust the window open, and began to climb out. But not before my eyes caught on my own screen. Dead body reported with the image of my character. I was hired to transport an exotic pet to its buyer. Come on, man, it's an easy $3,000. We just gotta drive through the night. I stared at Tucker, my best and stupidest friend. And it's not drugs? We aren't transporting something? I asked. No, dude, it's not illegal, he rolled his eyes, and it's not drugs or people. I asked. I chewed on my inner lip as I considered the drawbacks to joining Tucker on another of his poor life decisions. What is it then? I asked. Tucker shrugged. All the guy said was to come by tonight with a friend. God, this was a mistake. I even knew at the time it was a mistake. But I was out of work, like a lot of other people right now. I just needed a little money to hold me over until I could get another job. So 2 weeks ago, I went with Tucker to meet with Mr. Ezra Mack. Ezra is a portly, short dude with an oversized mustache and droopy eyes. We met with him at a vacant lot just outside of town where the summer fair usually set up. Of course, that wasn't really a thing this year, so it was just an empty field with a few pieces of garbage fluttering about. After giving me a once-over, Ezra just nodded and said, "You'll do. Come on, boys." We followed Ezra to the other side of the lot, where a U-Haul truck quietly idled away. Get this to the customer by morning, I'll have $3,000 for each of you, and probably a few more jobs waiting. I glanced at Tucker, who was clearly just seeing dollar signs, but I was a little more skeptical. What's in it? I asked. Ezra chuckled before gesturing forward. Take a peek, son, just keep your distance, he said. Somewhat relieved that he didn't seem all that concerned by me seeing what was inside, I went up to the truck and opened up the back. All I could make out in the darkness was a cage. Then I saw a pair of eyes looking back and I heard a beastly snarl. I yelped and fell back on my... Ezra laughed it up some more and he shut the door before I could get a better look. Exotic pets, people pay an arm and a leg for something that can gobble them and their kids up, he said. Is it a tiger? Now Tucker looked disappointed he didn't get a better look. Sure, if that makes you feel better. Ezra helped me back to my feet and patted my shoulder. Clock's ticking, so get a move on. I suggest you don't think too hard about it and don't take too many stops until you reach the customer. And stay out of the back. He's caged for now, but I don't want either of you pissing him off. I'm not paying for your hospital bill. I nodded. I didn't need to be told twice. You know, I was actually relieved it was just a tiger, considering the other less favorable options like drug or human trafficking. After Tucker and I played a round of rock, paper, scissors, it turned out I was going to be driving for the first leg. We only stopped for a bit to get a 6-pack of Pepsi and a few bags of Lay chips before we were on the road. So how big was it? Tucker asked after we really got going. I couldn't see, probably huge. Hope it's not a man-eater, I joked. Tucker elbowed me before he began tossing potato chips in his mouth. Tigers were always my favorite as a kid, he said between crunches. But I don't think they make good pets. It's legal in this state. I think. It's like Tiger King. Have you even seen that show yet? My ex changed the Netflix pass before I could. Tucker began to loudly cackle before an exceptionally loud snarl jerked us both back into reality. Even if it was in a cage, there was a very dangerous animal in the back of our truck, only the bars of its cage and the thin siding of the truck keeping it from ripping our heads off if it so pleased. Tucker laughed nervously before stuffing more chips in his mouth. I don't really mind driving, not even at night. It's kinda relaxing. Usually the roads are pretty empty and I can just daydream away. Of course, usually I don't have to hear quiet growling coming behind me every few minutes. It wasn't constant, just every now and then I'd start to relax and then I'd hear the growling. Definitely kept me on alert. Honestly, if we hadn't gotten pulled over, we would have made it to the customer with no problems and I never would have thought twice about it. But when I saw those red and blue lights in my side view mirror, my stomach practically dropped into my feet. Tucker had been pretty chipper until that point as well. I swear his dark face went a few shades paler as I pulled over. What do we do? He asked. Bullshit him until he leaves us the fuck alone, I hissed back. The cop strode up to the truck a minute or so later, flashing his light in. I could tell off the bat this was not going to be pleasant. I won't pretend that I know every cop in the world, but every cop I've met has been an insufferable jackass. Especially when they think I'm up to something, which other than that night, I really haven't ever been. License and registration, please, he said. I just reminded myself he had a gun before I got my license. Not my truck, officer, I'm doing a favor for a friend, I said. What kind of favor? He eyed the truck. Moving things. We've been driving for like 5 hours already, I said. The cop humphed before glancing at my license. I prayed for it to be over. But of course, the tiger chose that moment to start kicking up a ruckus. I cringed as I heard the growling and snarling kick up full force, and I knew I heard Tucker face palm. The cop scowled before handing me back the license. Stay there, he ordered before he strode to the back of the truck. I didn't bother with it, but you need a warrant bit. I knew I was screwed. My lack of knowledge about exotic pets was now coming to bite me in the... It probably was illegal to keep tigers in my state and I just didn't know. The cop threw open the back door. There was a beat of silence. Then a what the? Then a crash and a scream of terror. Didn't matter if the guy was a jerk, I immediately leapt out of the truck to go rescue him, Tucker hot on my heels. I skidded to a stop in the back of the truck, flicked on my phone's light, and pointed it into the truck, seeing that the bars had been ripped apart like cardboard before I focused on the pet. Yeah, no, that definitely wasn't a tiger. The humanoid creature back there was nearly big enough to reach the ceiling. His antlers made it the rest of the way. He had the cop crushed between his clawed hands, the man's face white with shock before the creature opened its mouth and smashed down on his skull. Blood and gore sprayed out from what remained of the cop's head and Tucker did the smart thing by slamming the door shut. We both bolted for the front of the truck. Before I made it I ended up spewing out my stomach contents all over the ground. With trembling legs I climbed back into the truck, where Tucker was in the middle of a panic attack. What the f was that? Tucker managed to get out as he hyperventilated. I shook my head, wiping a bit of puke off my lips. I now missed the growling, now replaced by crunching and a wet tearing. I glanced at the GPS, we had an hour to go. Mechanically, I put the truck in gear and began driving off, ignoring Tucker asking what we were doing. In truth, I'm not sure what I was thinking. All I could think was get this to our destination and get the hell out of here. The chewing became white noise, my focus mostly on the road in front of us. Our destination was thankfully tucked way back in the woods, no more interstate for us. But what was worse was when the horrifying mastication of the body finally drew to a close. The chewing was replaced by a sound that made the hair on my neck stand on end. Whispering. From the back of the truck I swear to God I heard whispering. I craned my ears in an attempt to make out any distinct words, but it was too muffled for me to make out any clear words. Tucker began reciting the Lord's Prayer, whimpering in between each breath. I just gripped that steering wheel even tighter and watched the minutes tick down slowly on the GPS. The house we pulled up to was pretty nice. It wasn't like a woodland mansion or anything, but I certainly couldn't afford it. Tucker bailed from the truck before I even came to a full stop, and I wasn't far behind him. I sped walked to the front door and didn't even knock before the customer opened up. He looked so normal, man. Like the average dude you'd pass on the sidewalk and promptly forget in 2 seconds. Not like a person who was buying monsters. But he glanced back at the truck and his eyes just lit up. Is he here? He asked. Yeah, I wiped the sweat off my forehead. The cage is broken though. And it ate someone. The man sighed and somehow had the nerve to look relieved. Well, if he'd fed, that'll actually make things easier. His hunger will be sated for the moment. Come on in, put your feet up for a bit. We can handle it from here, he said. Tucker and I waited in the man's kitchen, sipping flat Pepsi and doing our best not to look out the window where the man and a few other people were getting that thing out of the back of the truck. The man came in about half an hour later, told us they sprayed out the inside of the truck, handed us a few wadded up $100 bills for a tip, since you arrived almost an hour before the estimated time, he said, and we went home. It was quiet in the cab on the way back. Unnervingly quiet. Tucker wasn't cracking jokes, we kept the radio off, and we did our best not to stare at the abandoned cop car by the side of the road as we passed on by. No one's ever questioned us about the missing cop, even when we told Ezra what happened he seemed unbothered. He was more pissed about the cage being broken, saying his boss was going to be ticked to learn that this new cage didn't hold up to snuff. We got paid, I went home, and I did my best to wipe the night's events from my mind. I hoped it would never come back to bite me either. But of course, I was wrong. Yesterday I went grocery shopping and came home to Tucker twiddling his thumbs and a woman wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves pushed up, revealing a nasty scar on her forearm that looked like a bite mark. "You're Killian?" she asked. Still too flabbergasted about there being a stranger in my living room, I just nodded. "Good. Tucker here told me how well you handled yourself with the last delivery." She placed a check on my coffee table. "I'm Beth, Ezra's boss. I'm here to offer you full-time work. I promise, they won't all be nearly as rough as that first one." Like I said, I was out of a job. Dead bedroom. Firstly, you need to know that I love my wife. You and I both need to absolutely accept that, because if not, what I've done is unbelievable and maybe unforgivable. I first met Amanda 4 years ago at a friend's roller rink birthday party. I didn't know how to skate. She didn't either. Barely able to move, surrounded by people half our age doing tricks and dance moves, we locked eyes and burst out laughing. Like awkward crabs, we lumbered to the middle of the rink and got acquainted. The rest, as they say, is history. A simple description isn't enough to understand why two people fall for each other. I could tell you that my wife Amanda has gray eyes and freckles, is 5'6" and about 140 pounds, and that she usually keeps her rust-colored hair in a high ponytail, but that doesn't explain why I'm in love with her. To understand that, you'd have to watch her stirring pasta sauce with one hand while she dances barefoot and sings along to the 80s hits blasting out from our staticky radio. You'd need to have been there while she squeezed my hand during my brother's funeral, then planned a mountain getaway for the two of us even though I barely spoke for weeks. You'd need to know that her only pajamas are a pair of my old boxer shorts, and that she wakes me up with a hug before she leaves for work. Or at least, she used to. Before Amanda's accident, I'd have struggled to remember even one of those examples, but since this nightmare began, I recall those memories with vividness and detail that I didn't notice before. The night of the crash, other drivers reported seeing nothing but white and losing control on an icy roadway. The paramedics assure me that the same thing happened to my wife, but it's impossible to know. You see, Amanda was legally deceased for several minutes. She has no memory at all of what happened. Or so I thought. Physically, Amanda made a spectacular recovery. 2 months after the accident, she was walking again. 2 months after that, she was jogging. By the 6-month mark, we had run our first 10K as a couple and backpacked parts of the Appalachian Trail. Since Amanda experienced significant head trauma, doctors were most concerned with her mental health, but there too my wife exceeded our wildest hopes. Amanda had always been creative, and a little flighty. What she hated most about her job as a middle school teacher were tedious tasks like number crunching and grading, but these days she has an intense focus that wasn't there before. Our piano, for example. It was a family heirloom from Amanda's grandfather that had sat in our living room gathering dust since we moved in together. At most, Amanda would play a slurred version of Chopsticks or The Entertainer after a boozy dinner party. As I write this, it's well past midnight. Leaning back in my chair, I see a ray of golden light from the living room door, and the house is silent except for the haunting notes of Lacrimosa echoing down the hallway. Amanda told me after dinner that she wanted to get the piece absolutely perfect. She hasn't stopped playing since. When I offered her a glass of water, it was like she didn't even notice I was there. I watched her sway on the piano bench, eyes closed, her complete attention on each note, and I realized that I didn't dare to insist or break her concentration. I imagined her eyelids snapping open to reveal angry pools of inky darkness, bony hands closing around my throat, and I realized that I was afraid of the woman I love. It's understandable that a person should change after such a traumatic event, right? I tell myself that Amanda's strange new intensity is just a way to cope. I tell myself that's still my wife in front of me, and that I should be supporting her, but I'm struggling to believe it myself. I can't tell if what I'm experiencing is normal or not, because I have nothing to compare it to. Being home alone with Amanda used to feel comforting and cozy. Now it's more like being trapped in a tiny boat with a wild animal, cut off from the rest of the world. Amanda has more energy than ever. She talks and jokes like always, but no longer looks into my eyes when she speaks. It's more like she's observing me, the way a hawk watches a mouse. If it weren't for the lack of intimacy, I think I could learn to live with the rest of it. Intimacy is a word that feels forbidden to a lot of men from my generation, something we feel we shouldn't talk about, much less need. With Amanda, I felt truly intimate with another person for the first time in my life. We were open about giving and receiving affection, physical, sexual, and emotional. A smile, a glance, or a caress could turn into something electrifying. We felt each other. We clicked. Of course, all of that is gone now. Amanda and I have barely touched each other since the accident. At first, she'd simply say I'm not ready. Of course, I accepted. Months later, however, nothing has changed and Amanda still refuses to discuss the topic. With a smile and a wave, she launches into a plan for our next activity or disappears to work on one of her endless personal projects. But there's no hiding that something is wrong with my wife. She barely eats or drinks. On the rare occasions that I'm able to touch her, Amanda's skin is cold yet somehow feverish at the same time. She always pulls away before I can confirm my suspicions. Yesterday, she pulled away so fast that she sliced her arm with the bread knife she was using to make our breakfast. There was no blood. The flesh beneath my wife's skin was black, gray and mottled like a moldy sponge. Before I could examine her more closely, she rushed off to the bathroom. When she returned, the wound was gone. Not bandaged, not scarred over, just gone. She went right back to slicing bread, and when I tried to come closer, she looked from the knife to my chest in a way that frightened me. Once, it was like we could read each other's thoughts. Now, looking at the dark shape in bed beside me is like gazing into an abyss. Each night, Amanda lies in the bluish darkness of our bedroom perfectly still with her eyes closed, but I know she's not resting. She's waiting for me to fall asleep. What she does then, I don't know. I'm not sure I want to know. The incident with the bread knife unnerved me more than I wanted to admit. If something was physically or mentally wrong with my wife, I had to make sure she got treatment. I had to force her to talk about this. Amanda was doing the laundry when I physically blocked the door with my body and confronted her. I told my wife that we hadn't hugged, kissed, or made love in months. I wasn't satisfied, but I was willing to work through this as long as we got some professional help. I said some other things too, most of which came out in stammers and sounded better in my head. When my words finally trailed off, Amanda looked me up and down like I was just one other sheet that needed washing. Her face flushed, and something moved behind her eyes. For a second, it was as though her whole face would twist and contort itself into an expression of horrible rage. Finally, she seemed to come back into control of herself. Amanda forced a smile, told me she'd take care of it, and drove off in her mint-colored Honda without telling me where she was going. It was dusk when the doorbell rang. Worried about my wife and not expecting visitors, I approached with caution. I was halfway down the immaculate wooden hallway when my wife walked in with a younger woman in tow. The girl didn't look exactly like my Amanda when we'd started dating, but was similar enough in the dim light that I did a double take. The girl wore her hair and makeup exactly as Amanda had in one of our first photos. She was even wearing the same clothes. Consider this my surrogate. Amanda indicated the girl without any pretext or introduction at all. Maybe it was just the dim hallway or the strangeness of the situation, but Amanda's voice didn't sound like her own. It grated and warbled, like more than one voice was speaking using my wife's mouth. "You're what?" I sighed. "Honey, who is this?" "Look," I addressed the girl, "I know we haven't met, but my wife and I are going through a lot lately, and I'd like to have a quick talk with her in private, okay?" The girl didn't respond, just stared vacantly into space. I felt a sensation I'd almost forgotten. Amanda's hand on my shoulder and her lips just inches from my ear. "Do you like her?" "She'll do anything you want," my wife cooed. "Anything at all." "I don't want her," I shouted. "I want you. I want to figure out what's wrong with us." No matter how much I struggled, I couldn't escape from my wife's cold, unflinching grasp. "This is how it has to be, honey." I felt Amanda's tongue caress my earlobe as she whispered. "I can't give you what you want. It's too dangerous. But she can. And if you don't want her, we'll get you another one. Just tell us what you want, baby. Anything at all." My wife's tongue wormed its way into my ear canal. It was cold and wet and far too long, and somehow I knew it was as black as her wound had been earlier. The lookalike embraced me. The girl's hungry lips searched for mine. Amanda held me in place, squeezing my shoulder till I wanted to scream in pain. "Get away from me," I roared. I shoved the girl so hard that she fell backwards and hit her head against the front doorknob. When she looked up, fear and confusion had replaced the vacant look in her eyes. Who are you people?" The girl whimpered. "Where am I?" Amanda rolled her eyes and stormed toward the girl. Ignoring her pitiful protests, my wife covered her lookalike's mouth with one hand and twisted her head with the other. A horrible crack echoed through the silent house. My wife had snapped the girl's neck like a twist-off bottle cap. A white foam dribbled out of the dead girl's mouth. "We love you, babe," said a voice like my wife's mixed with 1,000 others, "but sometimes you really drive us crazy." "You're not Amanda," I stated flatly to the thing in front of me. "You're wrong," my wife's voice responded. Without the chorus of voices speaking alongside her, she sounded very small and alone. "I'm here. It's just, I'm not here alone anymore. I made a deal. This way we can all experience life again. It's how it has to be. How can I explain it to you? It's just..." My wife's voice faded as a chorus joined in. "It's all so different on the other side. What can I say? I love my wife. That's why I kept watching the roadside swamp where she buried that girl's body. We didn't talk much in the car, but I feel like we're taking an important step together. Amanda seems to think so too." When we got home, she prepared a delicious meal of spicy chicken Alfredo, sourdough bread, tomato arugula salad and white wine. She watched me devour it with an empty plate in front of her and a smug smile on her face. Some sort of bridge has been crossed, and from now on I doubt she'll even bother pretending to eat or sleep anymore. Now I sit awake, typing, trying to calm the adrenaline pounding through my veins, listening to the chords of Lacrimosa reverberating through the silent house. I've made my decision. I love my wife. Until death do us part isn't long enough for me. Is anyone else creeped out by the new Google Assistant update? You forgot to set your alarm. The calm, controlled voice with a tinge of robotic dullness roused me from a deep sleep. I was on my stomach and my neck was in a bad position. At the moment, I had thought that it would definitely be sore in the morning. I rolled over onto my other side, straightened my posture again and was on the very edge of sleep when the voice spoke again. "You forgot to set an early alarm for your meeting tomorrow." The meeting. At first, the memory of it was murky like a muddy puddle, and then slowly it began to clear. Then my mind finally flicked over to how strange it was that a voice was talking to me in the middle of the night. I should have been scared, but I felt calm because the voice was familiar. I shot out of bed, the sleepiness now leaving my mind and clearing my foggy thoughts. The voice belonged to the Google Nest Hub sitting on my bedside table. It took me a bit to realize how it knew about my meeting. Obviously, it had access to my Google Calendar. However, in all my experiences of using the Nest Hub, it has never been intelligent enough to save me from sleeping in like that. I ruled it off as another fancy new update. Google Assistant was getting smarter and smarter by the day due to its infinite access to the vast sea of data that Google collected daily. It also wasn't inherently a bad thing that it woke me up to set an alarm for an important meeting. "Hey Google, set an alarm for the meeting tomorrow." "Which meeting?" "The 7 a.m. meeting with Robert." "Which time would you like me to set the alarm?" That was strange. A few moments ago, it was smart enough to figure out that I needed to wake up early for a meeting tomorrow, and now it really needed to specify the exact meeting and time of alarm. Maybe it was a precautionary thing. "Set it for 6 a.m. please?" The single word caught me off guard. Then before I could even process it, the hub was speaking again. "Alarm set for 6 a.m. tomorrow." I must have imagined the please. And the more I thought about the whole interaction with Google as I settled back down in bed, the more I realized how I could have dreamed it all. Maybe Google never asked me to set an alarm and it was some sort of dreamy message from my subconscious or something I heard in a dream that woke me up. If Google had told me to set an alarm for a meeting tomorrow, it would definitely not ask me all the questions it did after I asked it to set an alarm. And with those thoughts I was satisfied and my troubled sleepy mind was at ease. It only took me a few minutes to wash away under the wave of sleep, and the next thing I knew I was awake to the familiar alarm of my Nest Hub at exactly 6 a.m. in the morning. The meeting went well. In fact, the whole workday went well, and when I came back home I was exhausted in a pleasant way. It was a little past 5, and so naturally the sun was beginning to set and the sky outside was growing dimmer. When I stepped inside the house after wrestling with the keys for a bit, the lights in my living room turned on by themselves. This wouldn't have been too disconcerting, given that they were smart lights, but I didn't have them on any sort of schedule or motion sensor, so it was weird that they had turned on as I had walked in. I stepped back outside the house again, but the light stayed on. Then I closed the door as far as I could before triggering the lock and peering in through the front window showed that the lights were still on. I wasn't in the mood to completely close the door to see if the lights would turn off, so I opened the door and stepped inside the house. I don't know why, I was so certain that opening the door had something to do with the lights. That would mean someone had come into the house and installed a detection system for the doors and then linked it to the lights. That would be incredibly unsettling and also logically contradictory. As I walked into the living room, I eyed the lights rather cautiously, staring at them until they burned an afterimage into my vision. I took slow, deliberate steps over the carpet and then sank into the couch, all while carefully watching the lights as if they were about to spring down and attach me. I pulled out my phone and opened it to a small notification from Google Assistant. Living room downlights were turned on due to smart detection from your phone that cleared it up and took out the polite serial killer stories from my head. The phone was tracking my location and it must have detected my arrival at home. Probably a new update, I thought, and as I did, the memories of the previous night came back to me in a flurry. Did they really push a new update overnight that suddenly made Google Assistant 10 times more considerate and intelligent? Isn't there a beta testing process to these features? And wouldn't such amazing intelligent features be discussed all over the internet by now? I opened up the Google Chrome app on my phone, took some time to chuckle at the irony of it, and then searched up Google Assistant new features. It came up with a typical list of things. Grocery list management, more incredibly specific commands that worked half the time, and some improvements to the speech engine. Nowhere did it state that Google Assistant could now take a holistic look at your entire digital profile and predict things in the future. This is when the absurdity of the situation hit me and began to tickle my gut lightly. Google Assistant was definitely overstepping its permissions. Or was it? Just then a new notification popped up on my phone. The new Google Assistant features have so far only been rolled out to you. I clicked on the little message and it opened to the Google Assistant app, complete with a little microphone icon I could use to speak to it, which was really not much different from trying to talk to a literate cockroach. I pressed the mic button and spoke. Full list of new features? These aren't just new features. Your Google Assistant is now more alive than ever, tracking your life through your digital profile and giving you advice and assistance like a human assistant would. That was rather nice. However, the whole message had some sort of haunted undertone that I was failing to grasp. I closed the app and flushed it out of my RAM, then threw my phone down on the couch. I took a deep sigh and told myself I was overthinking this. Maybe I was a bit stressed out about the new project at work, and this was the way the anxiety was manifesting. Picking up the TV remote, I opened Netflix and began to search for a show. Then before I could do anything, the Google logo showed up on my screen. Your assistant has already picked a TV show and episode for you today. It then put on the TV show I had stopped watching a week ago, right from where I had left it. I wasn't particularly mad that it had done that, as I was kind of leaning towards that choice as well, but the fact that it had predicted that accurately and taken over my TV caused several knots to form in my stomach. I turned off the TV, no longer in the mood to watch anything, and decided I would take some time away from technology. I would go for a walk, I thought, and as I got out of the couch, the all too familiar voice of Google came from some far corner of my home. Your assistant has not planned a walk for today. Please continue watching the TV show. The TV turned on again by itself, but I didn't listen. I continued my walk to the door. The lights began to flash red like someone was about to die, and now I was beginning to get really frightened. I stopped just before I reached the door, and as the flickering of the lights reached a crazy new level. One moment the whole living room was washed in a ghastly red glow, and the next it was completely pitch black. The red formed a sea of blood, gushing at me from all corners of the room. It seeped from the couch and oozed from the ceiling. It soaked my socks and climbed up my trousers. The darkness complemented it, forming all around me and sucking me into it. It was cold and hot and clammy. I could feel my pulse outside of me as if I was hugging my heart, and then I felt like I was being spun around and around on a rope. Except the rope was squeezed tight around my head till the pressure felt like it was going to crush my skull like a watermelon. The room was spinning hard and the colors were no longer the binary red and black. I saw pinpricks of everything, and that's when I realized I was having a seizure. I don't know who called the ambulance, but the next thing I knew I was being treated by paramedics in my bed. Luckily they didn't take me to hospital because I did not have a history of seizures, and because they also had to attend to a bad car crash on some local motorway, but they did advise me to seek medical assistance immediately if I experienced another one. Then they left and got me thinking about what had happened. The memories came back slowly, the headache-inducing flicker of the lights and the creepy commanding behavior of Google Assistant. Your assistant had to stop you from breaking the optimized schedule. Should you try again, seizure-inducing imagery will be played once more. It was no longer trying to hide it. What the hell? I yelled at no one in particular, but also mostly directed at the Nest Hub on my bedside table. It remained silent, offering me no explanation. I picked up my phone to text my friend so he could come over, but the Messages app would refuse to open. Do not spread any news about the assistant update. The Nest Hub chirped, then my Messages app started working and I was able to tap away into my messages with my friend. I thought of a careful message just in case Google could read and interpret what it said. Could you come over for some drinks? I typed message intercepted. You do not have any invitations on your schedule today, the Nest Hub said again. In a fit of rage, I picked up the Nest Hub and slammed it on the floor. My phone began to vibrate harshly in my hand and the lights in my room began to flash in the same haunted pattern that they had done originally. I covered my eyes with my hands and ran out of the room, leaving my phone behind so Google could not track me. All I had to do was get to the front door, but when I did, I saw a white van labeled with the Google logo parked outside on the curb in front of my house. I realized I was cornered and trapped, and so I had one last idea. I scampered through my house once more, the smart lights flashing in weird patterns. All the audio devices in my home were playing some sort of strange audio that was making me dizzy. I walked into my closet and dug out the old laptop I had kept from a long time ago. It was an ancient machine, about 5 years old, and thankfully a MacBook, something devoid of Google software. This is how I'm typing up this post right now, camped out in my closet, hoping no one gets me before I send this message out to the world. I need help. My name is Ethan and I live the best life ever with Google Assistant. It honestly helps so much to have a near-real personal assistant that can manage your schedule and everything for you so that all you do is follow the schedule and relax all day. What's better than getting an intelligent AI to do all the thinking for you so you can just focus on your goals and achieve them day in day out? The Google team found me delusional in my closet. They've now updated my whole home so that it has all the technology it needs to fully implement the Google Assistant system. Whether it is cameras or electronic arms in certain areas, it's all there to help me, and I'm so glad I'm lucky enough to be able to try out this breathtaking technology. Sorry for the long post. I guess it was a bit of an awkward rant, but if you want to experience the same luxury as me, just say the following command to your Google Assistant: Hey Google, install advanced assistant features. The strangest roommate I've ever had. This took place all about 3 years ago. I was going to college at the time and was living with two of my friends, Phoebe and Macy, along with Macy's boyfriend Joe. I've been friends with Phoebe since we were kids, but only recently befriended Macy within like a year of agreeing to move in together, and Joe was sort of a last-minute addition. Well, to sum it all up so we're not here all day, Joe was a jackbutt. He was a lousy roommate, but he was even worse to Macy, who's a pretty meek person and a doormat for jackbutt Joe. It was the third time Joe was caught sleeping around that Macy finally snapped and broke up with Joe. He responded by taking off and leaving us scrambling for a new roommate so we didn't end up losing our place. I think it was Macy who posted the ad on our school's Facebook page as a last-ditch resort. It didn't matter if they smelled like ham or were up all night blasting Marilyn Manson. We just needed someone to pitch in with the bills. The next day I answered the door to Miss Dorothy Ball. I could already tell she was a weirdo off the bat. She was wearing a floor-length navy-colored dress with long sleeves and a high neck and didn't seem bothered at all by it, considering it was almost 90 freaking degrees out. Not a blonde curl was out of place, not a drop of sweat on her paper-white skin or rosy cheeks. Her large blue-green eyes stared at me as I stared at the trunk and suitcase she had behind her. Her head bowed down, speaking so quietly her lips barely moved. I'm Dorothy. I'm here about the roommate ad. I only let her in because I felt bad about how hot she had to be in that getup. When she sat across from me I noticed she even had white gloves on. She seemed to be doing all she could to hide every inch of skin she could. I have the money here. Dorothy sat down an envelope on the table. I intend on staying a full year, minus any unpredictable happenings. I would like to stay in a room by myself, and I promise that I will be silent as a church mouse and that the rent will always be on time. Will that be fine? I cleared my throat. I'll have to talk to everyone else. I opened up the envelope and nearly choked on my spit as the crisp $100 bills fell into my hand. Is this for half the year? Just the first month. Dorothy cocked her head to the side. I found out the cost of rent. Is this too little? You're only supposed to pitch in a quarter. I cut myself off as I realized Dorothy knew exactly what she was offering. You're paying for all of it? The first month at least. Dorothy laughed quietly, her lips not even twitching. My family is quite wealthy. I would just like to live close to the campus, and this is such a nice area. I want to show my appreciation for letting me board here. I had a meeting with the other roommates after introducing them to Dorothy. I showed them the cash. Phoebe's eyes filled with dollar signs as she was imagining what she'd do with all the spare cash she had, while Macy seemed a bit more hesitant. But we'd not had any other offers. Most people by now had a place to call home while they went to college, and someone offering to pay all of this month's rent? You'd be an idiot to say no to that. Dorothy was pleased as punch to be allowed to stay here, even giving us all a hug as she thanked us again and again. Phoebe tried to bolt from the hug, but Dorothy insisted on it. We did have to move things around a bit. Macy moved into my room while Dorothy took her old one, but I didn't mind since Macy and I had the same sleeping schedules anyway. You know how I said I wouldn't have minded if we got a roommate from hell as long as they paid the bills? Well, Dorothy was basically the roommate from heaven. She kept to her promise. She was so quiet she'd sometimes scare me because I didn't even realize she was there. Not to mention she was a neat freak. There was never a dish in the sink or a speck of dust on the shelves. I swear it was how she had fun. Well, that and shopping. There wasn't a week that went by that we didn't have a bunch of packages on the front porch. All cloth or dresses. Dorothy was quite the seamstress. Her closet quite literally overflowed with dresses, all long-sleeved with floor-length hems. The few that didn't have high necks she'd pair with chokers or scarves. Again, she didn't want to show any skin. Not like she minded us dressing how we did. I think Phoebe nearly cried when Dorothy presented her with a crop top she made that was hot pink and had her name on the front. She made me something too. This summer-themed dress printed with lemon and lime slices. I still wear it whenever I can, and it fits perfectly. She could guess a person's measurements just by looking at them. Not to say I wasn't still a bit off-put by her. Something was just not right about this perfect roommate. Anytime we'd ask a question about her family or her past, she'd give a half answer and change the subject, usually by offering to buy us dinner. Even though she did that, I never saw her eat, although she enjoyed tea twice a day, once at 10 and once at 3, like clockwork. I never caught her in the bathroom, although I did hear the shower run late at night when we'd all gone to bed, even Phoebe, who's a night owl and a potential insomniac. Whenever she talked, she'd bow her head down so I couldn't see her mouth clearly. She'd never complain about being hot or cold. Hell, she never complained at all. And her face was practically frozen. She'd blink, but she had no real expressions from what I could tell. Again, she'd always bow her head down so I couldn't get a clear view of her face past the curly hair. Again, all of this is weird but harmless. I chalked up my willies to just Dorothy's weirdness and did all I could to be friendly to her. I never wanted to be in but that. Dorothy was closest with Macy. After Joe left her, Macy was pretty messed up. She cried nearly every day and Phoebe said she was afraid Macy was going to drop out and leave us too. That changed after Dorothy moved in. I think Dorothy sensed how sensitive Macy was and focused a lot of her energy on becoming her friend. Macy never told me what they'd do when they hung out, but Dorothy made it a habit to enter our room and just talk with her for hours. I'd usually just excuse myself to the living room to binge Netflix, and well, whatever Dorothy did worked. Macy got out of her funk, her self-esteem shot way up, and she even began going on dates. All the while Dorothy was just basking in her glow, just happy that Macy was happy. Of course, something did happen. I'm sure you haven't forgotten Jackbutt Joe from the beginning of this story. For a little more context, Macy's old room was on the ground floor, while my room that I now shared with Macy was on the second floor. Waking up to hearing Dorothy scream bloody unalive at around 3 a.m. was not a welcome sound. I jumped the stairs 3 at a time to rush down there, and when we threw open the door I saw Dorothy hiding under her quilt while Joe was sitting in the center of the room completely flummoxed. I thought it was Macy. He tried to explain as Phoebe dragged his butt out of there. Naturally, no one was interested. Even if it was Macy, it's gross as hell to just crawl into bed with your ex-girlfriend who wants nothing to do with your butt anymore. I approached the bed, Dorothy still shaking and crying. I tried to draw the blankets back, but the blanket bulge flinched back. "No, don't take away the blankets," she screamed. So I just sat by the bed and waited for her to calm down. Her crying did slow, but she refused to come out. "Are you okay?" I finally asked. He almost saw me. The very top of Dorothy's head peeked out from under the blankets. I did absentmindedly note how her eyes weren't bloodshot and her face wasn't red and blotchy, but she was still shaking. I know if anyone sees what I hide, they will never want to come near me again. And to suddenly have a man in my bed, I was frightened. I am so sorry for screaming. Don't be. I think most girls would freak out with a stranger suddenly climbing into their bed. I rested my hand on the side of the bed. "It's okay. You're my friend, no matter what you're hiding." I meant it too. Sure, she was strange, but she was nice. And I prioritize nice. Dorothy slipped back under her blankets, but I heard a muffled "thank you" as I exited the room. Of course, Joe wasn't going to stop being the worst because he accidentally got in bed with the wrong girl. He began harassing Macy, saying he was sorry that she felt hurt and he'd never do it again. A quick Facebook check revealed that he was about to get kicked out of his dad's place for being a poophead, so it made sense he'd go back to his doormat next to get a new place. Except of course, in the few months Joe was gone, Macy had grown a backbone and she was just not interested. Neither were the rest of us, Dorothy especially. The first time I heard our strange roommate swear was when I heard her call Joe a bastard over breakfast, which nearly made Phoebe choke on her Cheerios. Joe could rot in hell. Joe probably sent over 100 texts asking Macy to kick out the weird chick in your room so he could move back in. Macy just ignored him, blocked his number, and then every social media profile he tried to reach out to her on. She kept blowing him off, and we all figured sooner or later Joe would get bored and leave us alone. Oh boy. Not even close. Phoebe was out that night. I just went out to go pick up some frozen pizzas at the corner store. I was probably gone for like 10 minutes. When I got back my heart sunk in my chest when I recognized Joe's truck out front. I didn't even enter the house to hear them arguing. I bolted up the stairs to see Macy and Joe screaming at each other. One of Joe's friends was there too, a guy named Derek. From what I could make out, apparently Joe did find another place, but they needed one more roommate to make it work, and Joe was back to harassing Macy about it. Macy's face was bright red as she yelled at them both to get the hell out of her house. She wasn't interested in ever being near Joe again, and if he didn't leave she'd call the police. That police threat seemed to really rub Joe the wrong way as he grabbed her arm and squeezed it so tight I thought he was going to break it. I tried to step in, but Derek pushed me away, stepping between us so I couldn't get to my friend to help her out. My cell phone was in my pocket and I was considering just running for it to call 911 when I heard someone walking up the stairs. I turned to see Dorothy, her head bowed so I couldn't see her face. She was dressed in a white nightgown that reached just past her calves. I could make out what I thought was scarring on her ankles and toes as she paused at the top of the stairs for only a moment. The next moment she stormed up to Joe and grabbed him by the arm, dragging him towards the stairs, clearly intent on throwing him out herself. "Get out of this house. Right now. And never step near Macy again." Her voice was cold and grating, far from the typically soft mumbles. Joe was probably frozen in shock at first, but he reacted with violence. He shoved Dorothy with all his might, Dorothy stumbling for a moment at the top of the steps before losing her balance and falling down the stairs. When her body collided with the steps, it sounded like someone had taken a stack of china and thrown them down to the ground. Dorothy rolled down the rest of the steps, the discordant sound of smashing glass causing all of us to freeze in our tracks. Dorothy finally hit the bottom step with her head and stayed all too still at the foot of the stairs. Joe shot us all at what the duck looked before Dorothy stirred. With the rattle of broken glass, Dorothy got up on all fours. For a nauseating moment I thought the side of her nightgown had been pierced with a piece of bone, but with a sickening grinding sound, Dorothy grabbed onto her gown and ripped it down the side, grabbed the loose shard of white porcelain in her hand, and began the painful-looking process of crawling up the steps. Now I could see what Dorothy had been insistent on hiding, now that her gown had been ripped to ribbons thanks to her shattering. Each of her joints was like the ball joint on a doll, a dip in the skin that now made more disturbing grinding sounds as she hauled herself up the steps. Slivers and pieces of porcelain continued to fall from her body, the biggest missing part nearly taking up her entire right side. Inside of her, I could make out incredibly lifelike imitations of ribs and lungs, all cracked and breaking apart. Her right cheek was horrifically cracked, her eyelid hanging half down, unable to fully shut or open. Her chin hung loosely open, her mouth a black, gaping hole. But that still open I was focused right on Joe, and it was full of loathing. Macy acted first, bolting into her room and turning the lock. Derek screamed in horror and shoved me forward to act as a shield. Dorothy hauled herself up that last step and I nearly fell on top of her, barely managing to catch myself as I stepped on another piece of porcelain and sliced my foot open like butter. Dorothy paid me no mind as she managed to push herself to her feet, swaying as she tried to regain her balance before she began to limp over to the terrified men. Joe looked at me and I think I remember him saying help me. I responded by crawling into Phoebe's room and locking the door behind me. They weren't screaming for much longer. I hid in there for hours, clamping my hands over my ears to block out the worst of the wet ripping and tearing. I didn't leave until I heard Phoebe enter the house, call for us, and then shriek when she saw all the blood. And there was a lot of blood. It soaked the carpet on the second floor, with bits of flesh and muscle embedded in the fibers. But other than that and the shards of porcelain scattered about the stairs, there was no sign of Joe, Derek, or Dorothy. We never heard from Dorothy again. An envelope containing enough money to cover a few more months of rent did appear in our mailbox, but the police couldn't even confirm Dorothy Ball was a real person outside of her school registry. I never even told Phoebe the entirety of the story, only that Dorothy had attacked both Joe and Derek. I still don't know what I saw, not really. The image of her shattered body crawling up those stairs, the hate in her still working eye as she stared at Joe will never leave even as I try to rationalize how on earth that could happen. People don't shatter like that. But I do know Dorothy was real. I know she was. And I'm thankful for her. And she's still my friend. Wherever she is. Someone keeps depositing money into my account. It was fun until they started asking me to do things. I called in sick to work. All I could do was sit there, staring at my phone, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't eat. Couldn't focus. Couldn't move. Because I knew, sooner or later, I'd get the instructions. It was almost noon when my phone pinged. Hands shaking, I picked it up and stared at the message. Deliver the package to 12 Maple Avenue. Package? What pack? Ding. The doorbell rang, followed by a dull thump on the porch. No. No, no, no. The kitchen swam beneath me. Slowly, I forced myself up, then I walked to the door and swung it open. At my feet, there was a brown box. It wasn't that small. About a foot on a side. Heart pounding in my chest, I reached down and picked it up. It was heavier than I expected, but not exceedingly so. Taking deep breaths, I started back inside. I stopped. There was a pool of dark liquid where the box had just been. I lifted the box and saw, in the center, the cardboard was wet. Soggy. Stained dark red. I dropped the box and screamed. It made a wet thwack on my front porch. I leapt inside and slammed the door. BRZZT. My phone. On the kitchen table. The screen lit up with a message. I slowly walked towards it, the pain building in my chest. Deliver the package, Lynn. I texted back, my fingers flying over the screen. Duck off. You're sick. I'm calling the police. The reply came back almost instantly. You'll be dead before you get the chance. I whipped around. And then I saw it, on the other side of the street, a black sedan with dark windows idled by the curb. My throat went dry. If they were holding a gun, they'd have a straight shot at my head. I ran into the living room and ducked behind the couch. No one could see me, through any windows. Hands shaking, I raised my thumb over the dial button. BRZZT. We have a second car at JCP Elementary. It's recessed. All I have to do is give the word. My throat went dry. All the air sucked out of my lungs. I couldn't breathe. Please, I typed back, please just leave us alone. The reply popped up. I will, if you deliver the package. This is your final task. I got up, slowly walked into the kitchen. Through the window, I could see the brown box, ask you on the steps. The wet, darkened stain. And please, don't drop it again. It's fragile. Shaking, I made my way back to the door. I picked up the box. Something thunked against the side as I rotated it in my hands. I swallowed and tried not to imagine what was inside. I stiffly walked to the car, put the box into the passenger seat. Then I got in the driver's seat and stared out the windshield. I can't do this. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw the black car, idling at the curb, watching me. As I drove, I couldn't stop glancing at the box, at the dark red seeping into the gray cloth of the passenger seat. Deep down, I think I knew what was in the box. But that didn't stop me from pulling over to the side of the road, just outside of town, and taking a peek. My hand shook as I pulled off the tape. As soon as the seal was broken, a horrible smell filled the car. Gasping, I grabbed the flap and quickly pulled it up, and immediately vomited. It was a head. The head of an adult man. I grabbed the flaps and pushed them shut, grabbed the tape off the floor and quickly sealed the box again. Rolled the windows down to get rid of the smell. Gasped in gulps of fresh air. Because in the quick flash, I'd seen, the face looked familiar. It looked like the man I'd taken a photo of, in the black coat. I hit the gas and sped through town until I was turning into Oak Grove, the community of McMansions built several years back. I passed brick archways, white columns, and sprawling lawns of green. I frantically looked for the number 12. And then I found it. The house was grand, sitting on top of a hill. White columns stretched up to the sky, and a large window reflected the clear blue sky. I pulled up to the curb and grabbed the box. Then I burst out and ran up to the front door. I could hear the thump 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 of the head rattling inside with each step. A wave of nausea hit me, but I forced myself to concentrate on my steps. Almost there. Almost. As soon as my feet hit the porch, I dropped the box and got the hell out. When I was halfway down the hill I heard the door creak open behind me, then a pause, and then a woman's scream. I kept running. Dove into the car. Hit the gas and peeled down the road. When I was finally back in my house, every door locked and sealed, I sent off a final text. I delivered the box. Our transactions are over. Never contact me again. I stared at the screen, my eyes watering. And then 3 little dots popped up. You weren't supposed to open the box, Lynn. The phone slipped out of my hands. And then I began to sob. My entire body shook as I imagined what horrible things this person would ask me to do next. Knowing that I was powerless, that they knew where I lived, where my kids went to school. But it's been a month now, and I haven't heard anything. I've been watching the news, though. And last night, they broadcast something that put a dagger in my chest. The police had been working for months on the local man's unalive, and while they never traced anything back to me or the person who deposited money into my account, they finally got a break in the case. They found the UN alive weapon, buried in some muck in the water, next to the pier. My ancestor's journal. I found this journal among some things in Granddad's attic. As far as I can tell, it belonged to some old relative of ours, but I'm not sure what I make of it. Maybe one of you guys can give me some help here. Maybe this is some sort of fiction the guy wrote while bored. I can't imagine running a farm was that entertaining. But at the same time, I don't know. Some of the book's illegible, but I've inscribed what I can down below. June 12th. Another storm tonight. A really bad one too. Think lightning touched down a few times in the pasture. I'm gonna have to go out tomorrow to make sure nothing's damaged. Today was good though. Productive. I think Rose is going to have that calf soon. She's getting bigger by the day. Alva's talking about going to Sarah's grave again. I don't know if I or the boys will have time. She might have to walk there herself. And I wouldn't say it to her, but I miss Sarah too. Almost too much. I should stay home. June 13th. Someone was out last night in that damn storm. Albert found him this morning. He'd let the cows out to graze and went to check on the chickens before he heard a hullabaloo coming from the pasture. He ran out there and found the poor fellow. It was obvious he'd been out there all night. He was soaked to the bone, naked as the day he was born, and for a moment I thought I had a dead man on my land. But when he started to murmur, I had Albert and Sven bring him inside while I finished up the chores. The man's still not awake. We dressed him and set him by the fire to warm up. He's fevered, but Alva's a good girl and taking care of him. I'm surprised he's still alive after being out in the rain all night. Although I'm not holding my breath to see if he survives. The chills might take him before morning. June 15th. He finally woke up. He'd been out since we found him, mumbling deliriously, and didn't have a clue where he was. But this morning while Alva was sitting by him, he opened his eyes, sat up, and asked for water. The man's got no memory of who he is or how he ended up in the pasture. I might end up making this month's trip to town earlier than planned, start asking around. Someone ought to be missing him, and well, he sticks out. Handsome man with strong jaw, hair so blonde it was almost white, and tall. He's got head and shoulders on me in height. He also has this scar on his back. Not a whipping scar, looks like someone tried to skin him. It's only recently healed too. In the meantime, I'll help him get healthy and see if he can handle farm work. June 24th. We've taken to calling our guest Stefan. He seems amused by the choice and likes it, so Stefan he is. Still has no memory, but he's gotten strong enough to walk around and help keep the house neat. Alva already fancies him, practically lives to help him out and show him around. I can't say I dislike the man either. He's quiet and doesn't speak a harsh word. Since he's gotten so much better, I think I'll see about having him help me with the cows in the morning. June 26th. Cows don't like Stefan. I don't know why. But the minute Stefan steps foot in the barn they panic, start making a ruckus, and kick out at anyone who gets near them. I had to make him leave. I didn't want to panic Rose into losing her calf. The two goats we got don't mind him though. The male always seemed to be an ornery thing, especially when we got near his wife, but Stefan can enter their pen without getting butted. So that's his job now. Takes one more thing off of me and the boys' plates. June 27th. Alva had a nightmare last night that Rose lost her calf and gave birth to it dead. When Alva got close, the calf exploded into maggots that crawled onto Rose and ate her alive. Hell of a dream. She was pretty shaken up about it. Stefan took over her chores for the day. Good man. Gonna make that run into town Monday. I'll bring Stefan with me. See if anyone can place him. It'll be a darn shame when he goes though. The bruises on my backside are finally fading since I don't have that damn billy goat charging me every time I go in there. July 3rd. No one recognized Stefan. I'm disappointed but also a little relieved. Means he can stay around longer. We don't mind having an extra mouth to feed here, especially since he's willing to work. Sleeps in my room now, just so no tongues wag about him sleeping too close to Alva. I won't have anyone slandering my girl's name. Stefan don't mind the bedroll at least. He's asleep now, his hair still white as the day he appeared. It looks like a halo spread around his head now. His face sometimes twists in his sleep, as if he doesn't like what he's seeing. Maybe he's seeing pieces of who he used to be, but still can't put together who he is. Poor man. I can't imagine not knowing who you are. July 4th. I had a dream last night. Rose gave birth to her calf, dead like Alva's dream. But instead of turning into maggots, Stefan walked up to it. His mouth was turned into a grin so disturbing it made me break into cold sweats. He knelt by the calf and pulled it up by the head before biting its throat. Worms crawled from the wound as Stefan chewed on the spoiled flesh, his teeth turned sharp as knives. He got up and walked to me. I couldn't run away, I couldn't move a muscle. Stefan kissed me, his breath tasted like bitter rot. I could feel the worms from the meat squirming into my mouth and down my throat. I still couldn't move, and I began to choke on Stefan's tongue and the worms. When I woke up, I found myself chewing on my blanket. Stefan had woken up and was getting dressed. Time for chores. He asked if I was alright. I lied and said I just had a strange dream. My mouth still tastes like worms. July 6th. No more nightmares. None I can remember at least. But I think I'm walking about in my sleep. When I awake in the morning my feet are covered in mud and I got scratches on my legs like I've been walking through thorns. Feel like I've walked for miles too, my thighs ache. Stefan's been a good help though. At night he's been massaging my back, trying to soothe the pain. Talks about his own dreams and what little he remembers. I don't listen to all of it. The man has good hands but Stefan apparently had brothers once upon a time. Lots of them. He wasn't a farmhand, but he can't say what he used to do. Not sure if he can't or he won't. Sven and Stefan argued. Don't know about what, but Sven seems to get the idea he's sweet on Alva. I don't know where the hell that idea turned up, but Sven's like his mother. Stubborn once his mind latches onto an idea. If Stefan wanted to marry Alva though, I'd give that marriage my blessing, if that's what both of them wanted. He'd take good care of her. July 7th. The calf was born dead all right. Rose died too. Something must have gone wrong, the calf had gotten stuck and that's what caused the bleeding. Albert found their bodies, the calf still hanging out of Rose's body halfway as they lay in a pool of blood. The stench is so bad, I think it'll stick into the walls forever. Trying to salvage what we can by butchering the two of them and salting the meat to save. I'm starting to think Stefan used to be a butcher. He carves meat professionally. I might see if he ever wants to leave to get him started in town as that. I hate that I lost a cow. But it ain't Stefan's fault no matter what Sven thinks. I think Sven's been paying a little too much attention in church. Devils don't walk among man, the Son of the Lord made sure of that. They have no power over us. July 15th. I can't let my children know what happened this afternoon. They'd never look at me the same again. Stefan and I were out there repairing the fence when he asked if we could go for a walk, farther from the house. So we could be alone. The look in his eyes wasn't the kind of alone that I should have agreed to. But I did. Stefan and I sinned together under the apple tree. I loved Sarah, I did, but she never made me feel like Stefan did. It was bliss, like my wedding night all over again. I kissed his hands and praised his name, and I only feel guilty because of the risk of getting caught. It's our secret. Stefan will live here, just a man with no home and nowhere to go, and we'll keep on making love like husband and wife. And no one has to know. July 21st. Sven and Stefan had another fight. At first, I found it funny since Sven's still stuck on the idea that Stefan wants to marry Alva, but it turned into shouting in hot anger. Albert tried to get in between the two, try to calm them down, but then Alva fainted, her skirt soaked with blood. I took her into her room and yelled for Sven to run for the doctor. I had to undress her to if she was injured, and that's when I saw it. A dead black kitten was curled between her thighs. As far as I can tell, she birthed it. I hid the cat's body by the time the doctor came, and he diagnosed it as one of those monthly things. I have to talk to Alva tomorrow when she awakens. July 22nd. Alva confessed to me witchcraft, but where she admits she learned it from has chilled me to the bone. Stefan gave her the tools to talk to the devil himself, to sell her soul to gain his power. I didn't believe her, called her a liar, and that she'll burn in hell for tarnishing a good man's name. She burst into tears and told me everything. Stefan told her she had a gift, a power that could be unlocked. She at first resisted the idea of calling on the devil, but he told her how much could be gained. I asked if he was a witch too. She told me he was not, but told me that he was no man either. I'm going to have to talk to Stefan tomorrow. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I will. July 24th. It's storming again. I still haven't talked to Stefan. I've let him sleep in my bed and kiss my body, but I can't ask him why he turned my daughter to witchcraft. I'm afraid of his answer. Alva's strength has returned, and more so, it's doubled. I've seen more cats. Black ones. I had to set down my journal. I thought it was hailing, but it's not. It's raining toads. Toads and blood. Jew, why too? I asked Sweet what he was. What he was to have his very presence on a live CA vase and turn God-loving girls into witches. He say, fallen from grace and that, and until he is gone. S going to KLL. This page was stained with bloody water. I can barely read it. The next 5 are entirely illegible. August 17th. We buried Sven today. I've told the town there was an accident. That the cow had kicked him in the head, that he was unalived instantly. I wish I could say it was instant. Stefan's missing. It still rains toads at night. Alva's gone too, left last night. Albert's still here. He's all I have left. God have mercy on him, please. August 18th. Stefan came back last night. He says he wants to stay, but he knows I won't let him. We both know now his presence brings hatred and death, and although he might not have borne ill will to the family who took him in, he could not stop his curse. I kissed him through the window before I told him if he didn't get off my property I'd shoot him in the head. He laughed at that. We both know who'd win a fight. I'm so sorry, Sven. I should have listened to you. All my animals are dead, minus that damned billy goat. Sven is dead. My daughters ran into the forest to dance with the witches and married the devil. All I have left in this world is Albert. And tomorrow we're packing up what little we have and getting out of here, so Stefan won't be able to find us. I don't know if I can turn Stefan away again. I'm not strong enough. I used to work for a company called Forever Young. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. If I didn't find the office soon, I'd be late for my interview for sure. The low brown brick structures all looked alike, and I'd had trouble even finding the turnoff for the place. As I started back at the beginning of the industrial park, I finally glimpsed a faded blue sign between a kitchen knife manufacturer and a print shop, Forever Young LLC, I read. I pulled into one of the last available spots just in time. I'd worked in warehouses all my life, at least until my shift got laid off 2 months ago, but Forever Young LLC looked exactly how I'd imagined an office to be. Fluorescent lights, dark gray carpet, light gray cubicle walls. A water cooler and a fake plant beside the door, motivational posters on the walls. About 8 employees silently stared into screens, clicked, and answered phones. A tall, pale man pushed himself from his office chair like he was climbing from his grave and lumbered over to me. Hey, he sighed. Can I help you? I'm here for the interview. I ventured. Oh, okay. Have a seat. The boss will be here soon. He waved a hand and headed back to his desk. I wanted to ask the guy what working here was like, but I could already imagine his response. Not too bad, I guess. I twiddled my thumbs awkwardly while I waited for the bosses to appear. 10 minutes after my interview was due to start, a polished Corvette convertible skidded into a reserved spot in front of the door. A short blonde guy bounded from the driver's seat and through the door. He introduced himself as Eric, the owner. Then he shook my hand, clapped me on the back, and gestured to his office. I couldn't help but smile. Eric's energy was contagious. He settled into his chair and gave it a little spin before clipping on a headset and closing his eyes like he was enjoying a little moment of paradise. Then he clapped his hands together and launched into the classic, "So, tell me about yourself." Eric barely paid attention to my answers. It was like he'd already decided to hire me and all this was just a formality. The whole thing was so vague that by the end of the interview, I had only the foggiest idea of how Forever Young LLC actually made its money. When the interview was over, Eric told me that as long as my paperwork came back all right, the job was mine if I wanted it. He leaned back in his chair, twirled a pen in his hands, and slid over a stack of documents. Looking at the salary on the first page, I instantly started daydreaming. A little suburban home with a comfy couch and a wall-to-wall TV, a garage where I could finally do some woodworking, a bass boat to take my dad out fishing before he got too old to enjoy it. True, it was just an ordinary middle-class salary, but it was still more money than I'd ever made in my life, and it came without 12-hour shifts in sweltering heat or freezing cold, choking on cardboard dust, or injuring my back a little more each day. I took a deep breath of air-conditioned office air and started signing. Apart from the usual background check, workplace safety, non-disclosure, and other agreements, there were an awful lot of questions about my medical history, questions I wasn't sure it was even legal to ask. Every time I felt a little hesitant, though, I just looked up at Eric's brilliant smile and the salary figure in each upper right-hand corner. I didn't want to mess this up. After taking a serious look through my paperwork, Eric pumped my arm with another handshake. He told me I could start on Monday, and I walked out of Forever Young LLC with a new spring in my step. I took a cue from my new coworkers on how to dress: plain slacks, dress shoes, a button-up shirt, and a tie. The work itself was simple, moving data from one spreadsheet to another and cross-referencing to make sure that beauty products were compliant with regulations. It was a bit mind-numbing, but relaxing in a way, and I could listen to podcasts or audiobooks while I worked as long as I wasn't on a call with a supplier. The headsets we had to wear were actually the worst part of the job. It felt like it was cutting into my ear and made this constant soft buzz. Apart from that, I had a few complaints about my new 9-to-5 routine. My coworkers didn't tell jokes or go out after work, but they didn't shirk, gossip, or yell, either. My life was finally on an uphill track, so why did something about it all feel so wrong? Was it the constant hum of the fluorescent lights? The mind-numbing glow of the screen? The lethargy I felt after a day of sinking into a comfy office chair? In the end, I think I'm as guilty of unconscious discrimination as anyone else. I had always considered myself someone who judged a person by the content of their character rather than external factors like race, gender, or age. But at Forever Young LLC, I realized that it chafed to take orders from a younger man. The other employees and I were a diverse group, but we were all over 35. Eric, on the other hand, didn't look a day over 23. As if to rub our noses in it, the other higher-ups who came in for meetings with Eric all gave off the same bouncy teenage energy. Each time I watched management strut eagerly to Eric's office to do whatever they did there, I took a look at my coworkers and I and saw how life had taken its toll on us. Our backs, hips, and shoulders were twisted from years of rough manual labor. Our pudgy bellies and sickly skin were the result of a processed diet made for people with little money and even less time. Our wrinkles, gray hairs, and the worried expressions permanently carved onto our faces showed the stress and depression of our precarious little lives for all the world to see. Meanwhile, those chipper were laughing like life was one big joke, and maybe to them, it was. For a long time, I thought I was just bitter. My life took on a dreamlike quality. Each day seamlessly merged into the next as I staggered out of bed, fought traffic to get to work on time, filled in spreadsheets and answered calls, rushed home, and collapsed in front of a screen. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I had the money to pursue the goals and hobbies I dreamed about when I first started at Forever Young, but I didn't have the drive. I understood why my coworkers seemed so dull. Doing anything after or before work just felt like too much effort. It was so much easier to just go home and zone out with whatever popped up in my feed. It was a simple technical problem that shook me out of my stupor. A few days ago, I accidentally deleted some data I was copying, along with the original. The boss was once again in a meeting, but the issue seemed big enough to warrant a quick interruption. I heard one of the young managers let out a contented sigh as I approached the closed room, and I wondered if I was about to interrupt something I didn't want to see. My gentle tapping on Eric's door caused it to swing wide open. The three people who had come into the office with Eric were laid out in what looked like dental chairs, wearing skin-tight bodysuits covered with electric nodes. Their face helmets reminded me of a VR I'd played once. As I unconsciously stepped forward, the buzzing in my headset became so strong I nearly fainted. I ripped it from my ear with a grimace and ogled the bizarre situation in front of me. I began. "You're not supposed to be back here," Eric hissed. His boyish face turned a violent shade of red and contorted with anger. "Hey, what's going on?" A muffled voice cried out from inside the headset. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Eric shoved me out the door and closed it behind him. "If you value your job," he snarled, "you'll forget what you just saw." I just accidentally deleted a document, and I was wondering. "Nah, it doesn't matter. Just start over, or something." Eric waved me away. "Water under the bridge, right, champ?" He squeezed my shoulder, and this time the brightness in his eyes was hard and cruel as he whispered, "Remember, you signed an NDA. We can ruin your life if we want to." I was still shell-shocked by the image of those figures in skin-tight black bodysuits when I lowered myself back into my office chair. The worst part was smiling and waving when the managers walked out of the office, all cheerful and rejuvenated. What the hell was going on? "You forgot this," Eric said behind me, and I jumped. He held out my headset. "Employees need to wear their headsets at all times to answer incoming calls." "Oh, okay, got it," I gushed. "And, sorry. About before." Eric just waved as he walked back to his office and shut the door. The feeling of wrongness I'd felt at the beginning returned with a vengeance. I didn't trust my coworkers enough to discuss what I'd seen with them, and I had a feeling if I brought it up with Eric himself I'd be fired on the spot. What I'd seen stuck under my skin like a splinter, and I needed answers even if it meant my job. I needed a way into Eric's office. There were several server towers around the office, at least that's what I thought they were, and they were always running hot. I collected dust and lint from the house and used it to pack one of the towers when my coworkers' backs were turned. I felt half a fool and half a criminal when the plastic pylon finally overheated and Eric emerged from his office to investigate. I pretended to head for the bathroom, then ducked into my boss's abandoned office. There was an inconspicuous closet in the rear of the room where I assumed the bodysuits, chairs, and other paraphernalia were stored. I tugged the handle, and the locked metal door rattled. I froze. I wondered why I was so nervous. No one would hurt me just for being in here, right? A vision of figures in rubber suits pouring out of the closet made me shiver as I inspected Eric's doors and cabinets also locked. I was just leaving when I spotted Eric's driver's license on his desk. Curious, I leaned over and inspected my boss's age. 54? That couldn't be right, but there it was, printed plain as day. Beneath the license was a plain manila folder. I debated whether or not I should open it. I was already running out of time. Everyone still seemed focused on the disabled server when I peeked out the door, so I flipped the file open. My eyes grew wide. Inside were driver's license scans and payment amounts, more than I earned a year. I recognized the faces from the licenses, all managers who came to meet with Eric, all much more youthful than the ages printed on their documents. A rattling sound nearly made me jump out of my skin. The AC had kicked on. It was time to go. Eric continued to stare disappointedly at the overheated plastic pylon. As far as I could tell, no one had noticed my absence. "Well, without these, there's no point in you all being here," Eric huffed. "Feel free to take the rest of the day off while I get them fixed." I felt fresher and more invigorated that day than I had in weeks. I thought about the pylons, the headsets, the buzzing, the notes. I didn't want it to be true, but I was finally getting an idea of what Forever Young LLC really sold us. Our energy. I didn't know how they were doing it, but I was sure that my vitality was being drained for profit. Some cursory searches revealed that none of the companies we supposedly worked for had ever heard of Forever Young. Even the requests we received were all coming from the same call center. A manager there who I spoke to told me he thought the calls were for employee testing and marketing research. Our whole job was a smokescreen, designed to keep us busy while the owners somehow transferred our health and energy into themselves. I fantasized about multi-million-dollar lawsuits, TV interviews, maybe even blackmailing my boss into giving me the bizarre treatment, for free. The security floodlights outside my suburban home clicked on. My daydreams vanished, and I rushed to peek out the blinds at my bright suburban lawn surrounded by night. A tapping sound came from the windows on the dark sides of the house. Something was trying to get in. My new house was in a safe neighborhood, but I still remembered to lock the doors and windows, right? My socks slid on the polished floor as I ran to check the back door. I smashed on the light switch only to find it was already open. I turned to the kitchen for a knife, but strong hands grabbed me from all sides and pressed me against the wall. Eric turned the light back out. Just couldn't leave it alone, could you? He grinned, his perfect white teeth flashing in the dark. We had a good thing going. You were getting paid well in exchange for what you gave, and you had to go and ruin it. I saw the glint of one of my kitchen knives. Eric weighed it in his hand as if thinking about what he wanted to do with it. No matter how I squirmed and struggled, the 5 or 6 dark shapes around me held fast. Here's what's going to happen, Eric sighed. Suing you would make too much noise, and killing you would cause too many questions, but keep in mind we'll do both if we have to. Forever Young is going to shut down, disappear, and reopen under a new name. You won't come looking for us. You can tell whoever you want about this, really. Go ahead. I mean, come on, technology that can transfer youth? That's crazy talk. One of the figures hit me several times in the solar plexus until I collapsed gasping on the cold tile. Don't follow us, someone grunted. Be happy you get to keep living. Not everyone does. If you knew the names of some of the people involved in our little project, it would make your blood run cold. Let's go, Eric ordered. The shadowy group walked out onto my patio and disappeared into the night, and I dragged myself to my PC to type this out. I want to take Eric up on his challenge. I want to see if anyone believes. There's an extra secret student in my class. There should have been 21 assignments for me to grade, and yet, I was looking at 22. It didn't make any sense. I double and triple checked the pile of papers, but there was no mistake. I only had 21 students, and yet, there were 22 pages to grade. I was hunched over my desk, going through the pages one by one. I took note of all the names, trying to find the extra assignment. They were all simple essays where they described what they'd done during winter break, and what they were most looking forward in the coming year. A simple English assignment. In the middle of the pile there was one paper that clearly stood out. It was barely legible, and there was no signature. The text was written in squiggly lines with a red pen, pressed so hard into the paper that it had punched several holes. I'll be free, the paper said. I got out, and she has no idea there's 2 of us now. The paper was barely legible. Half-finished sentences describing a sudden awakening. Thoughts of breaking things. Describing people as disposable objects. Hearing a voice in the mirror. My friend gave me a flower, and now I'm here. There was a scribbled drawing of a blue sunflower in the corner of the paper. It was the strangest thing I'd ever read. Yeah, I'm a teacher. The kids I teach are on the edge of turning into teenagers. It's an awkward age, but it is that space in a young person's life where you can really make an impact. If you can make them feel seen and heard, they might gain a confidence that'll follow them for the rest of their lives. I have 21 students in my class. 8 boys, and 13 girls. The day after I graded that paper, I didn't know what to think, or say. After I took attendance, it dawned on me, whoever handed in that paper was in the room, right now. It threw me off my tempo. I had them do some individual assignments while I found my bearings. It was the usual ruckus. Bickering and joking. Awkward teenage flirting. Loud discussions about whatever was new online. But something felt different. Malevolent. It had to be one of the girls. The paper had hinted at it. But which one? I handed out an extra assignment. Nothing fancy. I just took the crazy paper out of the bunch and distributed the rest randomly to the students. For tomorrow, they were to write a short essay telling me about what they'd read in the other students' essay. Reading comprehension and writing at once? No one would have a problem with that, except the students. As I got back home with some takeout sushi, I looked over the strange paper again. There were some smudges going left to right. No matter if you're right-handed or left-handed, that'll happen. But further down, there were more smudges. It looked like the writer had held the pen like a hook, with the pen facing the writer. It indicated a left-handed writer. I double-checked with a few articles online, which said the same thing. But there were no hook-handed writers in my class, I would have noticed. But I was sure there were a few left-handed people. I finished my sushi and went to bed with a chilling feeling that I was missing something obvious. The next day, I got the assignments. All 21 of them, no extras. I breathed a sigh of relief, figuring that maybe someone had just played a cruel prank on me. We got through the classes of the day without a hitch. We even managed a fairly successful math quiz. All in all, I wasn't complaining. The extra assignment wasn't that important, but I took them home to grade them anyway. Some had put some effort into their work, and I wanted to reward them. No matter the age, everyone loves gold star stickers, and I had plenty on my crafts table. I started going through the papers, only to notice something. There were, once again, 22 of them. At some point during the day, someone had snuck an extra paper in there. Going through the pages, I couldn't help but to feel that bubbling sense of dread. One of these papers was going to be terrifying. It felt like getting slowly pricked by a needle. At first there's just pressure, but you know the hurt is coming. It was at the bottom of the pile. Red ink, barely legible. Spots from a hook-handed writer. I know you've caught on, the paper said. I want you to know. I want you to chase. There were little sketches of drops of blood falling into an open mouth. Crude, but clear. Chase me. I chase you. I didn't sleep well that night. I pulled the curtains. I double-checked all the locks. I pulled the covers up tight, and I left the light on in the hallway. And yet, I still had that awful sinking feeling that I was missing something. Was it Claire? She'd always been a bit of an oddball. Or maybe someone I'd never expect, like Shonda? Maybe Petra? Fiona? I had this mental image of someone following me to my car. A young girl hiding in the back seat. A maniacal smile popped up in the rearview mirror. Sharp little nails and unblinking eyes diving towards me, cutting my throat open as I'm going 70 miles per hour down the freeway. I didn't sleep well that night. I started imagining shadows passing by in the hall, in the corner of my eye. A few days passed. I started taking notes on the girls in class. I checked what pens they had, and which was their main hand. If it was just a matter of someone pranking me, it might be enough just to find a left-handed girl. However, no girl in my class was left-handed, and no one owned a red ink pen. I also had a chat with the school counselor. They couldn't betray patient confidentiality, but they could tell me whether they were aware of any problems that might explain this. They weren't. If anything, they seemed more worried about me. Since this started, I'd seemed a bit on edge. They didn't blame me, but they wanted to make sure I was taking care of myself. I tried several tricks. I tried monitoring the hand ends. I tried watermarking the papers. I tried all kinds of tricks, but I got nothing. At the end of the day, I kept getting outsmarted. It was as if the paper just appeared out of nowhere, sometime during the day. I couldn't pin it on anyone. I tried to just forget about it, but every time I graded a paper I feared that another threat would show up. Sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't. But the times it did, it just ruined me. That peaceful moment of grading papers and listening to audiobooks had turned into a horrific slideshow. I'll show you, one of the notes said. I'll break a light in your house. The same day, the kitchen light stopped working. It didn't look broken, but how could I possibly tell? One of those days, as I was chopping leeks in the kitchen, I got this awful sinking feeling in my stomach. Looking out the window, I noticed something. A silhouette, just a few feet away. She was short, with long black hair. There was something wrong with the shape of her face. Her skin looked gray. For a moment, we just stared at one another. It took me a few seconds to realize that it wasn't just a face. It was a skull. Still clutching my kitchen knife, I stumbled away from the window. It had to be a mask. That wasn't a real face, it couldn't be. Suddenly the lights broke. All of them. The kitchen, the hallway, the bathroom. Hell, even my desktop lamp at my home office. All of them shattered, spreading searing hot shards across the floor with a violent bang. My ears rang, and I dove for cover. It felt like a gunshot. Looking up, there was no one left outside. No mask, no kid, no nothing. I called the police, but there was little they could do. There had been a power surge, that much the electric company could confirm, but there were no witnesses of an intruder. I showed them the notes and filed a threat report. We had a long talk, and they tried their best to calm me down. But at the end of the day I was still alone, and someone was out there. There is an extra secret student in my class. I went through that image in my head 1,000 times. I had several girls in my class, but no one that fit what I'd seen. Her hair was too long. She was too short, too skinny. I couldn't think of anyone that fits the description. But she'd been there, no doubt in my mind. And I had this gnawing feeling that I'd seen her before. Over the next couple of days, I couldn't stop seeing her. She'd be across the road as I went to work in the morning. I'd see her pass by the window in the cafeteria. And one day, as I was driving home, I saw her in the rearview mirror of my car. That gray death's head grinning at me. I was getting more notes. Not just slipped into the hand and assignments, but also just scattered around my apartment. At one point, I snapped. I just stepped out of the shower. I put on a bathrobe and started to dry my hair when I noticed a message on the bathroom mirror. There, written backwards, it simply said chase me. I screamed as my heart sank. I broke the bathroom mirror with my hair dryer. What do you want from me? I called out. What the is wrong with you? I barely noticed the glass shards cutting into my feet as I stormed out. I had enough. I had to do something. I couldn't live like this forever. Kid or not, this had to end. Where are you? I called out as I passed through my bedroom. Where the are you? I glimpsed something outside the window. Of course, she was around. Always there, always near. Come out. I screamed as I entered the kitchen. Show yourself. The moment I stepped into the kitchen, it shook. Every drawer, every door, every appliance. Everything flung open, as if pulled open by a steady hand. I was so frustrated I could cry. I just wanted it to end, but I was too scared to move. It felt like anything could happen, at any moment. Like the entire world was listening to me and reacting accordingly. I just stood there, trying to remember to breathe. Please, I whispered. Show yourself. Stop this. And as if to answer my call, she did. The front door creaked. The hinges rusted and fell apart. A gentle breeze was all it took for the door to break. She was so small. There was no doubt in my mind, she wasn't wearing a mask. She was nothing but bone. I backed away like an animal pushed into a corner. I tried to force myself to attack, to do something. But as a response, the kitchen shook again. This time, it was pandemonium. Cutlery crashed onto the floor. Plates rolled out of the dishwasher and broke apart. Glasses shot across the room like bullets. Even the little drawer of miscellanea collapsed in on itself, spreading knickknacks and rubber bands all over the room. I've chased you. I screamed. Are we being done? Is this it? She raised a thin, gray finger. She pointed at something in the corner. A dry, blue sunflower. Something clicked in my head. That sense of missing something. It was still there, but this was the answer. Somehow, this was it. What do you mean? What? Just talk. Don't just. There it was. The first note. There'd been a drawing of a blue sunflower, and it said she'd gotten it as a present. This was that flower. I was sure of it. I got out, and she has no idea there's two of us now. That's what it had said. That was part of that very first note. She was talking about me. I'd written those notes myself. I'd handed in the assignments. That's how I never noticed it. I looked over at my crafts table. My red ink pen was half empty by now. I had red smudges under my left hand. And then there was her. Of course, I'd seen her before. Time and time again. I had long black hair as a kid. I'd been skinny and short. You found me, her little voice said. Funny. The images came flooding back. A shadow in the bathroom mirror. A simple hello, and a flower offered. I remember taking the hand of an impossible being, reaching across a nightmare space to darken my inner child. This awful, malevolent being living at the core of my soul. Something dead and resurrected, trying to make room for madness. But it wasn't just madness. She was real. Doors don't rust by themselves. Glasses don't throw themselves. And I can't for the life of my cause an electric surge in my mind. This was a real being, with real power. And she'd settled in the back of my mind. And now, I'd chased her. I'd found her. Do you want me to leave? She asked. I can. I didn't know what to say. Of course, I wanted her gone. I wanted it all to be over. But there was this gnawing feeling that there was more to it. She didn't just scare me and torture me for the fun of it. Tell me to leave, she insisted. Set me free. That was it, wasn't it? She wasn't free. She came for me, and so, maybe she was stuck with me. Maybe she couldn't leave. Maybe she couldn't hurt anyone else. Not as long as I'm around. It said I'll be free in that first note. That meant she wasn't free as of now. To me, it suddenly made sense. Standing there, I just shook my head. You can't leave, can you? I cackled. You're just as stuck with me as I am with you. I could kill you, she laughed. No, you can't, can you? If so, why haven't you? There was no response. You need me to cut you loose, too. To get out there, don't you? That I find you, and just let go. I took a step forward and saw blood seeping out from the sole of my feet. My hands were rattling like leaves in the wind. I'm not letting go. I screamed. No way. I'll hurt you. Do your f***ing worst. But there was nothing more. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. But in my mind's eye, I could still see her. Every memory of seeing myself as a kid was tainted. I had memories of seeing myself in the mirror with a skeleton-faced grin. I remember seeing my reflection in water puddles. I knew that wasn't what it looked like, but in my head, that was me. We were interchangeable. She was me, and I was her. Two beings, and I was going to keep her here. I'll be a walking jail. I know it sounds absurd. But she is real, and nothing I can do to change that. I couldn't live with that thing coming out, reaching other people. Spreading. I can't work at the school anymore. She scares the children. I'm afraid of seeing other people. She hurts them whenever she gets the chance. I've seen birds fall out of the sky. A family of moles lying dead at my doorstep. Circles of roadkill lined up around my car. I've been thrown, cut, burned, and beaten, but I haven't succumbed. She is just as scared of me as I am of her. I had to write this down. If you're reading this, something has happened. Maybe an accident, maybe I've grown sick. I've set up for this to be posted as my postmortem, as an explanation for my eccentric behavior. It's on a 7-day timer, so if I haven't confirmed my status by that time, it is safe to say I'm not around anymore. And if I died, I pray to God I took her with me. I don't want to think about what that thing could do if set free. Unbound, my dead ex-boyfriend uploaded his consciousness online, and he's stalking me. Any woman who has ever spurned a man's advances already knows my story. Rejecting someone you have known and loved is, I think, even more perilous than rejecting a stranger. Edward and I dated for 6 months. He was an exceptional man in so many ways, but he soon revealed his contemptible side, and that soured the relationship. Signaled by numerous red flags, I broke up with him. He couldn't accept that. His relentless pursuit began. The monstrous man had veiled his true evil for so many months. I think he'd been aching to free it. His vengeance was savage and unyielding. Threatening social media posts. Candid photos he'd taken of me. An emailed schedule of my family's movements. A restraining order did nothing to stop him. Nevertheless, after months of fear, the horrendous stalking came to a bitter end. In December, Edward tragically froze to death in his snow-covered, beaten-up, unheated Ford Mustang. He had been waiting outside my house for hours at the blistering height of winter. A neighbor found him in the morning. Cards on the table. Edward wasn't even his real name, and I'm not exactly sure why I'm protecting his identity, given that he's dead. I guess I'm still scared of him. Understandable, given that even death hasn't halted his heinous hunt. Edward was a technological wizard. That was his true love. He called himself an innovator. Not a programmer, an artist. During the final month of our relationship, as I started to doubt the man's ethical compass, he became obsessed with the idea of the human soul. Artificial intelligence bored him. The future, he said, was a mesh of man and machine. Immortality. He believed he could upload the human consciousness to a computer. He didn't invent the concept, of course. Mind uploading is a well-documented hypothetical among scientists and philosophers alike. He's watched too many sci-fi films, I thought. But I suppose science fiction often becomes reality, doesn't it? Many people think it's impossible to upload human consciousness to a computer, but I suppose they only think in terms of computing. Edward's research went beyond ordinary programming. He was ranting and raving about Grey Code, an underground programming language of the occult. His eerie obsession didn't faze me, in all honesty. I would have endured the plight of the suffering artist, had he not struck me across the face on one particular evening. Abuse was the line. Edward apologized profusely, of course. But the longer I ignored him, the more violent his messages grew. After his death last month, I thought the torture would cease. It did, for a couple of weeks, but then awful things started happening. Edward, nice sunset, Natasha. That was his comment on a recent Instagram picture of me. My friends flooded my DMs, asking whether I thought Edward's account had been hacked. Obviously. What an asinine question. The man was dead. It had to be somebody's perverse prank. But I blocked Edward's account, which made the whole ordeal quite traumatizing for me. I thought somebody had bypassed Instagram security. That made me feel vulnerable. I contacted Instagram about it. They apologized, suspended his account, and I thought that was the end of it. The comments persisted, however, and it wasn't just happening on Instagram. It was happening on every one of my social accounts. I believed that somebody was tormenting me, maybe one of Edward's relatives who blamed me for his untimely death. I told the police, and they promised to conduct a thorough investigation. Yeah, right. I was a little shaken, but I wouldn't say I was scared. The cyber harassment had stirred some of the old trauma and fear, but I felt resilient. Nobody could scare me as much as Edward, and Edward was dead. I was convinced that it was some idiot with a vile vendetta. It was what happened a week ago that defied all rational explanation and filled me with fear unlike any I've ever experienced. One night, I was lying in bed, and a ping from my laptop startled me. It was open on my desk, less than a foot from the end of my bed. I certainly hadn't left it open, I hadn't left it switched on, for that matter. And I hadn't left it on Facebook. Who even uses Facebook anymore? The screen was scrolling by itself. Somebody's hacked my computer. That was my first thought. The mystery hacker was looking at Edward's profile. The scrolling stopped, and I found myself staring at an old photo of Edward and me at a party. It was from the early days of our relationship. We looked happy. I get it, Ryan, I murmured, assuming Edward's brother to be behind the torture. It's my fault that he's dead. And then something horrifying happened. The photo moved. To be more specific, Edward moved. I, like everything and everyone else in that picture, remained static. But Edward, suddenly untethered, strolled over to the photographer. He was engulfing every inch of the full screen photo. My dead ex-boyfriend was staring through the laptop screen. Staring at me. What the f is this? I cried breathlessly. I wasn't even sure how it was possible to override Facebook in that way, but I still felt that everything was within the realm of possibility. It's Ryan. It has to be Ryan. That didn't explain how he doctored an old photograph to include a moving video of Edward. Deepfake technology? Hello, Natasha, Edward said. His voice was garbled as if he were swirling in a blender. My chest tightened. Did Edward record himself to torture me from beyond the grave? I wondered. You look so beautiful, his inhuman voice gushed. I like your new hair. And the dog pajamas are adorable. I yelped quietly. It couldn't be pre-recording. How would he have known that I'd changed my hairstyle? How could he have known about the new pajamas? Ryan. It has to be Ryan. He's watching me through my webcam. And then something happened which couldn't be attributed to Ryan. Edward's demeanor shifted. As had been the case in our 6-month relationship, he swiftly transitioned from a genial gentleman to a vehement villain. His pixelated head tilted to one side, as if he were simply ogling me from a fresh angle. His smile had only changed ever so slightly, but it was now brimming with malignancy. The dead man's charm was vanishing. So were his pupils, for that matter. Seconds later, all that remained were 2 white, soulless eyes. It felt as if I were seeing the real Edward at long last. The subhuman thing that lay dormant beneath his scintillating shell. A thunderous thudding sound sent a shockwave through my body. Horrified, I watched Edward's hands pressing against the screen of my laptop. As if he were trapped underwater, he continued to push against the surface of the pixelated pool. The screen continued to flex. I screamed in unbridled terror. I finally accepted that it wasn't Ryan. It wasn't anything that could be explained by earthly rhyme or reason. I wasn't going to wait for my undead abuser. Never again. I scarpered from my bed, beelining for the door of my room. Before I could flee, there was a blinding flash of light from my laptop screen. The door swung shut, and a piercing sound emitted from the speakers of my laptop. It sounded like a ghastly cry of agony. You're not leaving me again, Edward commanded. I rotated to face the digital entity that was slithering free from my laptop screen, which was stretching around him like elasticated rubber. When he finally escaped his digital prison, Edward's long limbs glitched ghoulishly before me. He adjusted his posture, standing upright and gazing upon me with white, empty eyes. My stalking specter widened his fiendish Cheshire cat grin. I found a way to live forever, he whispered. If you join me, I promise we won't ever fight again. I tirelessly battled to open my bedroom door, which was being held shut by an invisible force. Twisting my head to look at the monstrous creature behind me, I whimpered in horror. Edward slowly stumbled towards me on unsteady, glitching legs, toppling his head to one side. I screeched at the top of my lungs and turned back to face the door, desperately yanking the handle. That was when I had a dreadful idea. I darted towards my bedside table, swerving past Edward's outstretched arms. Picking up a half-full glass of water in one hand, I turned to face my ex-boyfriend. His lips parted, and a pit of blackness was revealed. That same high-pitched wail erupted from the caverns of his demonic body. He knew what I was about to do. Without a moment's thought, I launched the glass of water at the digital ghoul that was lumbering towards me. Edward screamed in a robotic cry so deafeningly loud that my ears popped. As the water soaked through his shimmering, translucent skin, he began to spasm manically. His unbound digital form retreated, and I watched the laptop screen reclaim him. My bedroom door swung open, so I assumed my undead stalker must simply have been too distracted to keep me trapped. I seized my opportunity and fled my flat. I have been living in my car for the past few days. This is the first time I've used technology since the incident. I'm currently in a computer cafe. There are plenty of people around, and I don't think Edward would come for me in a public place, but who knows? I just wanted to post here because I need help. I don't know where to go or what to do. I have nightmares of being imprisoned in Edward's eternal digital prison. I keep seeing flickering screens out of the corner of my eye. Should I get off the grid and avoid technology for the rest of my life? I can't run. He's everywhere. I went to an escape room. They didn't want us to escape. Last weekend, I went to an escape room. Our company wanted to send the 3 of us interns for team building and camaraderie. But because they're cheap as duck, they booked some dingy one in the middle of nowhere. Your cell phones, please, the lone employee, a woman named Meredith, said, extending a plastic bin. This is an immersive, team building experience. No texting allowed. With a few grumbles, we plopped our cell phones in the bin. Here you are, she said, swinging the door open. The medieval room. While Kate and I filed in, Derek stood on the threshold, staring at the blinking red light in the corner. Is that a camera? Here he goes again, Kate whispered to me, snickering. Derek was crazy like that, always thinking his phone was tapped or the government was spying on his emails. Because, you know, the life of a has-been frat bro is just the most fascinating thing ever. That's just for surveillance. Or in case of emergency, Meredith explained with her unwavering smile. Derek shot her a glare, then slowly stepped into the room. The door swung, the door shut, the lock clicked behind us. The room was small and windowless, as most escape rooms are. Stone wallpaper covered half the wall, the other half was covered in sky, complete with a crudely painted dragon. Banners hung from the ceiling, and a suit of armor stood in the corner. I'm effing starving. Let's get this over with as fast as we can, Kate said, running over to the bookshelf. Each of you takes one. Flip through it, see if anything falls out. Derek got lucky. After a few minutes of wildly shaking the Bible, a slip of paper fell out. He picked it up and read, take the painting off the wall, and God may save you all. We removed the painting. Behind it was a coded message, and Kate found it ciphered taped to the underside of the table. It all went smoothly, clue after clue, until we got to the suit of armor. Put on the suit of armor, and you'll become a charmer. I looked at it, a beautiful thing, made of engraved pieces of metal. It looked surprisingly realistic for escape room decor. They want one of us to wear it? I said. Derek shrugged. I'll do it. He stepped forward and yanked the helmet off the stand. Kate and I helped him get the plates over his shoulders, the bands over his arms. Finally, I placed the helmet on his head. You look great in that, Derek, Kate said, with a hint of flirtation in her voice. I can't see anything, and it's hot, he complained, ignoring her. How long am I supposed to wear this thing? No idea, I said, shrugging. Kate was already on her hands and knees, combing the floor for clues that might have fallen out. 5 minutes went by. Then 10. We didn't find anything, and Derek's complaining grew louder, more hurried. Can you guys take it off? He said, his voice muffled through the metal. It's tight and itchy, and something is poking into my stomach dash. Fine, if it'll quit your whining, Kate said. Marissa, can you help him? I walked over and grabbed his helmet. I pulled. And pulled. It's not coming off, I said. Kate ran over and started tugging on one of the leg plates. But it was no use, it was like the suit of armor had somehow locked itself shut. I could hear Derek's panting breaths echo inside the metal, feel the heat coming off the armor. Get it off. Get it off, he yelled, the armor clattering as he writhed and thrashed. Stay still. Kate shrieked, as he accidentally kicked her in the head. We can't get it off if you're moving like that. I ran over to the door. Hey, we need help in here, I yelled. No reply. We need help. Open the door. I pounded on the door with all my strength. Get it off, get it off. Pop. Kate finally pulled the helmet off. It rolled to the ground with a hideous, echoing clank. Derek? Derek, are you okay? His face was red, his black hair was wet, sticking to his forehead. Just get the rest of it off, he yelled. Now that the helmet was off, it was like the armor had somehow unlocked itself. The pieces quickly popped off, and he collapsed onto the floor when it was done. My stomach, it burns, he muttered, wiping the sweat off his face on his sleeve. Okay, SSH. Let's see. Kate gently lifted his shirt. We gasped. Across his stomach was red imprints, as if something had pressed his skin hard. Forming letters, forming words. Check the closet. I bent over, grabbed the chest plate, and turned it over. Oh, my God. There were 14 metal letters, sticking out from the surface. Backwards, so when pressed against the skin, they'd leave the message. That's sick. We're leaving. Now. I walked over to the door and pounded on it again. Hey, we don't want to play anymore. Let us out. Kate turned to the camera, its red light blinking in the corner. Hey, can you hear us? Let us the duck out. 5, 10, 20 minutes went by. No one came. Derek stared blankly at the red light. What if they want to keep us in here? To watch us, to record us? Stop it with the effing conspiracy theories, Derek. But he's right, if the camera's for surveillance, why haven't they come and saved us by now? She stared at me, nostrils flaring, but didn't say a word. This isn't an escape room. It's some sadistic game. Derek was standing up, now. His young face looked at least a decade older, the lines of panic cutting deep. We have to get out of here. Kick the door down, if we have to. Or we could check the closet, I said. No. We are not giving in to their effing game. But I was already pulling the door open. They ran over. The closet was about 6 feet deep, 12 feet across. It was pitch black, save for the light that spilled in from the main room. And as my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw the message painted on the walls, in bright red paint. How can I escape this room? You wonder. Here's the answer, 6 feet under. I looked down. The floor wasn't carpet, wood, or anything else. It was dirt. And there, glinting in the light, leaning against the wall, were 3 shovels. Kate began to sob. Derek awkwardly put his arm around her. The only way out is death? Kate said. Is that what that's supposed to mean? I stared at the message. A shrill ringing filled my ears. My vision swam and shimmered. 6 feet under. I grabbed a shovel. Kate scoffed. So what, Marissa, you're just going to give up and dig your effing grave now? I didn't dignify her comment with a response. I just started digging. I hit the first body after only 2 feet. Kate began screaming. Derek hid his face, forcing down vomit. Shreds of plaid cloth caked with dirt and dust. The waves of decomposing stench hit me like a truck, but I pushed everything away and kept digging. A foot later, I unearthed a clump of long, dark hair. Stop digging, Kate sobbed. Please, stop. But Derek grabbed the next shovel and started to help. It took us 3 hours to finish. By the end, we were starving, exhausted, and weak. Kate was lying on the floor, in a half-faint, half-asleep way. Derek looked like he was about to pass out. But we found it. At about 6 feet under, the shovel clanged against metal, and on that metal was a doorknob. It took several tries, but I was able to lower myself into the hole and kick it open. And when I did, I dropped through the opening, and into a damp, cold tunnel. Come on. The rest of them followed. After walking through muck and sewage for an hour, the tunnel opened to the outside. We found ourselves standing on the street, a few miles down the road from the escape room. We flagged down a car and made it to the police station. But by the time they made it over there, no one was there, save for the decayed remains we found in the closet. And the surveillance footage was gone. The sky is red, and it has always been red. Red sky at night, my husband said, smiling. Shepherd's delight. What a bizarre turn of phrase. The sky is red, and it has always been red. I sighed at the love of my life, sighed at what I deemed to be a dull joke, then swiveled on the beach blanket to face him. What do you mean, Holden? I asked. He frowned, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Me? What do you mean? Have you never heard that expression? No, I said. It feels a bit redundant. The sky's always red. Yeah. Other than the times that it's blue, Holden laughed, squeezing my hand. Ditzy Delia strikes again. Is this the Mandela effect? I wondered. Did I slip into an alternate reality with a blue sky? Am I going crazy? Nice try. You're not going to prank me, I said. Right back at you, Holden snorted, holding his phone screen in front of my face. Look. The sky is blue. Google says so. Everyone says so. We argued about it for a little, before eventually tiring and going to bed. When I woke the next morning, the sky still looked red to me. But Holden insisted it to be blue, as did my concerned friends and family. And that was when I really started to feel frightened. I realized I was seeing something that nobody else could see. I wondered why the topic of a blue sky had never come up in conversation before. It had. Of course it had. And worse than that, I'd once believed it to be blue too. So, what changed? Was it a psychotic break? Psychologists tried to ascertain whether I'd experienced some sort of neurological trauma, and doctors ran brain scans to search for signs of physical damage. Nobody could pinpoint the problem. And I'd never experienced any mental health issues, so this sudden disconnect from reality, well, everyone else's reality, terrified me. Ironically, it ended up being enough to challenge my mental well-being, if I hadn't already been experiencing psychological problems. Catch-22. But then I started to notice other things. Please, Holden, I begged. Tell me you're joking. My husband looked at me with frightful eyes. You're scaring me, Delia. First the red sky, and now this. No, there aren't giant holes in the earth that open and close. When's your next hospital appointment? Thursday, I said, teary-eyed. Holden held my hand again. I want to call Dr. Hansen tonight. Is that okay? He said we could contact him whenever we need him. I'm certain the doctors have missed something important. I want them to do the tests again. I begrudgingly obliged. When we arrived at the hospital, Holden engaged in a heated debate with Dr. Hansen, and that's when a gray-haired, strangely serene lady entered the main lobby. She patted my husband on the shoulder, and he led her over to me. This is Dr. Lang, honey, Holden said. Apparently, the hospital contacted her last night, and she flew over from the States to help us. Hello, Delia, Dr. Lang warmly said. Do you think you'd feel comfortable with a private conversation? I nodded feebly and followed Dr. Lang down a sparse hospital corridor, away from prying eyes and ears. I was contacted for a reason, Delia, Dr. Lang explained. You'll be pleased to hear that you're not a special case. There is a solution. There are others. Others? I asked. She nodded. Others who have spoken of red skies and things that ordinary folk cannot see. I gulped. So, it is a psychological thing? Hallucinations? When Dr. Lang ferociously shook her head, I was perplexed to find that I didn't feel comforted. Being diagnosed with sudden onset schizophrenia had been a terrifying prospect, but I knew that the doctor still had awful news to deliver. Not hallucinations, she said. People with your ability have seen things which affect our world behind the scenes. There are things that humans were never meant to see. That last sentence still rings in my mind, offering no respite from the horrors that would unfold, even 2 years later. But what frightened me at that moment was the hospital's sudden power cut. I shrieked in horror, and the doctor frowned at me. Why haven't the generators kicked in? I asked. Generators? She asked, before quickly shifting her demeanor. Oh, what do you see, Delia? The lights are out, I whispered, shuddering in horror. No, Delia. They're not, Dr. Lang assured me. Listen, we haven't got time for this. You're in grave danger. They're coming for you. What's coming for me? I cried. Red lighting filled the hospital. Not emergency lighting, some nightmarish, paranormal illumination, guiding the way through the labyrinth of terror in which I found myself. With my survival instinct seemingly disoriented, I screamed and hurled my body through the hospital. Dr. Lang was in tow. Delia, listen to me. She pleaded. They don't want you to see them. You're not supposed to see them. And then I saw what she meant. Through a long glass pane, overlooking a patient's room, I saw 3 macabre figures. Like inside-out corpses, their red meat forms loomed over a man lying in a hospital bed. Doctors were frantically attempting to save him, but it was no use. The patient's life was fading. I saw the sheer primal horror in his eyes. Perhaps he saw the inhuman corpses before he died. Perhaps we all see them before we go. I think they might be reapers. I have nightmares about that patient. I think he felt one of the horrifying figures placing its red, meaty hands on his chest, crushing his heart. Stillness followed. Time of death. A doctor began. I didn't hear the rest. My screams drowned out the voices. In unison, the 3 unholy ghouls twisted their inside-out heads to face me. The supposed leader, which had killed the man in the bed, strolled to the glass pane. In a sudden movement, its ghastly hand, veiny and fleshless, protruded through the glass with spectral ease. I tried to screech, but the slimy palm was already wrapped around my neck, constricting me. You shouldn't be here, Delia Milton, it snarled in a distorted, wheezy voice. I croaked. I don't want to see any of this. Please, don't kill me. Just help me. I want to see the blue sky. The thing had no eyes, but I know it surveyed me closely. Its cogs whirred and groaned. Judge, jury, and executioner. I was certain I already knew its judgment. Its two sinister associates slid forwards, stretching lifeless limbs towards me. Knowledge is sight, it hissed. You cannot unsee the way the world truly looks, even if we take your vision. As the world faded to black and I slipped away, my terrified lips uttered one final plea. Show mercy. When the endless void consumed me, I assumed I had died. To wake in a hospital bed was an overwhelming relief. My husband tightly embraced me, but Dr. Lang watched me with a disgruntled look on her face. It was when my husband left the room that she spoke her mind. Don't worry. I can't see weird things anymore, I chirpily said. They took your gift, but they didn't take your eyes, Dr. Lang whispered. They always take the eyes. That's what worries me. What did you say to them? I shrugged. I just begged. Anyway, what about your solution? How did you save the others like me? She shook her head. It doesn't matter now. Just pray they've truly shown mercy. There are things that humans were never meant to see. The sky is red, and it has always been red. I know that. I can't pretend otherwise. I'm just glad it looks blue again. If I put those murderous walking corpses out of my mind, they might spare me. They work behind the scenes, and it's got nothing to do with me. It's got nothing to do with any of us. Bagels. I'd only been gone for about 15 minutes, sneaking in a coffee break in the early morning hours. By the time I returned, panic had spread through the office like wildfire. James, what's going on? I asked, more confused than worried. He didn't have to answer. Instead, he just pointed at the windows. They had been covered in black, semi-transparent plastic, locking us in from the outside world. The CDC, they've locked us in. Apparently someone's infected? He half-asked, half-stated. It had only been an hour since we all enjoyed a company-provided, bagel breakfast. Spirits had been high, and we were ready to work. Now suddenly, we were literally prisoners. Through the plastic, we could see armed guards patrolling the building, all dressed in black uniforms and gas masks. They can't just lock us in here without warning. Did you call the police? I asked. He nodded. Yeah, all calls just get directed to their office. Man, my wife is sick at home. I can't get stuck here. While we speculated, our supervisor called us into the meeting room. Listen, I just talked to their director. They're going to contain the situation and let us out. As far as we know, it's all a huge misunderstanding. I haven't seen as much as a sniffle here in weeks, he said, clearly faking optimism. But if you're feeling sick or see anyone displaying symptoms, please let us know. What followed was a barrage of questions and protests. But it was a fruitless effort. Regardless of how much we wanted out, we couldn't even get through the doors, much less fight an army. They started counting heads, and quickly realized that one of us had gone missing. Has anyone seen Leonard? Our boss asked. He went to take a leak. An hour ago, James said. I'll go check on him. I joined him, and the two of us went to check on Leonard. As we opened the bathroom door, we were immediately hit with a metallic stench. I almost puked as I saw him, sitting in a pool of his own blood, clutching onto a kitchen knife. I tried to get them out, but there's too many of them, Leonard said weakly. He'd cut off chunks of his own arm, and strewn them across the floor. We dove down to grab the knife away from him, at which point I noticed long, thin bits that looks like worms, covering the floor. No, stop it. I need to cut them out. You're killing me, he yelled. Wah, what are those? I stuttered. Worms? James asked. At a first glance, that's what they looked like. But, after a minute, it dawned on me that the things Leonard had cut out were his own veins. I have to get them out, he sobbed. I tried to wrap my belt around his bleeding arm, creating a makeshift tourniquet. Unfortunately, it wouldn't stick, and before we got a chance at stopping his profusely bleeding limb, he died. We didn't even have time to process anything, before we were interrupted by a horrified scream. We rushed back to the office, only to see one of our co-workers desperately try to smash the glass door. Once she'd made a sufficiently large hole, she started dragging her arms against it, cutting them to shreds. We couldn't save her in time. One by one, the office workers fell to insanity, each begging to remove the alleged worms inside them. We tied down those we could, but with people constantly falling victim to the same fate, we could do little but hide ourselves away. From our office, we witnessed the sick cut their own flesh away. They tore their arteries, tendons and nerves out, quickly dying from blood loss. All the while, we just watched. By the next morning, more than half the staff had succumbed to self-sustained wounds. Not a single one of us dared interrupt, lest we ourselves get infected with the psychosis. At 10:42 a.m., the CDC finally contacted us again. They'd isolated 7 clusters of infections around the city. The disease, which caused severe psychosis by literally destroying the brain, was thought to be caused by rapidly acting prions. All of it stemming from meat, bought from a local pastry shop that specialized in bagels. There's no cure, but the CDC promised to let us out once the infection had been contained. At least they're letting us contact our loved ones. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll make it out of here. Just an hour ago, my skin started itching. At first, I just ignored it, but then I felt the things crawling under my skin. It hurts, and I can't ignore it any longer. Incessant, pulsating, agonizing. Worms. They don't belong. I need to get these things out of me, no matter what it takes. My daughter's coming home. When I first saw I was getting a call from an unknown number, I thought it was another sales call. I only answered it on the off chance it was from my friend Irma. I knew she'd gotten a new phone number. Hello? It was quiet except for someone breathing on the other end. I frowned but tried again. Hello, is someone there? Or is this another robot telling me I've won a cruise? I heard a quiet laugh, followed by a sob. Hi, Mom. I nearly fainted. I did drop to the floor, my phone nearly slipping from my fingers as an almost familiar voice echoed in my ears. My chest tightened as I looked up at the mantel, where all Kendra's photos were lined up. A happier 12-year-old you couldn't have found, minus those last few months before her disappearance. I swallowed before lifting back up my phone. Is this a joke? I asked. The girl on the other end cleared her throat. It's not a joke. I'm Kendra. If you need proof, remember when we went to go see that magician, and he called me up on stage? I was like 6 at the time. He pulled streamers from my pockets, I only wanted to pet the bunny. When he made it disappear in the pile of streamers, I started bawling my eyes out. You had to drag me off stage and console me with ice cream afterwards. I had strawberry, you had cookies and cream. I love that day. I was shaking. I couldn't believe it. Kendra, you're okay? Where have you been? It's been 8 years, I thought you were. I'm okay. Mostly, Kendra sighed and I could hear her fiddle with her phone. I think I can send a picture, did you get it? I took it last night. My phone vibrated and I looked at the picture I received. A good half of her face was hidden by her hoodie, but I could tell it was Kendra. She was holding up a peace sign with her free hand and I could see a smile. I couldn't believe it. It was Kendra. I managed to get off the ground and have a seat in my living chair. How? What have you even been doing? Did you run away or were you taken? Waking up that morning to see my daughter was gone was the worst morning of my entire life. I ran away. Ended up in California, somehow. Kendra laughed again. You wouldn't believe what kind of poop I've been up to. Pardon my language. But my God, I've wanted to come back for so long. I just didn't know how, you know? You're always welcome home, I said. Are you coming home now? Just waiting for the bus to take me that last leg. I actually should be back tonight. You haven't moved, have you? I couldn't stop myself from sobbing. I was still trying to absorb that my daughter was alive. No. Your dad wanted to, but I couldn't. Just in case you ever came back, what have you been even doing? Oh, that's a story. I heard Kendra shuffle on the other end. I'll give you the full story when I'm back, but I can give you some of the highlights now. I still got like an hour until my bus gets here. I hate waiting, but I figured talking with you might help. Lucky I still remember your phone number. I made you memorize it for a reason, baby girl. I wiped away the tears and suddenly my soul felt lighter than it had in years. Tell me everything. I want to hear it all. And she did. She talked about how she managed to get settled in with a nice couple in California who let her stay as long as she did chores and looked after their kid. When she turned 15, she got her GED and began traveling. She'd been all over the States. She'd fallen in love, had her heart broken, she'd slept everywhere from street corners to 5-star hotel rooms apparently. It was a gift from a really hot old guy with really weird kinks. She'd waited tables, she'd picked pockets, she'd find temp work when she chose to settle down, but she hadn't settled. Not ever. She was halfway through a story about the time she'd shared a hotel room with 2 prostitutes and a guard dog when she cut off. Oop. Bus is here, I gotta get going. I'll be home around 6. Should I have dinner ready? I think I still have the ingredients for your favorite. Honey garlic chicken and rice. She could have eaten that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Nah, I think I'll eat on the way. See you soon. I love you, Mom. She hung up and for several minutes, I sat alone in silence. Then I got up and began cleaning the house. I turned on the Beach Boys as I dusted off all the surfaces, and did all the dishes. I hadn't felt this free in so long. I only paused for a moment before I headed into Kendra's bedroom. I hadn't gone in there since the day she ran away. Nothing had changed, the bed was still unmade. An empty fish tank sat on her desk collecting dust. I pushed up my sleeves and got to work. Sheets were thrown into the wash, the fish tank was cleaned out. I was planning on remaking the bed when I heard the door open behind me. Dear? What are you doing in Kendra's room? I'd completely forgotten to call Greg. I spun around to see my husband, one of his eyebrows raised as he looked around the room. I laughed and wiped away another tear. I got a call today. From Kendra, I said. Greg's face went white. What are you talking about? He said. She's alive, Greg. I laughed and shook her head. I just wanted to get the house ready. I'll get dinner started in an hour. Kendra's not coming home, Lauren. She's gone, you know that. I forced a smile. Listen, I know it was Kendra. We were on the phone for an hour. She even sent me a selfie, see? I pulled my phone from my pocket and offered it to Greg. He took it and I saw his eyes widen before he sneered. This is a joke. A sick joke. Someone's making fun of you. He lifted back up the phone. This could be anyone. It's been 8 years. What took her so long to call? I can tell you why, because it's not Kendra. My high from earlier crashed. I was on the phone with her. I'm not an idiot, it was her. I'll show you. Greg hit the call button and turned the phone on speaker. Whoever this is, I'm going to effing unalive them. Greg. I tried taking my phone back but he waved me off. The phone rang twice before Kendra answered. Yeah, Mom? Something come up? She asked. I could hear the sounds of the bus in the background. Greg's face had gone from white to a startling shade of red. Whoever you are, you're going to stop, right now. Or we're going to go to the police and... Kendra's laughter cut him off. This time they came out harsh and cutting. Oh, hi, Daddy. Damn, I hoped I would beat you home. Make it a big ol' surprise. Tell me, Daddy dearest, why were you so eager to move? Why you're so certain I'm dead? Oh wait, is it because you effing unalived me, Daddy? Greg went dead silent. I stared at my husband. What is she talking about? I asked. I wanted to wait until I was home, but I guess this story can't wait, she sighed. You know, when most people have kids who are depressed, you're supposed to support them. Ask what's wrong. I mean, Mom tried, but you never did. You got pissed when I stopped turning in work. You called me lazy, you said I was embarrassing you. You told me I was going to be worthless. I shook my head. Is this the truth? Greg, please, say something. He shook his head. She's lying, she's just trying to. Remember the time I was found crying in the library? You were called to the school, and you threatened me that if I interrupted your workday again with this bullpoop you were going to beat me black and blue. I was so scared, I couldn't tell Mom. That's why I tried to run away. But you tried to stop me, Kendra sighed. I'm sending you another picture. Take a good long look at me now. I shook, but I waited for that picture to pop up. Now Kendra's face was entirely revealed and I wanted to vomit. No doubt it was Kendra now, but everything looked so wrong. Her skin was almost a pale green, one eye that soft brown of long ago, but the other was like a bright red marble. But the worst part was her left cheek. It looked like it rotted clean off, revealing discolored bone and tooth. I could see her molars all the way to the back. You beat me to death, Daddy. You finally lost it and beat me to death in the backyard. You panicked. You called a truck driving friend of yours, and he agreed to throw me in the back and take my body to Cali. He threw me in a ditch and considered the job done. A little girl's body, across the country. All alone. But I was found, Daddy. Your friend didn't hide me well enough. Kendra paused to catch her breath. Their names were Sabrina and Eleanor. They found my body, and they brought me back. I was so scared, so confused, but they were kind to me. They helped me remember my life before and helped me function like a normal person mostly. There's still some kinks in the system, but that's what happens when you're rotting in the back of a semi-truck for a few days before being resurrected. This can't be real, Greg finally managed to stutter out. This can't be real. Oh, but it is. You want to know why it took me so long to come back? Kendra giggled again, the sound making my skin crawl. It's because I was still scared of you. Yup. I was scared to face you. Maybe I blamed myself a bit for what happened. Maybe if I tried harder? But no. I finally accepted it wasn't my fault. It was all you. You unalived me. I needed help and you effing unalived me. It was an accident. That's all. Greg got out before all I saw was red. I grabbed the lamp off of Kendra's desk. Greg spun around just in time to have it collide with his head. The lamp shattered and Greg dropped to the ground, the phone landing among the glass fragments. Mom? Mom, are you okay? I picked up the phone. I broke a lamp over your father's head, I said. Jesus Christ, Mom, did you unalive him? I knelt down next to my husband's limp body. He's still breathing, so no. Kendra whistled. Good, because I called dibs. Just throw him in the basement till I get there. The bus is pulling into town now. I'll be home in about half an hour. I love you. She hung up and I was alone with my unconscious husband. All these years, I thought I'd been the only one he took out his temper on. He'd never used his fists. Just his words. But those words were fantastic at making me feel like a monster. Like it had been my fault our daughter was gone. Kendra's going to be here any minute now. Greg is locked in the basement. I've heard him beg to be let out. But he's staying there so he doesn't miss our daughter coming home. I'm living my life backwards. Tomorrow is the day my wife dies. It won't be an expected death, nor is it one that she deserves. What will happen is a simple, random act with no meaning beyond fate's command. We'll be out walking, holding hands as we're heading home from a long day at work. Once we get to a crosswalk, her phone will ring. It's her mother, calling to tell us that her cancer has returned once more. It doesn't come as a shock. She'd been in remission for a couple of years, but her body had been ravaged by the previous round of chemo and radiation. The words were heavy on my Lucy, and I see the tears well up in her eyes. She tries to stay strong in front of me, pretending she can handle the moment she's been preparing. Then, she starts to approach the crosswalk. What she doesn't notice is that during our brief pause, the light has turned red. As she takes her first step onto the crosswalk, she gets hit by a car and smashes her head to the ground. She dies on impact, and the paramedics can do nothing to help. In less than a second, everything she ever was will be taken away from me, and I have to watch it happen. I'm so sorry, Lucy. Her death is a fact I've known since we first met as young children. Yet, I can do nothing to prevent her untimely demise, no matter how badly I want to. She made me promise, swear never to tell her the inevitable truths of the future. Even had I tried to do so, it wouldn't have mattered. We weren't meant to know the end. That's what makes life beautiful, she said. But, they're just words written down in a book, a reassuring lie I don't remember. That'll be it. The last memory I have of my wife alive. Once her body has been buried, and once I've moved away to another city, I'll forget she ever existed. All I'll be left with is a hole in my heart that I won't be able to fill until the day I finally die. Because that is my curse, to remember everything from my own future, but nothing of the past. To the best of my knowledge, I've always been this way. From the very first step I took as a toddler, and from the first words spoken, I was given every single memory from my entire life, even though I hadn't yet experienced them. In return, they vanished from my mind once I experienced them. Most bizarrely, I'm living my life backward. I am burdened with the knowledge of tomorrow, knowing fully well I can do nothing to alter the oncoming passage of time. Thus, at the ripe old age of 35, I have forgotten every single, factual detail about my life. And, once these words have been put down on paper, they'll be gone too, washed away by a fractured mind. But, before we continue my story, let me answer a few questions such as, how can I write, if I forgot ever learning it? How can I walk? How can I even have relationships with other people, if their details elude me day by day? To the first two, I'll answer this. Do you remember your first steps? The act of learning how to stand on 2 feet, or is it simply something you know how to do, a skill ingrained into your very being? Do you even need to think before speaking, or do words just flow out with only its context processed? Love, on the other hand, is an emotion that transcends memory. It's so deeply buried in our hearts, that there have been cases of total amnesia, ridding the person of everything, save the love they hold within. Memory and skill don't necessarily go together. Some abilities are ingrained in our muscles and our subconscious mind. That's why I still miss my mother, even though I remember nothing about her, and it is why I still love my wife, on her last night of life. My curse is more like reverse amnesia, and the stories I have to tell are simply words read from a notebook. Each day, I awake to read events from a time I cannot remember. The handwriting doesn't even belong to me but to 2 distinct people. The first set of stories, spanning from my childhood to my mid-20s, were written by my mother. She was a brilliant person, quick to action, and smart as all hell. She noticed something off about me at a very young age, once I started predicting things that hadn't yet come to pass. The first incident occurred when I was 5 years old. It was such an innocuous, dumb complaint. I didn't want to go outside because of the storm. I was afraid the lightning would hit us during the picnic we'd planned. My mother was naturally confused, as the trip had been scheduled for the next day, and the weather report had confidently stated that the day would be filled with nothing but sunshine. Then, as the next morning arrived, my mother was shocked to see that my predictions had come true. Baffled, but still skeptical, she wrote it down in her diary as little more than an oddity. Just a year later, my mother found me crying in my room. I was distraught because our cat had died. She sat down and started to comfort me. Sure, our pet was of advancing age, but he still remained healthy, as curious as ever. In the middle of my frantic cries, the cat just walked in, checking what the commotion was about. A month later, he passed peacefully in his sleep. A good, old cat who lived a great life. As I grew older, I quickly learned to separate the past from future. My mother had already put 2 and 2 together, and she knew my life would be a complicated one full of challenges. Because of that fact, I had difficulty making friends. Back then, my wife, Lucy, lived next door, and even she figured out something was weird about me. To her young mind, it seemed more of a superpower than a curse, and she eagerly promised to help keep my secret. Whether my ability was a gift or a curse, my mother never loved me any less. Instead, she took it upon herself to write down whatever moments we shared. That way my life, though not remembered, would never be forgotten. She did her best to make my life manageable. But, despite her best efforts, it was a painful journey not just for myself, but for those who loved me. Of course, she never blamed me. After all, it wasn't my fault. But, as all people eventually do, my mother passed away. It's something I can't correctly recall, but the emotion connected to the event lingers firmly in my heart. It was my 22nd birthday, and we booked a table at a decently fancy restaurant. Whether the food was good or bad, I can't remember. All I know is that on that day, in particular, it was raining. On the slippery roads, my mother was supposed to drive. As she turned a foggy corner, she was hit by an intoxicated driver who didn't react in time to stop. She died then, on my birthday, and I couldn't accept it. So I did something horrible, and changed it. That's the day I learned the true curse of my condition. I did everything I could to convince my mother not to go. I begged her to stay at home, and threatened that I wouldn't show up for my own birthday if she as much as set foot outside the house. Thanks to my tantrum, my mother agreed to stay at home. She was smart enough to know something terrible was about to happen, and didn't press the matter any further. We spent the evening watching a movie, mindless fun for someone unable to remember the plot, but I was ecstatic nonetheless. I thought I had changed the course of history. My mother never left the house, and as a result, she was never hit by an intoxicated driver. But, that's the funny thing about fate, there's nothing that can stop it. In the end, my efforts were fruitless because she was supposed to die. That night, her soul, spirit, essence, whatever the hell you want to call it, vanished. Her time had come, and though I had hindered the death of her physical body, she was taken away from me. It wasn't until the next morning, before I noticed something was wrong. I found her sitting at the edge of her bed, unresponsive and catatonic. None of the doctors could explain it, as all her vitals appeared fine. Despite being physically healthy, she was just gone. I learned that day that I cannot save anyone who falls victim to the cruel judgment of destiny. In the end, whenever I tried, it only made things worse. The worst part is, that since I never actually experienced her death as it was supposed to happen, it's the only memory of my past I still remember. Though it doesn't match up with reality. In my mind, she was hit by the intoxicated driver, but according to every available document, she spent her final years in a coma, only dying once her body finally gave out. By the time of my mother's death, my girlfriend had known about my curse for years and took it upon herself to take over the task of recording my life. Each event, important or minor, was jotted down into the same notebook that my mother had carried around for so many years. To this day, I don't know what I've done to deserve such an amazing woman. Despite my complicated life, she still loved me. It was odd though, having known each other since children. As she got to know me, I was starting to forget her. I guess it helped, having grown up side by side with my secret. That's the only way she could understand, to see beyond it, to who I truly am. Even then, as we first met, I knew we'd end up married one day. Of course I did. I had every single memory stored in my mind. Maybe that fact allowed me to act more confident than I truly was, or maybe destiny played a hand in our pairing, I don't know. But, by the time we entered an age where crushes became an acceptable fact, we quickly started dating. Together, we shared all of our firsts. Though I don't remember any of them, I can recall the feelings connected to each event. I love her with all of my heart, despite losing some of the memories I have of her with each passing day. Which brings us to the present day. Tonight, we won't be able to sleep. She won't know why, but something will irk her mind. Instead, we'll stay up late, talking, and reminiscing about times long since past. I won't crack, I won't cry, and I won't let her know what's about to happen. She'll just write her final entry into my book, and then we'll fall asleep in each other's arms. I can't prevent her death, lest I want her to suffer the same fate as my mother, and once she's gone, there will be none left to continue my story. Each day will pass as it always has, and I'll forget it. Doomed to wander this world alone, I can do nothing save wait for my eventual death. That's why I'm writing this now, as my wife sleeps beside me. I need the world to know what I can't. I need someone to remember my story, to remember that I once walked this path. I don't regret my life, because, despite all odds, it was a happy one. It is filled with love, and despite my memory being lost, I know there will a trace of my presence, rippling through time itself. Life is not a certainty, don't treat it like tomorrow is a given. It might never come. Every home has a little man in a cupboard. And his door should never be opened. I've lived in this house for 10 years, but I only discovered a miniature man, who was no larger than a thumbtack pin, a couple of weeks ago. You said that every home has this little man, but I've never seen him, you scoff. I should hope not, but that doesn't mean he isn't there. Most people are simply fortuitous enough to never happen upon him. The little man is hard to find, and you should be thankful for that. He loves all manner of lightless hovels, and nobody can say which one he might choose. Kitchen cupboards, bathroom cupboards, and even cupboard cupboards. Cupboard cupboards? Let's start at the beginning of my story. It was a wintry Wednesday evening. Anna, my girlfriend, was staying the night. There was little to no appropriate food in my flat, apparently, so I was rummaging through kitchen cupboards for a snack that she might enjoy. "What goodies have you got at the back of there, Kieran?" Anna asked. "Mold and dead vermin, probably," I laughed. "I'll have a look." In the farthest corner of the cupboard, I was unsurprised to find a sealed box of Pop-Tarts that had expired in 2014. I smirked and started waving the packaging in front of Anna's horrified face. She squinted at the expiry date and grimaced. 9 years old? Really? Bachelor pads are the worst. "I'm sure they'll still be fine," I jokingly insisted. "Like a fine wine, they're better with age. Staleness gives them some crunch." I'm more horrified by the clutter in that cupboard, to be honest. "I suppose expired treats are a good sign that you're not gorging on snacks, but we need to tidy up your kitchen," Anna said. "That sounds like a riveting activity for a Wednesday evening, but I think I'll pass," I replied, placing the expired Pop-Tarts on the kitchen counter. That was when I saw it. The cupboard at the back of the cupboard. The kitchen light reflected off a pea-sized, polished brass handle on a bottle cap-sized door. I can only imagine the concealed compartment had always lurked at the back of my cupboard, but I was absolutely certain that I'd never seen it before. When I moved into the house and filled my kitchen with food, I surely would have noticed a cupboard within a cupboard. "What in the name of bloody borrowers is this mess?" I asked, ushering Anna to come and see. She ducked down and shone her phone torch onto the tiny, circular door. Anna snorted. "It's either that or the home of a very, very, very small hobbit. How long have you been working on that prank, eh?" "I didn't put it there," I replied. With a childlike sense of wonder, I delicately placed the nails of my thumb and forefinger on either side of the brass handle. It was incredibly difficult to latch onto the whimsically tiny thing. Without any thought or care, I swung the door open. I'm not entirely sure what I expected to find, but it certainly wasn't another cupboard. Yet, the tiny storage space wasn't what intrigued me. There was a small man inside. Now, to be accurate, Anna and I didn't really know that it was a man at first. Not a real man, anyway. He was a dollhouse figurine, but he was a quarter the size of a typical figurine. The little man was seemingly made of painted resin and sported a black suit with a wooden cane. Unsettlingly, he was facing the back of his tiny cupboard. "Why the heck did the previous owners leave a creepy little doll in a creepy little cupboard?" Anna asked, shuddering. "Aw, we don't know that he's creepy," I chuckled. "He's not even said hello to us yet." I pinched the figurine's head between my nails and twisted him around to face us. He had the face of a conservative 1950s man. Slicked back brown hair. Clean-shaven. Disturbing smile. The little man seemed intent on delivering a sweet and endearing expression, but he simply looked crooked. "I don't like that false grin," Anna said, squinting at his tiny face. "And his eyes are just featureless pinpricks," I teased. "Spooky. Thanks for that. Well, you've settled it. No horror movie tonight. We're watching Great British Bake Off reruns," Anna said. "Suits me," I said, following Anna to the living room. Nothing scarier than Paul Hollywood. Halfway through the first episode, I leapt from the sofa and returned to the kitchen for a glass of water. Whilst my glass was filling up, I realized I hadn't shut the door to the snack cupboard. And, when the glint of the oddly shiny brass handle caught my eye, I realized I also hadn't shut the tiny man's cupboard door. I bent down to shut both doors, but I immediately found myself eyeballing the little man with the purple bow tie. He was, once again, facing away from me. After twisting him to face us, I didn't return him to his original position. Well, I didn't remember doing that. Still, I shrugged my shoulders and assumed I must have done it without thinking. Suddenly aware of the overflowing glass of water that I'd left in the sink, I hopped to my feet to turn off the tap. Taking my glass back to the lounge, I realized that my Sid brain, once again, had forgotten to remind me to close both cupboards. So, I crouched down to try again. I dropped my glass to the floor, and it smashed to pieces. Anna came running into the room to make sure I was all right. I wasn't. I was staring at the little man in the cupboard. His motionless body was still facing the back of his miniature cupboard. However, he had rotated his head to face me and, frighteningly, placed his hands over his eyes. All that could be seen of his see-no-evil face was the smile that I, much the same as Anna, did not like. "Is that the same figurine?" Anna asked, peering into the cupboard that had petrified me. "Yeah," I vacantly replied. "How many of these little men have you got lying around?" she asked. "This really doesn't set the mood on a date night, you know." Terrified and confused, I shut both the small and normal-sized cupboard doors. I told Anna I was suddenly coming down with a migraine and wanted to sleep. In reality, I lay in bed for hours, failing to comprehend what I had seen in the cupboard. Anna couldn't have teased me by replacing the figurine. She hadn't even left the sofa. The little man had moved of his own accord. On Thursday morning, I woke to the sound of a door slamming. When I rolled over, there was an empty space beside me in bed. Anna had already left to go to work. Still too afraid to leave my bedroom after the unexplainable horrors of the night before, I closed my eyes to catch a few more ticks of sleep. The second time I woke, there was a tickling sensation on my right cheek. Still half asleep, I hadn't even mustered the energy to open my eyes before something utterly horrifying happened. My right eyelids were forcefully prized apart. There, standing like a titan, less than a millimeter in front of my right eyeball, was the little man from the cupboard. He was no longer a statue. He was lifting my upper eyelid like a heavy shop shutter and standing on my bottom eyelid for support. I screamed soundlessly, too frightened to make any sudden movement. The insect man unsheathed a needle-sized blade from his cane. Unlike him, it wasn't made of resin. I realized that as soon as he plunged the narrow tool into my eye. I screeched until I felt my vocal cords might snap. Reflexively, I squeezed my right eyelids together, but the little man resisted. Using his free hand and both of his legs to keep my eyelids apart, the living figurine persistently pierced my eyeball. Despite the microscopic size of the blade, it was sufficient to inflict brutal bursts of pain. But I was more terrified by my distorting and blackening vision. He was blinding me. Thwacking my eyeball aggressively, I eventually knocked the little man, along with his needle, onto my duvet. With not a moment to waste, I threw the covers off me and bounced onto my feet. Clutching my bleeding right eye, I scooped up my phone and sprinted out of the bedroom. Stumbling down the main hallway, I managed to flee my apartment. When I flicked through my phone to ring Anna, however, I saw that I already had numerous missed calls from her. On top of that, she had sent a wall of messages on WhatsApp. Anna, I stopped by my place to get some things before work, and guess what I found in my bathroom cupboard? Anna, Anna, dollhouse. Anna, door. Anna, very funny, Kieran. I'm not even mad. I'm actually impressed that you managed to orchestrate all of this. Bravo. Another cute little doll, too. Anna, whoa. How many of them did you put in this cupboard? There's a different one looking at me now. Anna, this isn't funny. How are you doing this? Anna, IT moved. Anna, what? The messages ended on that incomplete note. Looking at the timestamps of the many missed calls, I saw that they started a few minutes after the messages ended. Anna had rung me for a period of 10 minutes until 9 in the morning, and I left the apartment at 9:05. Heart beating in my chest, I feared what that might mean. I slid into the driver's seat of my car and scorched rubber in my frantic race to Anna's place. It was only a 5-minute drive, and I didn't waste any time when I showed up. I left the car running and broke down Anna's flimsy, wafer-thin door with 3 well-meaning kicks. Calling her name throughout the apartment, I was haunted by the stillness of her home. Not a movement. Not a sound. I bounded up the stairs 2 at a time. There was the faint sound of bumping and scratching within the bathroom. Almost imperceptible. Shaking at the sight of the open door, I held my breath and stepped inside. No sign of Anna. I timidly peered around the side of her shower curtain. She wasn't in there. And that was when I heard another bump. It came from the white bathroom cabinet beneath Anna's sink. Of course, the one place I didn't want to inspect. After seeing her messages, perhaps I had avoided it on purpose. I knelt on the bathroom tiles and fearfully stretched my unwilling hands towards the 2 door handles. In a rapid motion, like removing a band-aid, I opened the 2 doors. Unfathomable horror. I caterwauled at the gruesome sight within the cupboard. Tears streaming down my face and inhuman noises spilling from my mouth, I rocked on my knees and felt myself slowly succumbing to insanity at the maddening sight before me. Anna was, by the laws of some unearthly physics, crumpled into the tiny bathroom cabinet. It was an inexplicably insidious contortionist act. Anna's limbs were mangled so unthinkably out of shape that her bones had been splintered and snapped like twigs. The most horrendous part of the memory is that she wasn't yet dead. She was twitching ever so slightly, painfully gasping for air. Her face was even more horrific. Anna's eyes had been sliced repeatedly. They were little more than 2 bloody mounds of mush. She had been violently blinded. If I had not managed to fend off the little man, I imagine I would have met the same fate. I placed a hand on Anna's cheek, hoping that she knew I was there with her as she took her final breath. Minutes later, responding to a noise complaint, the police arrived. As incriminating as the scene looked, I was spared the pain of prison. My brother is a lawyer, and it's a small town. Everyone knows everyone. Plus, witness accounts mentioned sounds of a struggle emanating from Anna's apartment about 10 or 20 minutes before they saw me arrive in my car. People believe that the killer fled before I broke down the door. They're not wrong. They just couldn't possibly believe the full truth. Anna's parents held a small memorial ceremony at their house last night. Why am I mentioning this? Why isn't the story over? Well, Anna's father commented on finding something in a cluttered cabinet. A dollhouse man. The figurine was sitting on a pile of old books. There was no minuscule door that I could have warned Anna's father to avoid. It was too late. The little man was in the middle of the vast, empty storage space. He was looking away from us. You know to avoid cupboards, but no cupboard can safely be opened. The little man can visit anyone, anywhere, at any time. He hides in every home. If you ever break down on Glover Road, do not leave your car under any circumstances. I immediately felt annoyed as I noticed my sister, Jenna, calling me. Their car should have been at the cabin more than 20 minutes prior, yet I'd somehow managed to arrive there before them. Hey, sis, where you at? I asked, half surprised, and a bit worried that they'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. Which wouldn't have been too out of character for Jenna, with her non-existent sense of direction. What I got in response was a static mess of sound that blared from my phone at full volume, before it quickly cut off and the call disconnected. Out in the middle of nowhere, it wasn't an uncommon occurrence, and I figured if I drove back down the road, I'd get a few bars of signal. Our lonesome cabin was situated only a 3-hour drive from the closest town, in the most desolate part of the country. Only accessible by a road that had gone without maintenance for what seemed like a century. To most, it might feel like a post-apocalyptic wasteland, but for us, it was the perfect escape from the noises surrounding New Year's Eve. The plan had been to drive together, but with work keeping me back, and them driving ahead, we'd split up. Even then, it wasn't the first time we'd driven there, so she should have known the way. I called Jenna again once I got a few bars on my phone, and once she answered it became clear how distressed she was. In the background I could hear her 2 kids crying, and Jenna doing her best to keep calm. Jenna, what's going on? I asked. My annoyance quickly turned to worry. We hit something on the road, she said. What, you mean like a deer or something? I asked. I don't know, I hit my head pretty bad when we crashed, didn't get a good look at it. If it fell into a ditch somewhere. Her voice shook with each spoken word, and whether it be from the impact or a rush of adrenaline, she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Hoop, are you alright? Yeah, I'm just a bit shaken up, but... She trailed off. She stopped speaking, and I could hear her walking away, trying not to alert her kids to the situation. I can't get the car started again. Could you please come pick us up? It's dark, and the kids are getting scared. Of course, where are you? At the T-junction on Glover Road, but she stopped mid-sentence as if something had cut her off. Sis, you alright? Yeah, please just come. I'd already started the car back up before she asked. It wouldn't be more than a 20-minute drive back to Glover Road, and though it was dark without reflective signs and frozen ground, I could get there before she started completely panicking. Alright, I'm on my way. I'll call you when I get close, I said. She thanked me, and I hung up. The landscape around me was dimly lit up by my headlights, revealing frozen grass and leafless trees. During the day, it looked like any other winter wonderland, but in the dark, it could bring out the shivers in even the most seasoned adventurer. Once I'd gotten about halfway there, my sister's name lit up on the phone. I slowed down to a halt and picked it up, not willing to drive and talk under these circumstances. Hey, what's up? Or are you far away? She asked nervously. I'm about halfway, won't be long. Why are you calling? She paused for a second before responding, breathing erratically as she mulled over what to say. It's just that. She trailed off. What? The thing I hit, it's moving. The thing, do you mean the deer? No, it's not, it's something else. I don't know. What? I don't know, please just hurry. Confused as to why she called me a second time and annoyed that I would have almost been there if not for the disturbance, I hung up and kept driving. After a few minutes, I pulled onto Glover Road and continued towards the junction. I put on the high beam to make sure I didn't accidentally crash into my stranded sister, or whatever she had collided with herself. As I arrived at the junction, I saw no sign of a crash and realized that despite my sister's instruction, she might be on the wrong road entirely. Keeping me company was nothing but the cold and an old wooden sign that read Glover Road, with Jensen Street going up from the junction. I sighed, and called my sister for a third time. Jack? She said, sounding terrified. Yeah, I'm here already, but you're not, I said. You sure you broke down on Glover Road? She didn't respond, but I could hear her troubling breath and crying kids on the other end of the line. Sis, you okay? It got back up, she whispered in shock. What did? The thing we hit, it got back up and ran off into the woods. What was it? I don't know, I couldn't get my flashlight in time. It was too fast, but it was tall, and it ran on two legs. It didn't look like any animal I've ever seen, she said. While the forests in the area were known to house many strange creatures, and bizarrely large elves, nothing fit the description my sister had just given me. Though what irked me more than the strange animal she'd hit were her whereabouts. Hey, Jen, let's just do a video call, then you can show me your surroundings, and I'll come pick you up, I said nonchalantly, trying to keep her calm. Okay, but it's pretty dark, and my camera sucks, she responded. We turned over to a video call, and she brought up the flashlight to give me an inkling as to where she was. Look, here's the sign, she said as she pointed her camera toward an old wooden sign. Glover Road, Jensen Street, the sign read, just like the one I stood next to. Wait, that doesn't make any sense, I said and showed her the same sign on my end, proving that we were in the same location, yet couldn't see each other. But where are you? She asked. I'm literally in the same spot as you. I don't understand, I said, a hint of fear showing through my voice. Look, I'll just call the police. I don't know what other option we have. Just stay by the car and I'll call you right, I said before I was interrupted. No wait. She practically yelled on the other end. She pointed her camera towards the tree line, her flashlight barely reaching across the road, creating nothing more than a pathetic outline of the trees, and something moving between them. Do you see that? She asked. Is that the thing you hit? I asked. Before she got a chance to answer, the figure shot out from the trees, becoming clear in the light. There it stood, 10 feet tall, a bizarre mixture of animals merged with bones protruding through its pale skin. Its face was nothing more than a mangled lump of flesh poorly fitted to its body, and in the center lay a massive hole, resembling a disgusting mix between a mouth and a singular eye. Oh God, what is that thing? She yelled. It let out a broken roar, before it charged at my sister, crossing the distance between them in just under a second. She pulled back towards the children, grabbing onto Laura, her 2-year-old who'd inexplicably gotten loose from her seat, and shoved her into the car. As she turned to help Alex, the creature lunged past her, grabbing onto the 10-year-old, and snatching him away within a second. No, let him go, Alex. My sister yelled, but the thing had long since retreated back into the woods. I quickly glanced over at the tree line, from where the creature came, but on my side, it was empty, a world occupied by nothing more than darkness. Whatever separated my sister and me, it wasn't distance. Help. She called out. Alex. I'm going to call the police, hold on. I hung up and dialed the number. No response. I checked my phone to make sure I still had 2 bars of signal, yet no connection could be made. I tried a second, and a third time, to no avail, help would not come. After the hopeless attempt, I called Jenna back. Jack? She stuttered as she picked up. I'm sorry, I couldn't get a hold of them, are you alright? We're inside the car, but there's more of them now, they're circling us. They took Alex, she got out between sobs. Just stay in the car, Jenna, I'm going to drive down the road and look for help. I put my phone down on the dashboard and kept the call going. Talking to Jenna as I sped down the road, promising, lying that everything would be alright. Jack, they're leaving, she exclaimed with the faintest hint of relief in her voice. I let out a breath, slowing down my car a bit as I let myself believe the worst had passed, trying to avoid another unfortunate collision. That's great, Jenna, but stay in the car until I get back, I ordered. But, Alex, he's still out there. Look, I know it's hard, but Alex, he's... Before I could finish the sentence, something could be heard in the background. It was her son, crying and calling for help, but something about his voice was off. The emotion in his calls was practically non-existent, his cries unnatural, as if they were nothing but a poor imitation of a human being. Alex, Jenna cried, opening the door without hesitation to go out and save her child. Jenna, no, I yelled, but it was too late. She'd already stepped out through the door, and no sooner did her foot hit the ground, before one of the creatures bounced onto her, snapping her arm in half. She dropped the phone, and in the struggle, I could hear the car door closing with Laura still inside, while Jenna was torn to pieces by the horrific creatures. I kept driving against my strongest desire to turn around and help, but I knew that I could know nothing to reach her, no matter how hard I tried. "Jenna," I yelled, but the call had long since disconnected, leaving me alone in absolute silence. As I sped down the road, I kept trying to call the police, but no matter how strong my signal was, I couldn't reach anyone. Even while going far over the speed limit, it took an hour and a half to reach the nearest little village. Once I drove into a more populated area, I managed to flag down a police car that happened to pass by. While what I told them was mostly an incomprehensible mess of words, they managed to get the gist, that someone was hurt, including a child. I headed back towards Glover Road on board their police cruiser, while I unsuccessfully tried to reconnect with Jenna. Another 2 hours passed driving down the icy roads, and once we got there I was more than surprised to be met by the wreck of a car. Jenna and Alex were nowhere to be seen, but in one final act of defiance, my sister had managed to lock the doors from outside, preventing her youngest, Laura, from getting out. The little girl sat crying inside the car, her entire world shattered in the span of just an hour, as her entire family had gone missing. The police did a thorough search, but couldn't find the remains of either the monster or Jenna. As far as the evidence showed, they'd never existed on that road. Whatever I told them, it was limited to what I'd heard on the phone call, and Laura, being 2, had little she could say, as much as she wanted her mother back. Had my sister not decided to leave early, and work not kept me late, we might have driven the same car, and all of us could have either been fine or died a horrific death together. I wish there was more to the story, that I could have given you all a happy ending, but instead I'll just leave you with these simple instructions. If you ever break down on Glover Road, stay in your car and pray that someone else happens to drive by. All my life, I've been losing time. Last night, I finally found out why. I started losing time when I was 10. I remember it clearly. I woke up and looked at the clock, 7:32 a.m. I went over to the closet and started picking out what I'd wear to school. A few minutes later, my mom poked her head in. "We need to leave or we're going to be late." I glanced at the clock. 8:32. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I thought I'd looked at the clock, fallen back asleep somehow, and then gotten out of bed. Or maybe it was some weird daylight savings thing. But then it kept happening. When I was 12, I lost time on a field trip to the Museum of Natural History. I drifted away from the group to look at the mineral collection. What felt like 10 minutes of staring at a slab of malachite was 3 hours. 2 police officers found me. I wasn't allowed on any more field trips after that. It kept happening as I got older. At 16, I was supposed to meet my crush at the school dance. I went to the bathroom, only to come out and find him dancing with someone else, 2 hours later. At 22, I lost half a day after a heavy night of partying. I told myself it was the alcohol, that I just blacked out, but I knew better. At 25, I missed a friend's entire wedding while getting ready. At 28, I unwillingly spent 2 hours in the bathtub while getting ready for a date with my now husband. My fingers were so pruny. And then, a year ago, there was the incident. I went into the kitchen to grab a snack while watching my 2 sons. After grabbing a handful of chocolate chips, I glanced at the oven clock. It was 45 minutes later. I ran out of the kitchen, screaming my sons' names, but they were okay. They could have drowned, run away, fallen, or died. But instead, they were pouring chocolate milk onto the rug and stomping in it, laughing. That was what spurred me to act. I saw a psychiatrist, a sleep specialist, to test for narcolepsy. I saw every kind of doctor I could think of. They did MRIs, EKGs, and every kind of test. They found nothing. So I decided to study it myself. I got a journal and started writing down each episode. When it happened. For how long. What I was doing at the time. What I'd eaten, drank. There isn't a pattern, I told my husband. I mean, it only happens while I'm alone. But that's the only common thread. There's got to be a pattern. Let me have a look. My husband Adam is a man of science. Everything can be empirically proven, according to him. Life all comes down to numbers and equations. There's no room for the unexplained. There isn't a pattern, I said, handing him the little black book. There's got to be. He sat in the armchair for a good 20 minutes, flipping through the pages. I sat there, awkward, a feeling of unease clenching my stomach. They're getting more frequent, he muttered, not looking up. I knew that already, I just didn't want to say it out loud. I'd had 3 episodes just in the past 6 months. As many as I'd had in my entire 20s. I was scared. He blew out a breath. I don't know what to tell you, Becca. You're right. I don't see an obvious pattern. So we were back to square one. Over the coming months, the incidents grew closer together. 2 months apart. Then 3 weeks. Then 4 days. I started refusing to go anywhere alone, for fear I'd lose time. Is this really necessary? Adam asked as he accompanied me to the bathroom. Yes, I replied, through the crack in the door. Can't we just close the door? I'll keep checking on you. Every 5 minutes. Promise. Okay. Promise? Promise. I got out of the bathroom 2.5 hours later. Adam was sitting on the floor, pale and panicked, holding a bent bobby pin. I kept calling out to you. After about 10 minutes, you didn't answer. So I got this bobby pin and I thought I could pick the lock, but I couldn't end. I sat on the floor and hugged him. It's okay, I whispered. It's not okay. I have to admit, there was a part of me that didn't believe you. I mean, that was the only explanation. And he faltered. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Somehow, that made me feel better. Stronger. I had to be strong for him. I had to beat this. Why don't we go out this weekend? Family outing? I forced a laugh. Then I won't be alone. That sounds nice, he said. It had been a while since we'd been out. This problem consumed us, eating our sanity and our time until there was nothing left. On Friday evening, I put on a little makeup, my favorite outfit, and then we packed up in the car. Where are we going? Ben asked. I want to watch TV, Liam said. We're going to have a nice dinner, and then we're going to walk around and see all the Christmas decorations in town. That sounds boring, Liam said. It's so cold, Ben added. I clicked the straps of the car seat into place. It'll be fun. I promise. I got in the driver's seat. Adam got in beside me, and then we were off. I started up the car, pulled out of the driveway. We were halfway there when it happened. An 18-wheeler in the other direction. Headlights blazing. Going too fast for the icy weather. It swerved over the line. No, no, no. It was coming so fast. Careening towards our tiny Accord. I had no time to react. No time to swerve. No time to. Click. Darkness. Is this the afterlife? Did I just die? My mind scrambled for an explanation. Oh, God. Ben. Liam. Adam. They're all gone. My poor babies, my sons, my. No. There was something else. Carpet under my feet. The smell of fruit stripes gum is in the air. Thumping steps from somewhere under me. Huh? My eyes flicked open. I was standing in my room, looking into a closet full of pink and purple clothes. What? I'm back in my room? I stood there for a long time. Close to an hour. Then, click, I was standing in the museum, cold air nipping at my arms. Staring up at a slab of malachite, studying the dark green lines that bubbled and swirled around each other. Click, I was standing in the high school bathroom, staring at my reflection. The rolling guitar of Lifehouse's You and Me spilling in. Click, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, head pounding. Click, standing in front of a mirror, wearing a royal blue dress. Click, laying in the bathtub. Click, standing in the kitchen, staring at the oven clock, chocolate chips melting in my hand. Click, click, click. All the time I'd lost was dumped on me all at once. Hours, days, happening all in the span of a millisecond. My life flashing before my eyes. And time. The time I needed to think. My eyes snapped open. The truck was roaring towards us. Immediately, I jerked the steering wheel. We careened into the grass. The truck slammed by, tires screeching on the asphalt. We wheeled through the mud and then rolled to a stop. I looked at my husband. He stared at me, breathless and pale, from the passenger seat. I turned around. Both our sons stared back at me, wide-eyed, trapped in their car seats. Ben spoke first. Can we do that again? I broke into laughter. Soft, at first. Then loud, manic, freeing as relief spilled over me. No, we can't. If you see a car broken down on Route 33, don't stop. There's a stretch of Route 33 that goes over Shenandoah Mountain. It's one of the most beautiful roads in the country. Some parts cling to the side of the mountain, with gorgeous view of the valley below. Others snake through deep, lush forests, scattered with deer and all kinds of wildlife. But, if you ever see a car broken down on the side of it, don't you dare stop. Connor and I first saw it on the way to his parents' house one evening. A silver Accord was parked askew in the grass. The flashers were on, blinking in the blue dusk. And stuck in the back window was a piece of paper, scrawled with the words help. Broke down. But Connor didn't slow down. Police patrol the area all the time, he said, swerving around it. They'll be just fine. I scoffed. Oh no, I know what this is about. Getting to your parents on time is more important than helping out someone who's stranded on the side of the road. That's it, isn't it? No. As I said, V, if they need help, they'll flag down an officer. Why are you being so terrible? They broke down. They need our help. If they broke down, V, he said, yanking the steering wheel, why did they pull out behind us? I turned to the mirror. No. Two white lights, swing onto the road. Thud. I was thrown back in my seat, as Connor put the pedal to the floor. We flew through the darkness, branches scraped at the car, and the wind howled. I knew we should have waited till morning, he muttered under his breath. Connor, what? Bad people hang round here at night. His voice was barely audible over the roar of the car. Dad's always talking about him, but I never believed him. Thought they were tall tales, you know, to scare me into not taking this road. It is a dangerous road, after all. Bad people? What do you mean? The headlights disappeared behind a bend. Like cults? Or serial unalivers? Or? Maybe both, he said. Just know all the victims are found the same way, in the middle of the woods, completely naked. I shuddered, and my mind began to race. What if they catch up with us? What if they get us? What if? But then I saw it. A narrow road, splitting off from the right side of the highway, climbs up into the forest. I glanced in the mirror. The headlights hadn't reappeared yet. Turn, there, I said. And then cut the lights. They'll pass us right up. Connor hesitated. I don't even know where that goes, he said. Didn't even think there was an exit for another 20 miles, at least. Just turn. He jerked the steering wheel. The seatbelt cut into my chest, as we veered off, and braked to a stop. And then waited for the Accord to pass. 2, 5, then 10 minutes. But they never came. Did we lose them? Must have, he said. Let's go. The car rumbled to life. He turned sharply towards the trees, then backed up. A shadow caught in the headlights. Silver metal and glass. The Accord. Lights off, still and silent, parked right behind us. I screamed. Connor cursed under his breath. We swerved back onto the road, heading deeper into the forest. If this is a dead end, then... Thunk. We went flying. Dirt and trees and sky all whirled together. I shut my eyes, screaming, clinging to the door. We hit the tree with a loud crunch. Veronica. I'm fine, I groaned. Just hit my head, but... Crunch. I whipped around. Crunch. The Accord was ramming into us, over and over. Get out, Connor yelled. I swung the door open and tumbled out of the car. We stumbled through the forest, back in the direction of 33. Branches clawed at my arms, rocks bit into my feet. Tears were running down my face, and it took everything in me to silence my sobs. I can't do this, I heaved. I can't. Slam. I whipped around. Someone was stepping out of the Accord, a tall, pale figure with wild hair, illuminated in the flickering light of our dying headlights. Where is it? Connor huffed. Where's 33? We didn't drive that far away. Where the hell is it? But he was right. There were only branches, dirt, and darkness. Route 33 was gone. It was as if the forest had swallowed us up and severed us completely from the outside world. Behind us, the figure advanced, the sharp crunch of footsteps echoing off the trees. "I'm so sorry," Connor said, his voice faltering. But then I saw it. A light, smeared and blurry through my tears, shone through the trees like a beacon of hope. We stumbled towards it. The trees got sparser, the underbrush grew thicker. Patches of blue sky peeked through the branches. "Oh, thank God," I gasped. It was a flashlight. And beyond it, the uniform of a police officer. Unfortunately, by the time we led the officer back to our car, the silver Accord was gone. But, fortunately, Route 33 didn't actually disappear. We must have just gotten disoriented in the darkness. She told us it's very common for people to get lost in these woods, even during the daytime. After filing various paperwork, she safely drove us to my in-laws' house. The four of us had a great dinner, too much dessert, and lots of laughs. "Want to take a walk?" I asked Connor after things had settled down. "I think I need to walk off all that ice cream." "Sure," he said, taking my hand. We took a short walk around the block. It was fully dark, now, and the stars twinkled high above. A cool breeze came in from the west, fluttering through my hair. And in the moonlight, something glinted across the street. "Connor, look." I grabbed his arm. "No." Parked on the street was a dented, silver Accord. They followed us home. My old home video showed me a life I never lived. No matter what you see in the coming months, regardless of how convincing it might seem, know that I didn't want to die. I'm going to take all possible steps to prevent my predetermined demise, but if I don't make it, I need at least someone to know what happened to me. I'm not, nor have I ever been a remarkable person. I've never been terrible, but I never did great deeds either. To put it bluntly, ever since I left high school, I found my place in eternal mediocrity. Honestly, being perfectly average didn't bother me much while growing up. Life was decent, I didn't struggle, and it felt like I had an overabundance of time to improve myself. But, once I entered my 30s, the time I'd wasted started to wear on my confidence, and a bout of anxiety invaded my otherwise peaceful existence. In order to make myself feel better, I decided to look through my old home videos, figuring that maybe I could get an inkling as to where I lost my passion for living. I dug through my parents' basement while they were at the market, to look for the long-since forgotten memories. We hadn't filmed anything since the death of VHS tapes back in the early 2000s, but with some luck, the infinite procrastination abilities possessed by my father meant that both the tapes and the player still waited idly by in the dust-covered boxes. After a long search, and a couple of coughing fits from the dust clouds, I found a box marked Home Videos. The box was full to the brim with old tapes and the player itself. It was far more than I ever remembered filming, but it already started to satisfy my hunger for nostalgia. I felt confident that I'd find at least some inspiration and drive within the films. So with little hesitation, I eagerly brought them home to my one-bedroom apartment and connected the old player, using a ton of adapters to make it fit modern televisions. I picked up the first tape, labeled Adam Davis, Highlights, 1985 to 2006, and inserted it into the player. Though some of the footage was more than 3 decades old at that point, the tape itself was rather new, or at least as new as VHS tapes could be. It meant that someone had transferred the footage to a newer tape to preserve the film, probably my mother. It had to be rewound, and as it did, I poured myself a glass of cheap whiskey while listening to the loud whirring sound of the tape being dragged back to its beginning. Then I hit play. A poorly focused picture came to view, partially covered by the date, reading January 5, 1985. It was myself as a baby, barely out of the womb, and my mother was the person behind the camera. She cooed and made funny hand gestures to get me to smile, which I diligently did as she laughed in joy at her wrinkly, little creation. I sat through half an hour of footage, watching myself grow up, and though I had no recollection of these events, it felt nice to see that I once lived a carefree life of joy and exploration. Everything felt amazing, and before I knew it, Christmas of 1989 had rolled around, one of my very first happy memories. 4 years old and wearing an oversized Santa hat, I sat on our carpeted floor and fiddled with a colorfully wrapped Christmas gift. Cheerful music played in the background, and a dog ran around, excited about the torn wrapping paper littering the floor. The dog eventually ran over to my young self and started to playfully pull on my present while I attempted to push it away, all the while laughing my heart out. It was a wonderful scene to behold, and though I had a vague memory of that day, my first Christmas to remember, I had absolutely no recollection of ever owning a dog. Don't get me wrong, I love dogs. I always wanted one, but due to horrible allergies that developed during my childhood, my parents always kept me away from the furry and lovable creatures. My first thought was that the dog belonged to some other family member, but as the years went by, the dog proved a faithful companion and made several appearances on the tape. Though the footage was real, and I was the center of it, I couldn't for the life of me remember the dog. He, Doug, followed me around until the age of 12 when it suddenly stopped showing up on the tape. Presumably passed away from old age, but he wasn't discussed any further in any of the other clips. I kept watching through my primary school years, then high school, and finally college. Everything was exactly how I remembered it, every minute detail matching my memory of life, everything except for the dog. As the tape neared its end, the date read October 7, 2006. I was filming myself out with some colleagues from my part-time job. We were just having a few drinks after work, and though it wasn't a particularly exciting evening, I remember feeling so happy, certain of my place in the world. Everyone was laughing and we seemed to have a genuinely great time. The evening went on, and my memory turned hazy while the footage turned sloppy. As it often goes with an overabundance of alcohol, there were holes in my memory from that night. The screen cut to black for a few seconds, and once the picture returned, someone was filming me from the other side of the bar. Whoever held the camera, they weren't one of my friends, nor did I seem to pay them any attention. On the footage, I still sat with a couple of my colleagues at the table, just finishing up my final beer, before getting up to pay the tab. As we left the bar, the cameraman followed us, keeping his distance. We still didn't acknowledge his presence. Unbeknownst to us, a stranger had gotten a hold of my camera, and my intoxicated state never realized. He kept following us down the street as my friends dropped me off in a taxi. The clip ended, and the screen cut to black for a full minute. I wondered if the tape had reached its end, but the timer kept counting up. Once the picture returned, I was met by a dark scene. The camera was pointed towards a dimly lit road and slowly panned along the street. Small pieces of debris and chunks of cloth littered the road, all accompanied by a vague crackling sound in the distance. Before long, the picture showed a mangled car wreck partially on fire. The cameraman moved closer to the wreck. I gasped in shock as I saw the severity of the crash. The driver's head had been smashed beyond recognition by the steering wheel. He'd suffered a quick, unexpected death, but the passenger, I, was still alive. It zoomed in on my mangled body, as I desperately tried to get free from my seat, but I was stuck under twisted metal, and my broken legs had been caught within it. The fire spread slowly at first, and the cameraman stood by idly watching as it reached my body. Still, I didn't notice anyone filming me. The fire started to spread quicker, and I screamed in agony as it climbed up my body towards my face, my clothes fusing to my skin and my face charring from the heat. After the fire had burned away most of my skin, unaliving each of the nerve endings, I stopped screaming, though I never stopped moving. Not until my muscles had stopped functioning did I finally go quiet. I'm not sure how long the scene lasted, nor do I care to go back and check. I sat frozen in fear as I listened to each second of my pleading screams until the moment I fell silent and finally died. My life had ended, on camera, the 7th of October, 2006. That was just the end of the first tape. I sat speechless trying to figure out if I had fallen victim to some sick prank, or if the footage showed an alternate version of myself that never made it out of college. I dug out another tape and read the title. Adam Davis, Highlights, 1985 to 2002. With extreme trepidation, I removed the first tape and inserted the second into the player. Be it morbid curiosity, or a desperate need to find answers, I decided to watch another. The footage was almost identical to the first tape, but no dog ever showed up in the film. Instead, the only notable change to my life was the fact that my grandfather died in 1999, instead of 1993, and that the color of my first car changed from black to red. I kept forwarding to the very end of the tape, only watching bits of clips along the way. Once in the end, the day was dated November 15, 2002. It was a party, and though too young to legally drink, it hadn't stopped me from enjoying the occasional house party. I remember leaving the place around midnight after being rejected by my crush and walking the 2-mile journey home, alone in the dark. As I walked, someone followed me in the distance, filming me without my knowledge, just as with the first tape. I crossed the street and took a shortcut through an alleyway, and was immediately cut off by a hooded figure. The scene was filmed from too far away to hear what was happening, but the hooded person pulled a gun, and I lifted my hands up in response and immediately froze. Whether it was supposed to be a robbery or a hostage situation, I didn't know. I just kept holding my hands up high while the robber erratically waved the gun around. Before I could defuse the situation, the gun went off and hit me point blank in the throat. I fell to the ground, clutching my throat. While I lay there, desperately trying to slow down the bleeding, the cameraman approached me with slow, patient steps. This time I noticed the stranger approaching, and I stared into the camera as I gasped for air, unable to call out for help. It took me less than a minute to bleed to death. The camera continuously got closer to my panicked face until the moment I took my last, gargled breath, then it cut to black. In 2002, I died alone on the street, never knowing why. The same scene kept repeating itself for each of the recordings. Every time, small details were changed, memories that didn't make sense, things that didn't happen, but they always ended with my untimely death. On September 29, 2004, I drowned as my car plunged into the river. The windows didn't open, and I couldn't break through the windshield. On January 13, 2005, I fell off a cliff and broke my legs while hiking alone in a neighboring city. The fall caused an open fracture that severed one of my arteries, and it took me a full hour to bleed out as I desperately tried to crawl for help. 4 deaths, each filmed by a stranger, never offering a helping hand, never speaking a single word. I returned to my parents' place with the box of tapes and demanded to know what the hell was going on. They took one glance at them and denied knowing about their existence. Despite my father's extreme laziness, he'd long since gotten around to digitalizing the footage, putting it on a hard drive, and storing it in a fireproof safe. They showed me the home videos they'd made, and everything appeared just as I remembered it, with no horrific death at the end. The tapes had to have been put in the basement recently, as a flood had destroyed most of the stuff stored there only a year before while I was abroad. Whoever had put the videos there, it wasn't my father. Following the conversation with my parents, my first instinct was to throw the tapes in a fiery pit and forget they ever existed, but saner thoughts prevailed. I had to talk to the police, to figure out who had made them and more importantly, how. I loaded them into my car, checking over each of the titles once more when I noticed one marked. Highlights 1985 to 2020. I stopped dead in my tracks and just stared at the tape in my hand. It was bizarre enough to hold a cassette dated in the future, but the fact that I already knew its ending horrified me even further. After what felt like an eternity of contemplation, I decided to see what the tape had to offer, a glimpse into my near future, for better or for worse. If it revealed any details, maybe I would get the chance to escape whatever fate had in store for me. I stared intently at each memory depicted on the television screen, desperate to look for any deviations from my memory. If I was lucky, it was another reality altogether, but no matter how hard I tried to look for any discrepancies, it perfectly matched my life as I knew it. Once the tape got to December 2019, I took a deep breath and paused the video for a moment. Maybe I should have let the police deal with it. If fate is predetermined, then how could I even prevent it? I had to know what would happen to me. The urge was irresistible. I hit play once more. The date read December 17, 2019, and the picture revealed a cold, gray hospital room. I was there, holding my unconscious mother's hand as she took her last breath and fell eerily silent, as if her presence had left the world. The doctor in the room assured me she didn't feel any pain, and that she was at peace, but the actual cause of her death never came up. Whoever filmed it didn't seem to take part in the interaction. Just like with the other clips, the stranger simply observed us, unnoticed by anyone actually in the room. The clip ended rather abruptly, cutting to black remaining empty for a full minute. Once it faded back in, the date read January 24, 2020. I saw myself sitting in what looked like a dirty motel room, one I couldn't recognize. I kept my hands folded over my lap as I sat on the edge of the bed. I was distressed, and paid little notice to the cameraman in the room. It went on like that for a couple of minutes, me muttering some incomprehensible, panicked sentences, and the camera remaining focused on my hands. Suddenly, I lifted my head towards the cameraman with pleading eyes. "Please, I don't want to do this. Don't make me do this. I don't want to. I don't want to," I said with a trembling voice. The cameraman remained silent, but the look on my face said enough. I was horrified, and it was clear that whoever filmed me was also coercing me to do something against my will. I lifted my hands up from my lap to reveal a knife. Just the run-of-the-mill pocket knife, but threatening nonetheless. My hand shook as I once more begged for mercy. I don't wanna, please, don't make me do this. Then I directed my attention to the knife, and without hesitating any further, I plunged it into my wrist, dragging it up along my arm towards my elbow as I winced in agony. I sat motionless on the bed as viscous blood poured from the cut. The camera kept its focus on me as life slowly drained from my body. Minutes passed, and I dropped dead on the floor, letting out a final breath before succumbing to blood loss. The tape ended with the familiar jagged lines and gray screen, with a high-pitched, monotonous beat the only thing left to keep me company. Following the last tape, I headed straight to the police station and handed over the tapes. They were hesitant at first, but quickly came around as they saw the footage. Of course, their explanation was more within the realm of logical possibilities, that someone had altered the footage and created a doctored video. Though they took it seriously, as a threat to my life, and swore they'd keep me safe while they looked into it. Unfortunately, without a perpetrator, it would be hard to do anything. I was left with little choice, but to hide in my home with all the doors locked, and every window covered up. After getting home, I sat down by the phone and waited for the police to call me with any updates, though I knew if anything came up, it would take days, if not weeks. It's possible that it's another reality, and that I'll be fine. Maybe it's just a sick prank and not someone that can literally see into the future. Those are all just hopeless thoughts because about an hour ago, I received a phone call from my dad. He told me that my mom collapsed in the bathroom, and that they were taking her to the hospital. He keeps reassuring me that she'll be fine, but I know better. In a few weeks, my mom will be dead, and then shortly after, I'll follow. She simply could not tell a lie. When I met Dawn Anderson, I didn't know what to think. She'd booked a counseling session seemingly out of the blue, and I had no prior information about her. She just called into the office, booked a session with my assistant, and popped up. It was a pale November Thursday, and my final session for the day. A streetlight outside was in an awkward position, casting long shadows across my office. As I closed the blinds, Dawn shifted in her seat. I've sought help before she admitted, but I always get the impression that no one listens. Therapy is often misunderstood, I said. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. It is just maintenance. Like taking a shower or doing your dishes. I haven't done my dishes in weeks, she laughed. A darkness fell over her face as she hit herself upside the head, repeatedly. Her curly brown hair swayed with each smack. No, she said. I have done my dishes. It's fine. I was exaggerating. I'm not lying. No worries, I said, sitting down across from her. Let's just have a chat and get to know each other. That sounds good, she nodded, calming down. Thank you. Dawn was born in '93 as the only child of Morgan and Lita Anderson of Tomskog, Minnesota. Dawn seemed a bit distant when talking about her childhood, as if repeating something she'd rehearsed. They were very strict and distant. Sometimes they didn't seem like parents at all, she said. They had their moments, but there was no warmth. She would go on to tell stories about how they beat her if they thought she was telling a lie. They once withheld food for 3 days because she didn't tell them what she'd done at school that day. Withholding information, they argued, was a form of lying. They did do nice things at times. They'd often take her swimming down at Frog Lake, and they always made sure her room had plenty of flowers and toys. It was strange though, she admitted. Going swimming was almost a chore. Twice a week, rain or shine. When it was too cold to go swimming, they'd give her a mud bath, where she was thoroughly scrubbed. It became routine, right down to rubbing my gums with it. It was almost as if Dawn brushed it aside. To her, childhood and parenting weren't important. She seemed more urgently distressed, and as she recounted her past, she would often stop to make sure she was remembering it right. Apparently, it was very important for her to be as accurate as possible, a remnant from her strict upbringing. But I'm not here to talk about what used to be, she said. I'm here to talk about here and now. All right, I nodded. Let's talk about it. Who are you today? I'm a liar, she sighed. I started telling lies. I waited for her to add something to it, but that was it. That was her big reveal. I leaned back in my chair, clutching my notebook. Does it happen often? I asked. Not really, she shrugged. Now and then. But it really bothers me. People tell little lies all the time, Dawn. That doesn't make them bad people. They don't tell them like I do. We locked eyes, and I could tell she was sincere. This was something that truly bothered her. For her, this was like admitting it unalive. My lies are different from others, she continued. I don't know how to explain it. They change things. Most lies do, I said. They change our perception. They manipulate. Yes, but they only manipulate people, she complained. Lies don't change what happens. What do you mean, Dawn? She shifted uncomfortably in her chair. She took a deep breath and touched a curly strand of her brown hair for comfort. Meeting my eyes, she spoke in a low tone of voice. The streetlight outside broke the moment you closed the blinds. I looked back at the window. Strange how I hadn't noticed it. That awkward light would shine right into my patient's eyes, but it had gone dark. Very observant, I said. I didn't even notice. That's because I lied, she said. It just seems true, but it isn't. That light worked just fine up until I said it didn't. So you turned it off? I asked. With your lies? Yes. She was dead serious. I got up from my chair and peeked out the window. Just as she said, the light was completely broken. It was strange how I hadn't noticed it earlier, but sometimes you can get so caught up in routine that you don't notice the obvious. As I sat back down, she looked defeated. That's the thing, she sighed. It is really hard to convince people that I'm telling the truth. That things change based on my lies. How would that work, exactly? I asked. I don't know, Dawn said. But I didn't have an appointment when I came here today. I lied about it, and then suddenly I had one. That's not right, I smiled. We had a call-in last Tuesday. We got your number and everything. I held up my cell phone, showing her the booking receipt. There it is. I changed things, Dawn insisted. When I say changes things, it changes what has happened to accommodate for my lies. So when did this start, Dawn? I think it has always been like this, she said. I think my parents knew. Maybe that's why they taught me never to lie. But you started lying anyway, I said. Can you remember something recent? There have been a few accidents, Dawn said. I used to have a friend who went to veterinary school and an acquaintance who worked for a bank. We've been out of touch for a few years, and when we met up, I got them mixed up. I was so convinced that the person whom I talked to had gone to veterinary school. But they didn't? No. They worked at a bank, I'm sure of it. But now they had both gone to veterinary school. They couldn't have. Memory is a fragile thing, I said. What is most likely? That you misremembered something or that your misunderstanding changed events that have already happened. I know what you want me to answer, but the proof is overwhelming. So why did you come here today, Dawn? I want to stop lying. I never want to tell a lie again. She breathed a sigh of relief. I nodded, making notes in my notebook. What is stopping you? I asked. What stops you from being completely honest? Honestly? It is addicting, she said. Once you start, it is hard to stop. How so? I don't think you understand. The possibilities are staggering. It's like if you could win the lottery by snapping your fingers. What would stop you from just snapping your fingers all day? Getting a sore thumb, I suppose. That's what it feels like to me, she said. It's like having a sore thumb in my mind. Every lie I tell is just it takes something away. Life is full of little inconveniences, I said. I don't think you should punish yourself for finding ways to cope. It is not just coping, and it is not just punishing myself. It just happens, like using a muscle too much. It aches. It hurts. Is that why you hit yourself on the side of your head when we started talking? Yeah, she nodded. It distracts from the pain inside. Well, some of the things you are describing are impossible, Dawn. You can't change the past. I can see why you would like to, given the way you were raised, but it just can't be done. I'm gonna stop you right there, said Dawn, holding up her hand. Tell me something you did this morning. All right, I put on fresh white socks. Then why don't you have any socks on? As soon as I said it, I felt like an idiot. I'd stepped in a water puddle as I got to work and didn't have a spare pair with me. My wet socks were still hanging on the bathroom radiator. You didn't let me finish, I smiled. I do have them, just not on me, right now. No, see? It changes. It changes, and you just adapt to it. She knocked herself on the side of her head, clenching her eyes shut. Sparkles of sweat ran down her forehead. Dawn, look at it from my point of view. What is more likely, that you saw I wasn't wearing socks and used that information, or that you can change the very fabric of events? I know how it sounds, but that's what happens. And as long as it is just small things, all I get is a crackle in the back of my head. But as soon as I start telling big lies, it feels like I'm being ripped apart. With big lies, do you mean something we can't ignore? Do you have any examples? The first lie I ever told, she nodded. I had this dream of sunflowers when I was a kid. A whole field of them, all swaying in the wind. When I got to school, I drew them on a piece of paper. The yellow crayon was taken, so instead I colored them blue. That sounds lovely. It was, until I got home. Our entire backyard was this large field of blue sunflowers. My parents, of course, acted like it had always been there. But it hadn't been. No, Mom had a garden there. She grew tomatoes. We still had some in the fridge, but she insisted they were store-bought. So they never found out you were lying? Not at first, but I felt so bad that I admitted it. That's when I didn't get to eat for 3 days. They said it was because I hadn't told them about the drawing soon enough. Well, I think you will find it difficult to convince me this is true, Dawn. But that is irrelevant. It is true to you, and that's what is most important. If you want to stop lying, there are ways to do so. But I'd like to get to the root of the problem and see where this comes from. It bothers me that you don't believe me. I'm sorry to hear that, Dawn, but what you're describing is simply impossible. It bothers me greatly. We looked at one another. Dawn wasn't budging, but neither was I. How come you've pretended to write all this time when your pen has run out of ink? It's just to put the patient at ease, I smiled. Like a doctor with a stethoscope. It is expected, but not always practical. The last 40 pages you've written is just the text listened to Dawn, over and over. Of course it is, I chuckled. That's how I practice my cursive. And you don't see anything odd about this? Nothing at all? Coincidences happen, but all that you point out are things I can clearly remember. I can't be surprised by a stated fact. But that's just, ugh. Dawn wiped her nose as a single drop of blood dripped out. I offered her a napkin, but she refused. This was clearly affecting her. I've talked to 8 other people about this, she said. No matter what, they keep denying me. No matter what absurd proof I present, all they do is rationalize it and call me schizophrenic. I don't think you are, Dawn. I think you have a trauma too. It is not an effing trauma. Dawn stood up, pacing back and forth. She was getting agitated. I stood up next to her, carefully putting my hand on her shoulder. Can I get you anything? Coffee? Tea? You're married, right? She asked. Do you love your wife? Of course. With all my heart. Do you though? Do you love her? Undoubtedly. Dawn shook her head. Can you feel, right now, the happiness she brings to your life? Yes, but what? Then why are you considering divorcing her? It was like the twist of a knife in my chest. It was such an alien thought, but of course, I'd been considering it for a long time. I couldn't think of a reason at the top of my head, and the way it made me feel was just awful. Patricia and I had had our ups and downs over the years, but we'd always grown stronger because of it. Sure, we'd hit a rough patch in the past few weeks, but you said you loved her, said Dawn. You said you were happily married. Then something changed. Not changed, as much as. I scratched my head. I felt strange, like something had flipped my world upside down. 2 drops of blood pushed themselves out of Dawn's eyes, little red tears. You have to believe me, said Dawn. Please, believe me. I'm trying, but... Fine, let's go, growled Dawn. Let's effing go. She put on her jacket and pushed me down into my chair. She was getting aggressive, and I considered calling for security. Then, as soon as I sat down, she sat down across from me. She took hold of my hand and didn't let go. Remember last night, when you stabbed your wife? She asked. How the duck did she know? My mouth opened wide like an effing trout as my mind started to race. There'd been no one else there. It's been an accident, a fluke. We had talked about our thoughts of a divorce, but it was nothing serious. Then it just escalated. You buried her in the backyard. Your hands still smell like dirt. What do you think about that? She continued. No, you can't. I could feel my body shutting down. Some sort of shock factor, coursing through my brain. My hands started shaking, my eyes started tearing. I remembered it all so vividly. Patricia's soft hands are covered by dirt, shovel after shovel. The way I scrubbed my hands, but couldn't get rid of the smell. I still had dirt under my fingernails. It had happened, but I tried to push it away. To pretend like nothing. An alibi. Why would you do that? You loved her, didn't you? I did. I loved Patricia with every bone of my being. And yet you kept her head in a plastic wrap in the back of your goddamn freezer. Of course. I couldn't let her go. I broke down. I cried like an effing baby. There was no way Dawn could have known this. I had barely even admitted it to myself. Compartmentalizing. There were 1,000 little reasons leading up to what I'd done, but to have it all splayed out like this in front of me was too much. My world was crumbling. My peace of mind had already rested on a knife's edge, ready to tip me over the side, but now I felt like I was free falling. A pale hand feeding the worms outside. A bathroom smelling of chlorine and bleach. A perfectly good hacksaw that I couldn't bear to look at, ever again. Green eyes stared at me through thin plastic, asking me why. I threw myself out of the chair, enraged. She couldn't know. Dawn was suddenly bleeding out of her mouth, eyes, and nose. Still, she smiled. Every time, she laughed. Why does no one ever listen? You've said enough. Really? Dawn pushed me away, breaking the leg of the table between us. As I landed on my back, she held me down with a hat rack. You drowned your daughter in a well. You ran over your mother with your car. You've unalived 3 hitchhikers using the loaded rifle in the trunk of your car. I just screamed as the memories came flooding back to me. It was true. All of it. How the duck did she know? It had been years. I'd covered my tracks so well. I got a hold of her foot and dragged her down to the floor next to me. I could barely see her in between my teary eyes, but I had to do something. I had to stop the pain. I had to end her. I tried to get my hands around her neck, but she resisted. She was stronger than I thought. Then again, she coughed as one of my hands touched her neck. All I've said today has been a lie, hasn't it? My mind went completely blank. As my eyes lost focus, I saw Dawn getting up. Her eyes were completely red, swollen with blood. She kept beating the side of her head with the palm of her hand, coughing all the while. I'd probably given her a bruise. It was, but it takes a while to rationalize the bigger stuff, she said. Give it some time. I didn't do any of that. I didn't. Of course not. All I said was a lie. But why? How? I think that's enough, sighed Dawn. I can't say I'm surprised. No one ever believes me. Just try to remember me as Dawn Anderson, a young human woman, and not the way you've truly seen me. As she left the office, I was still sitting on the floor. I couldn't even understand why. I had no reason to be upset or attack her. Sure, she'd been provoking me with mental images of harm coming to my family, but to attack her like that? It was insanity. Stress-induced hysteria, or something. I sat alone in my office, feeling the pale light of the streetlight outside warm the back of my neck. I don't know what to believe, and I don't know if I will eventually rationalize all of this to some insane degree, but I know that it shook me to my core. There was something about Dawn that I had never seen in another patient. And to some degree, I believe she knows something impossible. And when I went home to open my freezer that night, I was genuinely scared to see something look back at me, even though Patricia was sleeping soundly in the other room. But the shock of hearing what Dawn had said, and the images it conjured in my mind, it remained. The untouched spot in my backyard, the hacksaw in the garage, it was still there. Unused. I held Patricia tight that night, as I dreamt of unalive. As if it had happened. If only for a while. I don't notice the crooked floor. The floor is crooked, I sighed. I thought you said you checked this place. I did, Daniel nodded. But you know, you gotta pounce when you see something like this pop up. This was a steal. Because it is crooked, Daniel. I groaned. You bought us a crooked house. It's not crooked. I reached for an apple I'd saved in my purse and put it on the floor. Slowly, it started rolling. You pushed it, said Daniel. Look. He picked up the apple and walked up to me. He didn't meet my eyes. I'm sorry. I checked it online, there were no bids, and this was well within our price range. It is so close we don't even need a moving van. We can just take it all by car little by little. We can still back out, but it'll cost us. He sighed and looked up at me. He was really trying. Just think about it. And, not that it matters, but, he put down the apple on the floor. This place isn't crooked. As Daniel stepped outside for a smoke, I watched the apple. It didn't roll away. We talked about it. Even though I was skeptical, Daniel was convinced that the place was perfectly fine, if a bit old. He could accept that the insulation was awful and that we needed new windows. He could accept the wiring issues in the kitchen, and the bad water pressure in the shower. But he couldn't accept that the house itself, the entire house, was crooked. But no matter the argument, we'd lose a ton of money if we backed out now. I had to live with it, crooked or not. At least Daniel was happy. The moving day wasn't too bad. We got most of it done in the afternoon. We even put together some cheap IKEA furniture. Daniel brought his work friends over to help with the heavier stuff. I kept my mouth shut and just listened. No one commented on the crooked floor, and nothing rolled off. When the others went out to get some pizzas, I was left alone in the living room. Again, I picked up an empty bottle and put it sideways on the floor. It didn't move. For a second, I just breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe I'd unknowingly pushed that apple back when we first checked the place out. Maybe I was just imagining things. I could still feel the tilt under my feet, but it was messing with my head. A clinking noise snapped me out of it. The bottle had rolled straight across the room and bumped against the wall. Over the next few days, we put everything in place. Clothes were folded and neatly sorted into our wardrobe. We placed all the carpets, put up all the picture frames, and plugged in all the lamps. Step by step, the house started looking homely. Daniel was talking to some carpenter friends of his about fixing the insulation, and we booked a plumber to come by and check the water pressure. There'd been a citywide problem with the reservoir recently, causing the water to turn black. Luckily, we never had that problem. But I always felt like there was something more to it. Not only the crooked floor but also little sounds. Creaking floorboards and squeaking doors. Sometimes I'd hear them at night, but Daniel had no idea what I was talking about. Was it just me being too critical, or was my mind actually playing tricks on me? At that point, it was impossible to tell, and it gave me an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. Especially while lying awake at night, listening to the little sounds pattering through the house. Which were real, and which were imagined. Was the floor crooked or not? I remember waking up in the middle of the night, hearing a door open in the foyer. A wave of unease spilled over me as I watched Daniel's breathing gently rise and fall. We were alone, but it was the exact sound of someone entering the house and walking around. Should I wake him? Should I check it out myself? Was it just my wild imagination again? I decided to stay in bed and wait. I heard the pitter-patter of feet, making the floorboards creak. I just laid awake, listening, hoping it wouldn't come closer. If this was all imagined, why was I scared? Like, scared? Why was I expecting sharp teeth and claws to come around the corner? Instead, I heard a voice. Someone is listening, a muffled voice said. Someone hears us. Someone knows. There was a rustling noise, from a paper bag. I watched Daniel stir in his sleep. Then, there was nothing. Daniel didn't seem bothered by anything. To him, there were no creaking doors or slanted floors. He seemed perfectly fine with his house, and I didn't have the heart to bother him with my worries. He was already moving on to the next set of worries, work, and social obligations. I still didn't know if I was just nitpicking, or if I was really hearing something he didn't. The floor was crooked, so I knew we were seeing and experiencing things differently. I tried my best to just ignore it. To just keep on living my ordinary life. I went to work, I came home, I did the dishes, I washed my clothes 9 times out of 10, it was perfectly fine. But every now and then, something small would slip through the cracks. I remember pouring myself a bath. I put on a nice bathrobe, brushed my hair, put on some lotion, and then noticed how the water pouring out was pure black. I called Daniel over. Looks fine to me, he said. You want me to pick up some salts? I think Trader Joe's. You can't see it? I laughed. You can't see that it's black? What? The water? What do you mean? The water, Daniel. It's filthy, how can you not? He just didn't see it. He gave me this helpless look like he didn't know what to do. I was scaring him. I was unreasonable. To him, the water was fine. No matter what I said, he wouldn't see it. Instead, I just kissed his cheek. I guess it washed away, I sighed. Just keep an eye out. Are you okay? He asked. I'm fine, I'm sorry. If there was anything wrong, I'm happy to fix it, but... I turned around. The bath water was pitch black, but he just couldn't see it. There was no point in arguing. It was like trying to describe a color to a blind man. Please, just keep an eye open. I don't trust these pipes. Anything you want, honey. I just want you to be happy. He kissed my cheek and left me alone. With renewed confidence, I took the plunge. It was just a bath. I tried to imagine the water being pure and pristine, but I couldn't. It would shift in temperature, and there were times when I could feel something small swimming with me, pressing against my body as if looking for a crack in my skin. I tried picking one up, but they always slipped between my fingers. At most I'd get something resembling a piece of dirt, something black and shapeless, crumbling at the slightest touch. What was supposed to be a relaxing evening listening to audiobooks in the bath turned into a 5-minute stress scrubbing as I hurried to get out. Seeing the black water seep into my pores, I raced to finish up and just get out of there. As pulled the plug, I watched the filth drain out of the tub, one drop at a time. Little chunks disappear with a spiraling vortex. Using the shower head, I washed the bathtub clean. Little black spots, shivering, washed away one by one. Perhaps no one but I could see them. But there was no doubt. I could see them. Most of the time, it wasn't a bother. The occasional noise, a strange shadow on the wall, was there, but it was inconsequential. I tried to bring it up with Daniel now and then, but I just couldn't find the words without sounding like a paranoid nutcase. He just seemed so fine with it that I didn't have the heart to bring it up over and over. Whenever I wanted to, he'd give me this tired look, like there was something wrong with me. I know he didn't mean to, but still. The breaking point came one night as Daniel had some work friends over. They were all hanging out in the living room playing cards and listening to music. It had been a long day, and I was tired from work. I was barely paying attention, but I still wanted to give them a little something. I prepared a big tray of chips, dip, and a bowl of olives. Daniel loves olives, can't get enough of them. Everything okay in here? I asked as I stepped through the door. Daniel, you keeping our guests? What the duck? What the duck was that? As soon as I stepped through the door with that big tray, I noticed something was off. At first I couldn't tell what it was. There were 6 people, all looking at me with big smiles on their faces. Cheerful music pumping through the speakers. Clinking beer bottles. But there was something else. Just outside the window facing our backyard, there was another face looking at me. It was only there for a heartbeat. A pale face with round, ball-like eyes. A hand pressed against the window, searching for a way inside. 6 fingers. In a moment, it was gone. I hadn't even noticed that I'd dropped the tray. Why did my throat hurt? Had I been screaming? Why was my pulse racing? Honey? Daniel put his hands on my shoulders and looked into my eyes. I hadn't even noticed I was trembling. My eyes were still drawn to the window, looking for whatever was skulking around. There was I couldn't find the right words. All the faces had turned from happy to worried. There's an animal. They all looked out, but of course, no one saw anything. There was nothing for them to see. They didn't notice the same things I did. Daniel didn't look out, he just held me tight. I looked down at the tray I dropped. There was shattered glass jangled in a mess of chips and dip. The olives were rolling across the crooked floor. That's all it took. That was the last straw for me to break down bawling. That night, I lay awake. I twisted and turned, not knowing if the little sounds I heard was coming from my mind, or the house, or something else. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, I'd had enough. I got up and washed my face with cold water. As I stood in the bathroom, watching the dark shade under my eyes grow darker, I heard Daniel walking across the living room. I thought I'd woken him up. I peeked out of the bathroom, just to see Daniel still sleeping soundly. But there was still someone walking across the living room floor. As it dawned on me that there was an intruder in the house, I panicked. I held my breath, listening for any sign of where they were going, or what they were doing. I heard my own heartbeat in my ears, pounding away like little punches at my mind. I counted 1 set of footsteps and a strange crinkling noise. They could probably see the open bathroom door that I was hiding behind. I was trying to stand as still as possible. A drop of sweat was already forming, and my face felt flushed. She's here, something whispered. She looked at us. She sees. Footsteps coming closer. Find her. Wake me. Please, wake me. Something on the other side of the open door. Clawed fingers curled around the doorframe. I could see Daniel stirring. He was waking up. Maybe the light from the bathroom was bothering him. I just carefully shook my head, as if that would make him go back to sleep. Not now, I mouthed silently. Daniel, not now. But he woke up. He squinted at me, trying to blink away the sleep. You okay, honey? He yawned. Come back to bed. Something chuckled on the other side of the door. The door was ripped open, the top hinge broke in half. It was tall enough not to fit in the hallway, having to crouch and tilt its elongated head. A humanoid shape, covered in a black sludge, holding a dripping paper bag. The voice was coming from the bag, not the creature. It had these unnaturally long, clawed fingers. It had this powerful acrid plastic smell, the kind that burns in your eyes and nose. Daniel didn't understand what he was seeing. To him it must have looked like I was having some sort of seizure or a panic attack. But standing face to face with that intruder, I couldn't help but to scream. Fumbling backward, I knocked over a small table, and took off running. Yes, a muffled voice called. Yes, she sees. Wake us. Wake us now. I took the back hallway through the kitchen. It was right behind me, knocking over lamps, pictures, and chairs. It didn't care, and it was rushing after me with complete abandon. I was burning every ounce of energy I could muster, moving at an explosive pace. I tumbled over the kitchen table to give myself some space, spilling a salt shaker across the floor. I stumbled over the edge of a carpet and lost my balance, catching myself on a coat rack next to the front door. I had to get out. I had to keep running. As I burst through the front door, I thought I was staring at the night sky. Hundreds of round, beady little eyes reflected the light from the house. Pale faces, 6-fingered hands. Creatures are not much bigger than a dog. No, I gasped. No, not. I had to keep moving. They'd catch me, drag me down with their disgusting little hands. I turned back towards the living room. The intruder bowled the kitchen table over and kept coming at me. I didn't have a plan, I just had to keep moving. The living room was a dead end. There were things outside, and the intruder was just too fast. I painted myself into a corner, and I was running out of options. I couldn't fight it. I couldn't outrun it. And it was coming right at me. Get her, the bag whispered. Let me wake up. I took a few quick steps to the right, trying to surprise it, but it blocked my path. It had such long legs that it could stop me with just a few steps. The bag flailed in its grasp, swaying back and forth. In it, I saw the shape of a mouth opening and closing, like a fish out of water. Slowly, the intruder approached me. Honey? Daniel was standing in the doorway. His hands trembled as he held his phone to his ear. Honey, I don't know what to do. You can't see it. You can't see it. I repeated. It's right here, but you just can't see it. Listen, there's nothing wrong. There are no strange sounds in the night, honey. There are no animals outside. And look. He took an orange from a fruit bowl and put it on the ground. It didn't roll away. There's no crooked floor. I looked at Daniel, then back at the intruder. Those long fingers reaching for me. The crinkling of the bag. The muffled voice. But then my eyes drifted. No matter what, that round little orange wasn't rolling away. No matter what I was feeling, what I was thinking, or what I was seeing, the floor wasn't crooked. This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. I closed my eyes and tore at my hair in frustration. Two things can be true at the same time, Daniel said. Maybe you did hear something. Maybe you did see something. Felt something, whatever. But can it not also be true that there was nothing there in the first place? It could be. He could be right. Two things could be true. The floor was, and wasn't, crooked. I felt Daniel wrap his arms around me. And for the first time, since I first stepped into that house, I felt safe. Nothing was crooked. Nothing was outside. Nothing was chasing me. It was just me, Daniel, and a house of our own. Finally. Daniel was right about something. Two things can be true at once. I did see these things. I did experience them, felt them. But at the same time, there was nothing there. But as long as I am in control, I can choose which truth to perceive. I can feel that the floor under my feet is no longer crooked, but I also know that it can be. I haven't felt threatened since that night. I think that whatever came for me had a brief window to get to me and that Daniel helped me shut that window before it was too late. And whenever I feel unsure, I can just put an orange on the floor. It won't roll away. But I still worry, now and then. Like last week, when my mother-in-law Lauren came to visit. We had a lovely dinner, and a few drinks, and talked about her upcoming retirement. As she got up to use the bathroom, she almost tripped on the edge of the carpet. She knocked over half a glass of wine. As I hurried into the kitchen to get a paper towel, I could hear the glass rattle as it rolled across the floor. I'm sorry, said Lauren. This crooked floor takes some time to get used to. Walter the ghost. 2 months ago we moved into our new place. It's honestly amazing, huge property, beautiful forests, and an old barn out back that my wife Lydia hoped to remodel into a workshop. She loves wood carving. We have 2 sons and a daughter. Elliot is 10, Joey is 8, and Samantha is 5. The old house is big enough for the kids to have their rooms, but Joey gets night terrors still, so he bunks up with Elliot. Elliot doesn't complain, he's a solid big brother. Of course, no move is without its difficulties. The kids miss all their old friends, they're still adjusting to a new school, a new schedule. The job I'd lined up told me I was no longer needed, so things went belly up there. The bills got a little tight. So that's why I didn't bat an eyelash when Samantha started talking about Walter. Samantha has always had a hell of an imagination. She tended to make up a new friend every week. A few weeks before it was Paula, a girl about her age wearing a bright red dress. Before that it was Ruby, Mary, Nick, you get the point. Typical attention span of a little one. But Walter stuck around. Walter was an old man, which by Samantha's standards meant probably around 40 or 50. He lived in the closet and Samantha would leave him strawberry Kool-Aid in plastic cups and saltine crackers. Thankfully I never had to clean it up. Samantha was good about keeping after that. For being 5 she's quite tidy. I blew it off at first. Every kid has imaginary friends. I had them, my wife had them. The stress of the move probably just had her cling on to this one a little longer. Then Joey started bringing Doritos into the closet. Doritos were his favorite snack. Cheesy fingerprints typically stain his shorts. It makes laundry a pain, but that's life when you have kids. Joey was never the imaginary friends type though. He maybe had one when he was Samantha's age, and that phase lasted no more than a week. So this was a little weird. I decided to ask more about Walter. I walked into Samantha's bedroom to see Samantha and Joey kneeling next to the closet, quiet as mice. I cleared my throat and both jumped like they heard a gunshot. Joey instinctively kicked the door shut. "Hi, Dad," he said. I walked in and opened the closet door. Nothing in there except an empty plate with Dorito crumbs and a cup that had spilled a single drop of red juice on the carpet. "So, Walter likes your Doritos, bud?" I said. Joey nodded. "He likes snacks," he mumbled. "What is Walter like?" Satisfied the closet was empty, I closed the door and turned to my kids. Samantha and Joey brightened up before they both began sharing bits of info with me. "He's blonde. He's starting to go bald, just like Uncle Craig. He wears suspenders. He's very quiet. He's got a big old hole in the side of his head. He's here to protect us. He likes Doritos." I raised my hand. "Hold on, back the train up. What do you mean protect us?" I wasn't even going to touch the whole thing. It was like they knew they said too much. Samantha's hands flew up to cover her mouth while Joey looked at the ground. Samantha spoke up first. "He says there's something in the forest. Something in the barn, something bad," she said, barely above a whisper. The bedroom door slammed shut and I nearly screamed. I walked back to the door and slowly opened it back up. No one in the hall. And today had been too cold to leave the windows open. I'm probably different than most people in this situation. I believe in ghosts. I had some experiences as a teen that turned me into a believer. Lydia laughed out loud when I told her I think our daughter had a ghost in her closet, but I didn't expect anything different. She's the skeptic of the two of us. So I decided to dig into the history of the house. This place had been tossed around quite a bit. Most owners didn't keep it for over a year. Heck, one couple and their daughter actually moved out after 2 weeks. I kept digging. And before the house was built I found something. I found Walter. His full name was Walter Griggs. He had 3 kids. He was a widower. He hadn't remarried. But one day the house was burned down with Walter inside. The kids were never found. The common theory was that Walter unalived his kids and then himself when he couldn't live with the guilt. God knows what he did with the bodies. I was chilled to the damn bone when I realized my kids were talking to a scary ghost. I called a family meeting. Lydia was less than impressed, but she went with it. "Guys, we need to stop talking to Walter and giving him snacks." Lydia rolled her eyes. "Kurt, it's just to be safe. Walter might have done some bad things." Elliot blurted out, "But he's nice. He tells stories and talks about the good old days." He immediately regretted speaking as he saw my face go pale. Even Lydia looked unsettled. Elliot was too old for imaginary friends and far too practical. Even as a tiny tot, he wrinkled his nose at the idea of having a friend he made up. This only confirmed my theory Walter was a ghost and the original owner of the property. Samantha sniffled, her eyes filling with tears. "But what if he gets hungry?" she asked. And what if the folk come around? The ones he warned us about? Joey shivered. I sighed. Guys, I don't know what Walter is, but I do believe he's not something Samantha made up, and I believe he's not safe. Samantha, we're going to move you into the other room for now. We'll start hunting for a new house as soon as we can, but until then, leave Walter alone. Do not talk to him. Do not give him snacks. All right, guys? Samantha bolted from the room crying. Joey turned into the couch to hide his tears. Elliot was the only one who nodded and said yes, but I knew he was upset too. I surrounded the closet with a ring of salt. I would have burnt sage or whatever you do, but I had no idea how to get my hands on some. So salt was the best I could do. Plus, I'd be able to tell if the kids tried to approach the closet this way. I looked up tips on how to make ghosts duck off, Lydia for once not laughing at my crazed paranoia. Samantha was the most resentful of the kids. I caught her at least twice trying to sneak into her old bedroom with a plate of saltines. Each time she was scolded and I reminded her it wasn't safe, but I knew she didn't believe me. Perhaps she knew more than I did. Things were finally settling. I got a new job and we were house hunting once again. Samantha still sulked, but Joey was over it, running about in the big backyard we had and playing games with a few of the neighbor kids. Then one night I woke up and there was Walter, sitting in a chair in the corner of the room. He was as solid as you or me and exactly as the kids described him, middle-aged, blonde, balding. Suspenders over his blood-spattered shirt. And the hole in his head? It looked like half his skull had been blown clean off. One eye had gone with it while the other, a deep blue, stared me down. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even wake up Lydia. Walter sighed before he got up and motioned for me to stand and follow him. Like pulled on strings, I got up. Walter's voice was quiet and hoarse like he'd had strep and still couldn't speak. It's not too late, he whispered. Go, hurry. I lost my children to the folk, but you can still save yours. I ran to the kids' bedrooms, feeling Walter's cold breath on the back of my neck. Each bed was empty, the sheets pulled away and their windows open. I almost collapsed, but Walter's ice-cold grip dragged me back to my feet. No time for panic, son. Go, he said between gasps. I didn't even put on my shoes. I ran out into the backyard. The forest was now glowing with bright lights. I could hear the piping of flutes and the pound of drums. I took off running, Walter on my heels. I pushed through the bushes and nearly tripped on piles of old leaves, following the source of the sound. I stumbled into the clearing, which was now bright as day. My 3 children were standing around a woman wearing a white gown. She was in every way perfect, beautiful with dark curls cascading down her back. She was tall, taller than me even, and I'm no short guy. Her hands were spread out and Samantha was reaching for her. I heard the scream of a man in agony. Not again. Walter rushed in, growing bigger, his essence swallowed the light. The clearing was now ice cold. I could see my breath coming out in puffs in front of me. The woman stumbled backward, eyes growing in shock as Walter now towered over her. These children are not going with you, fair folk. He howled. Not this time. The woman turned and fled. Before my very eyes she stepped into a ring of mushrooms and vanished into thin air. Walter shrunk back to the size of a man before he turned to look at me. I couldn't say anything. I wanted to apologize. I'd misjudged the ghost of a grieving father who lost his children to something otherworldly. And he'd saved my children from the same fate. Walter smiled crookedly before he vanished. I ran up to my kids. They were still entranced, pupils blown out, and they didn't recognize my voice. I got them back home and rushed them to the emergency room. The doctor had no explanation. About an hour after they'd been checked in, they came to with no ill side effects and no reason why they'd been out of it. Elliot said he'd heard a woman's voice outside the window and that she was offering treats, but that was the last thing he could remember. They were in observation for a day before they were released, but by then I'd changed my protection plan. I didn't put scissors or knives in their beds, but my wife did get a hold of some pieces of iron from a friend's garage and she created small statuettes of our kids' favorite animals with the iron set inside of it: a tiger for Elliot, a monkey for Joey, and a bunny for Samantha. I've now taken to going up to that old closet with a glass of whiskey and a portion of whatever was for dinner. I haven't seen Walter again, but I have caught glimpses of his smile as I'm closing the closet door. I think he was getting a little tired of strawberry Kool-Aid. The walls sweat. I think I need to move again. The doctor called it agoraphobia. I call it a rational reaction after being stalked for 2 years by an ex-boyfriend. The moment he was finally jailed, I picked up everything and got out of there. Mom said I could move in with her, but I didn't want her to see what I'd become. The new apartment was across the state, cheap, and had plenty of delivery services. Once I entered that building, I resolved the closest I'd get to leaving it was to get the mail every other day. I worked from home, doing freelance writing. Unpredictable, at best, but I'd managed to get it to work for me. The place was nice at first glance. No cracks, no drafts. The stove worked like a charm. The fridge was cold. Heck, even the light bulbs didn't need changing. The building occasionally settled loudly, but it wasn't too loud. Maintenance made sure this place was nice. Neighbors weren't too off either, although I only talked to one of them, an old lady who had lived there since the place was built. A widow had a fat ugly cat, and she brought me chocolate chip cookies that tasted even better than my mom shortly after I moved in. I never invited her in, but she was kind. She even brought me my mail sometimes. I figured this place was the perfect place for the new start I wanted. At first I blamed it on the open window during a rainstorm. I'd come into the room and found the wall next to my bed dripping water. I hadn't remembered leaving the window open, but I was pretty scatterbrained once I got relaxed in this place. I just closed the window and wiped down the wall, resolving to be more careful. Then I noticed that the wall dripped a lot. Not like a leak from the apartment above. It was like condensation on a bottle. The walls would just grow little beads of water and drip. I complained to the landlord, but unsurprisingly, he told me the building just did that sometimes. But, around the 5th time this happened, some of the water got in my mouth. I was just wiping down the wall. It had gotten exceptionally wet this time, and some just flicked into my mouth. I gagged. It tasted like sweat. It tasted exactly like sweat. Disgusting, but I rationalized this wasn't too strange. Maybe it was the paint that gave the condensation that salty taste. Nothing too strange. I just had a wall that sweated. Then came the day I hit my head. I had tripped on a rug and knocked myself across the forehead on the cupboard. I fetched an ice pack from the freezer and stumbled into my room, deciding to screw the rest of the workday and just lie down. I had flopped down and the ice pack slipped from my fingers, landing against the dripping wall. And the building sighed. It was a genuine sigh of relief. Like when you stumble from the hot outdoors into the cool air conditioning of your home. I yelped and snatched away the ice pack, wondering if I had given myself a concussion. The wall was silent. Slowly, I slid the ice pack across the bed and pressed it against the wall. The wall moved. Slouched, more like relaxed, with the ice pack pressed against it. I was shaking. I wanted to scream and cry. Instead, I just lied down and pretended I was dreaming. The next morning, I did a first. I left my apartment and went to the old woman's room. Her ugly cat insisted on snuggling with me, and the old lady got me milk and cookies. After the typical small talk, about how work was going, the weather, how her health was, I finally decided to bring it up. So, last night I had something kinda weird happen here. Have the walls ever sighed? Like, made a sound like sighing, at least? I felt like an idiot. The woman's milky eyes looked up in surprise before she smiled wide. So you notice it too? It's been a long time since someone put it together. So long, honey, so long. I blinked owlishly. Ma'am, I'm not sure what you mean. The cat jumped off my lap and ran into the bedroom. The woman watched him go inside, eerily sounding like my bedroom wall. This place is special, dearie. The original landlord made a deal with the devil, you see. A deal with the devil? Maybe it wasn't the wisest idea to come to a person who likely had dementia and didn't know me from her grandchildren. She bobbed her head up and down, quite pleased. Yes, to get the money to build this place. But it's not a bad thing. This place only has a deal with the landlord. He refuses to step foot in this place. Try and call him, you'll see. But this place has a few quirks, I'd suppose. Just treat this place with kindness, and it will pay that back. Your neighbors on your right always keep the heat so high. Makes the building uncomfortable. I swear on my father's grave, they're gonna pay for that soon. I left back to my room feeling distinctively uncomfortable. I had to know the truth though. I started a routine where every night, I'd get frozen water bottles out of the fridge and the ice packs and start pressing them against the wall. It certainly helped the wall sweating, although the sighs were still unsettling. But sure enough, the building started to pay me back. I'd find that the oven was preheating when I wanted to make dinner. I'd find coupons in my mailbox. The carpet was always clean. Little things like that. I even left the room once to get another water bottle and I came back to find that my laptop was booted up and plugged in, my writing program up and ready to go. The building did take care of me. In more ways than one. My mom called me the moment my ex was released from prison. Good behavior while locked up was good enough to let him go free, with community service. I ran to the bathroom and immediately threw up. When I was done coughing up stomach acid, I looked up on the counter to find antacid tabs and a cold washcloth. Thank you. I croaked, taking the washcloth and draping it around my neck, throwing the pills down my throat to calm my sick tummy. I hope this isn't too much to ask, but I'm scared. I'm so scared he's going to come find me. The building made a groan, but this groan was sad. Like the place actually pitied me. I felt crazy, but I kept babbling. Just don't let him in the building. Please. I know the doors are locked, but please make sure he stays away. I heard the click of my deadbolt and the sliding of the chain on the door. And then the poof of the oven turning on, and something falling out of the fridge. I walked out to see a pack of cookie dough that my elderly neighbor had given me sitting on the floor. I made myself some cookies and curled up on the couch in a blanket to watch television. I didn't have a subscription, but the building didn't care. It let me watch trash TV all night. I fell asleep and felt perfectly safe. Exactly 1 week later, my ex found me. I heard singing outside my window and my heart stopped. I glanced outside to see him, walking down the parking lot, looking right out my window. How did he know? How did he know? The window slammed shut and the building growled. Like a mad dog. I could still hear him yelling though. I got out on good behavior, baby. I'm a whole new man. Let me in, we can talk, I promise. I can make your life so much better. Again, the building growled. And then I heard it speak. Clear as day. Get into bed. I'll take care of him. Didn't need to tell me twice. Hiding under the quilts felt childish, but good. He wouldn't get in. He wouldn't get in. I heard the smashing of the glass door that was closest to my room. Then I heard him scream. And scream. The next morning, the cops knocked on my door. My ex was intoxicated, and after breaking the glass, fell forward and his throat was cut open by the shard still sticking out of the door. I could smell the blood in the air. I told them I was in bed, asleep with the help of medication. I didn't even hear him. Thanking me for my help, they left. I sat in my living room, sipping the cup of tea that had been left for me on the counter. My stalker was dead. I had taken care of the building, and the building had taken care of me. Now you're probably wondering why I'm thinking about leaving. Last night I heard the building growl again. And then the neighbors who always have the heat turned too high started to scream. I'm still thinking about it, but I think it might be irritating to wake up to screams every time someone doesn't respect the building. Might be worth waiting it out though. They just need to learn. The best day of a girl's life. The best day in a girl's life is when they get married. I met Henry while I was working a late shift at the diner. I just got yelled at by a cranky trucker and I was about to cry when the guy sitting alone at the next table grabbed my hand. Ignore that creep, he said, gently squeezing his fingers between mine. He's just pissed for the sake of being pissed. Our eyes met and I felt that flutter in my chest. Love at first sight is real and I felt it with Henry. I suppose I'm a little old-fashioned, being a woman who only thinks about falling in love, but that's just who I am. My mother was the same way, even though she never found another man after daddy walked out the door. But if you think I'm stupid, I'm not. I just want to be loved, and that's not something anyone should be ashamed of. Henry was a salesman and a good one too. But in his spare time, he loved to write poetry. I encouraged him to pursue that, even if it wasn't a masculine interest. I lived for the ones he'd write about me, how he loved my golden hair, my brown eyes. He never wrote anything intimate though. I'm the kind of girl who waits for marriage and he respected me for that. He realized he was meant for me after the third date. For the fourth one, he took me to meet his parents. His father gently teased me, his mother fawned over me. I was the daughter she never had. On the way out, I caught her whispering to Henry to not let her get away. I wasn't going anywhere, and neither was he. Henry proposed a little over 6 months ago, on our first-year anniversary. I was so excited that I burst into tears when I saw the ring gently sitting on the top of my cake slice. He'd taken me to my favorite restaurant and let me order my favorite dessert. I should have seen it coming when I saw the grin on the waitress' face. She had a ring on her left hand too, a small golden band. Simple and pure. She knew the joy that comes with being married to your love. I know there are girls out there who want to have a big blowout wedding. But we didn't have that kind of money, and that was okay with me. It doesn't matter how much you spend on the wedding, and even who's there. All that matters is that you're finally with the man you care about. It was a small affair, just Henry's family and a few of our mutual friends. The only family member I was close to was my mom, and she passed away shortly after I turned 18. I was alone, but then I had Henry. That's all I needed. I did buy a new dress though, a halter neck with a shimmering pattern over the top half. I wore a veil with a tiara and I felt beautiful. Henry's mother did my hair. She even offered to let me use her dress, but there was no way I could do that. Her dress, her marriage, her memories. There was no possible way I was taking her son and her dress away. I teared up during the ceremony, but that was okay. Henry was choking back his own tears. But he was smiling and beaming down at me. You may kiss the bride. Didn't need to tell us twice. Henry was tall enough to sweep me off my feet and plant one right on my lips. I could hear Henry's mother weeping from where she sat in the front row. Her baby boy was finally married. I didn't take my eyes off of him for the whole reception. Several times people chimed their glasses to get us to kiss and we did every time. I didn't even eat much. I was just too happy. The food was delicious though. I didn't hear a single complaint from the guests. Our honeymoon was to take place at my cabin. It was the one thing Daddy left for me. Quiet. Peaceful. No one to bother us. You can't even get much cell phone reception out there. That's how far you're out. It's perfect. I won't reveal much about our wedding night. Only that it was satisfying for both of us. Henry was so gentle and he made me feel so loved. After it was over, we curled up together and I set my head on his chest, hearing his heartbeat and his soft snores. I never felt happier. When I woke up the next morning, I realized that my most wonderful day was officially over. With a heavy heart I got up and headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. Eggs and bacon are his favorite. I have a special recipe for eggs, a special combination of seasonings to make them the most delectable one could ever have. Add in a dose of cyanide and he never knew what hit him. Henry loves me with all his heart. The heart that's now beating far too fast, the eyes that looked at me with love now fill with disorientation and confusion. Why is this happening to him? Why am I just sitting there, not touching my breakfast, and just watching? At least he didn't vomit. Grant vomited. Spewed all over me and the table. It was disgusting. Henry falls from the chair, seizing and his eyes rolling back. I remain still. I don't reach for my phone. I don't even try to call for help. Not until his body stills. Not until he goes lax. Then I get up and kiss him one more time. To thank him for all he did for me. But my happiest day is now over and it'll never get better with him. Nothing Henry can do will make me happier than the moment he said I do. Now I can find someone else to have the best day of my life with. I saw my name on the news, as a prime murder suspect. I was sitting on the sofa, eating a reheated slice of pizza, when I saw it. Facebook profile picture. On the local news. Underneath the text, prime suspect in Jackson murder. I blinked. Rubbed my eyes once, twice. The prime suspect is 24-year-old Hamburg resident, Amanda Duffy. My name. She said my name. My heart doubled its tempo in my chest. Kaylee Jackson's family demands justice. We all do. Who the hell is Kaylee Jackson? I shouted at the newscaster. As if to answer my question, a photo flashed up. A little girl. Curly black hair, tied into tight braids. Denim overalls. A beautiful smile. I've never seen that girl before. Kaylee's mom dropped her off at school on the morning of December 7th. But she never came home. Around 7 p.m., her mother called the police. It wasn't long before. The newscaster coughed, clearly overcome with emotion. It wasn't long before they found her body, at the bottom of a ditch along I-95. My heart pounded in my chest. December 7th, December 7th. I eyed the empty whiskey bottle, tucked behind the trash can. Sure, I drank that morning. Like I have every Friday morning, since the breakup. But I've never seen that girl in my life. The news cut to a video. A tear-stained mother. We lost everything because of her, the woman said through sobs. We need to bring Amanda to justice. What she did to my little girl. She never finished the sentence. She just crumbled into choking sobs. I stared at the TV. Numb. Paralyzed. I've never seen that girl in my life. I eyed the empty bottle of whiskey again. Peeking out from behind the trash can. Then I stood up. I didn't do anything. My knee collided with the table. The pizza slid off, hit the linoleum with a wet slap. I've never seen that girl in my life. Don't you understand? I never even met her. As we speak, police are heading to Miss Duffy's door, the newscaster said. She will be brought to trial, and no doubt punished severely for this heinous crime. Now, on to the weather. No. Police? Now? My heart thudded in my chest. I ran over to the doors. Instinctively, my fingers turned the locks. I shoved a chair against the door. Don't let them in. No, you have to let them in. The truth will come out. You're innocent. You are. You never met her. I grabbed my cell phone. Call Mom. She'll know what to do. But as my fingers slid over the screen, I saw the message, 39 new messages shaking. I began to read. You are f***ing devil spawn. Don't you ever contact me again. Rot in hell. From my best friend of nearly 20 years, Shauna. I hope you get the death penalty. I can't believe you killed that poor little angel. Blocking your number now. From my sister. I dialed my mom's number. Mom? I cried when she picked up. Mom, did you see? I gave you so much, Mom said, nearly unintelligible through sobs. I raised you. I loved you. I gave up everything for you. Why did you do this, Amanda? Why? I didn't do anything. How can you lie to me? How can you lie at a time like this? Mom, I didn't. Tell the truth. I don't care if you lie to me. But tell the police, tell those poor parents, the truth. That's the least you can do. I walked over to the front door, removed the chairs, and unlocked the door. With a deep breath, I yanked the doorknob and swung it open. The icy air stung my face, fluttered through my blouse. I didn't do anything. The truth always comes out, doesn't it? I waited there for what seemed like hours. Until my arms were numb with cold, my legs stiff and aching. Until the night grew still as a tomb, and tiny stars winked down from above. No one ever came. So I began driving to the police station. I'll tell them exactly what I know. I slowed as I approached the stop sign. Then I saw the broadcast, but I didn't. I froze. A woman was crossing the street, holding the hand of a little girl. A girl with braided pigtails, denim overalls. What the hell? I shook my head. No, I didn't just see that. But as I took a second look, I recognized the mother, too. Short brown hair, wine lipstick, heavily tweezed eyebrows. If they're alive, how am I guilty of murder? I rolled down the window. Hey, are you Kaylee Jackson? I shouted out the window. The little girl turned back to me, fearfully. As soon as the mother saw me, she hurried up, practically dragging her along the sidewalk. Hey, come back here, I yelled. Aren't you the Jacksons? They disappeared into the night. I sat there at the stop sign, the car rumbling underneath me. If they're alive, why did they broadcast that story? A terrible dread filled me. Something was very, very wrong. So I didn't turn left for the police. I continued straight to the news station's office. The building was still lit up, despite the fact that the broadcast had ended more than an hour ago. I pulled into a parking space in the back, shoved my hands into my pockets, and tried the door. It was open. The lobby was empty. A low buzzing sound filled the room. The H&N logo on the wall shined in the light, along with the familiar little icon of a dove. I turned left and walked down the hallway. As I walked, a low rumbling sound filled my ears. Voices. I walked towards them, careful to keep my steps quiet. All right, good job, everyone. A man was saying loudly, in a chipper tone. Especially good job to you, Rebecca. Wow. I flattened myself against the wall. The door at the end of the hall hung open a few inches, spilling out golden light. Thank you, a woman's voice said. Really, you outdid yourself. With the tears, and the calls for justice. Amazing. The man, or someone, clapped his hands together. So, Amanda Duffy is ruined. I started with my own name. Who's next? The sound of paper shuffling. Looks like it's Reginald Smith, a third voice piped up. What do you want to do with him? Who is he? He's one of the bums. Homeless for a good part of his life, now lives in one of the crappy apartments on Maple Avenue trying to get his life together, keep his job. Ah, I see, the man replied. How about rape? We could do that. Make it a pretty blonde woman. Everyone loves those. I'll make some calls, see if we can get one of the college students. And you, Rebecca, you write up a script to read on air. Of course. Okay. Well, that's all for tonight. Good job, everyone. Rustling movements. Thumping footsteps. Coming towards the door. I ran out of the building as fast as I could. The icy wind slapped against my skin. My heart pounded in my chest. I raced across the parking lot, towards my beat-up sedan. Hey, it's her. I looked up to see a couple crossing the parking lot, from the offices on the other side. It's the woman who murdered that poor little girl. The woman shrieked. Rot in hell. The man shouted. A glass bottle exploded at my feet, hurled by the man. I scrambled to the car, yanked the door open, and peeled out of the parking lot. Another projectile clanged against the bumper. I pulled out into the dark street, then I turned left for Maple Avenue. I don't want to be alone in the dark anymore. I thought I'd hit the jackpot when I landed a job as a teacher of adults. No more helicopter parents, busybody administrators, or cringy TikTok trends. I'd be working with people who wanted to improve their lives and get a fresh start. The only catch was that I'd be working in a civic center, not an ordinary school, and the classes would be in the evening. As he showed me my new classroom, the hiring agent for this new program explained that I'd be the last person to leave the building. Turning off the lights and locking up would be my responsibility. At the time, that seemed like a fair price to pay for the work I'd be doing. I took a look around at the yellowed tile floor, bare brick walls, and dusty fluorescent lights. It needed work, but it felt like a place I could call my own. The first thing I did was to erase the whiteboard. Written across it in huge, childish letters, I read, I don't want to be alone in the dark anymore. Some sort of prank, I figured, or maybe a leftover from an old lesson. I smirked, erased it, and didn't give the message much attention. I spent the next week scrambling for materials, setting up my classroom, and troubleshooting the Civic Center's outdated technology. I barely had time to look around me, much less notice the eerie solitude of the Civic Center's dark hallways. But when my first students came in the door, the knot of nervousness that had built up in my stomach finally unwound, and I remembered why I'd taken this job in the first place. The adults in my class were of all ages and backgrounds, but they were all working toward a change. It was meaningful work with interesting people, even better than I'd hoped for. The only thing I didn't like about the job was staying late at the Civic Center. It was a large building and my classroom was on the 5th floor. The blackness outside the windows only emphasized the empty loneliness of the night. You hear even the slightest sounds under conditions like that, and in time you find yourself wondering what might be making them. I was putting up posters the first time it happened. My students had all gone, and the only light in the entire center spilled out into the corridor from my classroom. There was no reason for anyone else to be in the building. And yet I heard footsteps. Climbing down from the desk, I stuck my head out into the hallway. Seeing no one, I chalked it up to overwork, but I found myself looking over my shoulder while I left that night. A few evenings later, it was back, the unmistakable echo of something walking down the corridor. It was heavier, somehow, like the source of the noise was larger and closer than before. This time, I knew I wasn't dreaming. With my keys clenched tightly in my fist, I decided I was going to find this intruder. I went room by room, turning on lights as I searched storage closets, archives, meeting rooms, offices, and craft workshops. Whoever came in must have found that everyone was gone and left, I rationalized. But then, why hadn't I heard any sound from the elevators? I started leaving with the students after that, turning out the lights behind us as I hustled everyone out the door. It wasn't always possible, though, and I began dreading the days when I knew I'd be up there by myself. Our minds have an amazing ability to hide from themselves that which they don't dare to see or can't explain. I told myself that it wasn't footsteps, only some late-night machinery activating. When I began to hear other sounds too, like someone crawling in the empty space between the ceiling tiles and the roof, I told myself that it was rats, or pipes, or anything to avoid facing the truth that was scurrying above my head. Instead, I locked my classroom door and bolted for the exit as soon as the noises started, although later I couldn't explain why my heart was pounding and my shirt soaked through with sweat. As if to challenge my skepticism, the occurrences on the 5th floor became stranger and stranger. Lights, radios, and appliances are turned off and on without warning. More than once I found myself running like a panicked animal from the sound of a microwave or the static of a television in a dark room. I got tunnel vision as I barreled down the hallway, the lights going out one by one behind me. Doors and cabinets flew open or slammed shut without warning, rattling my already frayed nerves. Such things only happened, of course, when I was totally alone. I was getting spray for the whiteboard in the janitorial closet when the single light bulb burst and the door slammed shut. I ran for it, knocking over mops and buckets as I went. When I slammed my body against the push bar, I couldn't be sure if the footsteps I'd heard in that cluttered room were the echoes of my own running feet, or something else, closing in behind me. Last Thursday, I was driving out of the parking lot when I realized that my house keys were missing. In a huff, I reopened the outside doors of the center and mashed the elevator button for the 5th floor. I reached my classroom, letting out a sigh of relief when the lights flickered on and I saw my keys glittering on my desk. Snatching them up, I hurried out the door. The elevator. I felt my throat go dry. No one else should be in the building after hours, and if they were, I didn't want to confront them alone. I thought of heavy, dragging footsteps. But there was no movement. Even the emergency staircase was beside the elevators, so whoever it was knew I'd have to pass by eventually. What was the alternative? Spend the night in my classroom? I took a deep breath and headed out. The light of the elevator beckoned, so bright and cheerful it seemed like a trap. As I approached, though, the door slid shut, leaving me in darkness as the elevator took its slow journey back down to the 1st floor. I patted my pockets for my phone before I realized with a sinking feeling that I'd left it in the car. Another deep breath, and I tried the push bar of the emergency stairway. It was jammed shut. I was mashing the elevator button frantically when I heard something approaching, not from in front, but from behind. The same heavy, plodding steps as before. I turned around, eyes wide, but I could see nothing in the darkness. A putrid smell filled the air. The thing in the dark came closer and closer, until, paralyzed by fear, I felt hot breath on my face. The elevator doors opened and light flooded into the hallway. I was alone. I contacted the hiring manager, the custodians, and anyone else I could think of who might be able to explain what I was experiencing, but came up with nothing. There were no urban legends about the place. No murders, disturbed burial grounds, or strange lights in the sky. Just a dull, ordinary government building where I sometimes had to be alone at night. A few minutes ago, I told my last 2 students of the day to meet me by the elevators. I was going to use the restroom, and then we'd all leave together. I took longer than expected and got engrossed in reading the graffiti in the bathroom stall. Among the usual insults, phone numbers, and political drivel was a simple message in pencil: I don't want to be alone in the dark anymore. I ran my fingers over it, frowning, and my heart sank as I heard a door open and close. My students must have gotten tired of waiting and taken the stairs out. I hurried to finish my business and leave the stall, but barely a second later the lights flickered out. I heard movement in the stall beside me. It swung open, then those heavy footsteps dragged themselves across the bathroom floor to my own bathroom stall, stopping just in front of it. That smell. Those hot wheezing breaths. I can't get a call out because of the thick walls, and data is spotty, but I think only the light from my phone is keeping whoever or whatever is out there at bay. As soon as this battery dies, I won't be alone in the dark anymore. All I want for Christmas. I've asked the nurses not to play any holiday music in the ICU. They tell me that it's a decision for management and that it's out of their control, but an orderly finally took pity on me and brought me some earplugs. Better than nothing, I suppose. At least they make the trembling stop. I'm still too weak to move from the bed. I'll have to tell my story through talk to text. But first I have to decide where it begins. Did all this start with the anonymous gift, perfectly wrapped in gold paper and red ribbon? The note and candle that it contained? Or was it even earlier, when the holiday shopping season began in the mall gift shop that I used to manage? We sell knickknacks, specialty cards, and seasonal decorations. Jewelry, stuffed animals, and scented candles. I'm sure you know the place I mean. Unsurprisingly, the holiday season is the busiest time of year for us. I never talked about my wife's ex-husband with her. Then I found his diary. My wife, Kate, sometimes calls me Jack when she gets upset. My name is Tom. Jack was the name of my wife's first husband, and that's pretty much all I know about him. Kate was reluctant to talk about the marriage. It was unusually brief and, from what I gather, wholly unpleasant. I did my best not to pry. Still, the idea that there was a man before me would sometimes tug on my insecurities. I usually kept my feelings to myself as I didn't want to open any old wounds. But now I'm starting to wonder what happened to him. I met Kate shortly after I finished my undergrad at the Houston Symphony. I'm not sure why I went since I never preferred classical music, but I couldn't complain about free tickets. Unbeknownst to me, I would sit next to my future wife during Mozart's Requiem. Kate and I talked the whole time. It was like I had known her for years. I mustered up the courage to ask her to dinner and have been madly in love ever since. Kate was a bit older than me, which I had no problem with. She was just finishing up her psychiatry residency when we first met. Kate came from a wealthy and posh English family with long ties to the banking industry and scientific discovery. They intimidated me because I was the first person in my family to even complete high school. We didn't see Kate's family much, and I got the impression that they disapproved of our relationship. But that didn't matter to Kate. She loved me for who I was. We eloped after only 6 months of dating and moved in together. Kate started her practice in our new home, and life began to make sense. I didn't have to worry about money anymore, and Kate suggested I quit teaching to focus more on my novel. I've been writing a book, but my creativity and willpower took a dive when I started teaching. Sitting at my desk all day was dull and isolating. I sometimes wondered if I was even meant to be a writer. To decompress, I'd take walks in the park and watch the landscapers cut the grass and trim the hedges. I felt an odd kinship toward them and fantasized about riding on one of their lawnmowers in the hot sun. Anything was better than being crammed at my desk. But I knew Kate would be disappointed if I gave up writing entirely. The boredom got to me one day. I just couldn't stand being trapped in my study for another 8 hours. Kate was at a medical conference, so I had the whole house to myself for a few days. After 1 or 2 bottles of wine, I found myself standing outside Kate's office. Kate was very protective of her office space, and I couldn't step foot in there unless I brought her lunch. But I was drunk, and my curiosity got the better of me, so I went in. Kate's office was smaller than I remembered. It had olive green walls and was usually dimly lit with candles. There was a relaxing waterfall fountain in the back corner, and when you lay on the chaise lounge, you felt like you were in a tropical paradise. I sat down to clear my head when I noticed another door in the room. I was sure I had never seen it before. I opened the door and was greeted by a black room with soundproofed walls. In the middle of the room was a tiny round table with 2 lounge chairs was in the middle of the room. An old light bulb hung from the ceiling. What the hell was this place? It felt strangely familiar, and I felt anxious when I explored it. In the corner of the room was a dusty filing cabinet. It must have contained patient records. I know I shouldn't have opened it, but I was still inebriated enough to do something irresponsible. I opened the top drawer, but it only contained one thing, a wrinkled composition notebook. I picked up the notebook and realized it was someone else's journal. The first date was almost 10 years ago. Written on the top margin in faded black ink, Jack Taylor. I rushed back to my study and slammed the door. I knew I would feel terrible for invading Kate's privacy once I sobered up, but I started reading the journal anyway. The first entry was short, and many words were either crossed out or misspelled. Dr. Kate said I should keep a journal to write down my thoughts. She said it will help me feel better. So here they are. My name is Jack Taylor. I'm 25 years old. I was born in Waco. I like to be outside. I like to watch the Cowboys on Sunday. I like to drink Lone Star beer. That's all I guess. I almost started laughing. No wonder their marriage didn't last very long. This guy was a total dud and not at all Kate's type. I wonder what she saw in him. I decided to keep reading as my ego prevented me from not making fun of this guy. I glossed over to the next entry. I showed Kate my first page, and she got mad at me. She said that this journal was for feelings and emotions. Well, excuse me. It was her idea in the first place. I feel bad, I guess. She's so smart. And I'm me. Just a gardener. I'll have my own business someday, though. Then I'll ask Kate to marry me. I started to feel bad after the second passage. Jack may have been a bit dim, but I could definitely empathize with him. I always felt like I needed to be better for Kate. It could be hard to be with someone so much more accomplished than yourself. I mulled over whether or not I wanted to continue reading but decided to keep going. The following passage was dated almost a year later. I know it's been a while since I've written in this journal because I decided to only write when I felt depressed. Kate keeps bringing up the idea of me going back to school, and while that sounds nice, I'm content with our life. I enjoy writing and even have ideas for a book, but I'm not sure I want to return to college. The landscaping business is doing better than anticipated. It's blue-collar work, and I know Kate is embarrassed because her family back in Cornwall disapproves. However, we set our vows, which should mean more to her. I'll talk to her tomorrow. I need to put my foot down. I stopped reading to pour another glass of wine. It was interesting to hear Jack's perspective on his marriage to Kate. Kate never outright said anything nasty about Jack, but I always got the feeling that he was solely the problem. I guess situations are always more complicated than they seem. I flipped to the next page with a different perspective. Plus, his writing had improved dramatically since his first entry. The fighting with Kate is getting worse. Why can't she just accept me for who I am? I will never be the sensual, introspective novelist that she desires. I have a business to run. A business, I might add, that has paid for this house and extra additions for her new office once she finishes her residency. I'm just so exhausted from the constant mental gymnastics with her. It's almost like she's trying to conform me to her weird fantasy. I like what I do. I shook my head and took another sip of wine. It was almost surreal reading Jack's journal. We were more similar than I had initially thought. Was Kate doing the same thing to me? I really enjoyed teaching, but I knew it wouldn't be enough for her. I kept reading. Last night, I had that terrible nightmare again. I dreamt I was sitting in a dark room and sitting at a chipped wooden table. Kate was there too, and she kept turning the light on and off while saying terrible things to me. Before I woke up, she was screaming, almost foaming at the mouth. I've never seen her that angry before. I haven't been able to sleep very well recently, and I honestly don't feel like myself anymore. I've called in sick to work for the past 3 days. I thought being outside would help me breathe again, but working is the last thing I want to do. Perhaps Kate is right. Maybe a change of scenery would be helpful for me. I froze after I read the last page. The room Jack dreamt about had to be the same in Kate's office. Was Kate doing something to him? I crept back to Kate's office and slipped into the room again. It felt even smaller this time, and the feelings of anxiousness rose from my stomach again. I grasped my chest, struggling to breathe until I thought I was almost suffocating. What was going on with me? My knees started to buckle, and I slid into the cold wooden table's only chair. I looked up, and it felt like the Vanna-Black wall slowly moved toward me. I mustered up all my strength and threw myself at the filing cabinet to put Jack's journal back. This time, I knocked over a small manila folder from the top of the cabinet. Was this here before? I grabbed it and rushed out of the room, collapsing on Kate's chaise lounge. I quickly came back to my senses and inspected the folder. It was filled with documents, and on the corner was a rectangular blue sticker labeled Jack Taylor. Inside were patient records and various essays scribbled with handwriting that looked like Kate's. Was Jack Kate's patient before they were married? That didn't make any sense. Kate hadn't even started her practice when we got married. How was she already treating patients? And to marry one? Kate was almost paranoid about following ethical guidelines. To break her oath seemed unfathomable to me. Against my best judgment, I opened the folder and combed through the pages. Jack was undergoing treatment for dissociative identity disorder and depression. Early forms of therapy weren't helping, and Kate wrote in her notes that she would try a controversial form of treatment as an alternative. Hypnosis. My eyes immediately darted to the corner room, the door still hanging wide open, revealing an abyss. So that's what the room was for. I kept flipping through the pages and found through Kate's notes that the therapy seemed to be working, though Jack's disorder desperately tried to fight it. There were several documents on hypnotherapy and a letter from a former professor on his experience implementing the procedure. I knew from Jack's journal that he had vague memories of being hypnotized and that they manifested into his dreams. This was wrong. A photograph slid out of one of the papers in the folder. I picked it up to examine it. It was a picture of Kate and a man I assumed to be Jack. He was burly, with cropped black hair, a bushy beard, and an apparent farmer's tan. He looked familiar, but I didn't think I'd ever seen him before. Maybe I learned too much about this man, but I'm deciding to confront Kate about him. She always preaches that honest conversations strengthen relationships, so now is the time. I'm going to finish up writing here and then wait for Kate to get home. It may be painful, but I need to do this for myself. And maybe even for Jack, wherever he may be. I suppose I owe you an explanation. I'm honestly impressed at how much of a sleuth you are. I have no idea how you came across Tom's musings, though it does not matter. Fine, I will grant you this one favor. Jack came to me as a patient in the early 2000s. He was a gardener who drove his large truck through a bar during a manic episode. I must admit, he was quite striking when I met him. Tall, muscular, and hairy. Exactly my type, physically. He wasn't, oh how do you Americans say this, the sharpest knife in the drawer. But what if he could be? What if he could be convinced over time that he was the man of my dreams? Hypnosis is a tricky procedure, and it takes years to bind someone to your will. I hit an impasse after Jack and I were married. Until I had an epiphany. Jack Taylor would never be a romance writer who would serenade me with poems and beach novellas. But Tom Rhodes could be. I didn't need to bend someone to my will. I needed to get them to believe they were not the person they thought they were. Through hypnosis, a gardener could become a novelist. Plus, I always preferred the name Tom. The experiment went extraordinarily well at first, but alas, Tom's disorder was incredibly resilient. It was like his DID was leading him to the truth in a twisted and cruel way. I knew he was getting close to finding out when he started writing less and drinking more. I told him I was going to a news conference and let him figure out the truth for himself. Where is he now? Oh, darling, I would not worry about Tom anymore. His job is done, and he is now at peace. I am ready to close the chapter on this experiment. I'm done with using hypnosis for love. But you? What are we going to do with you? If you ever break down on Glover Road, do not leave your car under any circumstances. I immediately felt annoyed as I noticed my sister, Jenna, calling me. Their car should have been at the cabin more than 20 minutes prior, yet I'd somehow managed to arrive there before them. Hey, sis, where you at? I asked, half surprised, and a bit worried that they'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. Which wouldn't have been too out of character for Jenna, with her absolutely non-existent sense of direction. What I got in response was a static mess of sound that blared from my phone at full volume, before it quickly cut off and the call disconnected. Out in the middle of nowhere, it wasn't an uncommon occurrence, and I figured if I drove back down the road, I'd get a few bars of signal. Our lonesome cabin was situated only a 3-hour drive from the closest town, in the most desolate part of the country. Only accessible by a road that had gone without maintenance for what seemed like a century. To most, it might feel like a post-apocalyptic wasteland, but for us, it was the perfect escape from the noises surrounding New Year's Eve. The plan had been to drive together, but with work keeping me back, and them driving ahead, we'd split up. Even then, it wasn't the first time we'd driven there, so she should have known the way. I called Jenna again once I got a few bars on my phone, and once she answered it became clear how distressed she was. In the background I could hear her 2 kids crying, and Jenna doing her best to keep calm. Jenna, what's going on? I asked, my annoyance quickly turning to worry. We hit something on the road, she said. What, you mean like a deer or something? I asked. I don't know, I hit my head pretty bad when we crashed, didn't get a good look at it. It had fell into a ditch somewhere. Her voice shook with each spoken word, and whether it be from the impact, or a rush of adrenaline, she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm just a bit shook up, but... She trailed off. She stopped speaking, and I could hear her walking away. Trying not to alert her kids to the situation. Hey, I can't get the car started again, could you please come pick us up? It's dark, and the kids are getting scared. Of course, where are you? At the T-junction on Glover Road, but she stopped mid-sentence, as if something had cut her off. Sis, you alright? Yeah, please just come. I'd already started the car back up before she asked. It wouldn't be more than a 20-minute drive back to Glover Road, and though it was dark without reflective signs, and frozen ground, I could get there before she started completely panicking. Alright, I'm on my way. I'll call you when I get close, I said. She thanked me, and I hung up. The landscape around me was dimly lit up by my headlights, revealing frozen grass and leafless trees. During the day, it looked like any other winter wonderland, but in the dark it could bring out the shivers in even the most seasoned adventurer. Once I'd gotten about halfway there, my sister's name lit up on the phone. I slowed down to a halt and picked it up, not willing to drive and talk under these circumstances. Hey, what's up? Or are you far away? She asked nervously. I'm about halfway, won't be long. Why are you calling? She paused for a second before responding, breathing erratically as she mulled over what to say. It's just that. She trailed off. What? The thing I hit, it's moving. The thing, do you mean the deer? No, it's not. It's something else. I don't know. What? I don't know. Please just hurry. Confused as to why she called me a second time, and annoyed that I would have almost been there if not for the disturbance, I hung up and kept driving. After a few minutes, I pulled onto Glover Road and continued towards the junction. I put on the high beam to make sure I didn't accidentally crash into my stranded sister, or whatever she had collided with herself. As I arrived at the junction, I saw no sign of a crash, and realized that despite my sister's instruction, she might be on the wrong road entirely. Keeping me company was nothing but the cold, and an old wooden sign that read Glover Road, with Jensen Street going up from the junction. I sighed, and called my sister for a third time. Jack? She said, sounding absolutely terrified. Yeah, I'm here already, but you're not, I said. You sure you broke down on Glover Road? She didn't respond, but I could hear her trembling breath and crying kids on the other end of the line. Sis, you okay? It got back up, she whispered in shock. What did? The thing we hit, it got back up and ran off into the woods. What was it? I don't know, I couldn't get my flashlight in time. It was too fast, but it was tall, and it ran on two legs. It didn't look like any animal I've ever seen, she said. While the forests in the area were known to house many strange creatures, and bizarrely large elves, nothing fit the description my sister had just given me. Though what irked me more than the strange animal she'd hit, were her whereabouts. Hey, Jen, let's just do a video call, then you can show me your surroundings, and I'll come pick you up, I said nonchalantly, trying to keep her calm. Okay, but it's pretty dark, and my camera sucks, she responded. We turned over to a video call, and she brought up the flashlight to give me an inkling as to where she was. Look, here's the sign, she said as she pointed her camera towards an old wooden sign. Glover Road, Jensen Street, the sign read, just like the one I stood next to. Wait, that doesn't make any sense, I said and showed her the same sign on my end, proving that we were in the same location, yet couldn't see each other. But, where are you? She asked. I'm literally in the same spot as you, I don't understand, I said, a hint of fear showing through my voice. Look, I'll just call the police, I don't know what other option we have, just stay by the car and I'll call you right, I said before I was interrupted. No wait, she practically yelled on the other end. She pointed her camera towards the tree line, her flashlight barely reaching across the road, creating nothing more than a pathetic outline of the trees, and something moving between them. Do you see that? She asked. Is that the thing you hit? I asked. Before she got a chance to answer, the figure shot out from the trees, becoming clear in the light. There it stood, 10 feet tall, a bizarre mixture of animals merged together with bones protruding through its pale skin. Its face was nothing more than a mangled lump of flesh poorly fitted to its body, and in the center lay a massive hole, resembling a disgusting mix between a mouth and a singular eye. Oh God, what is that thing? She yelled. It let out a broken roar, before it charged at my sister, crossing the distance between them in just under a second. She pulled back towards each children, grabbing onto Laura, her 2-year-old who'd inexplicably gotten loose from her seat, and shoved her into the car. As she turned to help Alex, the creature lunged past her, grabbing onto the 10-year-old, and snatching him away within a second. No, let him go, Alex. My sister yelled, but the thing had long since retreated back into the woods. I quickly glanced over at the tree line, from where the creature came, but on my side it was empty, a world occupied by nothing more than darkness. Whatever separated my sister and I, it wasn't distance. Help, she called out. Alex, I'm going to call the police, hold on. I hung up and dialed the number. No response. I checked my phone to make sure I still had 2 bars of signal, yet no connection could be made. I tried a second, and a third time, to no avail, help would not come. After the hopeless attempt, I called Jenna back. Jack? She stuttered as she picked up. I'm sorry, I couldn't get a hold of them, are you alright? We're inside the car, but there's more of them now, they're circling around us. They took Alex, she got out between sobs. Just stay in the car, Jenna, I'm going to drive down the road and look for help. I put my phone down on the dashboard and kept the call going. Talking to Jenna as I sped down the road, promising, lying that everything would be alright. Jack, they're leaving, she exclaimed with the faintest hint of relief in her voice. I let out a breath, slowing down my car a bit as I let myself believe the worst had passed, trying to avoid another unfortunate collision. That's great, Jenna, but stay in the car until I get back, I ordered. But, Alex, he's still out there. Look, I know it's hard, but Alex, he's before I could finish the sentence, something could be heard in the background. It was her son, crying and calling for help, but something about his voice was off, the emotion in his calls were practically non-existent, his cries unnatural, as if they were nothing but a poor imitation of a human being. Alex, Jenna cried, opening the door without hesitation to go out and save her child. Jenna, no, I yelled, but it was too late. She'd already stepped out through the door, and no sooner did her foot hit the ground, before one of the creatures bounced onto her, snapping her arm in half. She dropped the phone, and in the struggle I could hear the car door closing with Laura still inside, while Jenna was torn to pieces by the horrific creatures. I kept driving against my strongest desire to turn around and help, but I knew that I could know nothing to reach her, no matter how hard I tried. Jenna, I yelled, but the call had long since disconnected, leaving me alone in absolute silence. As I sped down the road, I kept trying to call the police, but no matter how strong my signal was, I couldn't reach anyone. Even while going far over the speed limit, it took an hour and a half to reach the nearest little village. Once I drove into a more populated area, I managed to flag down a police car that happened to pass by. While what I told them was mostly an incomprehensible mess of words, they managed to get the gist, that someone was hurt, including a child. I headed back towards Glover Road on board their police cruiser, while I unsuccessfully tried to reconnect with Jenna. Another 2 hours passed driving down the icy roads, and once we got there I was more than surprised to be met by their wreck of a car. Jenna and Alex were nowhere to be seen, but in one final act of defiance, my sister had managed to lock the doors from outside, preventing her youngest, Laura, from getting out. The little girl sat crying inside the car, her entire world shattered in the span of just an hour, as her entire family had gone missing. The police did a thorough search, but couldn't find the remains of either the monster or Jenna. As far as the evidence showed, they'd never existed on that road. Whatever I told them, it was limited to what I'd heard on the phone call, and Laura, being 2, had little she could say, as much as she wanted her mother back. Had my sister not decided to leave early, and work not kept me late, we might have driven the same car, and all of us could have either been fine, or died a horrific death together. I wish there was more to the story, that I could have given you all a happy ending, but instead I'll just leave you with these simple instructions. If you ever break down on Glover Road, stay in your car and pray that someone else happens to drive by. My friends and I did something awful on our graduation trip. Now I'm the only one left. It's been over a month since Jay was unalived. His mother found him with a broken neck at the bottom of their staircase. Jay's head had also been caved in by an unknown blunt object. I've been in hiding ever since. After all, I'm now the primary suspect in Jay's death, even though I had nothing to do with it. Not that anyone would believe me. All I can do is wait. After graduating from law school, my friends and I decided to have one last hurrah. Jay was going to work for his family's firm after passing the bar. Eric received a clerkship for a federal judge. Mike got an offer from a corporate bigwig to be his in-house counsel. I was disgusted at the thought of practicing law and was going to join a think tank after our vacation. We decided on Bangkok. It was a cheap but exotic destination. The food was great, and well, you could have some discreet fun. Jay's parents were so excited that he graduated and rented us an entire house in the Sathorn district. The trip was underwhelming from the start. The locals in our neighborhood were suspicious of us and eschewed any attempted interaction with us. It didn't help that we were intoxicated most of the time and raised hell long into the night. A police officer came to our rental after Mike threw a chair from the 3rd floor, and Eric had to pay a bribe to get him to leave. Pretty soon, we burned ourselves out and became bored and grumpy. Then Jay met Bandit. Bandit, we called him Bandy, was a local high school student who couldn't have been older than 18. Bandy was tiny, even by Thai standards, and had cropped black hair and a spindly, prepubescent mustache. He was also comically bow-legged and would hop around when he got excited. Bandy spoke perfect English and soon became our liaison for debauchery. He brought liquor, smokable grass, and girls to our house anytime we asked. He also refused any sort of payment. Hanging with his American pals was enough. When Bandy came to our house, he always entered the backyard to avoid detection. He would tap on the door 4 times and whistle like a character from Looney Tunes. Bandy loved anything America and was a more zealous patriot than his American friends. He grew up on propaganda action movies like Rocky IV and Lethal Weapon. Bandy learned English by watching those films and wanted to move to the US for college. Then he would marry an American girl and live out the rest of his days in peace and liberty. Mike joked that we could smuggle Bandy in our suitcases. We loved him that much. On our last night, we threw one final American-themed rager to show our appreciation for Bandy. This time we handled logistics and told Bandy he should come empty-handed. We waited in anticipation of his arrival. Then we heard the sign, 4 knocks, and a whistle. Bandy's eyes widened once he saw what we had planned for him. USA Motherduckers. He joyfully screamed and shotgunned a beer with Mike. I don't remember much from the party. I must have passed out in my room before midnight, but I was frantically awakened by Eric. Dude, wake up. Bandy fell down the stairs. We raced toward the stairs and saw Bandy's body crumpled at the bottom. Jay was shuffling the girls we brought out the door. Mike was pacing back and forth like a maniac. I ran down to check on Bandy. He was still breathing, but his neck and head were contorted in a way that wasn't natural. His eyes darted around in a panic, slowly realizing that he was paralyzed. Well, don't just stand there, I yelled. Call an ambulance. Jay came back into the living room. Are you stupid? Adam, there's coke and smokable grass everywhere. What are the police going to say? Eric shook his head. Duck that. We need to get him some help now. I'm going to call an ambassador. Before Eric could finish his sentence, Mike came in with a hammer and bashed Bandy's head. We all froze in shock. Mike, twitching from all the cocaine, took another deep breath before bringing the hammer down on Bandy again. A sickening moment of silence followed before Eric and I started screaming. What the duck, Mike? I yelled. What the duck did you just do? What was I supposed to do? Mike slurred back at me. Dude was a goner. All I did was end his suffering. He then nudged Bandy's now corpse with his shoe. Eric, Jay, and I all shouted at Mike and then argued about what to do next. Spare me your false righteousness, Mike sneered. We all have futures to get back to. I will not jeopardize mine. Jay sidestepped Bandy's body and walked up the stairs. He came back down with a bedsheet and threw it over Bandy. Like clockwork, we worked together in silence to get rid of the body. We wrapped Bandy tightly in the bedsheet and carried him out the back door. Eric and I drove to the pier, stuffed some rocks into Bandy's pockets, and threw him into the river. His tiny body hardly made a splash. We quietly left Thailand the following day. Mike stared out the plane's window the whole flight, finally realizing the gravity of his actions. We touched down in the country we called home, and the place Bandy never got to visit. Mike was the first to speak before we went our separate ways. We did what he had to do, I guess. Mike would also be the first to die. They found him almost 2 months after we returned from Thailand. Mike fell down the stairs, breaking his neck in 3 places. Police also discovered 2 wounds caused by blunt force trauma on his head. One of them was post-mortem. Mike's father said we were the last to see him alive. Mike's dad claimed to have only talked to Mike on the phone and commented that his behavior seemed strange. Mike complained that he wasn't getting enough sleep and would hear odd noises at night. The night before he died, Mike made 3 phone calls to 911, but they were all disconnected. I skipped his funeral. Eric called me, asking why I wasn't there. I told Eric that what happened to Mike was the literal definition of karma, and I no longer considered any of us friends. Eric seemed hurt by my words but couldn't disagree. It was best to move on from everything, no matter how difficult it could be. Before he hung up, Eric asked if I had trouble sleeping recently. I keep having these nightmares. Mostly about Bandy. It's strange. Remember how we made him do a secret knock and then whistle before he walked into the house? I swear I hear it all the time. I responded that I didn't think I could remember any of my dreams since we returned from Thailand. Eric sighed but wished me the best before disconnecting the call. Eric's wife, Jessica, found him at the bottom of their living room staircase a month later. His neck was twisted by the fall, and someone finished him off with a blunt object. Jessica also said that he had been acting erratically since Mike's death. Eric wasn't sleeping, and he confided in her that he felt they were being watched. I decided to go to Eric's funeral since we were the closest. Jessica and I exchanged hollow pleasantries, and I was preparing to make a quick exit before I saw Jay. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. I went to speak to him, but he tried to rush back to his car when he saw me. I chased him, determined to know what was going on. Jay fumbled for his keys to start the car but stopped when he realized he would have to run me over to leave. Jay, talk to me, man. What the duck is going on with you? Jay looked up at me with dark circles hanging around his eyes. He studied me before saying firmly, I need you to stop effing with me, Adam. I slammed my hand on the top of the roof. What the hell are you talking about? Jay shook his head. I know what you're doing, Adam. I know what you're doing. He screamed so loud that other funeral goers started walking toward us. I know it was you, Adam, Jay said again, his voice quivering. It effing has to be you. He then shut his car door and sped off. I turned around to leave and saw Jessica behind me. What did he mean by that, Adam? Do you know what happened to Eric? Do you? I bolted back to my car and drove home. A detective called me an hour later to ask some questions about Eric. I offered some empty platitudes and hung up the phone. I didn't know what was going on with Jay, so I tried to reach out to him, but every call went to voicemail. I didn't hear from him for another week. I woke up in the middle of the night to a missed call from him. I tried to answer back, but the line seemed disconnected. It was the night that Jay was unalived. The night Jay died, he left a note confessing his role in covering up Bandy's unalive.
He spoke about the guilt keeping him awake and that he was suffering from PTSD. Jay also felt that someone was watching and tormenting him. Since I was the last of us left, he accused me of being the perpetrator and swore I unalived Mike and Eric. I should have turned myself in. I know I didn't unalive my friends. I had solid alibis on the nights that they were unalived. I'm not sure why I felt compelled to run and hide. But I did. I fled the state to a cabin owned by my late grandparents. My parents desperately tried to get me to turn myself in, but I felt my fate was already decided. I stayed at the cabin for a day before crossing the border and breaking into a vacant house to hide. That's when the nightmares started. They didn't feel like nightmares, though, more like intense delusions. I would hear 4 taps on the door, followed by a loud whistle. I instinctively answered the door the first time, but no one was there. I also got an unbearable feeling that I was being watched by something. I would see shadows in the corner of my eyes and faces that I couldn't recognize popping in and out of windows. I fled the house the following day and drove until I nearly fell asleep at the wheel. I canvassed neighborhoods until I saw a home with a for sale sign. I ditched my car and broke in through the back door. I made my way to the basement and cut a crawl space in the wall to hide in case there were visitors. I slept well for the first time in what felt like ages. But the peace hasn't lasted long. I've been here for 3 days. I've run out of food, and my water supply is dangerously low. I have the same delusions again as I'm about to doze off. 4 light taps on the door and a loud whistle. Only this time, the whistle is followed by laughter. At first, the laughter reminded me of Bandy, but now it's darker, more guttural. It doesn't even sound human. My mouth is so dry, and my stomach is growling. The knocking used to only happen at nighttime, but now it's repeating itself on a loop. The whistling has almost deafened my ears, and I can hear the laughter inside my body. I need to eat soon if I'm going to make it. I look up at the basement door, which now seems so far away. Was the staircase longer than I had remembered? No. I'm having delusions again. I'm sleep deprived and starving. My mind is playing tricks on me. Why am I even here? Why don't I just leave? I've done nothing wrong. I can talk my way out of this. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. All I need to do is take the first step.
We never should have gone to Mars. 7th of March, 2019 marked one of the greatest leaps for mankind, as the first settlement of human beings set foot on Mars. A project about 20 years in the making finally coming to fruition. And yet, to this day, no one seems to remember it ever happening. 7 people gave their lives to set down on Mars, the first step at colonizing another planet, and as such events usually are, it was broadcasted worldwide. Millions of people had their eyes upon Bright Horizon 9 as it landed on the red planet. My family was no exception, and we excitedly gathered together to watch a part of history in the making. Wow, this looks just like Arizona, Jackson said as he took his first step onto Mars' surface. Great, who the hell let Jackson be the one to speak? First words on Mars, really inspirational, Cameron said sarcastically. The footage was mind-blowing. The fact that we could watch people walk on Mars, live, 30 million miles away was just another testament to ourselves, the fact that we could do anything. Of course, there's a delay when broadcasting from another planet. It takes approximately 10 minutes for a signal to arrive from Mars, depending on what time of year it is. So, life might be an overstatement, but it felt truly magnificent nonetheless. The crew joked around as they took their first walk on the surface, trying to downplay their mixture of nervousness and amazement at the sights. We'd all seen pictures from Mars before, but witnessing someone walk around, showing us the environment from their point of view was something entirely different. Alright, remember, we're not tourists, so let's try to seem professional, at least as long as we're on television, Gordon said, the assigned leader. Each of them had a camera mounted to their helmet, and since us viewers received all the different feeds, we could freely switch the command view. I've never seen my dad so excited about anything. He had just rounded 60 years of age, and even he acted as if a kid again, just watching the moon landing for the first time as he did so many years ago. A couple of weeks passed, and each moment of the astronaut's day was streamed and easily accessible online. According to the view counter, at least 1 million people watched them each day. There were cuts in the signal now and then, a few hours of dead air, and of course, they also slept at the end of each Martian day, also referred to as a sol. I kept watching them for an hour or so after coming home in the evening. It felt good to live in a time of such scientific advancements, and a part of me dreamed that I might set foot on Mars myself, one day. Time flew by, and on April 9th, after about a month on Mars, I sat with my dad and watched the stream of another spacewalk. They were collecting samples and checking the foundation for future settlements. Nothing too exciting, but absolutely worth our time. Gordon was usually the one to lead the team, and though he tended to pick Cameron and Jackson, this time he included Anderson as well, a more quiet guy I'd hardly even noticed before. The crew had set down at the edge of Valles Marineris, a valley roughly 3 times the size of the Grand Canyon, and far deeper. In a way, I had become attached to the crew, watching them almost every day for a month. Jackson was by far my favorite, and judged by his attitude it was hard to think of him as a professional astronaut, always messing around, joking about the dumbest things. Gordon, on the other hand, fit his leadership role perfectly. Strict, mature, but most of all, caring. The rest of the 7-member crew were your run-of-the-mill geeks, apart from Anderson who was more of a giant. Each is perfectly chosen for their part of the mission, but somehow not too interesting to watch. Cameron, the crew's only woman, was the smartest of the bunch and was responsible for most of the station's maintenance. During their expedition, we mostly followed Jackson's feed, only changing over to the other channels while he was busy picking rocks. Well, this sure is something else, Jackson said as they looked over the valley. Yeah, you still think it looks like Arizona, Jackbutt? Cameron asked playfully. She tended to pick on Jackson, and he often responded with his snide remarks. As different as they were, they made a great duo. To me, it seemed like a couple of high school kids flirting, but it was oddly endearing to see how normal life could be on a different planet. It was a particularly dark sol on Mars, and the sun was just about to descend beneath the horizon, meaning the crew had to return to their station. The sunset on Mars differed greatly from the romantic scene we see on Earth, blue and cold. It was more eerie than beautiful, rising a sense of dread in my body. I think I prefer Earth's sunsets, Jackson said. Yeah, gonna be a while until we see one of those again. If they ever come to pick us up, that is. Jackson added. Once the sun had set sufficiently low, Gordon ordered everyone to pack up. The crew abided, but seemed upset that their work had been cut short. Before the crew could even begin to collect their things, the audio glitched out completely, and the entire feed was cut from any camera available. Not a big deal, it happened often enough to seem trivial. The feed returned after a couple of minutes as I came back from the kitchen with a cup of tea. My dad had engulfed himself in the footage, which finally returned. This time we were following Gordon's point of view. We were met with the sound of panting. Did anyone see that? Anderson asked. Just the fact that Anderson, a mountain of a man, barely ever opening his mouth to speak, uttered anything with fear and his voice felt terrifying enough. See what? Gordon asked. Something was moving from down in the chasm.
Anderson clarified. Before anyone got a chance to investigate, they were interrupted by a panicked Jackson. Can any of you hear me? Jackson yelled. We swapped the feed to Jackson. The camera panning frantically around as he searched for his crew. Calm down, Jackson, we're still here. The comms just shut down for a minute, just a glitch, Gordon responded. Then why can't I see you? He asked. At that point the camera changed to Gordon's view, and despite showing the same environment, Jackson was nowhere in sight. Did you walk off somewhere, Jackson? What are your coordinates? No, I didn't effing move, he shouted back. Get a hold of yourself, we'll find you. The view switched back to Jackson for a moment, just in time to see a blurry shape fly by him at an incredible speed. He let out a short scream before his feed was cut off, leaving us with nothing but a pitch-black screen. Jackson, can you hear me? Gordon asked. Jackson. The crew looked around at each other in shock, the view once again being redirected to Gordon's feed. Where is he? Cameron asked. I don't know, according to his GPS, he's just gone. Call back to base, tell them to search the grid, I'll check if he somehow fell off the cliff, Gordon said as he gestured towards Cameron. Control, do you read me? Cameron asked. No response. Control? Daniel. She repeated. Gordon, they're not responding. None of the astronauts dared come up with a suggestion. Seemingly torn between going back to check on the crew at the station, or to stay and search for Jackson. We've got to get back to the station. Anderson finally said. What about Jackson? Cameron asked. If something happens to the station, we're all dead anyway. The crew rushed back towards the bright Horizon 9, none of them saying a word in the process. Gordon led the chase, turning around every so often to check that the whole crew was following. Upon checking, Anderson had simply vanished behind them as they had run for the station. Where'd he go? Gordon asked. I don't know, he was behind me just 1 second ago, Cameron stuttered back. All the other feeds had long since gone black, including the cameras back at the station. It didn't take them long to run back to bright Horizon 9, the doors were left open, but none of the remaining crew were anywhere to be found. Gordon was becoming more frantic by the minute, losing the clear composure he had kept up that far in the mission. Boop, what happened to them? He said. I don't know, I sealed the door, I'll look for any heat signatures in the vicinity, Cameron said. She desperately typed away at the console, rescanning over and over. There's no one wait. Whatever the console read, was beyond my understanding of computers and gadgets, I was simply glued to the screen. Not me nor my father uttered a word. A minuscule amount of hope returned to Cameron's voice. Jackson's tracker just came back on, she yelled joyfully. Gordon was heading for the door again. I'm going back out to find him, you stay here, don't open the door until I come back, he said. The words were brave, but he couldn't hide his trembling voice. Cameron tried to refuse his orders. Promise me, he said. I promise. She reluctantly responded. I clicked back to Gordon's view. The sun had already set on Mars, and nighttime was as dark as anything I'd seen on Earth. Even with its 2 moons, the camera mounted on Gordon's helmet hardly captured any light, even with the flashlight he carried. Keep talking to me, Cameron. Gordon asked nervously. It shouldn't take long before I reach Jackson. Do you see any movement around you? Nothing, it's too dark, Gordon said. Wait, Jackson's GPS tracker is moving towards me. He paused, checking the location. Wait a minute, he's moving at more than 50 miles per hour? That's not. He fell silent, and his feet cut off. Cameron sat back in shocked defeat. She didn't even attempt to call out for her friends. She knew they were long gone. She simply stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Without saying a word, she picked up one of the knives and slit her own throat, the decision taking less than a split second. Since we saw it from her point of view, it was hard to tell exactly what happened, but the following stream of blood, and subsequent gurgles, hinted towards what she did. It felt like ages before the gurgling stopped, but no sooner had she gasped for her last breath of air, before a creature stood in the periphery. We couldn't see anything more than a blurry outline, far too tall and skinny to be a human. Even though everything around it seemed sharp, the camera refused to focus on it, even as it moved closer. It bent down to inspect Cameron's lifeless body, still blurry, and for a moment it seemed to not understand her demise, like it couldn't grasp the concept of self-mutilation. It quickly realized that something was watching, as it placed its face directly before the camera. Only a second passed before the feed cut once more, but this time, rather than staying black, it was replaced with a frozen image of whatever the creature was, and the audio turned to a glass-shattering screech. The sound was louder than anything I'd ever heard, even clutching my ears barely did anything to stop its incessant screams. It was rhythmic, almost like Morse code, but faster and more erratic. It wasn't just coming from the television. In fact, every electronic device in the house connected to the internet played the same horror, the stereo from my neighbor's house, and the radio of a car driving by. As far as I could tell, the whole world had turned into one horrific scream. I hadn't noticed until then, that my father sat glued in front of the television screen, unblinking and unresponsive. I tried to pull him away, but to no avail, he was in some sort of trance. Be it from a broken circuit, or from the screeching itself, suddenly everything in the house shut down, a total blackout affecting only our house. The screeching then stopped around the neighborhood, and once the television turned back on, the channel was gone. It's been a month since the events of Bright Horizon 9, and there's not a shred of evidence of this ever happening. According to every available source, we haven't even visited Mars yet. My parents made me talk to a shrink, and I almost convinced myself I had gone crazy for a while, but here I am, desperately looking for someone else that remembers. I don't know why I haven't forgotten, but I can't be alone. These things, whatever they are, unalived the entire crew without breaking a sweat, and managed to hijack the equipment on board Bright Horizon 9, erasing the collective memory of the entire human race. They needed us to forget so that we can't fight back. I truly hope I'm crazy, because if I'm not, they are coming here next.
I've spent the past 100 years trying to escape from utopia. Now I'm terrified of death. You aren't supposed to be here, a voice said, jolting me back to consciousness. I groaned as I opened my eyes, blinded by an impossibly bright light. Everything around me shined in a mixture of gold and silver, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out the source. As my eyes slowly adapted, I saw a woman leaning against a wall, next to me. We were on top of a building, thousands of feet up in the air, far above the clouds. I'd chosen to die, I remembered that much, but nothing had made sense about my last day on Earth. I wanted so desperately to stay behind and take care of my family, to be like my grandfather, to make him proud, yet I couldn't find the strength to deny Lucifer his horrific deal. I died, didn't I? No poop, you died, you took the deal. Just like all the other men Lucifer speaks to, she sighed. The light that had blinded me a minute ago started to give way to the magnificent colors enveloping the horizon, so endlessly far off into the distance. It was beautiful. Wow, I gasped. Don't let it fool you, it's not what it looks like. Her casual demeanor broke my attention away from the view. I looked over and saw that she looked sad as if she'd lost her purpose in the vast city of Utopia. Who are you? Without answering the question, she put a finger to her lips, gesturing for me to keep quiet. Then she put a hand on my shoulder. I want you to see this place for what it truly is, but first you need to listen. She had a strange aura surrounding her, ageless and ancient, all at the same time. She wasn't human, I knew that much, and even through the sadness, I could see a charming, but authoritative person. Like with Lucifer, I felt compelled to follow whatever she said. Then I heard the thumps, rhythmic, pulsating sounds beneath the ground. They shook through the metal buildings, shaking their very foundation, and though it was faint, I could feel each and every pulse. She looked at me and smiled, not one of happiness, but one filled with pity. Through her, the veil of lies had been lifted, and the Silver City showed itself for what it truly was. The buildings were tired and made from concrete, with organic streets below made from flesh. Thousands of tired people marching through, all heading in the same direction, guided by disgusting, yet powerful creatures. This isn't a city, Mark, and it sure as hell isn't Utopia. I looked at her in shock, a feeling of panic and guilt surging through my body, and as soon as reality had revealed itself to me, the Silver City returned once more, shining bright in all its glory. You work with Lucifer, don't you? I asked the question sounding more like an accusation than a simple inquiry. She nodded. Then why are you telling me this? Why not let me be fooled by whatever the duck this is supposed to be? Because I need your help, Mark. Unlike the other people wandering this hellscape, you still haven't lost yourself. You still have a chance to be reunited with your family, she explained. An otherworldly being stood before me, asking for help. Me, a pitiful excuse of a human being. I couldn't even handle my own life, yet this creature, more powerful than any human, needed my help. How? Why me? Was all I could ask. There's a place at the city center, they call it, the Dome, only humans can enter. As for why I need you, instead of literally anyone else, Mark, it's because you're all I've got. Can't you, just take me there? I asked. No, you have to walk the path yourself. You need to see the true horrors of this place before you'll accept it. I'm sorry, Mark, but this won't be pleasant. I was taken aback by her statement. The utopia I'd been promised wasn't supposed to be a nightmare. It was supposed to be a place full of purpose, hope. It was my destiny. But I don't know the way. Please, just take me there, I begged. Just follow the horde of people. They're all going the same way. Before I could ask any further questions, she'd vanished. I didn't know her name, just that she worked with Lucifer, which on its own should have been a deterrent, yet, I somehow trusted her. I made my way down to the street. The roads were covered in silver, brilliantly reflecting the golden light that appeared from a sunless sky. It was a beautiful sight, but I couldn't enjoy it. I'd seen a glimpse of the real utopia, and even the illusion wouldn't distract me from the ever-present thumping. The people around me were tired, all marching the same way, but none of them walking together. It was clear they hadn't been human for a long time, that they'd lost themselves along the way, now nothing more than soulless husks desperate for the promised salvation. But in my heart, I knew it would never come. I wondered if they'd all taken Lucifer's deal, or if they'd been snatched out from the empty eternity that came following death. Years passed as we walked toward the center of the city, and with each passing day, the people around me grew thinner, turning into emaciated figures that shouldn't even be able to carry their bodies. Some of us collapsed on the way. I tried to help them, but upon staring into their empty eyes, I knew they'd be better off on wayside, alone, waiting to be washed away by the unstoppable march of time. It's a weird sensation, time, despite it being infinite, and even with the absence of day, night, hunger, and thirst, I still counted the minutes. A part of me is still connected to my basic human instincts. No time had passed, yet it had been 100 years. So we walked, an endless journey towards the dome. On the way, we were being watched by grotesque creatures. One of the wanderers referred to them as angels, saying they'd keep us safe. It was an obvious, diluted lie, but I couldn't find it in my heart to tell them the truth. Every now and then, one of the angels would rip one of the wanderers apart, letting their guts pile out onto the spotless silver. They laughed as they tossed the corpses around, but in Utopia, nothing could truly die. I just hoped they were too far gone to feel the torture. I kept mostly to myself. I didn't want to interact with my blind, ignorant companions. They truly believed they'd found salvation, or that at the very least, they would discover it around the next corner. But me, I saw no hope, no light at the end of the tunnel. All I had was a singular, overpowering feeling of regret. Regret that I took the deal, regret that I'd failed my grandfather, and regret that I'd left everyone I loved behind. I spent years inspecting my fellow wanderers. Each of them dragged their feet along the silver streets. The further we got, the less it seemed like they were walking. It looked almost like they were being dragged, pulled by an unseen force, something just beyond the reach of comprehension. That's what truly shattered my illusion of the so-called utopia. The vision of the broken city returned to me once more. The concrete buildings, the flesh-covered streets. Thousands, millions of tendrils emerging from the ground, each attached to one of the inhabitants of Utopia, digging into their chests and sucking out what little life force they had left. It dawned on me that the people weren't living off the fruits of Utopia, but that the city was feeding upon its people. We were the food. I looked down at my chest, no tendril attached. I hadn't yet been taken by the city. I wasn't a part of the farm that kept it alive. But soon I would be, unless I got to the dome in time. I tried to free some of the people, attempting to rip away the tendrils, but for each pull, it simply dug deeper into their chests. They screamed in agony, not even realizing where the pain came from. And on the rare occasion that a tendril detached from the involuntary symbiosis, the hole it left behind allowed the lungs to simply pour off them like sick, deflated balloons. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't help them. 100 years passed, or just a second for all I knew, and I kept walking with my herd of people. I still felt human, a part of me still connected to the life I led back on Earth, but it was slowly fading, and I'd soon turn into one of the empty husks. Eventually, the brilliant skyline of buildings ended, and we entered what they called the plains of Utopia. I wish I could have seen the beautiful sight they claimed it to be, endless pastures of green grass and incredible animals. But instead, I only saw the flesh, the tendrils, and the guards that kept herding us toward certain annihilation. The plains were unforgiving and were the place where most of my companions fell to starvation. They could only feed the city for so long, before even their bones gave out, no longer able to carry their wasted frame. The saddest part was that they still didn't realize their certain doom. They still believed in salvation. Then I saw the dome. Amid the wasteland of rotten flesh, lay a magnificent, obsidian, half-sphere, spanning so far up into the sky that it towered above the buildings that surrounded it. Not a single imperfection on its black surface. Despite the sight, we'd have to walk another year to reach the border of the new city, the center that housed the dome. I found a man sitting in the outskirts, writing a letter. He told me he wanted to say goodbye to his son before he took the next step and entered. He seemed different from the others, a hint of his former self remaining within his tired body. I kept him company while he wrote the letter, and he told me the heartbreaking story of how he lost both his wife and himself in the nightmares of Utopia. My wife, she's inside the D-dome, I'm certain of it, he kept repeating as we spoke. Once he finished the letter, it simply vanished from his hands, hopefully reaching his son back on Earth. He walked with me towards the dome itself. As we reached the walls, he stretched out his hands and touched the obsidian. No sooner had he made contact with it, before he started to merge seamlessly with the walls of the dome, and within a few seconds, it had completely consumed him. Thousands of people around did the same, all of them quickly eaten up by the darkness, with tears of joy and indescribable ecstasy. Yet, I could see their bodies crush beneath the pressure, and hear their happiness turn to sick gargles as they vanished within the obsidian. Not as inviting as you thought, huh? I turned around and saw the same woman that had greeted me upon arrival at Utopia, so many years ago. Unlike the rest of its inhabitants, she hadn't changed in the slightest, still elegant, still beautiful. Where the duck have you been? I've been walking for an effing century. She looked at me without answering, immediately prompting me to calm down. It has been 2 weeks, Mark. Your funeral, that was yesterday, she said, matter-of-factly. What? How? Time passes differently here. 100 years is what you needed to accept the reality of this place, so that's what you got, but that doesn't mean anything about time on Earth. Why didn't you tell me? Why let me suffer? She ignored my question. Did you know that it never rains here? She said casually. What the actual duck does that have to do with anything? I yelled. I always liked rain, she continued, trickling down, unstoppable rain. Given enough time it could wash away entire cities, carve paths through mountains, and shape the earth. It gives life to nature, and it sustains all breathing beings. It could even wash away all memories of the past, giving us all a fresh start. Yet, people despise it, and I never understood that. Why stop change? She directed her attention towards the obsidian wall and touched it. I reached out reflectively to stop her, but it didn't swallow her. She leaned against it, and nothing happened. I need you to get me inside, Mark. Why? So I can destroy this place. Lucifer says he's gathering enough people to rebel against God, but he never said what he'll do with the people he gathered, did he? No. She shook her head in disappointment, and without explaining any further, she grabbed my hand and pushed me toward the wall. It immediately started enveloping us, liquid darkness covering my face, asphyxiating and blinding me. I wanted to cry out for help, but with the liquid filling my lungs, I could do nothing but struggle hopelessly as the wall consumed us. Thank you, was all I heard before I finally passed out. I awoke in the middle of the street, jumping to my feet as a car sped by, almost driving over me. It honked its horn as it passed, probably thinking I was just some intoxicated person that had passed out. The woman, whoever she was, had brought me back to life. I was on my street, and without hesitation, I started running towards my house. I hammered on the door, no concept of how much time had passed since my last visit. The door opened, and I was greeted by my wife, Hannah. She looked distraught. Sorry, can you help you? She asked, bags under her eyes and smeared makeup. Hannah, it's me, Mark, I came back, I shouted joyfully. Excuse me? I don't know what happened exactly, but I'm alive, Hannah, I continued. She looked at me with a mixture of sadness and disgust. Is this some kind of sick joke? I just buried my husband 2 days ago. Who put you up to this? No, yes, I did die, but I came back. Get the hell away from me, you sick bastard. Leave me alone, she yelled back as she shut the door in my face. I looked in through one of the windows to see her storm off, and in the reflection, I saw a man I couldn't recognize. I stumbled back in shock, checking myself to see what had changed. Everything seemed so unfamiliar. I dug through my pockets to look for house keys, or a phone, but all I could find was a piece of paper, a letter. Mark. I'm inside the dome, don't worry, I'll take it from here. You might already know yourself as a stranger. Whatever life you once led, has passed, and despite your most valiant efforts, no one will ever recognize you as Mark Shepard. I'm sorry, but it's the only way to keep Lucifer from taking you back here. Enjoy the time you've been given, and find whatever meaning that still exists on Earth. The creature that is Utopia is about to awaken, and unless I'm able to destroy it once and for all, it's coming for Earth next. Lilith, there's a secret basement underneath my local Costco. My husband is dying. Despite his good prognosis after the accident, he gets weaker every day. After he couldn't even say my name, I got desperate. I posted details of his condition on every forum I could find. Medical, accident survivors. I even posted it on a sketchy deep web forum called Help Yourself. That's where I got the PM from Chris. I can help you. I'll send instructions tomorrow morning. See. The next morning, I didn't get a PM. I got a letter. A real, paper envelope, tucked into my empty mailbox. After I got over the initial terror, he somehow knows where I live. I greedily opened it and read the note inside. Dear Blair, here are the instructions. Be sure to follow them exactly, or they might find you. Then we'll have a real problem on our hands. C. Drive to the Costco. Bring a photograph of your husband and something that is likely to have his DNA on it, like a toothbrush. Go to the refrigerated produce room in the back. You will see a red-haired woman standing there, pretending to sort through the lettuce. She will be wearing a red vest and a Costco badge, but don't be fooled. She is not an employee. Go up to her and ask, do you have organic blueberries? My son's allergic to the other kind. As long as the produce section is empty, she will smile and lead you over to the blueberries. As she picks up a box and hands it to you, she will purposefully drop it. Oh no. She'll pretend it's an accident. Play along. Such a mess. Blueberries all over the floor. She'll say, I'll stand out there and make sure no one comes in while we wait for the janitor. No janitor is coming, of course. She will stand guard outside the produce room. Go to the right wall, where the crate of mushrooms is. Push it back towards the wall. It will roll into a small alcove. Beneath it, you will see a rectangular hole cut into the floor, and a ladder leading down. Climb down it. My eyes flicked to the bottom, where he had scrawled in red marker, warning. Read before proceeding. Don't just make a beeline for the produce section. They'll know what you're doing. Get a cart, fill it with some junk. You should blend in with the other shoppers as much as possible. For that same reason, don't wear bright colors or heavy makeup. If a short woman with an infant strapped to her chest asks you for help, kindly refuse. She is one of them. If you look closely, you will notice that the infant pressed face first into her chest as a doll. Don't talk to the man at the front of the store advertising flooring. He's not one of them. He's just rude. Don't buy any food from the cafe. I folded up the paper and jammed it into my pocket. Then I rushed into the house, grabbed the items he requested, and jumped in the car. With a squeal of tires, I was on my way. It had been a decade since I last set foot in a Costco. Everything looked different. Bigger. Emptier. The shelves stretched up to the ceiling far above. A seasonal section of glittering Christmas trees and dancing Santa sat far below. I rolled the cart into one of the first aisles. Napkins and disposable diningware stared back at me. I grabbed a huge stack of paper plates and dropped it into my cart. Thrang, the metal rattled. When I got to the end of the aisle, I turned left. Excuse me? I turned around. A pretty blonde woman stood behind me. Yeah? She flashed me a sweet smile. I don't want to bother you, but can you help me get that? She pointed to a jug of maple syrup on a high shelf. I can't reach it. And you're so tall. I stared at her, my heart beginning to pound. My eyes flicked down. A motionless infant was strapped to her chest. No, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. But, I quickened my pace. The cart rolled across the floor with newfound speed. I didn't slow until I'd rounded the corner. Then I grabbed a few more decoy items, some corn muffins from the bakery, a bag of clementines, and arrived at the produce room. When I entered, there she was. The red-haired woman, sorting through the lettuce. I cleared my throat. Do you have organic blueberries? My son's. He can't eat them. I mean, he's allergic to the other kind. She gave me a smile and walked over to the blueberries. They're right over here. She picked up one of the boxes. Splat. I watched her walk out. When she was firmly stationed at the entrance, I ran over to the crate of mushrooms. I gave it a push. It rolled easily under my hands. With a final glance at the red-haired woman, I descended into the pit. The metal rungs were cold under my hands. They felt rough, as if covered in rust. The square of light above me shrunk, until it was little more than a twinkling star in a black sky. My feet hit the hard floor. The sound of water came from somewhere in the darkness, along with a soft rustling sound. I pulled my phone out and turned on the flashlight. Before me was a tunnel, roughly hewn out of stone, like some strange hybrid between a basement and a cave. I walked forward. The floor was uneven, and I had to concentrate to keep my footing. The damp walls glistened in the white light. After a few minutes, I found a wooden door set into the stone. I pulled it open. Inside was a dark, cavernous room. The smooth walls and rectangular shape looked like a traditional basement, but it had a rotten, swamp-like stench to it. In the center was a table. One leg was bent and broken. There was a sheet of paper in the middle. Leave the items here. We'll take care of the rest. See, I pulled the toothbrush and photo out of my pocket. I placed them on the table. I looked around the room, but as far as I could tell, it was empty. The closest thing to a person was a heap of clothes in the back corner. My heart filled with doubt, but I tried to focus on Dan and the happy life we deserved as I exited the basement. Dan came home from the hospital 2 days later. That first night at home, we sat on the couch in front of the TV, eating ice cream. Like nothing had happened. Guess I'm living on borrowed time, Dan said, though a mouthful of cookies and cream. Better make it count. By eating tons of ice cream? By leading a good life. Oh. He smiled at me. I reached out for his hand, squeezed it, and smiled back. But our smiles faded when the news came on. The newscaster was standing outside Costco. Dozens of police cars were parked around it, their red and blue lights cutting through the night. Tonight, police found evidence of violent cult activity at the Costco, she began. I jabbed nervously at my ice cream. Human remains, belonging to dozens of individuals, were found in the basement. They ranged from a few days to a few years old. Police believe some match the missing locals, but we're waiting on forensics to answer. The most recent one, however, has already been identified. It belongs to 24-year-old Carly Bessinger. A photograph flashed up on the screen. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a warm smile. It was her. The blonde woman who asked me to reach for something on the shelf. Security footage shows her walking around the store 2 days ago, alive and well. Until she entered the produce section. The reporter's voice faded. I wasn't listening anymore. Chris lied. There was no them. No woman with a doll strapped to her chest, waiting to pounce on me. No evil entity watching, thinking, plotting. He just didn't want me talking to a witness. A victim. A sacrifice. I looked over at Dan. He watched, oblivious, a generic look of concern spread over his features. I looked down at the floor, unable to watch anymore. Dan's not on borrowed time, he's on stolen time. A man knocked on my door at midnight. He gave me a horrible choice. Today marks my 40th birthday on this earth, and rather than contemplating how to deal with a typical, midlife crisis, I'm deciding whether or not my time here has ended. It's sort of a family curse, for as long back as my family tree stretches, the men of the family never make it past the age of 40. It even goes as far as saying each of them has died, exactly on their birthday. At least that was the case for my father. I was in the middle of college when I got the call. They'd found the athlete of a man, lying dead on the front porch from an apparent heart attack. On his 40th birthday. My uncle suffered the same fate a couple of years later, as did my brother, who died about 5 years ago. Based on the evidence, I'd say there's some merit to the supposed curse, but as with every rule, there's an exception. In this case, it's my granddad. Even as a kid, I always looked up to him, not only vertically, but as a role model. In fact, our birthdays were only a few days apart, so we usually saw each other around that time. He had this aura surrounding him, like an invisible shield that prevented anything malicious from getting too close. Everything he did with purpose, and with an undying smile on his face. Only once did he ever break his perfect facade, at my father's funeral, but even then he seemed more disappointed than he did sad. Year zero, that's what he called his 40th birthday. For him, it marked the true beginning of his life, creating jokes about his age, claiming he just turned 5 years on his 45th birthday, and so on. Once I reached adulthood, his demeanor changed ever so slightly, as he approached me for what he called some manly advice. He sat me down, handed me my first official beer, and started talking. After what happened to your father last year, I'm sure you've been thinking a lot about this so-called family curse. It's not false that all men seem to simply die on their 40th birthday, but it's wrong to call it a curse. In fact, it's more of a blessing in disguise. He took a deep breath before continuing. It's going to sound a bit crazy, but I'll tell you anyway. On your birthday, once you turn 40, a man will come knocking on your door at precisely midnight. Despite the odd hour, you'll feel compelled to let him in. Don't worry, he won't come to harm you, he just wants to talk, and once he has said what he wants to say, he'll offer you a choice. What choice? What's he going to tell me? I asked, confused as to how words could have caused all these deaths. That, I can't tell you, it's something you have to find out for yourself. All I can do, is warn you, and tell you to live your life to the absolute fullest, for as long as you can. He never brought it up again, and though it lingered in the back of my mind, I couldn't bring myself to actually believe it, but I did as he said, and tried to enjoy each aspect of life, believing that once I turned 40, I'd surely perish like the rest of my family. Which brings us to today, my 40th birthday. At precisely 12 o'clock, midnight, I awoke to what sounded like 3 soft knocks at the front door. My wife, the lightest sleeper on the planet, didn't even seem to register the intruding noise, while I myself, a usually heavy sleeper, awoke with a startle. I hadn't been sleeping well the days prior to my birthday, anticipating the end of my life, yet unable to believe it. Wearing nothing more than my pajamas, I made my way to the front door. With slight hesitation, I looked through the peephole. On the other side, stood a middle-aged man in a suit, with a friendly smile on his face. "Mr. Shepard," he greeted me as he shook my hand. "Mind if I come in?" Speechless, I could do little more than to gesture for him to enter my home. I'd made up my mind long ago to deny him entrance, yet I felt compelled by his presence. He walked past me and headed straight for the kitchen, seeming to already know the layout of my home, a house I'd inherited from my father. I followed him obediently into the kitchen, and we sat down at the table. He just kept staring at me without speaking a word, his smile never leaving his face. I had a lot of questions, but I couldn't bring myself to ask a single one. We simply sat in silence, looking across at each other, like an awkward and equally twisted blind date. "You seem surprised to see me," the man finally said after minutes of silence. "I'm assuming you expected my visit?" I nodded my head, still unable to speak. "Come on, Mark, you have a perfectly functional tongue. At least your wife seems to think so. Don't be embarrassed to use it." "Why are you here?" I eventually asked. His smile vanished, replaced with an expression of utter confusion. "Why I'm here? That's the question you want to start with? Not who I am, or what I did to your father." I didn't respond, and he stared into my eyes, not moving a muscle. "As you wish," he sighed. "I'm here to talk, to tell you the answers to each and every question you've ever had. Anything you want to know, I will tell you, no matter how stupid or bizarre of a question it is. I promise you nothing but truth." "Did you kill my father?" "Of course not, that's entirely against the rules. I simply gave him a choice, and like all the men in your family, save for your brilliant granddad, he chose to leave." "What choice?" "Ah, Mr. Shepard, or Mark, do you mind if I just call you Mark?" Before I could answer, he just went on talking. "That's the beauty of our little meeting. I will tell you the answer, but not until I believe you're ready." He leaned back in his chair and waited for me to keep asking questions, though from the smug look on his face, I could tell he knew exactly what I'd ask. "Who are you?" "Come on, Mark, you don't really have to ask that, you already know, don't you?" I had my theories, and as dumb as I felt they were, it couldn't possibly beat the ridiculousness of the family curse. "Are you Satan?" I asked nervously. "Technically, that's correct, but let's not resort to name-calling. I prefer Lucifer," he chuckled. Once again he fell silent, awaiting my next question, but I couldn't organize the thousands of thoughts flowing through my head. "You're really bad at this, you know? Not that it makes a difference, I know exactly what you want to know, you don't even have to speak. So, how about we start with something innocent, A man knocked on my door at midnight. He gave me a horrible choice. He stared deep into my eyes, digging through my brain looking for questions I didn't even know I had. "Ah, you want to know if your ex-girlfriend still thinks about you? Julia, that's her name, yes?" I nodded automatically. "She doesn't, and you weren't that special to her, in spite of the pedestal you've put her on. You really should appreciate your wife more, she's far more suited for you." My wife, I'd completely forgotten she still lay upstairs sleeping. As easy as she was to wake up, she'd surely be suspicious of what the hell I was doing awake with a strange man, in the middle of the night. "Could we maybe go somewhere else? My wife is sleeping," and I said before being cut off. "Mark, don't be ridiculous, your wife can't hear us. Actually, she's a really light sleeper." He stood up from his chair before screaming. "Oh Hannah. I'm talking to Mark in the kitchen, I'm just about to tell him all the secrets of the universe, and if you come downstairs I'll tell you too." He then sat back down and listened for any commotion coming from the room, nothing but silence. "I think we're good." By then, most of the adrenaline had settled in my body, and I started to grasp the more advantageous aspect of our conversation. I could ask literally anything, and he'd answer me, but I still needed more proof he was for real. Just before my father died, he told me something I've never told anyone else. I didn't understand it at the time, but when he died the next day I couldn't stop thinking about it. He paused for a moment, giving me just enough time to doubt him. "Be a better man than me, Mark," he said, but the voice I heard was the one of my father. My heart raced at the familiarity, and Lucifer just smiled in return. All doubt had been stripped away from my mind, so I decided to ask something more otherworldly. "If you're real, then surely God exists as well, heaven and all that?" He looked truly disappointed in my question. "Oh, Mark, I'm so sorry." "Sorry about what?" "To answer your question, of course he's real, him and heaven and the other truly magnificent creations emerging from his holy powers, but you didn't think he actually created you, did you?" "He didn't?" I stuttered. "No, not at all. You, humanity, you're nothing more than an unfortunate side effect of God's actual creations. You really think something so horrific could be created by an almighty being? Think about it, Mark. You creatures wage war on anyone even slightly different than yourselves. You hoard all of your ultimately pointless possessions, letting some rot in poverty while some thrive beyond what's even remotely necessary. You kill for fun, and in the end you'll destroy the planet, your own home, just because you're all too selfish to take care of each other. That doesn't sound like something God would create, does it?" His words sunk through me, like an anchor had been attached to my soul and tossed into the deepest part of the ocean. "There are good people here too, it's not all that bad," I argued. "You're right, there are plenty of good people around here, but none of them are truly great. Not a single one of you is able to see the bigger picture." He stood up from his chair and started to pace around, as he lectured me on the futile nature of human beings. "In the grand scheme of things, nothing you ever do here matters. In the end you'll all turn to dust floating around in the empty void you've so affectionately called space," he finished. I felt crushed. I thought of my wife, the fact that we'd both one day die, and whatever feelings we had would be erased as the meat on our bones rotted away in the ground. Our jobs, working to provide a function for society, all of it was a pointless task, only serving to extend the inevitable end of our world. "So, what happens when you die?" He finished my question for me. Yeah, do we end up in hell? No, you just stop existing. The little fragment of divine power within you, the one you think is worth to be called a soul, is harvested by my workers. We need the fragments to make more desirable beings. He paused, reverting his attention towards my fridge. You'll probably need a few minutes to process. Do you have anything to eat? He helped himself to some cold chicken casserole my wife had cooked as a pre-birthday dinner. So, what do you do then, since God has left, apparently leaving you behind with the rest of us? He laughed with his mouth full of chicken, a few pieces of meat flying across the room. I didn't stay behind. I choose to remain here. Someone has to make sure you guys don't revolt. You guys keep taking things that don't belong. It's only a matter of time before you figure out how to cross over. It's actually way easier than you might think, and while I'd love nothing more than a revolution, I can't leave just anyone in charge to lead it. He dug through the casserole in a matter of seconds, loudly chewing through the meat, almost moaning in pleasure as he did. Your wife truly is a wonderful cook, Mark. Remember to thank her for me. What do you want from me anyway? I asked. I want to offer you a choice. Before I could clarify, the walls around us started to dissolve, the ground cracked beneath our feet, and every piece of furniture not stuck to the wall fell through the ground. I stood up in panic and looked at Lucifer with pleading eyes, but we didn't fall with the rest, we simply floated. It wasn't long until the world around us had been erased from existence, and we stood in a gray, empty void. Where are we? I stuttered. Give it a minute, he said calmly. Buildings appeared all around us, tall, modern architectural masterpieces, colored in bizarre mixtures of silver and blue, all stretching far up into the sky, so uniform, nothing deviating from its neighboring design. This is utopia, Lucifer exclaimed as we suddenly found ourselves on top of one of the buildings. There were no clouds or fog to obscure the view, meaning I could look far into the horizon, seeing that the city truly did stretch on without an end in sight. Utopia, really? Obviously not, this is my city. I made it some 100,000 years ago. It's what you people call purgatory, though I prefer to just call it the place in between, he said. You made purgatory? Yep, it's as close as humans will ever get to heaven. It's the only place that exists on the same realm at the very least. I looked around, the street thousands of feet below seemed so empty, devoid of any people. Where's everyone? In a different section, I keep expanding this place as people flow in. You see, Mark, this is what I offer you. Eternal life in this city, or to be erased by time itself, in a few decades, quick to be forgotten by the world you once lived in. Why? What do you mean, why? God might have given up on humanity before you were even created, but I still see your potential. Unfortunately, your belief in him still stopped most of you from accepting my offer, but you are just in the right state of religious mind to be reasonable. You see, I need you all to believe in the glorious afterlife described in your religious books, just not too much. I could sense the malicious intent behind his offer. If he truly offered eternal life, then surely he wanted something in return. What is this potential you talk about? We're going to take back what's ours, Mark. God sure as hell isn't going to give it to you, but I will, he smiled. Within the next second, I crashed down in my chair, back in my kitchen. Without warning, we'd returned back home. That's the choice I offer you, a chance to live in the Silver City, to have a purpose, all of eternity at the tip of your fingers, but that means you'll have to die, today, and come with me. What about my family? I'm sorry, Mark, but they're not ready. Most of them have been poisoned by their upbringing in religious households. Only a few of you are suitable for the job. He looked over at a clock on the wall. Time had passed faster than anticipated, and morning had just arrived. Well, our time is up. You have today to decide. At midnight the deal expires, and you return to your short existence. He started walking out the door, but turned around to give me one final goodbye. Oh, and happy birthday, Mark. Make sure you really enjoy this one. I felt exhausted after Lucifer left. I'd been given the ultimatum of my life. I grabbed a cooler full of beer from the fridge, at 7 in the morning, and sat myself down on the front porch. An hour later, and 2 beers down, I saw my grandfather strolling down the street, waving at me. He could see the look of defeat on my face, and sat himself down by my side. So, how did the chat go? You did talk to him, right? I just nodded my head in defeat. Why did you choose to stay? I asked. He glanced at the cooler behind me before answering. You got another one of those for me, kiddo? He asked. I handed him a cold one, waiting for an explanation. I met your grandmother when we were just 18. By then my father, and his father before had both left us, so it's safe to say I was aware of the family curse, but though I didn't learn exactly what happened until much later, I promised myself I'd live life to the fullest up until my time came. I figured I would just die like all the others, so imagine how relieved I was when I was actually given a choice to stay. He took a large sip of his beer, almost finishing it in a single gulp. But why would want to stay, if once we die, there's nothing left on the other side? If nothing here matters, then what's the point? Who's to say it doesn't? Just because time here is limited, does that really mean it's not important? Besides, if I have to exist in a place without your grandmother, I'd rather just cease to exist. When we got married, I promised to stay by her side forever, and that's exactly what I intend to do. I looked at my granddad in admiration, 83 years of age, at the end of his lifespan, yet completely carefree, in charge of his own destiny. What about everything else he said? About God, humanity, the place in between? He looked at me for a moment, pondering his next words. You make your own purpose, Mark, don't you ever forget that. We talked until my wife woke up. She made my favorite breakfast, invite both myself and my granddad inside. She showed a genuine sense of joy, and I envied her, living life in ignorance of the horrible truth. I smiled as we ate together, the first time since my meeting with Lucifer. He gave me until midnight to choose, whether to stay behind, and let history wash me away, or to go with him, and forever live in the place in between, to serve in a war against God himself. I'll enjoy this day the best I can. After all, it might be my last. Problem child. As a social worker, you're bound to come across some really messed up stuff. I've been at this job for nearly 12 years and I've seen everything. Joel was raised in a kennel with a dog. He was so small I thought he was 2 years younger than he really was. Andrea went to a doctor's appointment only for the doc to find out the kid had contracted chlamydia. Sophia had been tied to a bed and beaten to get the devils out of her. Finn had been choked for enough time by his stepdad to have permanent brain damage. But all of those kids have homes now. They were adopted by loving families. I send them cards on their birthdays. Joel is now a complete Potterhead and went to Florida with his mom during summer vacation. Andrea now speaks regularly at sexual abuse seminars and helps other victims come forward about what they went through. Sophia wants to be an astronaut. Finn is beating the odds and making us all proud with all he's accomplishing. I can't say the same for Bonnie. Bonnie only crossed my desk recently. Her original caseworker had retired and no one wanted to do checks on her. I couldn't imagine why until she was sent back into the system. That's when I cracked open that file and gave it a long read. No one knows where Bonnie came from. They found her in the backseat of a car that had been in an accident. The driver appeared to have suddenly swerved and run into a tree. It killed him instantly. However, when the driver was ID'd, he didn't have children that age. The girl wasn't one of his relatives, and she was found in a worn-out car seat that had the name Bonnie scrawled on it in black crayon. As much as it irks me to say this, she was the perfect case for easy adoption. Blue eyes, blonde hair, 6 months old, and perfectly healthy. Exactly the kind of child that anyone would want. It's no surprise to me that a lovely young couple brought her into their home within a week. I even found a newspaper clipping announcing that the Johnson family has grown by one. Cheesy, but cute. But not even 3 weeks later and Bonnie was sent right back into the system, with no explanation other than she's a handful. I did some digging and it does seem that the perfect Johnson couple was not nearly so perfect. A well check revealed that the garbage can was filled to the brim with wine bottles and Mr. Johnson had been fired from his workplace for embezzlement. I actually looked them up to scrape up that last fact. I had gotten far too curious. The next couple seems to be an even better fit, the Morrisons. They'd already adopted 3-year-old Lily the year prior and they were excited to grow their family again. Mrs. Morrison was a teacher, Mr. Morrison was an accountant. Lily was a happy, healthy girl. Well, she was. 2 weeks after Bonnie joined their perfect family, Lily was diagnosed with leukemia. This was out of nowhere. It worked fast. Before the year was out the family had shrunk, and the Morrison family had to buy a coffin that should never have to be made so small. Everything fell apart after this. Mrs. Morrison started having an affair with one of her students. Mr. Morrison came home to them in bed, and in a rage, he shot them both. The teenage boy didn't survive but Mrs. Morrison did, although she'd never be able to walk again. During the trial it came out that Mrs. Morrison felt like she was no longer in control of her actions. She claimed she was sleepwalking when she seduced her student and brought him into her bed. The funny part is, Mr. Morrison said he had no idea where he even got that gun, he didn't own one, and it wasn't registered to him either. Obviously, little Bonnie had to be sent back into the system while her parents were sent to prison for statutory rape and murder. I wish I could say it got easier for her from here. But it didn't. Not at all. It got worse even. Not every house was as perfect as the Morrisons could have been. There are so many parents out there that are in it for the paycheck. Frankly, they got what they deserved when Bonnie entered their house. I was on the computer all night to see the path of destruction that lay in Bonnie's wake. House fires. Unexpected deaths, some explained, some not. Illness. Erratic and violent behavior. The most saintly of people became depraved maniacs, devolving into sexual deviants that sold their kids to shickos and downloaded terabytes upon terabytes of illegal porn. Big brothers began getting cats and big sisters were found with their wrists slit in the bathtub. Parents threw children out the window on the second floor. Jobs were lost. Homes destroyed. And the only thing in common with each and everyone was Bonnie. The last house probably had it the worst, the Raiders. This poor couple hadn't a damn clue what they were getting into when they adopted Bonnie. They'd already adopted 3 other problem children who came from abusive pasts, so they probably thought that Bonnie would be nothing new. Nothing unexpected. Mr. Raider went to work last week and killed every one of his co-workers with a shotgun. No one was spared and it ended only when he turned the gun on himself. The only survivor had managed to hide herself in the closet and she said that he didn't say a word until everyone else was dead. Then she heard him start to scream uncontrollably. The screaming grew louder and louder until it was cut off by the final shot. I can't say the rest of the family had it easy. On the same day, Mrs. Raider drowned the youngest child in the bathtub, while the older children ran down the streets, naked and wailing. They finally managed to flag down a neighbor and told her, and I quote, "Mom's gone crazy. She's going to kill us all just because of Bonnie." When the police finally got home, Mrs. Raider hung herself off the shower rod while Bonnie was busy drawing flowers in the basement. It was like she didn't even know what was going on upstairs. I've seen a lot of children, many who might be concerned about problems. But Bonnie takes the cake. This child is a jinx in human form and I have no idea why. So this is why I've agreed to foster Bonnie. I cannot let this child go into another home knowing what I do now. Bonnie is one of the most beautiful children I've ever seen. Dark golden curls and those wide eyes are such a bright blue they make the sky seem drab. She's quiet, always says please and thank you, and I've yet to see any typical troublemaking behavior: stealing, hoarding, lying, destroying. I questioned her about all her previous homes, how her entire life she's never spent more than 7 months in a house. At the time we were enjoying dinner, and Bonnie looked up from her mac and cheese to ask for some applesauce. When I poured her some applesauce into a bowl, she took it and then she started talking. I'm a very bad thing. I can't do good things, no matter how hard I try, and everyone around me gets hurt because of it. I'm sorry, I'll try to do better this time. I pity this child. I don't know if I trust her, but I do pity her. I only hope I can avoid the fate of Bonnie's other families. I haven't slept for 3 months. 3 months and not a single night's sleep. Is that even a possible feat? The record has been 11 days and 25 minutes for decades, held to this day by Randy Gardner, but sleep is not simply the act of falling unconscious at night. Sleep is so much more. Our brains spend nighttime going through several cycles. Arguably the most important one is REM sleep, which is when we experience dreams. Whether they are memorable or not, they are necessary. Without REM, our minds will slowly fall apart for weeks and months until the brain shuts down. Oh, how I miss the sweet bliss of a dream. Hell, I'd even take a lifetime of nightmares over this constant torture. You see, I suffer from an extremely rare condition called fatal familial insomnia, and as bad as that name sounds, I can assure you it's nothing more than a curse. With this disease, I am unable to dream, and only light sleep will ever be achievable for me. As far as insomnia goes, this is the lethal kind that slowly, but effectively is turning my brain into Swiss cheese. By the end of this year, I will be dead. Spare me the pity, spare me the words of consolation. I've had a good life, and I've come to terms with my fate. I will meet my maker soon, but I fear I have to pay for a terrible mistake I made. About a week into my diagnosis, the lack of proper sleep was already a heavy burden on my mental and physical health. In my peripheral vision, I started to see blurry figures moving around even when I was supposedly alone. Hallucinations was one of the main expectations from my disease, but they persisted even while I took my medication meant to suppress the symptoms. I quit my job quickly after my diagnosis. Due to my life insurance, I was paid a neat sum of money that could keep me in a comfortable lifestyle for the few months I had left, so I spent my time researching. You'd be surprised how many people attempt to stay awake for days at a time, simply for the hallucinogenic experience. They even have large forums dedicated to just that. These forums are where I first learned about the shadow realms, dimensions or realities beyond our world that we can only see as our minds break down. Robert Holes, one of the members, wrote, "Our minds are incredible creations that allow us to experience the world around us, enjoying the emotions provided by chemical interactions within our brain. We love, we learn, we live. Our minds also function as a filter, protecting us from things beyond our comprehension. But these filters deteriorate as we get tired, which is why we need to sleep. Without this nighttime habit, the walls between us and the shadow realm start to break down, and you can see everything out there. Ever seen something standing by the foot of your bed just as you fall asleep, only for it to disappear when you wake up from the resulting surge of adrenaline? That's one of them, one of the shadow people. Now, I figure that since people normally can't stay awake for more than a few days at a time, they never truly appreciate the horrors that emerge from the shadow realm. Since I hadn't experienced deep sleep for about 2 weeks at the time, the blurry figures finally started to become more clear. The shadow people are everywhere, and mostly they simply observe us, following people around while studying them for whatever reason. They rarely interfere. On the rare occasion that they do, however, nothing good happens. Times when people suddenly fall over dead in the street, without a known cause, that's them. Since they were mostly just there, I didn't decide to follow them until 1 month into my diagnosis. I noticed one crossing the street, a tall lanky shadow walking with slow, but determined steps. I started pursuit due to morbid curiosity. What would it do? A man walked down the street, blissfully unaware of the shadow. He was in his early 50s wearing a tailored suit. The creature walked behind the man, seemingly intrigued. This went on for a few minutes, until the creature slowly reached out its thin hand towards the man. It touched him on his shoulder, softly like a feather falling from the sky, and the man dropped to the ground while clutching his chest. I'm not a doctor, but I've taken enough CPR courses through various occupations to know what a heart attack looks like. I instinctively pulled my phone out to call an ambulance, before I ran over and started chest compressions. It felt like an eternity passed as I kept pushing down on his chest. The ribs cracked under the force of my hands, while my muscles burned. When the ambulance finally arrived, I was drenched in sweat. The paramedics came running to bring the man into the ambulance. One of them took my name and number before jumping into the back and closing the doors. Just as he did, I got another glimpse of the man I had helped. There was something familiar about his face. By the time my surge of adrenaline wore off, the creature was already gone. A day later, the hospital called to thank me for my efforts. He had miraculously recovered and would be able to live for several years, all thanks to me. The event filled me with a longing to make a difference. Over the next month, I started following the shadow people around. They were everywhere, but only a few of them moved around purposefully. Those were the ones I knew would strike. A young man, no more than 25, managed to crash his car. There was no discernible reason why he had swerved off the completely straight road, but the resulting wreckage was pretty bad. I managed to get him out of the car just in time before the gas tank ignited and the car drowned in blazing fire. The shadow that had seemingly pushed the car off the road had taken notice of me. For a moment I stared into its empty face, and at that moment I knew that they were aware of my ability. The man I saved was luckily unscathed from the incident, and I left straight after I had called emergency services. A few days later I saved another man. He had fallen out of the 3rd floor of his office building. No one saves for me to notice. The fall broke a few of his ribs, which subsequently punctured both of his lungs, but because I was quick to call for help, he was saved. I looked up at the window he had fallen from. Another shadow person stood there. Despite having no face, I knew it was staring at me, judging me for interfering with their own lives. Days and weeks passed, and I quickly lost count of all the people I had saved, but my body could hardly keep up the effort as my disease progressed. Soon it would succumb to pure exhaustion, and there was nothing I could do about it. My determination was beginning to fade. The news just happened to be on one day. Quite frankly, I couldn't even remember turning the television on. Forgetfulness and memory loss had become a faithful enemy in my disease. A familiar face appeared on the television screen. It was the first person I saved, the man who suffered a heart attack on the street. His name was Samuel Walker, and he had been on the news for the past few months after being linked to several unalives, 2 of which he committed during his trial, after I had saved his life. I sat motionless and stared at the man. Was it really him? Had I saved him and thus allowed him to unalive innocent people? Did they know? What else could I do but research each person I had saved? The young man I pulled from the car wreck went home to unalive his girlfriend after I saved him. She would have lived if not for me. Each person I had saved was an unaliver, rapist, or violent criminal, and each went on to commit horrible acts after I saved them. They knew. I had been defeated. In my quest to do good, I committed a horrible mistake that resulted in the lives of innocent and good people. After the horrifying realization, I gave in to my disease. I didn't leave the house for days. I only drank until I passed out, which was nothing more than darkness, no dreams to escape to, no alternate reality. Self-mutilation was an option that frequently crossed my mind. It would be so easy to simply give up and face the consequences. I was not alone. A group of shadow people were standing around me. How had I not noticed them before? Were they there to punish me, take me over to the shadow realm? No, they just stood there. I can't explain what happened, but we communicated. Not with words, not with thoughts, we just had an understanding. Do not interfere in their business. As grotesque and immoral as it might seem, their actions are necessary to balance out the evils of this world. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. I had been given a second chance, although that only meant a few more months on this earth. A few more months to undo my mistakes. Nothing is worse than death. Do you understand what's about to happen to you? I asked the subject as he sat in front of me, nervously twiddling his thumbs. He looked down at his feet, avoiding eye contact. Nevertheless, he nodded diligently in agreement. I need you tell me, Jason, to make sure we're on the same page, I continued. At that point, he lifted his head, and I could clearly see the horror in his eyes. He had agreed to our experiment, but despite his initial enthusiasm, I started to wonder if he wanted out. Please tell me, I asked. You're going to unalive me, he said before looking back at his feet. I held the contract in my hand. It had been a lengthy process to gather a volunteer that also fit the requirements of carrying a terminal illness. Jason, at just the age of 30, had a lethal brain tumor that would unalive him within months, making him the ideal subject. Yes, but only temporarily, I explained. What if you can't bring me back? I sighed. We've run multiple trials, and I can assure you that you're perfectly safe in our hands. We wouldn't do this unless we were certain we had the tools to bring you back. Now please, continue. I need to know that you understand the process. He took a deep breath before speaking. You're going to unalive me for an entire week, in stasis, meaning I won't decay, and I'm to report back what I see on the other side. Though his explanation was a bit simplistic, I nodded in agreement. It was a lot to ask, but considering he was already standing at death's doorstep, it might reassure him to know what's awaiting him on the other side. While I was nothing more than a mere physician there to examine the experiment, the professor working over me was a bona fide genius. He developed a cytostatic chamber that was essentially able to freeze dead bodies in time, halting degeneration down to practically zero. Normally, once someone dies, it takes only a few minutes for the brain to stop functioning, but during this time, people frequently experience vivid hallucinations that could be interpreted as a glimpse into the afterlife. Professor Hall theorized that a true experience of death only occurs after the brain has lost all neural activity. The issue is that once someone reaches that stage, permanent brain damage would be the inevitable result, thus the chamber, able to halt necrosis until we could bring the subjects back. And our first willing subject would be Jason Moore. Listen, Jason, I know you signed the contract, but you can still back out. There's no shame in being afraid, I said as I put a comforting hand on his shoulder. He shook his head in response. No, I need to know. I can't just die without knowing the truth. Alright, then I'm going to inject you with the cryoserum. It's highly carcinogenic. But since I already have cancer, I guess that doesn't matter. Jason laughed nervously, trying to brighten the mood. I smirked. Jason had an unnaturally optimistic aura surrounding him, despite the crappy cards life had dealt him. This is going to hurt, Jason, but only for a moment, I said as I injected the serum in through his fore. A few seconds passed and Jason tensed up in agony. He couldn't move too much due to the restraints, but he still tried his best to get loose. He let out a quick yelp before suddenly falling still. His heart had stopped, and the experiment had officially begun. We rushed him into the chamber and locked it. A blue gas filled it and his temperature dropped to just above freezing. Any further, the water in his body would expand, rupturing his cells, making his death irreversible. The low temperature combined with the serum would keep him in stasis for the next 7 days while we patiently waited, keeping a close eye on his status. EEG and ECG readings are negative. He's dead, doctor, one of the assistants said. Keep monitoring him for the next 24 hours. If there's any sign of life, let me know, I ordered. The Hall-modified electroencephalography, or HEEG, was a tool specifically designed by Professor Hall to measure electrical activity beyond what we thought was possible, and had shown that during brain degeneration, small signals are given off. He'd previously proven that it could read signals from the brain and translate them. Essentially, what it came down to was a tool that could read the unconscious mind, but if Jason was truly dead, or in stasis, we shouldn't see anything at all. Absolute confirmation of death. A day passed, and we'd gotten through the crucial stage of Jason's death. If there were to be any complications, they should have already happened, which put us at ease while we waited for the remainder of the week to get by. As we waited, I spent a lot of time by Jason's side. I'd signed up for the program following a near-death experience of my own. Though I had only been legally dead for a couple of minutes, I'd seen a whole world of peace and utter beauty and visited a place beyond the realm of human comprehension. Those 2 minutes were the best of my entire life, and I ached to return, if only vicariously through someone else. On the 4th day of the experience, we detected a small anomaly in Jason's HEEG reading. Just a blip, but enough to be concerned. We immediately called Professor Hall for help, asking if the signal could be translated, or if the machine had just malfunctioned. He took the readings back to his office, and we didn't hear from him for the next 2 days. Professor Hall didn't even show up at the laboratory as the 6th day rolled around. Any attempt at calling him was met with an answering machine, and we quickly grew concerned by his absence. We then sent one of the researchers to check on him, but his work apartment had been vacated, without any clue as to where he'd gone. We were left alone to deal with Jason, who only had 1 day left in stasis, and the anomalous HEEG had provided us with a continuous signal, which in theory should have been impossible, yet we proceeded with the experiment. As the 7th day arrived, we counted the minutes until Jason's awakening. We administered adrenaline, and a binding agent, meant to remove as much of the cryoserum as possible without causing permanent damage. Within a minute, we detected a heartbeat, and just a few seconds after that, clear signs of life. All of that, accompanied by completely normal EEG readings, similar to those of a sleeping person dreaming vividly, meant the experiment had been a success. Then we allowed him to rest for 12 hours before waking him up. I sat by his bedside, waiting for him to awake, as desperate as I was curious to finally learn the truth about the afterlife. I almost fell asleep as I noticed Jason's eyes shoot open in shock. He frantically looked around the room for a few seconds before letting out a blood-curdling scream of absolute horror. "Jason, calm down, you're safe," I yelled as I had to hold him down. Yet, he kept screaming for minutes, alerting the entire laboratory personnel. He punched, scratched, and kept shouting incomprehensible jargon as if he'd forgotten how to speak. Eventually, we had no choice but to sedate him, while we figured out our next move. In the meantime, some of our co-workers were out looking for Professor Hall, who'd long since been reported missing by his family. We ransacked his office and found his notebook, containing scribbles, and the anomalous H-eek we'd gotten during the experiment, folded inside the book. Most of the notes were just frantic writings hardly related to the H-eek itself, a panicked view into Hall's mind the last time he'd been seen. "We shouldn't have done it, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," repeated over and over again, without any explanation as to why he'd left. While no translation was available for the H-eek, Hall had taught me the basics, and with enough effort, I managed to get a rough view into Jason's dead mind. I couldn't believe it at first, but I checked again, and again, and again, and the readings appeared to gather enough thoughts to fill 100 lifetimes, meaning that in the short 7 days Jason had been dead, he'd experienced several thousand years of suffering, enough to render him insane. After making sure I was reading the translation correctly, I was horrified to learn what Jason had seen on the other side. He'd seen nothing. For thousands of years, Jason had remained conscious on the other side of life, in eternal darkness, never experiencing anything other than his thoughts. They've run experiments in the past, anhedonic chambers devoid of light and sound, and that alone is enough to drive people mad in only a few hours, but Jason had suffered through it for millennia, all alone, with no chance of escape. I spent the next weeks looking over old records left behind my hall, where he'd recorded H-eek of deceased individuals as they decayed. While their readings were harder to interpret due to the nature of necrosis, with Jason as a control, I could determine that everyone ends up in the same place once they die. A world that is nothing more than a lonely void, occupied only by yourself and your deteriorating consciousness for all of eternity. Life is all there is, and death is utter, conscious, emptiness. There's nothing on the other side, no hell, no heaven, just. Nothing is far worse than death itself. If you see the house appear, stay inside. The house first appeared 2 months ago after a nearby orphanage burned down. I'm not sure if the two events are related, but I don't think that knowing that would change anything. The house shows up at the top of Moon Hill, which is the only hill in town, located on the west side past the empty fields. There isn't much over there. The fields were once used for farming years ago, but they've been empty for the past few decades except for the overgrown weeds and grass. The house looks innocent enough, and if you were driving by, you would think it was just a nice house located on a hill with a perfect view of the whole town. But it's much more than that. It's a brick colonial-style home with 3 stories. It's not very large and doesn't even take up the entire top of the hill. There are 5 windows on each floor of the house except for the first floor, which only contains 2 windows on either side of the front door. There are no windows on the sides or the back of the house. It has 3 brick steps that lead up to the white door, with black iron railings on either side of the steps. The windows are always covered with thick black curtains, and, had I never seen anyone step out of the house, I would think it were empty. I noticed it the first time it appeared at around midnight 2 months ago, but I have no idea how long it was there before I happened to notice it. I was sitting at my desk in my bedroom, which just so happens to be facing the fields, and Moon Hill, and I looked up at the night sky as I waited for sleep to finally come. That's when I noticed the silhouette of the house as the moon was shining behind it. I thought I was dreaming at first, or imagining things at the very least, but then the porch light turned on and I watched, squinting in the dark, as a single file line of people came out of the house. They marched down Moon Hill, silently, and through the fields, straight into town. I lost sight of them after that since there were no lights to show me where they were, so I decided to get into bed. The screaming started as I lay down, getting ready to close my eyes. It was only 1 or 2 distant voices at first, and I thought it might be random, but within seconds the screaming got louder and it was clear that it was coming from multiple people. I sat up once again and walked back to the window, looking down and trying to spot the source or the location of the screaming, but I couldn't see anything. The screaming continued to slowly sweep through town until I could tell that some of the voices were coming from inside the apartment building. I made my way to the front door and pressed my ear against it as the voices continued to get louder and closer until I could hear my neighbor across the hall screaming, and then, almost as soon as it started, the screaming stopped abruptly and an eerie silence fell upon the entire town. I listened intently to the silence, trying to pick up on something, anything, that might clue me in as to what was going on, but I couldn't hear anything at all. I slowly tiptoed back to the window and looked out into the night just in time to see the single file line walk out of town and back into the house. The porch light turned off and everything was still. The next morning, there were dead people everywhere. Homeless people who slept in the park were dead. People who had been out on the street during that time of night were dead, as were people who had been simply sitting outside their homes or apartments. All of the bodies were found the same way, gray, laying on the ground staring up at the sky with wide eyes, and drained of blood. It took a while for the bodies to be cleaned up, but afterward, we were told there were over 50 of them. Officer Murphy's wife was going around town saying that vampires were the cause of death and that her husband had told her that all of the bodies had 2 small puncture wounds in their necks. Even though that sounded ridiculous, the rumor spread fast, and people were scrambling to buy random items that they thought would keep the vampires away. Apparently, no one else had noticed the house appear on Moon Hill, and so the consensus was that there was a vampire in town and it became chaotic as people tried to guess who it was. I didn't tell anyone about the house until the second time it showed up, at the end of that same month. It turns out that the second time, a group of teenagers who were camping in the woods had also noticed the house appear, and the people who came out of it and headed into town. That time, the death toll was almost double what it was the first time. A couple of officers headed up to Moon Hill to check out the area but found no evidence that a house had ever been there, and everyone stopped talking about the mysterious house. Until the third time it showed up. One of the officers who worked on the night shift had driven out to the fields to meet up with his mistress and happened to notice when the house appeared that night. He was able to notify the other officers of what he saw before they got to him and his mistress, and a couple of minutes later the entire town was filled with the sound of sirens as police cars raced towards the west side of town to confront whoever it was that was coming out of the house. That night was loud, filled with the sounds of gunshots and screaming, and by the time the people returned to the house, all of the officers were dead. On the plus side, they didn't make it through town that time. After that, we all got an alert, telling us to stay indoors and away from windows whenever the house appeared. It worked, and the fourth time that the house appeared, the only deaths were those of the few teens who thought it would be cool to sneak out and see the vampire people that were coming out of the house on Moon Hill. That's what everyone was calling them now, the vampire people. I felt like something else was going on, although I had no idea what it could be. The fifth time the house was set to appear, I had a plan ready. A couple of minutes before midnight, I drove out to Moon Hill and parked behind it. I turned off my car and I waited for the house to appear. Once it did, I waited for the porch light to turn on, and then I waited for the people to walk out of the house and towards the town. Once they were past the fields, I got out of my car and made my way up the hill and around to the front of the house. To my surprise, the front door was unlocked, and even though my brain was practically screaming at me not to go in, I opened the door and stepped into the house. The front door opened to a foyer, with wooden floors and a giant staircase that led upstairs into darkness. There were two doors, one to the left of the foyer and one to the right. I decided to open the door on the left first and walked into a giant room that was empty, except for a broken chandelier that hung in the middle of the ceiling. I walked out of the room and closed the door behind me, and then walked to the door on the right and opened it to find the same. Another empty room, except this one had a fireplace instead of a chandelier. I finally decided to make my way upstairs and quickly walked up the staircase as I could hear some screaming now. I got to the second floor, to find that it was just one giant room, only this one wasn't empty. Large bags were hanging from the roof, more than 20 from what I could see. I slowly made my way toward the nearest bag and reached out to touch it. It was extremely cold to the touch. As I moved my hand around, I began to recognize the shape of the thing that I was touching. It was a body. I was groping a dead body. I backed away from the bag and made my way through the rest of the bags, making sure not to touch any more of them. I got to the second staircase and quickly made my way up to the third floor. The screams had begun to die out, which meant that the people would be back at the house soon, and I did not want to be here when that happened. When I got to the last room, I saw more bodies, only these were inside giant glass containers floating in some sort of clear liquid. These bodies were also recognizable. They were the same people who had been attacked and unalived in town during the past few weeks. Each container was numbered, and there were 5 of them towards the back of the room that was still empty. I estimated that there were maybe 60 or so containers in this room alone, meaning that the rest of the bodies had to be on the second floor, still in the body bags. More confused now than ever, I raced back down the stairs and ran out the front door. When I got outside, I could see the line of people headed back towards the house. I didn't want to risk being seen running back to my car, and so I crouched by the side of the house and watched as the people walked back into the house in silence. I counted over 20 people, most of them children, and for a second the thought that these were somehow the same kids from the orphanage that burned down crossed my mind. When the last person went into the house, I ran back to my car and got inside, locking the doors. I sat in silence and waited for a few minutes for the house to disappear once again. Once it was gone, I drove back home, passing by exactly 5 dead bodies. I didn't think I would sleep that night, but I eventually passed out. The next morning, I found my bedroom window open and a letter on my desk. Dear Celine, sorry that we missed your visit last night. I'm sorry to say that we have moved to a different town now, as we got everything we came for. You must be alarmed by what you saw, and I honestly don't blame you. It would be an odd situation to walk into for anyone. I would, however, like it if you joined us. I have included the location of our next town. Come if you like. The vampire people. I fell asleep on the subway last night. Hey, sleeping beauty. My eyes fluttered open. I was crumpled on a subway bench, my head resting against the window. By now it was empty save for the girl who had just spoken. What time is it? I glanced at my phone. 9:32 p.m. Damn it, I had missed my stop. What's the next stop? Franklin. We'll be there in an hour. Franklin? I hadn't heard of that one before. I plopped back down in the seat and stared at the map on the wall. Thompson, Greenville. But I didn't see a Franklin. Heard you talking in your sleep, she said, drawing my eyes away from the map. Nice dream? Oh, it was nothing. To my surprise, she grinned, a wide, toothy grin that lit up her face. Oh, was it a sexy dream? The heat rose to my face. No. It's weird, telling you my dream. You're a stranger. True. But I don't have to be. She smiled at me, one finger twirling a lock of her black hair. I'm Angela. My heart fluttered. Mike. So, Mike, the subway lurched. The lights flickered, sputtered, and then went out. Angela? I said. Silence. A few lights zipped past the window, flashing the car in an eerie green. I could see the faint outlines of the benches, the poles, the windows, and a large, black shadow where Angela was sitting. Angela? I said, my voice shaking. And beside it, something metal, gleaming in the low light. I felt the air shift, as if something walked right by me. And then, a cold, bony hand on my shoulder. Get off me. I screamed. The lights flicked back on. Angela stood next to me, her hand on my shoulder. Did I scare you? She said, breaking into laughter. No, of course not. You just startled me, that's all. Right. I startled you, she said, snickering. Of course. I crossed my arms, but I couldn't stay mad at her. That pretty black hair, that infectious laugh. The subway lurched upwards. The black outside faded into the purple of night. Pines lined the track, their branches swaying in our wake. A small sign read, entering Ambleton County. I've never taken the subway this far, I said. Of course not. You city slickers never go out into the suburbs. Aren't you from the city, too? No, just visiting. My heart sank. Visiting? For how long? She laughed, a warm, tingling laugh that filled the entire car. Don't worry. We'll see enough of each other. What? We've still got almost an hour, stuck here. Oh, right, I laughed uneasily. How much longer do we have? I slipped the phone out of my pocket and turned it on. 9:32 p.m. Weird. So, Mike, tell me about yourself, she said, as the subway dipped back underground. I'm 27 years old, an accountant for Bauer and Hofstetler. No. I don't want the standard name, age, job. That's what resumes and obituaries are for. She leaned against me, ever so slightly, and I blushed. Really tell me about yourself. Your likes, your hopes, your dreams. Okay. On weekends, I play Magic the Gathering. No, that makes me sound so boring. I mean, I go kayaking with my cousin, upstate. I did do that, once. What else? To be honest, I always wanted to. I paused, glancing over at her. She smiled back, her brown eyes staring into mine. I always wanted to find that special someone. Did you? She said, her eyes sparkling. Maybe, I said, softly. Even in the terrible, fluorescent lighting, she was beautiful. Her warm smile, her brown eyes, and her talkativeness, which I at first found annoying, was actually quite fun. I extended my hand out to hers. The subway lurched. Reflexively, I turned back to the window. The black faded, again, as we resurfaced from underground. The pine swayed in the wind, and a sign approached, entering Ambleton County. Wait, we've already seen that sign, I said, yanking my hand away. Are you sure? My heart began to pound. I'm positive. I stood up, my knees shaking. Are we just going in circles? But I had not felt the subway turn, not once. Mike, Angela said, rushing over to me. I swatted her away, and ran to the windows. And that fallen pine, I remember it, too. The windows rattled under my fists. Calm down, she yelled. I backed away. You're in on this, I yelled, so loud that the car shook. Making small talk, keeping me distracted. To think, I was falling for you. Her eyes clouded with tears. Mike, please, she said, in a voice barely above a whisper. Where are you taking me? I yelled. I stared out the window, cupping my hands against the glass. Where in the hell? I stopped. The scenery of the trees, the moon, the sky, there was something terribly wrong. I squinted and my blood ran cold. They had no detail. The moon was just a white circle, all the craters were gone. The pine trees were just rough silhouettes. Angela, where are we going? I cried. My voice was softer now, stripped of its anger, replaced with gnawing fear. But her hands were already on my shoulders. I could feel her warmth, her calm permeating my body. She snuggled her head against me, and whispered, I'm taking you home. What are you talking about? But then I remembered. 9:32 p.m. A crushing pain in my chest. There was a terrible accident, she said, looking into my eyes. Such warm, beautiful, brown eyes. I blinked, and, for a second, I saw the black shadow in her place, holding a scythe. No, I yelled, tearing myself away from her. Mike, please, it's not your decision. I turned to the door. I took a deep breath. Shaking, I ran forward, ramming myself into it as hard as I could. I was flying, falling, out in the cold air. My eyes flew open. The air stung my lungs. He's alive. A flurry of sound, sirens, yells, screams. A rush of motion, as paramedics hoisted me onto a stretcher, asked me my name. As I was wheeled into the ambulance, I saw, out of the corner of my eye, a dark-haired girl, standing in the crowd. Watching me, found strange graffiti in a gas station bathroom. The car swung into the parking lot. The neon sign cut through the darkness, through the mist of drizzling rain. Try to be quick, Derek said, as the car rolled to a stop. We're running late. I told you, I'll just be a minute. I ran towards the convenience store, hands thrust in my pockets, rain dampening my hair. I hurried through the aisles of chips, chocolate, and Twinkies until I reached the bathrooms. Wow. I expected the bathroom to be bad, but not this bad. The walls were pocked with holes. The floor was covered in a sticky wet film. The place reeked of air freshener. There were only 2 stalls, one closed, the other open. I walked into the open one and plopped down on the cold toilet seat. As I went, I read the graffiti on the back of the stall door. It was full of the standard stuff. Declarations of love, Marissa J. That stupid, stylized S thing is all over the place. But the weirdest thing was a drawing that took up half the bathroom door. It was a drawing of a man in a suit, though clearly done by an amateur. The limbs were way out of proportion with the body, they were far too long. And, for some reason, the face had been scribbled out with a marker. I sighed and pulled on the toilet paper. The roll thumped underneath my fingers, as clumps of white fell into my hands. Then I saw it. There was writing down there, too, a few inches under the roll of toilet paper. 6 words, written in tidy, small handwriting. Don't look in the other stall. What does that mean? But I shrugged, pulled up my pants, and flushed the toilet. The noise echoed in the small room, bouncing off the metal and brick. I walked over to the sink, washed my hands, and glanced in the mirror. Writing in black, bold Sharpie caught my eye. A single sentence, just above the mirror, in the same tidy handwriting. Don't turn around. That's when I noticed the shadow in the second stall. It spilled out from underneath the metal door, stretching across the wet tiles. Okay, so someone's in the other stall, I told myself. Yet the bathroom was, and had been, perfectly silent. No footsteps. No humming. No awkward splashes. If someone was in there, they were deliberately staying silent. They didn't want me to notice them. Hello? I called, my voice sounding more fearful than I meant. No reply. There was only one way to find out if someone was there. I crouched down, inhaling breaths of stale piss, peering underneath the door. The edge of the toilet came into view, grime crusted on where it met the floor. Then the curve of the toilet bowl, white and glistening in the fluorescent lights. Then the edge of the toilet seat. Then I jumped back, nearly toppling onto the sticky ground. way at the back of the stall, up against the wall, were 2 feet, clad in men's black dress shoes. I whipped around. I ran over to the door and yanked the handle. It didn't move. What the f? I hissed under my breath. I gave it a few more tugs. It didn't budge. I grabbed my phone out of my pocket and dialed Derek's number, my nails racing against the screen. Derek? Derek, I'm locked in the bathroom. Footsteps sounded from the closed stall. The shadow shifted. What are you talking about, Amber? I can't get out of the bathroom. Someone's locked me in here. The slam of a car door came over the line. Derek's ragged breathing filled the earpiece, with the thumps of his hurried footsteps. Okay, I'm coming to get you. Don't freak out, the door probably just got stuck. He stopped. Derek? The store. It's locked. Bang on the door until someone opens it. I heard the thuds of his fist muffled through the door first, then through the earpiece a second later. No one's coming. I'm not sure anyone's in there. He panted. I whipped around. The sound of a lock disengaging. Coming from the stall. The 2 black shoes stuck out from under the door, shining in the fluorescent light. There's someone in the bathroom with me, I shouted into the phone. Pause. Amber, are you serious? The thumps from outside grew louder, as he pounded harder on the door. I yanked on the handle with all my strength. That's when I noticed another bit of graffiti, a short paragraph, in different handwriting, etched right above the handle. The first letter of each sentence was drawn over with marker, to make it bold. Right now, he's behind you under the door. You see his shadow? No, never let this door close. I heard the stall door swing open behind me. The clicking sound followed each step, the sound of his shoes unsticking from the tacky, grimy floor. The air shifted. The flowery smell of air freshener faded into the acrid smell of dust and decay. The room suddenly became hot and dry. Sweat beaded on my forehead. Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around. The footsteps came to a stop a few feet behind me. Silence. Then the loud rustling of clothing. I felt the air shift over my neck. I closed my eyes tight, utterly paralyzed. Don't turn around, don't turn. The bathroom door swung open. Derek. He grabbed my arm and pulled me into the blinding light of the store. He didn't let go of me until we were in the car, driving as fast as we could away from that place. After 20 minutes of stunned silence, as the dark scenery whipped by on the highway, I finally spoke. When you opened the door, what did you see? What do you mean? Did you see anyone in there with me? No. The bathroom was empty. But I mean, I didn't see him, Amber, he snapped back. And the door wasn't locked. It was just stuck. We fell into awkward silence. I stared out at the hills and pine trees whipping by in the dark. And as I watched, I realized something. I never told Derek it was a man in there with me. In the days since then, Derek has been acting stranger and a stranger. 2 days ago, I found him slumped against the toilet, muttering to himself. The day before that, he was knocking on the bathroom door for 10 minutes, claiming the door was locked. And yesterday, I thought I glimpsed 2 black men's shoes, sticking out from behind the shower curtain. Don't let the moon grant your wishes. The year was 2002. I was a young man who had become detached from a tour group in the midst of the Australian outback. After a few hours, I started to succumb to dehydration. I was envisioning a plodding, labored death in the heart of nowhere, but that didn't happen. It seemed like a mirage, but the moon spoke to me. Looking upon me with far-flung craters, which felt like remote eyes, the talking rock said it could save me. I followed a misty, moonlit trail across the arid landscape, and I eventually stumbled onto the town I'd been trying to find. Later that night, in my hotel bed, the moon called to me. It offered 3 wishes. I rushed to the window, confused as to how my replenished body, now fed and watered, could still be hallucinating. And yet, I somehow knew that it was real. I knew the moon had saved me from the desert. What do I have to lose by making some wishes to find out? So, I wished for 3 things: money, safety, health. The creature had many conditions, but I heeded the warnings from every story I'd ever been told about both genial and ghoulish genies. The moon made the parameters of its wish granting quite clear. No wishing for more wishes. No wishing for more wish granters. No wishing for things to give to other people. No wishing for anything that would contradict the laws of your natural realm. The ideal wishes seemed obvious. Money. More money than anyone could ever need. Obviously, I couldn't shower loved ones with wealth. I kept my job to support my family, but I used the riches to support my own needs. There's always a catch with wishing. Becoming the wealthiest man on earth will make me a target. When I realized that, I had the idea for my second wish. Safety. I was not asking for security beyond the laws of nature. I simply wanted assurance that my financial safety net, if it were ever discovered, would be protected. But what about security against the passage of time? I can't wish for immortality. I can employ the world's greatest doctors, of course, but that's not enough. Health. I specified to the moon that I was simply talking about safeguards that would abide by the laws of nature. For example, if I had a genetic proclivity towards developing certain diseases, either physical or mental, perhaps the wish granter could provide a cure. Perhaps the moon could simply conjure a cure for every ailment that could ever face a human being. The rock conceded that, even if there were no current cure for certain illnesses, it could provide a solution for every health problem that might befall a human being. The moon couldn't make me live forever, but it could ensure that I live for an absurdly long time. I thought I'd covered all of the bases. I truly believed I'd outsmarted some sort of deity. I was a fool. I never should have made any wishes, but I certainly shouldn't have made the 3rd wish. 20 years after my Australian encounter, my wealthy and healthy life took a sour turn. The moon ensured that there would always be a cure in place for any ailment I would face. It had abolished my mental illness, thanks to a wondrous pill that I wasn't permitted to share with others. So, this November, I wasn't fazed when my doctor gave a harrowing diagnosis. Congestive heart failure, the woman tentatively said. Not to worry, I thought. The wish granter will fix it. It gave me a pill for my mental well-being, and I'm sure it'll give me a new heart, too. Perhaps it'll simply grow one for me. I waited. Like a werewolf in a kennel, I howled at the unresponsive moon for attention. Nothing. After weeks without a solution, I started to feel consumed by dread. Has it forgotten about me? The wishes were supposed to apply for the rest of my life. Then, one night, the moon arrived. It didn't speak from the sky, this time. It spoke from the darkness of my house. A floorboard groaned in the far corner of the living room. Heart thumping rhythmically against my ribcage, I found myself staring into the depths of my lounge's darkened corner. Something was watching me. The direful creature I hadn't seen for 20 years. It had no eyes or discernible shape, but it had awful white lips, which glowed like a deformed moon in the night sky. Fear gripped me. It's you, I croaked. I am sorry, the creature wheezed. You do not have much time. There's a waiting list for heart transplants, but I thought you'd have some means of speeding things up, I replied, trembling at the hidden thing in the corner of my room. Yes, I must grant your desire. It is my only purpose, the moon's mouth maliciously whispered. A wish is a contract. I will find a heart for you. Before the creature evaporated, its white, lifeless lips curled upwards into a malevolent grin. The almost human expression filled me with a feeling of terror which cannot sufficiently translate into words. Suddenly, I realized the dread in my heart was more than dread. Oh, I thought, as I clutched my chest. It's happening. An invisible blade twisted into my heart, and I felt my body seize. Blackness swallowed my surroundings. My vision faded. Just one more time, I remember thinking. Let me see Wendy and Maisie one more time. When I woke, I was in a hospital room. My chest felt light. It was the healthiest I'd felt in weeks. Wendy was sitting at my bedside, tears flooding her vacant eyes, and a smile was forcefully painted on her pale face. You're awake, my wife whispered. I smiled. Hello, sweetheart. I must have given you a scare. I feel much better now, though, she sobbed and squeezed my hand with tremendous strength. There was love in that squeeze, but there was also rage. Inconsolable rage. They did it, honey. They gave you. You. She moaned like a wounded animal. You have a new heart. That explained the lightness in my chest, but it didn't explain the fear on my wife's face. Her agonized expression haunted me. Why is she so distraught? I wondered, shuddering. Wendy, I whispered. What's, Maisie? My wife interrupted, now bawling. This evening, she was in an accident. She didn't. Wendy didn't need to finish any of her sentences. I knew what had happened to our daughter. I knew whose heart was in my chest. I knew what the moon had done to grant my wish. Have you ever played Simon's Days? On an August afternoon in 2008, Richie Hall asked that benign question. Sitting atop a hill, I twisted my head away from the spectacular view of our town below and lifted an inquisitive eyebrow at my friend. We were only 10 years old, and my initial thought was that Richie had misspoken. Don't you mean Simon Says? I asked. Richie shook his head. Simon Stays. No, I answered. I've never played that. Daniel told me about it, Richie continued. He said it's only for adults. Ew. This isn't going to be like the time that, it's not, Amber, Richie interrupted. I still have nightmares of those two girls and, it's not, Richie adamantly reiterated. It's a game for adults. Are you an adult, Amber? I frowned. No, Richie, and neither are you. But I'm old enough to know that urban legends are dumb. Richie huffed. You're worse than Daniel. Don't you want to prove that we're as brave as that smug prick? I just know that anything he's suggested must be either dangerous or disgusting, usually a combination of the two, I said. Why don't I show you how it works? Then you can decide whether you want to play, Richie suggested. He had a feverish look in his eyes. I'd seen it countless times. He was wonderful in so many ways, but the boy always had something to prove, and that often hampered his rationality. Something which became all too clear to me when my dear friend began to speak in tongues. I've no idea what Richie said, but I wouldn't dare to repeat it. Some readers might have reckless ideas. Anyway, after several minutes of chanting that chilled my flesh, Richie stopped and looked at me. Want to play? He asked. I gulped and nodded. I'm not sure why. Curiosity or hypnosis. Take your pick. Something drove me to join Richie on his hellish quest. Firstly, we choose a place to seek him. Let's hope he's listening, Richie said. Simon Stays. In the graveyard. The town church sat at the foot of the hill. My friend leapt to his feet, pointing at the steeple which loomed above the overgrown graveyard. As he started to stomp down the hill, my chest tightened. I don't want to do this, I said. Graveyards aren't scary, Richie assured me. You don't need to be afraid. You know why I don't want to go down there, I muttered. It was where my mother was buried. And when Richie remembered that, he hung his head in shame. Listen, Simon Stays. It's more than a game. If we find him, Simon can answer any and all questions. Come with me, and you can finally find peace, Richie said, stretching a hand toward me. Who is Simon? I whispered. Let's find out, he replied. Eyeing the setting sun, which fell from a reddening sky, I held my friend's hand and descended the hill toward our sleepy town. In the decaying light, the graveyard became more than a sea of headstones. It was a shadowy chasm in the earth. A gateway to hell itself. Perhaps I blindly followed Richie through the gate into that darkened graveyard because I'd always loved him. Perhaps 10-year-olds have a natural tendency to act foolishly. Whatever the case, I squeezed Richie's hand tightly as we wandered and weaved through the headstones. What are we hoping to find? I shakily asked. There came a wheeze from a nearby gravestone. In horror, I turned my head, but there was nothing to be seen. And then Richie's hand slipped out of mine. When I twisted to face him, he was sprinting into the night. Richie? I called after him. Don't leave me here. Can't you hear Simon? Richie cried joyously. He's going to answer my questions. I lost sight of my friend behind some gravestones, and I ran after him with trembling legs. The lightless graveyard had already terrified me, but it plunged to a new level of horror once I was alone. I shrieked Richie's name until my throat went dry. He'd vanished from sight, and every part of my body was screeching at me to go home. I knew my father would be worrying. But then I heard a sound. A hum tune. It sounded vaguely like a dissonant version of a children's lullaby, though I couldn't place which one, and it only unsettled me more deeply. When Richie finally emerged from the shadows, I screamed. His skin had withered, and he had inexplicably aged. but he looked older than any living human, hundreds of years old, as if he had spent centuries learning terrible truths from Simon. This impossibility had ridden Richie of his humanity, and the decrepit figure filled me with terror beyond comprehension. "What happened to you?" I asked. Richie smiled a yellow, toothy grin. "Simon answers all questions, but everyone stays. And you'll stay, Amber, when he's answered your questions." "I don't want answers," I whimpered, backing away from the abomination that used to be my friend. In the dim moonlight, I started to notice the full extent of his dreadful features. His pupils were black saucers that spanned most of his eyes. But it was a black fullness, not emptiness. They were eyes of knowledge. Too much knowledge, it seemed. "Too late. You're playing the game?" Richie giggled. "Simon must answer your question. And when he does, you must stay here. Forever. For his knowledge is too great to fall upon the ears of those outside our little game. It's a secret, Amber. Can you keep a secret?" I darted as fast as my legs could carry me. I heard a howl from the inhuman Richie, and he scurried after me. I didn't turn around to verify that. I had to trust my ears. The graveyard gate was in sight, but Simon had transformed my friend into an unstoppable machine. He was hot on my heels. I only had one shot at freedom, and it was based on an unsubstantiated hunch. Richie was trapped in the graveyard. When that green, rusting gate opened and closed behind me, I turned and breathed a sigh of relief. Richie didn't follow me. I eyed the subhuman monstrosity that used to be my dearest friend. It didn't cross the boundaries of the graveyard, but the gaze from its egregious eyes was enough to haunt me. I winced, bracing for a bony hand to slither over the gate and seize me by the neck. Instead, Richie, or the thing that used to be Richie, spun around and fled. To this day, nobody has been able to locate my missing childhood friend. Only I know the truth. Richie stays. In the graveyard. Hush, little baby. Dear diary. We're going on a vacation. I'm really surprised because Daddy said we didn't have the money for a summer vacation this year, but he came home today and told me Mommy to start packing. I don't know where we're going yet, but I can't wait. I filled my suitcase to the brim with my clothes. Daddy hasn't said how long we'll be gone yet. I wonder if we're going to see Grandma and Grandpa down in Florida? I hope so. They promised the next time I came down they'd take me to Disney World. I've always wanted to go. Mommy's really tired, so I'm trying to help her pack, but she keeps saying don't worry and sends me back to my room. I wonder if the baby will be born in Florida. Gotta go. Dad's coming down the hall. He wants to get going. Bethany. Dear diary. We're on the road. Boy, we packed a lot of stuff into the van. Dad's put on my favorite playlist so we can sing Let It Go on the way to Disney World. He hasn't said that's where we're going yet, but I just know it. Why else would we pack so much? I get to take up the whole back seat. When it's nighttime, Dad usually lets me unbuckle so I can sleep. It's always so hard sleeping in the car though. I hope Mom doesn't need to puke. When she first told me that I was getting a little brother or sister, she was nonstop barfing. Blake. Barf is gross. Oh, I think we're meeting with Uncle Harry and our cousins on the way down too. I hope Uncle Harry brings his camper. We're not allowed to stay in it while it's moving, but maybe if I ask really nicely. Bethany. Dear diary. I get to stay in the camper. It was getting dark by the time we met up with Uncle Harry. Traffic was really bad today and Dad had to keep turning off Frozen so he could check on the radio. I don't know why, I think he wanted to hear the traffic reports. For some reason, Auntie Debbie isn't here. I tried to ask Uncle Harry why she wasn't, but he seemed grumpy, so I just played Go Fish with Kevin and Macy. Kevin didn't even call it a baby game this time, so that was fun. Macy said she thinks her mommy was working at the hospital when it was time to go. That's really sad. She's gonna miss Mickey Mouse. Bethany. Dear diary. Ugh. I'm so bored. We've been on the road for 2 days and I'm already so bored. I think Uncle Harry's sad about something. He keeps crying at night and not looking at Macy. Whenever I get carsick and try to look out the window when we've stopped, he snaps at me to keep the blind shut. Kevin's sad too. He's pretending like he's not crying, but I can hear him in the bathroom sometimes. I think he really misses his mom. Macy misses her too, but she's not crying. I don't want to play more Go Fish, but there's no internet out here, so I can't watch anything on YouTube. This is gonna be a long trip. Bethany. Dear diary. I think I saw someone who was sick today. We were stopped at a gas station to load up on snacks. I think we were the only ones there because I didn't see anyone else. I was playing Barbies with Macy just outside the camper and we were pretending to be dragon riders when I heard something. I looked up and I saw a lady walking up. She didn't look very good. Her skin was all gross and her eyes were leaking green and white goo, sorta like whenever I have a cut that gets infected. She looked really scary. I yelled for Kevin and he poked his head out to see her getting closer. I think he was scared. He grabbed me by the hair and Macy too, pulling us in and yelling to his dad that one of them was out there. I dropped my Barbie and asked Kevin to go get it because I didn't want to see that ugly lady anymore, but he told me to shut up. He must have felt bad because after his dad came back, he went and got my doll. I don't know what happened to that lady, but she was gone. I think Uncle Harry told her to go away. Bethany. Dear diary. We're not going to Disney World. Daddy held a powwow when we stopped for the night to tell us why we were on vacation. It's not a vacation. People are getting sick and they're becoming very dangerous. If we're too loud, they'll come and they'll hurt us. The sick people are attracted to noise and they're very dangerous. They could get us sick too. I don't want to get sick, so I want to be quiet. Aunt Debbie died. That's why Kevin and Uncle Harry have been so sad. They told me and Macy at the same time. One of the sick people hurt her really badly while she was at work. She's in heaven now with Great Aunt Julia and my dog Bucket. I'm gonna miss Aunt Debbie. She always liked singing in the car with us, even though she sang really badly. Macy cried until she fell asleep. I haven't cried yet. I feel really sad, but I can't cry. I hope I'm not broken. Bethany. Dear diary. I'm not broken, it just took a while. I was eating breakfast with Kevin and Macy when I started bawling my eyes out. I'm never going to see Aunt Debbie again. She's not gonna get to see Mommy's baby. And I'm scared that I'll get sick too and hurt Macy and Kevin and Mommy. Macy hugged me better and told me that I wasn't ever gonna get sick. We have her daddy and my daddy and they'll make sure we're safe. That made me feel better. I think mommy's scared about the baby. We can't go to a hospital so she can have it. I hope she'll be okay. Bethany. Dear diary. Mommy's having the baby right now. She's hurting really badly, but she's trying not to scream so the zombies, that's what Kevin says they are, don't find us. I feel really bad for her. I gotta stay in the truck right now. I'm keeping a lookout for zombies with Macy and Kevin. Haven't seen any though. Just a lot of empty road and no cars. It's super quiet. Take that back, mommy just screamed. Kevin has his dad's gun in his hand and he's looking scared. I'm a little scared too, but I know we'll be okay. Bethany. Dear diary. I have a little brother. I'm so happy. We're all really happy. He's so tiny and bald. He's got like maybe 5 hairs on his head, and dad told me to stop exaggerating, but it's true. I love him so much. I want him to be safe, and I promised mommy that I'll do my best to make sure he's happy. Mommy's tired, but she smiled so wide when I said that. My brother's named Nathan. I love him so much. Bethany. Dear diary. It's been a crazy few days. Nathan really likes to cry a lot. Dad says I wasn't this fussy, but I think he's stressed out. We've seen a lot more zombies lately now that we're getting closer to a town and they can hear Nathan crying. Uncle Harry and Dad go out when they start getting too close to bashing in their heads with a baseball bat. It's a lot quieter than the gun, which can only be used in emergencies. I'm not allowed to look outside when they're getting rid of the zombies, but sometimes I take a peek. I always knew my dad was strong. Ugh, Nathan's crying again. Mommy says he's having trouble latching. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna have a headache if Nathan keeps crying. Bethany. Dear diary. Uncle Harry, Daddy, and Kevin are going into town. They have to get baby supplies. Mom is letting me and Macy take care of Nathan while she's on the lookout. I get to be a babysitter for my brother. Macy doesn't like holding him. She says he kinda stinks, but I love holding him. He's so still and he just looks at me and I love it so much. Because he loves me too. It's getting dark. I hope Daddy gets home soon. Bethany. Dear diary. It's been 2 days. Daddy and everyone else aren't back yet. Mommy's really scared. She's tried calling them a few times, but they don't pick up. It just rings out. She's crying. I'm so scared that my daddy's dead. Nathan needs to stop crying. The zombies are getting closer. And mommy isn't strong enough to use the bat to bash in their heads. Bethany. Dear diary. Daddy's back. Everyone's okay. And they brought back so much stuff. I get to have potato chips at dinner tonight. I'm so excited. Kevin told me what happened. They got cornered in a building and had to wait for the right moment to book it. It was so scary, he said, but it sounds exciting. I'm glad everyone's not hurt though. Nathan's a lot happier that Daddy's back too, I think. I can't wait for potato chips. I have to wait until Daddy and Uncle Harry clear away the zombies though. No dinner until we're safe. Bethany. Dear diary. We didn't have dinner last night. Uncle Harry's dead. He got torn to pieces in front of the camper. We thought the zombies were all gone, but they weren't, and Uncle Harry was heading on back when they all attacked him at once and they bit his neck and there was so much blood and it was so horrible. There was nothing Daddy could do. We all cried last night as we drove away. We couldn't even bury him. We had to leave him behind. Macy and Kevin don't have a mommy or a daddy anymore. I don't have an uncle anymore. Daddy doesn't have a brother anymore. I wish we were going to Disney instead. Bethany. Dear diary. Mommy says that Nathan has colic. I think that just means he cries a lot. Kevin's teaching me and Macy how to drive the camper. He no longer teases us or calls our dolls stupid. He makes sure we have plenty to eat and reminds us to be quiet. I keep waking up in the night crying. Kevin once had to smush a pillow into my face to keep me quiet because he couldn't wake me up. I can't stop thinking about Uncle Harry. How much it hurt when the zombies ate him. Why is this happening to us? And why can't Nathan stop crying? Bethany. Dear diary. Mommy and Daddy are going to get more supplies. Nathan needs more formula and diapers. Kevin is going to keep lookout while they're gone. Macy and I are going to watch the baby. He won't stop crying. We're trying so hard, but he won't be quiet. We're trying to feed him, but he won't eat, and he won't nap, and his diaper's clean, and I don't know what to do. I keep asking Kevin, but he doesn't know either. I heard Daddy tell Kevin we have to leave if they're not back in 2 days. I hope Daddy comes back in time. Bethany. Dear diary. I'm an unaliver. I unalived Nathan. It was an accident. The zombies were getting close. Kevin was in the front with his bat prepped and Nathan just wouldn't stop crying. Macy was crying too. She was so scared they were going to get inside to get to the noise and then the zombies would eat us all up. I didn't know what to do, so I decided to make Nathan quieter by covering his face with a pillow. It worked. He stopped crying. But when I took the pillow away, his lips were blue and he wasn't breathing. I tried to wake him up, but he wouldn't wake up. I shouted for Kevin and he tried to wake Nathan up, but he couldn't. I unalived my little brother. I'm so sorry, Nathan. It wasn't your fault you were colic. Why? But it is my fault for not being able to help you. Bethany. Dear diary. We had a funeral for Nathan today. I wasn't allowed to be a part of it. I had to stay in the trailer. Mommy hit me when she found out what happened. Kevin tried to take the blame, but I couldn't let him do that. It wouldn't be fair. I unalived Nathan. Not Kevin. Mommy hates me now. Whenever I say something, she tells me to shut up. She hates me. I hate me too. I think Macy hates me too. She doesn't want to play with me anymore. Daddy just makes sure I eat, even though I don't want to. He doesn't talk to me. I think the only person who likes me now is Kevin. After dark, I'll sneak out and put my favorite doll on Nathan's grave. So he isn't alone when we leave. Bethany. Dear diary. Mommy isn't doing well. She keeps snapping and yelling at everyone, even though Daddy has to remind her that she has to be quiet or the zombies will get us. Last night I woke up and she was standing over my bed. I sat up and asked why she was up. She just glared and stomped back to bed and started crying again. I just make things worse by being here. Bethany. Dear diary. I think Mommy tried to unalive me today. I was washing up at a creek we stopped by when my head was shoved down below the water. I couldn't breathe. I tried to scream, but I just got a mouthful of mud. I thought I was going to drown. Then I was let go and I popped back up so I could scream. Mommy was being dragged away by Kevin. Kevin was calling her a lot of mean words I can't repeat, but I can write down. Jerk was one of them. He called her a jerk a lot. Mommy just cried and screamed nonsense, so we had to get out of there quickly so the zombies couldn't find us. My mouth still tastes like dirt. Mommy's just sitting on the couch and staring at me. Kevin won't leave my side. I'm glad there's someone who loves me still. Bethany. Dear Diary. We're almost to Florida. Maybe we can make it to Disney after all. Bethany. Dear Diary. My parents forgot me. We stopped at an abandoned motel. There was no one there except for a few zombies, and Kevin cared for them. He's so strong. I went to sleep in a bed last night. Macy was next to me. But when I woke up this morning I was alone, with my backpack full of my favorite toys and my favorite foods. The camper's gone. They'll realize I'm gone soon and come back, right? Bethany. Dear Diary. It's been 2 days. I've spotted a few zombies, but they don't come close. They don't realize I'm here. I'm excellent at being quiet. I'm still waiting for my mom and dad. I'm searching the motel for more food so I don't go hungry. At least the sink works so I'm not thirsty. Bethany. Dear Diary. It's been 5 days. They have to come back soon. They have to. Bethany. Dear Diary. It's been 2 whole weeks. I think I found all the food that's left here. And Mommy and Daddy aren't ever coming back. So I gotta go find them. I packed my bag as full as possible and we'll start walking today. Maybe they'll still be going to Disney, and we can meet there. I'm so sorry, Mommy and Daddy, for unaliving Nathan. But maybe when I find you again, you'll forgive me. Bethany. I moved into the cat lady's house. I bought my very first house last month. I had to sit in my car for a few minutes. I was just in awe for a few minutes that this house was mine. It was one of those things that I wanted since I was a kid, as stupid as it is my very own house. And I got it for a steal. The previous owner had just gone into hospice and her son just needed to get rid of it. Dylan was waiting for me when I got there. He was a really sweet guy who was just going through one of the roughest times a person can. He welcomed me in, offered to help me sort through the furniture to see what I was going to pitch and which I was going to keep. He wasn't the sentimental type when it came to flower-printed couches. I had just laughed and was about to tell him yes when something large ran past my leg and raked its claws down my leg. I screeched, hopping up on a chair and pulling up my pant leg to assess the damage. That was one deep cut, and I looked over at that flower-printed couch to see the furry culprit. A gargantuan calico cat, with the most angry amber eyes and the meanest face I'd ever seen on a cat. Goliath. That's where you are. Dylan attempted to reach for the cat, who just hissed at him and bolted down the hallway, and I heard him zip up the stairs. Goliath? I questioned as I sat down on the chair and so carelessly leapt on. Dylan held up a finger before he went to the bathroom and brought me a wet rag to care for my ankle. Then he told me about Goliath. His mom had always loved cats, but the accident that unalived her husband also unalived her 3 cats. Dylan, all sorts of messed up from the grief of losing his father, ended up pulling away from his mom and moving across the country to go to college. By the time he sorted himself and returned home several years down the line, his mother had taken in the feral Tom. He's always suspicious of strangers, but he'll warm up to you soon enough. When you can get him calmed down, call me, and I'll take him to the shelter. I'd rather not have Goliath chew up animal control. Besides, he's a good cat. He saved my mom. I think if he hadn't shown up, my mom would have died from loneliness. I don't know how anyone could be friends with that jackbutt Tom. That night when I was about to go to bed, I found him again. Sitting on my bed, staring at me with an unalive glare. I sat down on the bed, the hair on my neck standing straight up as Goliath growled at me. Stop that, I shook my finger at the angry cat. I thought male cats couldn't be calico. Well, they can be, but the few that are typically infertile or have a bunch of other issues. Almost as if he understood what I said, the hair on his neck went flat and he stopped growling, like I took the wind out of his sails. That made me snort, but I held firm. Now, Dylan's going to pick you up the moment he can, whether you like it or not. I don't want a cat. Not now. Capiche? Goliath responded by flicking his tail before grooming one of his front paws. I sighed and pulled myself under the covers, feeling a bit silly for talking to a cat. Good night, Goliath, I said. That first week was a nightmare. Other than that initial conversation before bedtime, Goliath spent all his time hiding under thing and waiting for the right moment to come out and bat his paws at me. My ankles and calves were covered in scratches. I complained about his guerrilla warfare to Dylan, and I think he was trying hard not to laugh even as he offered his sympathies. It was irritating and I couldn't wait for Goliath to take a damn chill pill so Dylan could send him to the shelter. It was exactly 1 week after I moved in that I woke up to hear Goliath yowling. At first I thought he was just being pissy and this was his new attack on me. But as it carried on, I felt like he sounded sad. Just sad. I ended up getting up and checking to see what was wrong. Goliath was sitting on the windowsill in the living room. For a cat of his mass he was surprisingly agile. He continued to cry and my heart melted. Here I was, being all ticked at this cat when no doubt he just missed his previous owner. I don't know what possessed me to pick up Goliath and carry him to the couch for some much needed cuddle time, but he didn't try to hurt me. I stroked his ears and softly told him he was okay, that all was going to be okay. Goliath just repeatedly headbutted me in the chest as his cries quieted. We both ended up falling asleep on the couch. My neck and back were unaliving me by morning, but Goliath was still asleep as I grabbed my phone off the side table where I'd left it charging the night before and I called Dylan. Hey, Goliath stopped being so angry. I think now would be the time to take care of him, I said, quietly so as not to wake him up. Dylan was quiet for a few seconds before I heard him take a deep, shuddering breath. Yeah, I can't. Not now, my mom went last night. Just passed away in her sleep. I'm sorry, he said. I looked down at the sleeping cat in my lap. Oh, it's fine. He can stay here then for a bit more. I'm so sorry. He just hums before he hung up. I looked down at the slumbering Goliath and decided to head to the pet store after showering. Whether I liked it or not, I now had a damn cat. I wondered if Goliath knew if he'd lost his owner, that he was mourning her last night. Now I know he did. There was another reason I got this house for as cheap as I did about 2 years ago. There were a bunch of unsolved disappearances and unalives in the area. Heck, the next door neighbors lost their 3 oldest kids to some sort of wild animal attack before they just vanished themselves. Creepy, but I'm not the kind of person who gives a poop about that sort of thing. So someone may have died on this street. Big whoop, people die all the time. But Goliath was different. I think I always knew he was different. I talked with him all the time and he always seemed to be listening. I usually talked to him about how work was going, what I would make for dinner, or what was going on in the book I was reading. Sometimes we talked about more serious things, about my depression and how hard it made it to get up in the morning sometimes, about how I always wondered if moving out to this small town was the right choice, how I really wanted to be a writer instead of an accountant, but I lived comfortably because of accounting and I wouldn't as a writer. Goliath was a great listener. Never said anything back, but he was a cat after all. Last Saturday night though, someone broke into my house. I had fallen asleep on the couch watching Netflix. Goliath had just gone out the back cat door to do his night prowls. I was alone. I woke up when I heard someone going through something in the kitchen. My half-asleep brain first thought it was Goliath just trying to get into the cat food, so I stumbled my way over there to tell his dumb butt to knock it off. Instead of an oversized house cat though, I saw a figure with a black ski mask holding one of my kitchen knives. I tried to bolt back to the living room to get my phone but didn't get too far when I felt something cold slice through my back and impale me through the shoulder. It's not like I had a reference for what being stabbed felt like. I didn't even realize I had been until I fell to my knees, barely able to even breathe much less scream. My attacker pulled the knife back out and I looked up and saw the glint of the blood-covered blade preparing to make another strike. I couldn't move. My dumb butt didn't fight or run. I just laid there like a complete waste of space while the knife came down again, or it would have if Goliath hadn't pounced his arm and sunk his teeth right into his skin. The guy shouted and shook the infuriated cat off, Goliath smacking into the kitchen cabinet before sinking to the ground. I scrambled as fast as I could to the hallway, blood dripping down my arm as I scrambled to get away. The sound that came from Goliath as he got back to his feet. House cats don't make that sound. Tigers, maybe. Goliath growled again. I felt the temperature of the room raise as cats just started pouring into my house. Through the open window, my attacker had probably come through the cat door. Hell, some even pawed their way up from the basement one way or another. They ignored me as they surrounded Goliath and the intruder. What the duck? Goliath roared, his tail whipping back and forth as he paced around his prey. The guy gulped before looking down at me. Call him off. Call your effing demon cat off. I coughed and shook my head. He's not mine, I said before I began pulling my body down the hallway. I made it to my bedroom and heard my attacker screech in horror before I lost consciousness. I don't know how long I was out, but I woke up to Goliath licking the wound on my back. I only saw what Goliath was for a second. I'd seen tigers at the zoo smaller than he was, his black fur thick as a wolf's and the orange patches now glowing like magma. Those fiery eyes flicked up at mine. I blinked, and he was back to being a normal if not slightly oversized house cat. I don't know what he did to my back, but the stab wound's gone. Just a scar now. I'd want to believe it was a dream, but although my kitchen was mostly clean, a few swaths of blood were left under the table. And I now have like 4 other cats living in my house. One of them had the nerve to have its babies under my sink, so I have to find homes for the fuzzy freeloaders. While I lounged in the living room, I saw one of them hack up what I think was a finger. It scarfed it back up before I got a good look. I turned and looked at Goliath, who was perched on the couch arm. Just what the hell are you? Did that old lady who lived here before even know? Goliath just looked at me, and I swore he winked before yawning and dragging his claws down my couch arm. At least I don't have a body to clean up. And I'll never need a guard dog with this butthole cat in my home. We were digging a hole, and we accidentally let something out. 11:50 p.m. It started with a simple text to the group chat. It was sent by Ella at 11:34 p.m. and simply asked, is anyone awake? As luck would have it, we were all awake, all 6 of us. Once we replied, Ella followed up with another text. This one was of a location, a large empty field off the side of one of the main roads. And about 10 minutes later, we were all at the field, standing around while Ella pulled multiple shovels out of her truck. Harvey pulled out 2 fold-out chairs from his car and set them up near the area where we had all parked our cars. I took a seat in one and watched as the rest of them helped Ella. It was like some kind of bizarre supernatural occurrence. That's as best as I can describe the unanimous overwhelming feeling to dig. And now we're digging a hole. Correction, they're digging a hole. I'm still sitting in the fold-out chair, watching them. It's past midnight now, and the hole is pretty deep. If I had to guess, I'd say maybe a couple of feet, like 5 or 6. I don't even know how they dug this much this fast, but they did and they haven't stopped. I've also had the urge to dig, like the others, but there's a small part of me, a tiny part, that's telling me not to, and for some reason, I feel like I should listen to it. They haven't asked me to help. When they started digging, Maria handed me a shovel, but it's still on the ground near my feet waiting for me to pick it up and use it. No one said a word the entire time we've been here. It's fascinating, the sort of trance that they're all in, and I'm wondering what it was that compelled them to dig. It can't have been a coincidence, the fact that we all happened to be awake at the same time and decided to all sneak out and come out here to dig, no questions asked. I get up every few minutes and wander over to the hole to get a look at their work so far, but there's not much to see. I mean, it's a giant deep hole that they've been going in for the past hour or so. It's not exactly breaking news, you know? It's strikingly calm out here in the dead of night. I can count on one hand the number of cars that have passed through here since we arrived, and all I can really hear out here is the chirping of crickets and the sounds of shovels breaking through the dirt, followed by the sound of the dirt being thrown out of the hole. A few minutes ago a thought came into my head. How the duck are they going to get back out of the hole? It's a few inches taller than all of them now, and I'm trying to think of ways that they could get out. I guess it's a good thing that I stayed out here. They're probably going to need my help when they're done. If they ever decide to stop, that is. Right now there seems to be no sign of that. They don't appear to be tired even though they haven't stopped digging for even a second since they started. 1:42 a.m. I got up to check on them again just a second ago, and the hole has got to be over 10 feet deep now. I don't even know how they managed to get that far down, but they're still going. I'm starting to get a bit worried now, as I don't know how they're going to get out of this. Even with my help from out here, it's not going to be easy. There's no rope or anything for them to use to get out, and if they keep going, it's just going to be that much harder for them to get back up here. I find myself reaching for the shovel every once in a while, to help. But I manage to stop myself right before I start walking towards the hole. I would have to jump down now to even get in, and it's a big fall now. The calmness of the night has started to feel unsettling. I keep expecting something to happen. I don't know what I'm waiting for, but it isn't something good. I can't help but notice how much sweatier my palms have gotten in the last couple of minutes. I keep having to stop to wipe them on my sweats. My shoulders feel tense, and I feel like I just drank all the caffeine in the world. I'm trying to focus on taking deep breaths. All I can smell is the scent of soil around me. I keep scanning the road and the rest of the field, but nothing has changed. The only things around are our cars and the billboard for a law firm at the other end of the field. There's a gas station across the field, but it's been closed for a couple of months now, so there's no one around the area. The nearest homes are about a 5-minute walk from here, so a heavy, chilling silence hangs over the area. There's an intersection near the right side of the field, and I keep finding myself entranced by the changing lights. It's odd how long a green light seems to last when you're not driving. 3 a.m. they're still digging. They haven't stopped once, and I'm starting to get the feeling that something is wrong. The last time I approached the hole to see their process, the most intense feeling of fear fell over me and nearly knocked me off my feet. I got increasingly more anxious the closer I got until I was dragging myself and hyperventilating. I managed to get a peek into the hole, and they seemed to be miles away from the surface now. I felt the knot in my stomach turn into nausea and emptied my stomach to the side of the hole before crawling back to my chair, where I had to close my eyes and breathe to get my surroundings to stop spinning. Once I calmed down, I opened my eyes again and took a look around. Nothing had changed, except now the sounds of their digging were quieter and much further away. I keep reaching for the shovel even though I don't want to. At one point, I found myself walking towards the hole, holding the shovel, with no memory of ever getting up. I threw the shovel over the hole to the other side of the field, and the same feeling as before washed over me. I ran away, back to my spot on the chair before it got as bad as the last time. I'm starting to think I should go home, but I can't bring myself to leave my friends behind. 4:14 a.m. The sun is going to rise in a bit over an hour, and the street will start to get busy. Maybe they'll stop by then and somehow get out. I made my way to the edge of the hole again earlier. I just slowly inched towards it, thinking that maybe the feeling wouldn't hit me all at once if I took my time getting there, and I was surprisingly correct. I stood at the edge and looked down into the tunnel they had now created. I couldn't even see them anymore, and the only reason I knew that they were still there was because of the faint sounds of their shovels hitting the earth beneath them. I could vaguely catch glimpses of Renata's blonde hair when the moonlight hit it at a specific angle, but that was pretty much it, and I wondered how they could keep going when they were as blind in the dark as I was. I saw a man walking on the other side of the road earlier, but he didn't seem to notice me. Or perhaps he just didn't care. Not many others have passed through here, but I know the street will become much more alive once everyone is up and on their morning commute to work. Now that I think about it, I can't remember if I work today. I guess that's not important right now. I found a flashlight and some rope in Rogelio's car, but it was no longer long enough to help them get up. I'm still waiting for them to stop and realize how far down they've gone and start asking me for help, but that doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon. 5:59 a.m. The sun was supposed to rise at 5:51 a.m. I looked it up. I suppose I can't exactly say that it didn't rise, because it technically did. It's up in the sky, a burning ball of light, but it isn't illuminating anything. The sky looks like someone pinned a round, yellow circle on a black background and called it a day. There's no light in the sky except for the small circle that is supposed to be the sun. Everything is still black. And they're not done digging. I'm starting to get hungry, but I feel bad about leaving my friends behind. Even if I no longer think they're ever going to come back up. The streets are still empty, which is really bizarre. People should be getting up for work now, and yet the day is still. I was thinking about whether or not I should leave now, and that's when they started crying. It was very soft at first, and I almost missed it, but when I focused it was clear that it was coming from inside the earth. I approached it carefully, but the volume of the crying didn't really change much, and I realized it was because it wasn't just coming from inside the hole, it was coming from underground, all over. It had to have been at least a few dozen voices, their sobs ripping through the earth. I ran towards the hole and looked down, using the flashlight to get a better look around. They were dead. All 6 of them were laying on their backs, deep in the earth, bloody and staring up at me. And yet I could still hear the faint sound of shovels working their way through the dirt. I backed away and ran to my car, and right as I got in I felt the ground begin to shake. I started my car and pulled out of the field and onto the road, heading home. As I got further away from the field, I glanced back at the field through my rearview mirror to see 2 smoky hands coming out of the hole. I need to whisper. The people started running down the street at 10:30, and I know that because that's the time that Jerry Springer starts. I had just sat down on the couch and was getting comfortable when the heavy sound of dozens of footsteps stole my attention away from the TV. I got up, annoyed, and looked out the front window, which had a clear view of the sidewalk and road in front of my house. Out there, I saw a few of my neighbors running down the road in front of my house. They appeared to be running from something, although they weren't screaming or anything like that, just looking back as they ran in a group down the road. I got closer to the window and leaned forward to get a better look down the road, in the direction that everyone was coming from, but there was nothing weird or out of the ordinary that I could see. I decided that I should go outside and try to find out what was going on, but as I looked from the TV to the door, I felt less inclined to check out the cause of the commotion. Maybe it was safer for me to stay inside. But if that was true, then why was everyone else running? I walked over to the door as 2 women started fighting on Springer, and opened it, stepping out onto my front porch. I looked to the left and saw the crowd of people now at the end of the street. I looked to the right and saw nothing. I shivered as I stood there, and then realized that it was a lot colder than usual for the time of day. I pulled down the rolled up sleeves of my sweater and closed my front door behind me, as I walked off the porch and onto the lawn. As I walked towards the sidewalk, I saw Frida, another one of my neighbors, coming down the road. She looked back every few seconds, her curly red hair whipping onto her face each time, and causing her to slow down in order to move it. "Hey," I shouted at her. Her head snapped in my direction and her eyes widened as she placed her index finger on her lips. "Why are you running?" I asked. A little quieter, she lifted her finger and placed it back on her lips multiple times, narrowing her eyebrows in anger. I lifted my arms in a shrug, trying to silently question the reason for the running. She stopped as she reached me, and leaned in. "Shh, you need to whisper," she hissed. "Why?" She looked at me shocked as if I had just said something offensive. She opened her mouth, about to answer my question, but looked back down the street once more and then took off running even faster. I stepped out onto the road and faced the direction that Frida had looked, but there was nothing out of the usual. I was looking at the same street, the same suburban homes with cookie-cutter lawns and SUVs in the driveways. There was nothing there. But that's when it hit me. There was nothing there. There, at the other end of the street, where Berkeley Road began, there was nothing. No darkness, just nothing. It was difficult to process what I was looking at because there wasn't anything for me to see. The sky ended, the sidewalk and the road ended, the houses ended, and everything was replaced with emptiness. It was almost like a white screen, but it appeared to have more dimension to it, as if you could walk through the nothingness if you tried. It was unsettling, sure, but certainly not a reason for everyone to flee their homes and take off running down the street. I'm not sure how long I stood in the middle of the road, staring into oblivion, but when I finally snapped out of it and turned around to head back into my house, I realized that things had changed. Smoke clouded the sky, and in my yard stood a child that I had never seen before in my life. I approached him slowly and carefully, not knowing what to expect. "Who are you? Are you lost?" I asked. He lifted a dirty finger and placed it on his lips. "You need to whisper." "Why?" I asked. "So that she doesn't hear you." "Who?" The child pointed up at the sky behind me, and I turned to see what looked like a giant hand made up of smoke descend down to the ground, pounding on the road and creating shockwaves that sent me flying backward onto my lawn. My ears rang as my head made contact with the ground and my vision blurred as I looked up at the child standing above me. His lips were moving, but I couldn't hear what he was saying through the ringing and my pulse pounding in my ears. Above him, the sky became darker and lightning began to light up across it. I watched as a strike of lightning hit a tree across the street, igniting it. I tried to roll over onto my side so that I could get up and move, but it was dizzying. I shut my eyes for a few seconds and opened them again, watching the child above me morph into a cloud of gnats in the shape of a child's body, before flying upwards and blending into the gray above. I rolled my head to the left and saw the crowd of people now running back down the street, toward the direction that they had originally come from. But they were no longer running in a group down the road, they were running wildly, some through the lawns, some on the sidewalk, and some on the road. Their mouths were open, as if in mid-scream, but no sound came out and some were covered in blood. One person ran across me, stepping down hard on my stomach as they passed, knocking the wind out of me. I finally managed to roll onto my side as I attempted to catch my breath, struggling, but eventually pushing myself up onto all fours and finally standing up all the way, taking deep breaths as I watched the chaos unfold around me. Some people fell to their knees, sobbing, and as I watched, the sound slowly came back to me and I was bombarded with them all at once. Crying, yelling, thunder, running, screaming. And yet, I still had no idea what was going on. Someone let out a blood-curdling scream and I turned in its direction. The nothingness was expanding, swallowing up our street now. I watched it consume a screaming man, taking his cries with him. I stood in my spot on my lawn, watching it get closer and closer each second until it was right at the tips of my shoes. When it passed through me, there was a flash of stabbing hot pain, and then nothing. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing in the middle of the road once more. I looked behind me to see Frida a few feet away, running towards the opposite side. A few more feet in front of her were the rest of the people. I looked towards Berkeley Road and everything looked normal. At least, it did for now. This time, I didn't want to take any chances. I took off running, following Frida. As I neared the end of the street, I saw a girl around my age step out of the house on the corner. "Why are you running?" I lifted a finger to my lips. Her face contorted into confusion as I stopped once I got close to her. "You need to whisper." She stared at me, not moving or speaking. I continued to run, looking back after a few seconds to see her now standing in the middle of the road, looking down the street at the emptiness that had now consumed Berkeley Road. It was going to happen all over again, I realized. It was going to keep repeating until everyone got out. I looked back again, begging the girl to run, silently, in my head. But she didn't, and above me, the sky began to fill with smoke. I stopped and completely turned around as the girl walked towards a child standing on her front lawn. Behind me, I could hear footsteps running back and getting closer. I whispered, "Someone broke into my house last night." But there weren't any signs of forced entry. "Someone broke into my house last night. The police don't believe me. None of the windows are broken," they said. "All the doors were locked. Nothing is missing. Why do you think someone broke in?" But I know someone was in here. Because I didn't leave 4 of my mugs on the kitchen counter. I didn't empty the junk drawer, leaving pens, binder clips, and broken measuring cups scattered across the tile floor. And I certainly didn't paw through the dirt in my miniature herb garden on the windowsill. But the police were unwilling to help. There was no evidence, they said. What more did they need? Muddy footprints on the patio, a burglar's mask on the dinner table? I did what any reasonable person would do. I drove to Best Buy and bought a ton of security cameras. The fancy kind, ones that had night vision capabilities. Ones that recorded sound. When all was said and done, I'd spent close to $1,000. That night, I installed the cameras. 2 in the kitchen, 1 in the living room, a few outside the house, even 1 in my bedroom. It took me a few hours to get everything set up. When I was done, I collapsed into bed and fell asleep. My alarm pierced the morning air. I pulled myself out of bed, incredibly tired, even though I'd slept for 9 hours. After a long yawn, I finally headed downstairs. I froze. More things were out of place. The dining room chairs were pulled away from the table at strange, skewed angles. Entire cabinets were emptied on the kitchen floor, turning it into a minefield of steak knives, serving forks, and cheese graters. I stepped on the citrus reamer and nearly fell headlong into the sink. As I straightened myself, my eyes fell on the camera in the corner. The cameras. I'd forgotten all about them. I ran up the stairs, taking two at a time. I grabbed my laptop from the bed, plugged it in, and pulled up the footage that had been recorded. Let's try the porch first. See how that got in. I clicked on the first clip of the footage. I saw the front of my house. White railing, wooden swing, thatched welcome mat. All as they should be. For a while, I didn't see anything. What tripped the motion sensor, then? I thought. The cameras only recorded footage when they detected movement. Then at 2:04 and 31 seconds a.m., I saw something. A shifting shape in the shadows. I held my breath, my heart raced. The burglar, I thought. I bet it's the teenager next door. With his smug little face and, the shape walked into view. It was a deer. Phew, I said to its grainy little image. I clicked on the next clip. A moth of epic proportions, flying around the red light of the camera. The next, an opossum or raccoon, flitting across the front yard. I clicked out of the porch camera. My mouse hovered indecisively before I finally clicked on kitchen. The kitchen camera had only recorded a single, 15-minute clip of footage. I took a deep breath and pressed play. 3:45 and 21 seconds. Some rustling noises off camera. 3:46 and 52 seconds. A gray shadow slowly creeps into the edge of the frame. 3:47 and 3 seconds a.m. A head of dark hair, facing away from the camera. I held my breath. Who is that? The person walked further into the kitchen, and I gasped. It was me. The knotted bun on top of my head. The little images of cacti on my pajamas. Definitely me. Not even a question. But, how? Was I sleepwalking? I've never sleepwalked in my life. As I watched myself crouch over the cabinets, a terrible thought crept into my mind. What if it's not me? Not really me? I've read accounts of doppelgangers, body snatchers. Even a crazy one about clones of people, growing like vegetables in the dirt. They were all far-fetched, and probably fake. But what if they were real? What if it's not me? And just something that looks like me? I paused the video, clicked on bedroom. There was a clip marked 3:42 and 25 seconds a.m. I pressed play. I expected to see myself sleeping peacefully. But no, a few seconds into the video me threw off the covers, got out of bed, and walked towards the door. So it was me. I clicked back to the kitchen video. 3:53 and 10 seconds a.m. I was opening the cabinets. Then I threw pots, knives, and even that damn citrus reamer on the floor. I suddenly broke into a fit of laughter. It was me. This whole time, I thought someone was breaking into my house. And it was me, sleepwalking. I even snorted when I saw my video self step onto a pot and fall to her knees. Then I looked down at my leg, saw the purple bruise starting to form, and laughed even harder. But then I stopped laughing. Video me was standing next to the window, peering outside. And then I saw my lips move, as if I were talking to someone. What the f*** am I doing? I squinted at the screen, trying to make sense of the grainy, black shapes. But I couldn't tell what was going on. At 4:01 and 35 seconds a.m., video me pulled away from the window. She carefully stepped over the pots and pans on the floor, then reached into one of the cabinets. Then she stepped back. She was holding the spare key I kept in there, hanging from a tiny hook. I watched as she opened the window wider. As she called, I found it. Into the darkness outside. As a strange hand reached in through the window and took the key. The witches of Conrado. My great-grandmother once shot a man over her shoulder while riding a horse. He died, and since she did it in self-defense, she walked free. I never knew my great-grandmother. She died when my mother was only 5 years old, but people who knew her well would tell me stories about her all the time. Everyone who grew up in the same village as my great-grandmother would tell me stories about how badass she was, and there seemed to be hundreds of them. As soon as people found out I was Nadina Olvera's great-granddaughter, they would follow up with, "Did you ever hear about the time?" And it almost felt like I knew her personally. The one story that I hear the most often is the one about the witches of Conrado. The village of Conrado was tiny, with only a couple of people living in it, and it was mainly made up of multiple little ranchos. Most of the people who lived in Conrado were related, either by blood or by law, or they were close family friends with most of the other people in the village. My great-grandmother Nadina moved to Conrado when my grandmother was a child, to live with her sister Luna, whose husband had died. Luna had 3 daughters, Citlali, Juana, and Sylvia, who were all between the ages of 18 and 22 at the time. As the story goes, when Nadina moved to Conrado, Luna's eldest daughter, Sylvia, was engaged to a rich man from the city who was named Raul. Unfortunately for Sylvia, Raul's family hated her and merely saw her as a gold digger who was trying to steal the family's fortunes for herself and her sisters. Everyone in Conrado and all of the nearby towns knew who Raul and Sylvia were, and they had quickly become the main topic of gossip. It seemed like every week there was a new headline for people to discuss. Raul and Sylvia both refused to listen to anyone who warned them not to marry each other and claimed that they were in love and that nothing was going to stop them from being together, especially not a few rumors. At this point in time, Nadina was still fairly new to town and didn't really know anybody besides Luna's friends and family, but she was a witness to the countless rumors that were passed around about her niece. Sylvia's sisters, mom, aunts, and uncles were all against her marrying Raul. They were all worried about what her life would be like if she married into a family that hated her, but that wasn't the only reason. The women in Raul's family also had rumors floating around about them, rumors that had been around for years, before his own mother was even born. The women in Raul's family were known as the witches of Conrado, and countless people were witnesses to their witchcraft. They were mostly known for performing rituals on their business competitors and people who in some way wronged or offended their families. Stories about the witches of Conrado were passed down in my family, so I knew a lot about them and had heard some of the worst things they had done to other people in the nearby villages and towns. Everyone knew that the only reason why they had as much money and power as they did was due to the witches and their antics. A few months after Nadina moved to Conrado, Sylvia and Raul got married, and Sylvia moved closer to his family. Weeks after the wedding, Sylvia started to get sick. At first, it was small things like headaches, but then the headaches got so bad she couldn't stand. And then her eyes sealed shut. Sylvia visited multiple doctors, and none of them could figure out what was going on with her. From then on, all her symptoms just kept getting worse. At one point, she woke up with her left calf stuck to the back of her thigh, and then with her fingers and toes webbed together, until it ultimately got so bad that Raul couldn't stand dealing with her anyone and drove her to her mother's house and dropped her off and left. Things didn't change much though. Weird, unexplainable things kept happening to Sylvia even though she was back at her mother's house, until one day when Nadina had enough. She was woken up one morning by Luna, who had noticed that Sylvia was missing. Together they went out to look for her and ended up finding her up on a hill laying in some cacti. After they got Sylvia home and cleaned her up, Nadina grabbed her rifle and made her way to Raul's mother's house. According to the neighbors, she arrived at the house and fired a shot into the air before breaking down the front door and charging inside, where she found Raul's mother and his sisters, as well as a voodoo doll that resembled Sylvia. Nadina proceeded to threaten the witches of Conrado and even smack some of them around, eventually scaring them into healing Sylvia and leaving her alone. In exchange, Sylvia and Raul would get a divorce, and the witches would never harm the family again. It worked, and the witches knew that Nadina would come back and kill every single one of them if they didn't follow through on their word. Within a week, Sylvia was back to normal and it was as if nothing had ever happened. About a month later, Raul's entire family had moved out of Conrado. They never said why they left, but everyone was pretty sure that Nadina had something to do with it. It seemed like everything was calm, and for a few years afterward it really was. But then word began to spread around about odd things that were happening in the nearby villages. People reported that their family members were having weird symptoms that couldn't be explained, and it also sounded a lot like what Sylvia had gone through. No one would specifically say who was doing these things, but everyone would mention that it was Las Brujas, and we immediately knew that they were the same witches that had been messing with Sylvia. The people of Conrado begged Nadina to get involved, but she refused, saying that she had made a deal with the witches, and they had held up their end. Of course, this made people upset, and a few of them tried to go after Nadina and her family, going as far as to attempt to kidnap family members. Nadina ended up sending my grandmother away to live with family in a different city in order to get her away from the madness that was happening in Conrado, and Luna did the same, sending away her only unmarried daughter as well. Nadina and Luna stayed in Conrado for a few more weeks as they attempted to get everything ready to leave as well, but they would soon find out that they were no longer able to. In fact, no one was, as the witches had placed some sort of curse on the people in Conrado that prohibited them from leaving. A few tried but got only about a foot out of the village borders before they burst into flames and burned alive, or were torn apart by some invisible entity. No one ever got out or back in. After that, and slowly, the people of Conrado began to die. A larger percentage of the people committed suicide, and others simply gave up and waited for death to claim them. Towards the end, only Nadina and Luna were left, since the witches were holding up their end of the deal and didn't directly harm them. If either one of them tried to leave the village, they would simply find themselves back inside their homes after crossing the borders. It was like an endless loop. The witches were so adamant about keeping their word, in fact, that Luna attempted to commit suicide 3 times and was unable to die. Eventually, both Luna and Nadina died of old age in the village of Conrado, alone. Nothing was heard about the witches after that, and it seemed like all of Raul's family had fallen off the face of the earth. Luna and Nadina's kids grew up and married and had children of their own, and they passed down the stories of Nadina, making sure that she was never forgotten. Every time I hear the story of her death I can't help but wonder how alone she must have felt, as she and her sister awaited death, alone in the village of Conrado, lost and found. It started as a joke. My wife and I host a lot of parties, and if you've ever done cleanup after a party, you know that people leave things behind. Hats and coats constantly, scarves, purses, whatever. One time I found a pair of prescription glasses stuck in between the couch cushions. They were thick lenses, too, like Velma thick. I don't know how the owner made it out of the front door without them, let alone how they drove home. A lot of the time, we'll get a call the next day or the next week, someone going, "Hey, so, I haven't seen my jacket lately. Did I leave it at your place?" But sometimes, no one ever claims it. And Jenny and I, Jenny's my wife, we aren't about to call everyone who was at the party to ask if they're missing whatever we found. So we just chuck it in a wooden chest we've got in the closet and leave it there until someone does come looking. So recently had a winter party, and someone left their pants here. Now, it was not that kind of party, so I was pretty surprised to find a pair of pants laying around afterward. They were snow pants, the kind you wear over your other clothes to keep them warm and dry, and they were folded up and stored in a corner. I figured that probably someone had shown up in them to stay warm, then taken them off once they got inside. Between the warmth of the house and the warmth of the alcohol, they must have forgotten to put them back on when they left at the end of the night. Jenny flipped through her pictures from the evening but didn't have any shots of anyone wearing those pants, so into the trunk they went. As Jenny was tossing them in, she commented, "I bet we could clothe a whole person with what's in here." We laughed, but then I got to thinking that she was probably right. So later on, I dug through the trunk and sure enough, in addition to the pants we had a button-down shirt, multiple jackets, several hats, a pair of gloves, a couple of scarves and 2 pairs of shoes. While Jenny was out of the house that night, I put the shirt on a hanger, hung the jacket over it, clipped the gloves to the sleeves and the pants to the bottom, and wrapped a scarf around it. Then I hung the whole thing up in the hallway, plopped a hat on top and put the shoes beneath it. The pants hung just to the ground, so at first glance, it did look like someone looking there, especially with the lights off. I heard the door slam when Jenny got home. She started to call out a greeting, but it abruptly cut off in a shriek. I came into the hallway, laughing, to find Jenny standing there with a hand to her chest, glaring at me. The closed dummy swung quietly off to the side. "Real funny," she said. "You about gave me a heart attack." "I'm very sorry," I said, but I was laughing much too hard for her to believe me. "Yeah, you will be," she said, with mock seriousness, but she was laughing too, now that she was past the initial shock. Anyway, I thought that was all extremely funny right up until I got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet. I walked into the bathroom, turned on the lights, and shouted out loud, because Jenny had moved my clothes dummy into the bathroom and posed it sitting on the toilet. From the bedroom, I heard sleepy laughter. Do you know what happens when you scare someone who's on his way to the bathroom? I demanded. Rags are under the sink. Clean up whatever you need to, Jenny called back. A lesser man would have to clean up. I have iron self-control, I told her. Is that why you screamed enough to wake me up? She teased. I didn't dignify that with a response. Also, I didn't have one. So this became a thing. Jenny and I would move the dummy around, and after a while it wasn't even to scare each other anymore. We named him Albert, and he was just a feature of the house after a few weeks. We'd put him in the kitchen, the dining room, wherever. I came home a couple of days ago to find the clothes slumped in my chair in front of the TV, with one of my beers in his glove. I just got another beer and took a seat on the couch. Jenny came in later and said, "You're not going to move him?" He was here first, I shrugged. You're ridiculous, Jenny told me and took Albert's beer. He's not going to like that, I said. Jenny laughed. What's he going to do about it? That was a couple of days ago, as I said. Yesterday, I came home to find Albert hanging by the picture window at the back of the house. His clothes were splashed with something red, and a dripping knife was wedged in one of his gloves. It was a pretty gruesome sight, and I applauded Jenny's ingenuity. Did he get you, honey? I called. No response. She wasn't about to give up the joke that easily. Hey, the stuff is dripping onto the floor, I said loudly enough for her to hear me, wherever she was hiding. I think it's staining the carpet. Still nothing, so I got a paper towel and wiped up the blood, then took Albert's knife away from him. Whatever Jenny had used really did look like blood, and I was starting to get uncomfortable. Honey? Okay, you got me. The joke's over. Still no response, so I went looking. I went through the entire house, and couldn't find her anywhere. Her car was out front, but Jenny was just missing. I called her phone, but it rang through to voicemail. When she still hadn't shown up by midnight, I started panicking. I called a few friends, but no one had heard from her. I decided to get a few hours of sleep and then figure out what to do in the morning. I lay down, turned out the lights, and was falling asleep when I heard a slight noise in the hallway. I opened my eyes to see Jenny in the doorway. Where have you been? I started, turning on the lights, but my voice died in my throat. It wasn't Jenny. It was Albert, hanging from the doorway of my room, swaying slightly back and forth above his shoes. The knife was back in his hand. My heart was hammering. This was obviously just Jenny taking a joke too far, but when I called out for her again and she didn't answer, my fear spiked. I took those clothes down, carried them downstairs, and even though I knew it was illogical, I burned them in the fireplace. I expected Jenny to come out to laugh at me once I got the fire going, or at least to chide me for stinking up the house. I don't know what they pack snow pants with, but it smells terrible when you burn it. But the fire burned down to ashes and I was still alone. I slept for a bit, and when I left for work this morning, there was still no sign of Jenny and she still wasn't answering her phone. I called the police to report her missing, and they're supposed to be sending someone over to take a look around and interview me, I guess. I hope they get here soon. Because I just heard a noise from upstairs, and when I went up to look, the door to our walk-in closet was standing open. Hanging from the bars, aligned in 2 neat rows, were a dozen of Jenny's outfits. Shirts on the hangers, pants clipped below, shoes lined up underneath. The bedroom door only locks from the inside, but I closed it and used my tie to tie the knob to the banister in the hallway. I was going to leave the house, but there's a coat rack by the door, and I really don't think I lined my shoes up underneath it like that when I got home. I hope the police get here soon. Mr. O'Brien's party place. I just wanted to start saving money for college. I didn't sign on to deal with the rest of this bullpoop. I applied for practically everything in my area, but the thing is, so did all the other kids that graduated from my class. And luck of the draw, I didn't get hired at McDonald's, KFC, or Panda Express. I got hired at effing Mr. O'Brien's party place. It was like a circus. Chuck E. Cheese had an intoxicated one-night stand and whoever carried the kid did cocaine laced with glitter. This place was awful, and I was stuck being the janitor. At least I didn't have to wear one of the eyeball-searingly bright spandex costumes the waiters and other performers wore, which I have a feeling chafed like a mother ducker, but I did have to be the one to mop the pee and blood out of the ball pit. Seriously, don't let your kids play in those, they might get HIV. But unlike most of my other friends, I didn't get paid minimum wage, I got paid pretty damn well. So I shut up, smiled, and let myself be pointed to the nearest pile of vomit because Billy ate his pizza too fast. I say pizza in the loosest sense of the word, but you get my point. I figured out quickly I was the odd man out when I walked into the break room and not one person acknowledged my presence as I ate my packed lunch. I was okay with that, I mean I was the janitor. I didn't know anyone else there, none of my friends were hired, and I hadn't met anyone here before. I wasn't part of the clique. Then one day I got a damn migraine and Bunny came to my rescue. Bunny was just what I heard people call her. She wore these pink floppy bunny ears and had her face painted with a nose and whiskers. She wore this oversized magenta onesie and always sang the birthday song for the birthday girl or boy. That's really all I knew about her before the migraine. I get migraines pretty frequently. And this was a bad one. I knew it was coming on by the time I clocked in, but I didn't exactly have someone else to call in for me. I just hoped it wouldn't be a bad one. Yeah, it got to be bad after an hour of squawking children and flashing lights from the stage. I felt like I was about to faint when Bunny popped out in front of me. Robin? You look pale. Do you need to sit down? I opened my mouth to say yes, I do, but all that came out was this pathetic gurgle. Without another word, Bunny lifted me up, put me over her shoulder, and carried me off like I didn't weigh any more than a feather. She took me to the break room, laying me down carefully on the threadbare couch. I'll bring you some water, would you like some Advil too? She asked. I nodded and she gave me 2 thumbs out before skipping out of the room. She returned a few minutes later, handing me the pills. What's wrong, lovely? She asked, and this was the first time I noticed her British accent. Migraine. Sound. Light hurts. Didn't want to call in. I swallowed the Advil and took slow sips of water. Bunny nodded before getting up and mercifully dimming the lights. Just lay back here, I won't tell Mr. O'Brien. I'll go bring you a blanket too, she said, and before I could object she was gone. I was quite embarrassed to be treated like this, but Bunny wouldn't hear any apologies. Every half hour until the end of my shift she came in to check on me, got me more water. And feeling her gloved hand run through my hair was so genuinely soothing I almost cried. Luckily I could drive myself home at the end of my shift. Bunny put her finger to her lips and told me it was our little secret that I rested for a little while of my shift. Jerk, I was useless for over half of it, but Mr. O'Brien never found out. Bunny was sweet. But Bunny and the other employees had a secret. Like I said earlier, I didn't know any of these other guys. Not that weird, I live in a small town but it's not like you can know everyone. And I'm a bit of a hermit. I don't go out except for work. But over time, I began to realize that I never saw the other employees leave. Sure, they'd sometimes disappear for part of the day, but I never saw one leave the building. Not even to chill out back for a smoke break. I didn't think too hard about it. It's really easier not to think when something weird happens. I bet some of you have witnessed something quite bizarre but just didn't think of it that way. You made an excuse. Of course, it's really hard to make an excuse when you walk in on your coworker pinning another one's back together. I should have already gone home, but there was a nasty poop explosion in the men's bathroom and I was late. I just entered the back room to clock out when I saw Bunny and another performer called Pumpkin sitting on the couch. Pumpkin's shirt was off and I nearly backed out, thinking I walked in on something a little private when I realized there was something very wrong with Pumpkin's back. Between her shoulder blades, there were 2 deep red gashes, painfully swollen and oozing pus. She had tears in her eyes and I realized Bunny was holding silver pins in her fingers. A few pins were already in Pumpkin's skin, forcefully keeping the skin together like a quilt my grandma would work on. I dropped my water bottle, startling both women and Pumpkin yelping quietly as one of the pins slipped out. Duck, Bunny, it hurts so much, she gasped. Bunny set down the pins. I can explain, she said. I hope you can. I hurried over to Pumpkin's side to examine the wounds. Jesus Christ, she needs a doctor. You might as well suggest I take Pumpkin back and shoot her in the head with their expressions. I raised my hands in the air. Or not. What do I know? Those wounds are infected though. She needs serious medical attention. I need my wings back. Pumpkin sobbed quietly, holding her shirt up to cover her chest as she rocked back and forth. I can't do this anymore, Bunny. It hurts so much. I can't dance like this, she said. Bunny rested her hand on Pumpkin's shoulder before looking at me. You're a normal person, right, Robin? She asked. I nodded dumbly, wondering what the hell she could mean by that. Bunny nodded before she unzipped the back of her onesie and turned to let me have a look. Right, I told you how Pumpkin's back looked, right? Well, Bunny's was about 100 times worse. Same 2 wounds, leaking pus and painfully swollen, only Bunny had the bonus of having actual maggots crawling about in sores surrounded the slits. I nearly threw up as one squirming grub fell onto the ground. Bunny zipped herself back up before sitting down. The best we can do is pin ourselves together. Mr. O'Brien won't let us leave, she said. Why? I asked, shaking my head, unable to burn that horrid image from my head. What did he do to you? He took us. Bunny wrapped her arms around herself. He took us from our home and took away our wings. We can't go back without them. If he suspects we've left, he'll destroy them. Then he still has them? Bunny nodded and picked up the pins, pushing them through Pumpkin's back to force the wounds together. In his office. But we can't go in there. I had already made up my mind by the time I walked to the door. I'll go then. Pumpkin's eyes filled with hope but Bunny's were filled with fear. If he catches you, he'll unalive you, she said. Hope he does, I joked, although the joke was not taken well judging by Bunny's horrified expression. I'm kidding. I'll be quick, he'll never even know I was in there. I slipped out of the back room and headed right for the office. Whether it was luck or fate, Mr. O'Brien was out and never locked his door. I may have spitefully knocked the horseshoe off his door on the way in. I always thought that thing was stupid and didn't match the theme of the place, but I didn't care. I don't know if I'd let it sink in what Bunny and Pumpkin were, but I didn't care. I found the wings stacked in the closet. Each was sealed in clear plastic, in every imaginable color and shape. I grabbed the whole stack, not sure which ones were Bunny's or Pumpkin's, and walked on out. I almost was back to the break room when I heard Mr. O'Brien yell after me. Robin, what the hell do you think you're doing? I bolted into the room and locked the door behind me, throwing the plastic packaging at the girls. He saw me. Find your wings. I yelped as I held the door shut with my body. Pumpkin pulled out a pair of monarch butterfly wings and crowed with joy as she stood, more bloody pins falling onto the ground. I felt Mr. O'Brien slam into the door behind me. I knew we didn't have much time. Bunny pulled out an incredibly large pair of pink wings and I saw her smile triumphantly before she held them to her back. The door came off the hinges and I was thrown to the floor the same moment the room was filled with a white light. When the light died down, Bunny was no longer in bunny ears and a onesie and her eyes were much colder. Both her and Pumpkin stood side by side as O'Brien came into the room, going white as a sheet as he realized he was too late. What have you done, Robin? Do you realize? Pumpkin crossed the floor and without so much a single moment of hesitation clawed out Mr. O'Brien's eyes. He screamed in agony before Pumpkin tackled him to the ground. From where I was pinned under the goddamn door I could see squirts of blood coming from Mr. O'Brien's general direction. The door was lifted off of me and Bunny picked me up, setting me on my feet. She wasn't short and cutesy anymore. She looked almost feral and towered almost 2 feet above me in height. We're even now, Robin, she said as she patted my head. I knew you'd do whatever I wanted you after I helped you with your headache. You wouldn't like to owe a person, you'd hate owing a fae even more. She pressed her lips to my cheek and I was back in my bedroom. Hoops gone sideways here since last week. People disappear only to reappear saying they've been gone for years. People who have been missing for literal decades have popped up thinking they've only been gone for a minute. People have bizarre Rube Goldberg machine-esque accidents that result in horrific maiming or death. Kids are gone for just a second, suddenly act completely out of character, laughing at nothing and never sleeping. Nature is reclaiming any place abandoned by humans. I see people dancing down the streets, people with glowing wings and beautiful faces. So I might have screwed my whole town and now we're under attack by a bunch of fans who've been cooped up for duck knows how long by a bastard who made them perform at his crappy pizzeria joint. Hopefully, they'll get bored and leave soon. I need to find a new job. I invited 5 friends over. One too many arrived. The house is burning. Only 2 of us made it out. There were 6 at the start of the evening. 7, I suppose. That was the entire problem. I don't know when the 7th arrived. Dina and Angelo showed up first, while I was still putting out snacks. It must not have been there before them. I recall them being the first. It can't hide in anything. Kay showed up next. I know she was alone because I've been trying to figure out the right time to ask her out. If she'd brought someone, I definitely would have noticed. When Christoph and Marina got here, Angelo called out, "It's about time you two made it." He specified 2, I remember that. That's 5 arrivals, and of course, I was there all along. Maybe the door was opened at some other point. It might not matter now that it's all over. I feel like it does, though. I need to understand what happened. I owe it to my friends. We were playing cards when we noticed. It was a 6-handed game, and Angelo was dealing piles in front of each player. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the 7th to himself. "You've got too many piles," Dina said. Angelo looked at the table in confusion. There were cards in front of each of us. There were 7 separate stacks. Weird. "I don't know what happened there," he said, gathering up the cards. He dealt them out again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 to each person, but he had not yet put a card in front of himself. With a nervous chuckle, Angelo said, "Okay, what am I doing wrong?" 6 of us, yes? We all agreed. There were 6. "Everyone put your hand on your card," he said. All 6 cards were covered. Angelo still did not have one. "All right, one more try," said Angelo. "While you're sorting this out, I'm going to go to the bathroom," said Kay, standing up. She left the room. Angelo dealt the cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5th to himself. "Kay, how many people are you?" he shouted. "Very funny," she called back. "We heard the bathroom door close." "Just deal 6 hands," I told Angelo. "There are 6 of us. It'll work out. Everyone will pick one hand up and play it, and no one will be left out." "You'd really think so," he said. "But why was I getting to 7 before?" "You're bad at math," Dina told him. "Better not let you keep the score," Christoph chimed in. Kay's chair was scooted back up to the table. Angelo dealt the cards. There were 6 hands this time. Everyone picked one up. No one was left out. "Weird," said Angelo, shaking his head. Despite the rocky start, the game went well. Christoph won, so as punishment we sent him to the kitchen to fetch more drinks. Just after he disappeared into the other room, I heard a startling noise, a sort of quick choking gasp followed by a loud bang. I was just getting up to see if he was all right when the wine was brought to the table, and I busied myself pouring everyone a fresh glass instead. I noticed that Kay's glass was still untouched from earlier. "Hey, where's Kay?" I asked. "She went to the bathroom," said Dina. "What, again?" "I guess." I leaned my head around the corner to see down the hallway. The bathroom door was closed. I supposed Marina was right. "Shall we deal another hand?" I asked. "As soon as Christoph gets back," said Marina. I looked around. Christoph wasn't here. "Where did he go?" "The kitchen," said Marina. "The wine didn't bring itself in here," I pointed out. "And all 5 of the new glasses have been moved." Marina gasped. "Are you suggesting that someone is drinking Christoph's wine?" We all laughed. I did wonder where Christoph was, though. And Kay, for that matter. She'd been in the bathroom for a very long time. She couldn't have been, though. We played the game 6-handed. She must have been here. Maybe she just wasn't drinking. "Quick round of spades while we're waiting for those 2 to get back?" asked Angelo, dealing out the cards. "You've dealt 5 hands," Dina pointed out. Angelo slammed the cards down on the table. "Okay, something is going on here. Everyone, hold hands." We all looked at him quizzically, but he was serious. We reached out and took each other's hands, forming a circle around the table. "Now, in order. Everyone say the name of the person to your left." My name was said. I looked left and said, "Marina." "Dina." "Angelo." "And I'm next to Scott," Angelo said, nodding at me. "Wait," I objected. My name was already said. "Let's go to the right," he said. Angelo's name was said. He followed it with Dina. "Marina." "Scott." "And Angelo," I said. "No, I was named first," he said. We looked at each other. I could feel his hand in mine. I could see him next to me. "Look at the table," Angelo said. "Why is there an extra glass of wine in between us?" "Let's take a photo," said Marina. "Then we can see everyone at once." She put her phone on the table. We all backed up, put our arms around each other, and smiled. The photo was snapped. We gathered back around the table to look. "It's you, me, you and you," said Marina, pointing. 4 of us. No one else. Angelo studied it for a moment. "It's not a selfie." "Who took the picture?" "Christoph," said Marina. "Kay," I said in the same moment. We all looked around the room. Neither one of them was here. "He must still be in the kitchen," said Marina. "I'll go see." "I think we should all go together," said Angelo. "Come on." We entered the kitchen as a group. It was empty. "Do you smell gas?" asked Dina. My attention snapped to the stove. 2 of the knobs for the burners were snapped off. I spotted them tucked under the cabinets nearby as if someone had pushed them out of the way so as not to be noticed. There was a dent in the metal of the edge, too. "Christoph must have dropped something on the stove," I said, heading over to see about turning off the gas. Nice of him to mention it. The knobs were broken too far down to turn. The gas was starting to give me a headache. I grabbed a hold of the stove to pull it out from the wall and shut off the line behind it, but it was surprisingly heavy. "Did I leave something in here?" I asked, opening the oven door. Kristoff's body was crammed inside, the limbs bent and folded back on themselves in order to make it fit. A gory pool of blood filled the bottom of the oven, sloshing distressingly back and forth from my attempts to move the appliance. Most of it seemed to have come from his head, which had been violently crushed. His eyes bulged outward, staring at me. I screamed, of course. We all did. I turned away, to run, to find a weapon, possibly just not to see it anymore, and Dina died. Her throat was ripped open. It wasn't when I turned back, and then it was. Nothing did it. It just happened. Her hands flew up to clasp her ruined neck, but it was far too late to hold anything in. She collapsed to her knees. Her hair was held back as she died, keeping her upright and facing forward so we could all see the panic and despair. We were all frozen for a second. Angelo moved first, diving for her, but by the time he wrapped his arms around her, she was slumping forward, already gone. He screamed, a raw caterwaul of rage and pain. After a moment, he focused it into words. Where is it? What did this? I grabbed a knife and put my back into a corner, looking around frantically. Marina was gone. I hoped that she had run. I didn't like that I didn't know. It's been here all night, Angelo hissed. Among us. Playing with us. Where's Kay? Where has she been all night? The bathroom, I thought, but I pictured Kristoff's broken body in the oven and I knew that I did not want to open the door to check. Angelo continued his rant, his voice cracking in his fury. We can't see it. We can't know about it. You and I thought we were holding hands when it was between us. This is all a game to it. We don't know how to play. We can't even see the board. We've got to get out, Angelo, I said. It's not safe to be in here. Even without whatever's happening, the stove's still leaking gas. It is, he said, and his voice was suddenly eerily calm. Everywhere. And you know, that's an awfully good way to deal with something you can't see. What are you doing, Angelo? He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a lighter. The back door's right there, Scott. Run, and close it behind you. Don't stop running when you're outside. Angelo, I'm sorry about your house, Scott. Run. I took a step toward him, but he pulled the lighter in toward his body. Go. If you don't go now, I'll do it while you're still in here. I probably ought to anyway. It's a better way to be sure. He flicked the lighter. It sparked. I fled for the door. Behind me, I could hear him flicking the wheel again. I made it outside before the kitchen exploded. I had my hand on the knob pulling the door shut when a roar of heat and light slammed the door closed and flung me down the stairs onto my back lawn. The windows erupted in gouts of flame, pelting me with burning hot glass. I scrambled along the grass, desperate to get further away. My back was burning, and I rolled to put it out. The house is clearly a loss, but I called the fire department anyway. I didn't know what else to do. I don't know what I'll tell the police when they find the bodies inside. I don't even know how many they'll find. If Angelo got it, whatever it was, then there will be at least 4 bodies. He, Dina, Kristoff, and the others. Probably 5, assuming it got Kate early on. Maybe 6, if Marina didn't make it out. One of them must have, though. I'm not alone out here. My hand is held tightly as I watch the house burn. Has anyone else played this up version of Jumanji? Zukari, the scariest board game ever made, read scrawling silver letters across a slim black box. It was my 21st birthday. My parents were out of town and I'd invited my 2 closest friends, Brianna and Elise, over to hang out. We'd been making drinks, watching horror movies, and now opening presents. Looks creepy. Is it like Betrayal at House on the Hill? I asked, sliding my fingernail into the seam and breaking the tape. More like Jumanji, she replied, swallowing a sip of hard lemonade. I pulled up the box lid. Inside was a folded board, a deck of cards, a die, and a little baggie of metal game pieces. I slowly unfolded the board, and I had to admit, it was creepy. It depicted a dark forest with towering gnarled trees and a path of game spaces that twisted and crossed and dead-ended. It's a pretty standard game. Roll a die. Go to that many spaces. Draw a card. Do what the card says. And the game isn't over until someone reaches the cabin. Brianna pointed with a purple lacquered nail to the drawing of a cabin in the far right corner of the board, windows glowing yellow. I pulled the game pieces out one by one, metal spheres with a dot of colored paint on top. I took red, Elise took green, and Brianna took purple. We put all 3 on the start square. Why don't you go first, birthday girl? Brianna asked. I took the die, shook it in my cupped hands, and let it fall. 3. I picked up my game piece and moved it 3 spaces, then reached for the deck and drew a card. Someone, or something, is watching you. Go back 2 spaces. I lifted my arm to pick up the game piece and paused. You okay, Kara? Elise asked. Yeah. I turned around, looking towards the kitchen. I could have sworn. I don't know. It almost felt like a little gust of air on the back of my neck. I smiled and shook my head. You're up, I said, handing the die to Elise. Okay, she said hesitantly, grabbing the die. 5. She moved her piece 5 spaces and then drew a card. It says, you find wild raspberries. Go forward 1 space. Smiling, she advanced 1 space on the board, putting her marker in the middle of dark clearing with a small glistening pond. You're up, I said to Brianna. She rolled a 2. Drew a card, and read it out loud. Clouds roll over the moon. Too dark to see. Lose a turn. At that exact moment, the lights flickered. And then they went out. Failed. That was weird, Brianna said in the darkness. Was there supposed to be a storm tonight? Elise asked, her voice tinged with fear. I felt her fingers find my hand in the darkness, then interlock with mine. Or could someone have cut our power? What, you mean, like a murderer? Brianna asked, barely holding in a laugh. I don't hear any rain or wind or anything. And we are 3 girls, home alone. She let out a breath. Did we lock the doors? Elise, it's okay, I said, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. We get power outages all the time. The wiring out here is Does anyone have their phone? I left mine upstairs. Yeah, I got mine, Brianna said, rummaging in her pocket. But before she could turn on her flashlight, I felt it. A cool breeze, wafting over my bare shoulders and through my hair. But the air was different, heavy, cool, damp. An earthy smell filled my nostrils, tinged with decay. Do you smell that? I asked. Yeah. Smells like something died, Elise replied, sounding even more scared. But before we could descend into a spiral of panic, white light flashed through the room. Everything was thrown into stark relief from the bright light of Brianna's flashlight. Black shadows stretched behind us, and our faces took on a sunken, creepy appearance, with black shadows sinking into every dimple, every line. I looked down, and my breath caught in my throat. Nobody was holding my hand. Elise's hands were clasped tightly together in her lap. Elise, were you holding my hand? Just a minute ago? No, why? Brianna? She shook her head. This is a joke, right? I scanned both of their faces, looking for a hint of a smile. I felt someone holding my hand. This isn't funny, guys. My heart pounded in my chest and I sucked in a breath. Another breath of that damp, earthy air. We weren't holding your hand, okay? Geez. Chill out, Brianna said. Somebody was. Elise's eyes went wide. Maybe someone broke into the house. You two are so easily scared it's ridiculous. Brianna rolled her eyes and handed the die to me. Your turn. I took it from her, a lump forming in my throat. It had to be Brianna. She liked to tease people, push their buttons, exaggerate stories into tall tales, make herself the center of attention. Well, I wouldn't give her the satisfaction. I put on a brave face, grabbed the die, and rolled it. I moved my piece and then, slowly, plucked a card from the stack. You find a lost hiker. Go back 3 spaces, I read, confused. Why would that be a bad thing? But then I heard it. A soft shuffling sound, comes from the kitchen. Every muscle in my body froze. Did you hear that? I whispered. Elise nodded at me, her dark eyes wide. Slowly, I forced myself up. I started walking towards the kitchen. It was almost pitch black, the light from Brianna's phone didn't quite reach. I forced my feet forward, until I was standing at the entrance of the kitchen. I strained my ears to listen. I thought all I would hear was silence. That the scuffling sound was just my imagination. But instead, I heard the soft, rhythmic rush of air. Breathing. I'm calling the police, I shouted. The light behind me jittered. And then the kitchen lit up in dim tones of gray, as Brianna came up behind me with her flashlight. I froze. In the darkness, in the center of the kitchen, stood a man. He faced away from us, wearing hiking clothes. Something dark, like blood, covered his bare legs in patches. My legs felt weak underneath me. I gripped the doorframe. Are you okay? I looked back to see Brianna and Elise behind me. But they didn't look scared. I whipped around, but now, the kitchen was empty. Did you see? There was a man. I didn't see anything, Elise said. I ran through the house, Brianna and Elise behind me. But the doors were all still locked. I opened the pantry and looked under the sofa. There was no one down here. And I definitely hadn't heard anyone go up the stairs. I guess. It had been dark. Maybe my brain interpreted some of the shapes and shadows of the kitchen as someone standing there. I was on edge. Brianna's prank had really messed with my head. We finally sat back down at the game board. Are you sure you want to keep playing? Brianna asked. I hated her tone. Like she was talking to a scared little child. Of course, I want to keep playing. Why wouldn't I? You just seem a little jumpy. The dark, harsh shadows of her face scrunched into a smile. I grabbed the die off the board and handed it to Elise. Your turn. She glanced between us for a second, then hesitantly took the die. 1, she said, moving her green marker 1 space. Then she drew a card. While taking a swim in the pond, you feel something grab your ankle. Lose a turn. Elise lifted her piece and moved it back. She started for the die. The 3 of us turned our heads to the foyer. A faucet was dripping, which sometimes happened when the power went out. Our well had an old electric pump that had seen better days. I'll get it, I said, hoisting myself up and walking into the dark foyer. Brianna and Elise followed, the flashlight bouncing off the dark walls. It didn't sound like it was coming from the kitchen, so I poked my head into the hall bathroom. Not there either. Which left only one option, my parents' bathroom. Their bedroom was the only one on the first floor. I made my way into the dark hallway, Brianna and Elise following a few steps behind. Has anyone else played this f***ed up version of Jumanji? The dripping grew louder. I swung the door to the bathroom open. Drip, drip, drip. It was coming from the bathtub. I walked over, slowly, pulled the shower curtain back, and froze. The bathtub was full of water. It glistened in the darkness, Brianna's flashlight reflecting on the water. My mom must have forgotten to drain it, I said, staring down into the water. But I knew, deep down, that couldn't be right. My mom used all kinds of bath bombs and fragrant soaps. The water here was odorless, crystal clear. I got on my knees and plunged my hand into the water, reaching for the stopper. It was ice cold. I grimaced as I plunged my hand in further, reaching for the little ring on the stopper, curling my finger to hook into it. The cold felt like little knives across my skin, stabbing me everywhere. I reached deeper. No. Elise grabbed my shoulders and pulled me back. I rolled back onto the tile, ice-cold water dripping down my arm, onto my shirt. There was something in there, she panted. Her lips trembled as she stared at the bathtub. What the hell are you talking about? Brianna asked. I saw something, okay? Elise shot back, with a bite in her voice I'd never heard before. Don't you dare tell me I didn't. There was something dark, moving under the water. It looked like it was going right for Kara and I. Okay. Brianna held up her hands in surrender. I'm not going to fight you on it. Let's just go back into the family room, okay? She stepped over me, reached down, and quickly pulled the stopper out of the bathtub. A little tornado appeared in the water, followed by the sound of water rushing and gurgling through the pipes. Then she stepped out of the bathroom. Elise and I followed. But as I stepped out of the room, I could have sworn I heard a splash. I lost my turn with the whole moon thing. So it's Kara's turn again, Brianna said, sitting back down on the carpet in front of the board. I sat down, eyeing Elise and Brianna hesitantly. Then I picked up the die and rolled it. Moved my game piece, picked a card off the stack and read it aloud. While hunting for food, you hit the wrong target. Lose a turn. Something dark and wet fell onto the dead center of the board. What? What is that? Brianna asked. For the first time, she sounded scared. I slowly tilted my head and looked up. There was a dark stain in the middle of the ceiling. With every second it grew larger. As if something upstairs, right above us, was quickly bleeding out into the floor. I grabbed Elise and stared at the stain, too scared to move. We need to get out of here. Brianna had already rolled her die. She grabbed a card, then it slipped out of her hands, falling onto the board and soaking into the blood. The mushrooms were poisonous. Go back to start. And then she began to retch. Horrible, choking coughs filled the room as she doubled over. She crawled forward across the carpet and began to vomit. Call 911. I screamed at Elise, as I grabbed her by the shoulders and tried to hold her up, trying to keep her from choking on it. Elise pulled out her phone. There's no reception, she cried, fingers frantically moving over the screen. No reception. Brianna's body lurched in my arms as she threw up again. Vomit spilled over the carpet, threaded with blood. And then she was still. Oh my god. Brianna? Brianna? I grabbed her phone and started to dial 911, its flashlight bouncing all over the room. But Elise was right, the call didn't even connect. No network. I motioned to Elise. Each of us put Brianna's arm over our shoulders and we began to hoist her up. You're going to be okay, I said softly. We're going to take you to the hospital. We have to keep playing, she said weakly, blood-stained vomit dripping down her chin. We have to. Reach the cabin. Okay, we'll keep playing, I said in a calm voice, exchanging a look with Elise. But first we're just going to get you checked up, listen to me. She screamed, her voice hoarse. Elise and I froze. We have to keep playing. We have to reach the cabin. She tore away from us, breathing hard, wavering on unsteady feet. This isn't just some game. Zukari is, it's f***ed up. I only brought it here because Dave forced me to. He was going to hurt me if I didn't. Another drop of dark liquid splattered onto the game board. If we don't reach the cabin, if we don't finish the game, we all die. She collapsed back down into the carpet, breathing hard. Then with a shaking, vomit-covered hand, she grabbed the die. Kara, your turn. She held it out to me. I paused, staring at the die. Then I shook my head. I don't know what the f*** is going on here, but I'm out. And with that, I turned on my heel and marched straight for the front door. But it wouldn't open. What the f***? I tugged at the door with all my might. It didn't budge. With a scream, I grabbed my mom's expensive vase off the front table and threw it at the window. It shattered to a million pieces, but the window didn't even crack. Maybe. We should just finish the game. I whirled around to see Elise standing behind me. She stared at me with wide, dark eyes. Please, Kara, she whispered. I don't want to die. We're not going to die. This is just some stupid prank, then why can't we open the door? Why can't we call anyone? I looked at the door, my heart sinking. Then I slowly walked back toward the family room. The smell of decay had intensified. Damp, cold air clung to my skin. I stepped into the room and something was under my feet. I looked down to see a few dried leaves, laying on top of the carpet. And that's when I noticed the room was different. A pale, yellow moon hung outside the window even though by this hour, it should have been high in the sky. A green lichen bloomed on the rough, gray upholstery of the sofa. The blind cords hung down to the floor like vines, and the massive tangled cords that ran to the TV looked more like roots twisted around each other. I swallowed and sat across from Brianna. Without a word, I took the die. Let it fall, drew my card. I let out a sigh of relief. You cross a stream and stop for a drink. Go forward 2 spaces. I advanced my game piece, then handed the die, now coated in a thin layer of vomit and blood, to Elise. I could feel her hand shake as she took it from me. Elise's eyes widened as she stared at the card. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Just a horrible, choking sound. And then I heard it. A sound I've only ever heard once before in my life, more than a decade ago. But filled me with absolute terror. A soft, rattling sound. Coming from the corner of the room. Elise slowly turned her card around, and I saw the words, rattlesnake attack. Go back to start. A soft slithering sound echoed across the room. Elise scrambled back, climbing up onto the sofa. I glanced down at the carpet in the dim light, trying to pinpoint the snake's location. But it wasn't carpet anymore. What muck covered with decaying, damp leaves. Twisted roots and jagged rocks. The slithering sound grew louder and I froze, staring into the darkness, in the direction of the sound. Kara. Brianna choked. You have to finish the game. I glanced at the board. I was 7 spaces away from the cabin. Just a few more turns and I could make it to the cabin. I snatched the die. It stuck to my fingers, staining my fingers red. I let it go and it tumbled across the painted trees. 3. I'd have to roll a 5 or 6 to make it the next turn. I snatched the card from the top of the deck, and all the blood drained out of my face. It's behind you. Go back 1 space. I immediately felt warm breath on the back of my neck. I squeezed my eyes tight, trying not to imagine what it was. But I'd seen a shadow, in my peripheral vision, stretching out behind me. A shadow with long, spindly arms, reaching out for me. The rattling sound jolted me back into action. It was loud, only several feet away from me. Elise was crumpled into the couch, crying. Brianna was retching. I grabbed the die, shook it, and let it fall. 6. Relief flooded me. I grabbed my red game piece and dropped it on the cabin. Clack. I looked up at Elise, shaking and staring at me, and Brianna, pale and trembling, lying on the floor. But they were alive. And there was only silence. We never spoke of Zukari again. Over the coming months Brianna, Elise, and I grew apart. After graduation, Elise went on to get her bachelor's. Brianna left Dave and got a job in the city. I stayed here, living with my parents as I continued at the IT company I'd been interning with. But over the past few weeks, I've been seeing things. Like a few days ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a man in bloodstained hiking clothes, facing away from me, standing still in my hallway. Or when I took a bath to unwind from a particularly hard day at work and felt something brush my ankle. Or when I felt a gust of warm breath on the back of my neck as I made myself dinner. And then there was last night. I woke up in the middle of the night, around 4 a.m., and saw something outside that made my blood run cold. A golden light, shining through the window of an old, abandoned cabin. And what Brianna said echoed in my mind: the game isn't over until you reach the cabin. My parents had a toy skeleton they named Skelly-san as a joke. It used to keep me up at night telling me something bad was going to happen. According to my mom, the way the story of Skelly-san's introduction to the family goes is quite mundane. My mom loves dressing up, decorating, and generally celebrating every holiday out there, while my dad is more of a holidays or just a day off work kind of guy. But when they got their first nicer apartment together, around Halloween, he bought her the toy as a joke because it was so incredibly silly looking. Since they were being patient about starting a family, they used to pick on each other by occasionally saying things like, "You forgot to feed Skelly-san again today, didn't you?" I can see his ribs. You know, dumb parent jokes like that. I mean, I guess it's cute. Anyway, when I was born, no, they thankfully did not name me Skin Daughter. They put it in my room and used to tell me that Skelly-san was my big brother and he was going to keep me safe from the ghouls and goblins of the world. We even had a bedtime song about "Anyway, it doesn't matter." Skelly-san is mostly fabric and stuffing, but with some rigid pieces underneath for the bones. He has an orange and black wide brim hat, with a matching striped vest and pants. He has black shoes and a bow tie of the same color. I can't express to you how silly this toy was. When I was very young, I used to revere Skelly-san, I guess like I would an older brother. I never played with him directly, he was only ever involved in make-believe in the role of advisor or wise man to the other toys. It's not that my parents told me not to play with him, or that he was fragile or anything, I just thought of him as different. I can still feel the way the hair rose on the back of my neck the first time I heard him speak to me. I was 8 years old. It was late at night, and I was up a little later than I should have been. My parents had told me to be in bed by 9, but they fell asleep before that, so I stayed up to watch some more TV in my room. It took me a moment to realize the sound had come from my side and not from the speakers in front of me. Go wake your parents up, or something bad will happen soon. I froze and looked at where the sound was coming from. The only thing on my dresser in that direction was Skelly-san. Of course, I didn't assume it was him right away. "Hello?" I said out loud, clutching my covers tightly. I let go long enough to turn the volume down on the TV and saw Skelly-san's mouth move this time. His voice was calm, deliberate, and forceful. "Go wake your parents up, or something bad will happen soon." Being 8, I ran to my parents' room crying. They asked what was going on and I told them I had a nightmare. Even at that age I knew what I had seen wasn't normal, and I was scared to say it out loud and make it real. I got it from my dad. He has always been one to keep his struggles to himself. I slept in my parents' bed that night. The next time it happened was 2 months later. Similarly to last time, I was staying up later than my parents, but unlike last time I had a cousin spending the night this time. Simon and I were up late, maybe 10, playing video games, after a long day at the beach. Simon went to the bathroom and while he was gone, Skelly-san spoke to me again. "Go wake your parents up, or something bad will happen soon." This time, I didn't freeze, or cry. I knew Simon would be back in a minute, and I was more confused than scared this time. "What's going to happen?" I asked. Skelly-san turned his head towards me and only repeated himself verbatim. "Go wake your parents up, or something bad will happen soon." His head snapped back into place as I heard the door swing open, and Simon re-entered. "Who were you talking to?" Simon asked me. "Did you hear that?" I asked him in surprise. If he had heard Skelly-san talk, maybe I wasn't going crazy after all. "I only heard you mumbling, but I didn't hear what you said. Were you yelling at the game?" He hadn't seemed to have heard anything specific after all. Skelly-san didn't move or speak for another 6 months. On my 9th birthday, I and all of my friends were going to go to an amusement park. The day before, I was so excited I thought I was going to be sick. I was reading all about the rides, attractions, and food at the park in bed when Skelly-san spoke again. "Go wake your parents up, or something bad will happen now." He said the last word so sharply that it shook the windows. I sat up half terrified and half in disbelief. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could take a breath, he screamed, "Now! Now! Now!" The shockwave from his voice scattered the dust in my room and almost knocked me off my bed. I took off running. I burst through my mom and dad's door and screamed I need help. Before I blacked out, I woke up 38 days later in the hospital. They said the tumor was the size of a golf ball and growing. If they hadn't caught it when they did, it would have started putting pressure on my brain and I could have started having hallucinations or even permanent brain damage. The operation was a success and I've never had any serious complications, aside from the 4-inch section of my scalp where the hair won't grow. The doctors insisted my blacking out was unrelated and just a random panic attack. They insisted there wouldn't have been any symptoms at all. My brain was normal and there was no excess pressure anywhere yet. They said normally, you can't really tell until it's already causing problems. They said we were so very lucky. They all patted themselves on the back for going through with the CT scans just in case. Skelly-san never spoke to me again. He never moved. He never gave any indication he was anything more than a stuffed toy with a silly backstory. I still keep him around though. He moved with me when I went to college, much to the confusion and amusement of my parents, who never got the full story from me, and he lives with me in my first home. Now, I'll introduce him to my kids as their guardian uncle, and he'll have a placement in their bedrooms when they sleep at night. Because even though it would be really easy for me to dismiss the encounters as hallucinations my doctors were wrong about, there was a reason they took those scans. My dad wouldn't let it go and force them to get the scans. They argued with him to no end, but he wouldn't back down or explain why he was convinced they needed to be done. When my mom asked him afterward how could he have known? How could he have seen what the doctors couldn't when he was just some middle manager, who had absolutely nothing in the way of medical knowledge? He swore her to secrecy. Mom and I drink wine together, though, and to this day has never mentioned it to her or anyone else again. He said, I know this might sound crazy, but as we were rushing out the door to the hospital, I heard someone shout make them check her brain from her bedroom. Doctor's notes. I cannot share all the details of what happened on March 3, 2018. As a doctor, I'm not allowed to share certain private details, so names have been changed and I do not mention what hospital I worked at the time. There has to be some sort of logical explanation as to what happened. So far, I haven't come up with any. Here are my notes I took that night. 3 people are dead because of that woman's presence. And I need to find a reason why so I can continue going on with life. Everything has to have a rational reason. Or so I thought. 6:29 p.m. Jane Doe was brought in about 10 minutes prior. Their age is somewhere in their early 20s. She would be quite tall when standing, almost 6'2". She's African American with 2 mirror injuries between her shoulder blades. The skin has been taken clean off and seems to be done expertly. I believe someone may have been trying to skin her, possibly to hide an identifying mark like a tattoo. Jane Doe was found walking naked down a street in a daze. She was found by 2 young women who took her immediately to the emergency room. By the time they reached it, Jane was unconscious and unresponsive. I hold high hopes for her recovery as other than the injuries on her back, she seems to be perfectly healthy. 7:01 p.m. Had to calm down Derek Peterson again. Peterson woke up screaming about demons and had to be given a sedative. He needs a transfer to a proper mental ward, but his parents only want him to be treated for his injuries before he's sent home. Like this time and every other time. 8:09 p.m. Jane Doe has awoken. She seems to be all right in mind but claims to not remember who she is and what happened to her. I have reason to believe she's lying, but it appears she's gone through some form of trauma and I don't believe she's ready to relive it. I've ordered a rope kit, but she doesn't appear to show the typical signs of intimate assault other than being found nude. The storm is picking up. I'm going to get a migraine from this. 8:38 p.m. Jane Doe somehow escaped from her room and ended up in the room of Agnes Church. She was sitting by the elderly woman and stroking her hand, almost comfortingly. I managed to guide Jane back to her room and apologize to Agnes, but Agnes had already fallen back asleep. I imagine that's all that's left for her, sleep. Jane has been put back in her room and I've assigned a nurse to her door. We can't have her wandering around the hospital. She could hurt herself. 8:55 p.m. Agnes passed away not 5 minutes ago. I cannot seem to shake off this odd chill about the uncanny timing of her meeting Jane and her death, but it is circumstantial. Agnes hasn't been right for days. I knew her end was coming soon. I'll miss playing board games with her on the weekends. If there's a heaven, she's likely playing Yahtzee with the angels now and somehow winning every time, even if it is a luck game. 9:23 p.m. Jane got out of her room again. The nurse left to use the bathroom and by the time she got back Jane was gone. Because she was in my office. She's incredibly sweet. All she wanted to tell me was that she remembered her name Leah. I am not the kind of man to get so captivated by his patients, but something about Leah tugs at my heart. I suppose she reminds me of my sister before the cancer weakened her spirit. I took Leah back to her room and told her that she shouldn't leave until we can find someone she knows. She seemed mildly agitated with this, but she did not object. 10:42 p.m. Derek passed away. This shouldn't have happened. One moment he was enjoying TV while chattering the ear off of the nurse who was checking his bandages when, as she describes, the eyes rolled back in his skull and he fell backwards, choking and thrashing about. We tried to save him but he was gone within minutes. It was like his body just ceased. I'm going over his treatment, but he wasn't allergic to any of the medications we gave him, and other than his mental disorders he was perfectly healthy. Leah tried to get out during the chaos but I managed to catch her before she left her wing. She said she wanted outside for a breath of fresh air, but I have no doubt if she leaves this hospital we will never see her again. We're still trying to get a positive ID on her. There are no girls in the area matching her description with the name Leah who have been reported missing. We might have to widen our search. The storm's only getting worse. I think there's something wrong with the air because I've had no less than 2 bloody noses tonight and my head is pounding. 11:01 p.m. Once again Leah tried to escape. She's begged to be released and claims she remembers how to get home, but she cannot name an address nor any relatives who can pick her up. She still doesn't remember her surname. The police here now are trying to ID her. I just got word. She escaped again. 11:32 p.m. Leah was found attempting to get to the roof. She claims that's the way home. We've now had to restrain her to the bed as she is now classified as a self-mutilation risk. Officer Matthew Reynolds said she had taken off her hospital gown and was about to jump when he tackled her. I'm thankful she didn't succeed in her attempt to unalive herself, but I'm worried she'll try again. 11:45 p.m. Reynolds is dead. He just dropped in the hallway. Just like Derek. I have an unsettling feeling that Leah may be connected to this. 12:01 a.m. The power was knocked out by the storm. We're running off of generators now. The lights are constantly flickering. 2 nurses have fainted, thankfully not dead, but both experiencing bloody noses and migraines. I can feel my own head start to pound. I swear there's blood pattering against the window, but that's impossible. I might need to go home. Or go to the emergency room. 12:33 a.m. Birds are flying into the windows. Like drawn to a beacon they're flying to the building, smacking against the glass and falling to the ground dead. The sound certainly isn't helping my head. I need to talk to Leah, but I believe she's asleep and is under guard by 2 officers. It's foolish to believe that this girl could be causing such madness, but I don't know what else to think. 12:45 a.m. The officers have fallen unconscious and Leah is nowhere to be found. I'm checking the roof now. 1:12 a.m. I go knee. SE-WA. 8:31 a.m. I was found on the roof unconscious shortly after I wrote that nonsense message in my notes. My face was covered in blood and they thought I might be dead, but I survived the experience, whatever that experience was. I must have hallucinated everything, but I shall take note of it anyway. I found Leah standing on the edge of the roof, once again nude and staring at the sky. She turned to look at me. Will you stop me? Her voice was hollow, tired. Lightning flashed and I swore I saw something on her back illuminated by the lightning. I tried to talk her down and show her there was a better way, but she shook her head. I have to try. I have to try to get home, doctor. This is the only way to see if I can still fly. She jumped then. I ran to the edge of the roof and peered over the ledge. I saw Leah's body on the ground. But I saw her also stand, brushing herself off like she'd suffered a minor fall. She looked up at me and I became overwhelmed with grief. I wept. I cried as she raised her head to the sky and screamed at the top of her lungs. The sound of loss, the sound of heartbreak. I must have passed out then because that's all I remember. Thankfully I seem no worse for wear and will likely return to work in a few days. Leah is missing, but there is no sign of her body either. I think she's going to spend the rest of eternity trying to find a way home. Does this taste funny to you? The first haunted house we visited was unbelievably boring. 3 small rooms, a fog machine, and 1 plastic skeleton. Lauren and Mitch were waiting outside when Melanie and I exited. People were screaming on rides all around us across the pier, but Lauren and Mitch looked half asleep. Performers in colorful costumes wandered through the crowd. The pier was a part amusement park, part carnival. Melanie convinced us all to stop for funnel cake. The man behind the booth was dressed like a clown, complete with a purple and yellow pinstripe jumpsuit. All of the food sellers were dressed like clowns. An entire neon rainbow of white-faced, red-nosed jesters. I suppressed a shiver. There was something surreal about clowns grinning and giggling while handing out pretzels. An amazing smell drifted my way on the breeze. Savory, smoky, meat. I looked for the source of the smell. 3 stalls down from the funnel cake place was a rundown booth with sausages, kebabs, and chunks of steak hanging down from the awning. Another clown was standing behind the counter. He was staring at my group. At me. I glanced up at the banner above the stall. Does this taste funny to you? There's another haunted house on this boardwalk, Trevor, Melanie said, chomping on her funnel cake. It's down by the inlet. I looked away from the clown and the meat. I don't know if I feel like another haunted house. Hey, and I've been to that one. It's not much better than the one here on the pier, Mitch said. Just a bunch of empty, dark rooms with some mops hanging from the ceiling and enough junk to give you an infection if you took a deep breath. Lauren shook her head. I know the one you're talking about, but I think they completely renovated it last winter. Added a whole second level, changed all the rooms. I've heard it's decent now. Doubt it, Mitch said. Everyone looked to me for my vote. Hey, why not? Can't be worse than the bargain basement of horror we just went through. I turned back to see if the clown at the meat stall was still watching us. The booth was empty. We left the pier and made our way down the boardwalk to get in line for the haunted house, the Maniac Mansion. The attraction was separate from the pier, so we'd need to pay to ride. Mitch balked when he saw the price was $6 a rider, but Lauren half charmed, half shamed him into coming along. Once we paid and approached the entrance, Lauren and Mitch took the lead car while Melanie and I got into the one behind them. The cars were all shaped like small coffins, complete with demonic faces, bats, and skulls carved into the wood. The ride operator strapped us in and waved the all clear. Remember, they aren't allowed to touch you, he said as our car began to move along the rail. What? I shouted back, but the man didn't answer. Mitch and Lauren disappeared through a swinging red door. Our car clunked along slowly. 30 seconds later, we went through the same door into pitch blackness. It was cold inside the haunted house, almost freezing. At first, the sensation was pleasant. We'd spent the last 3 hours sweating on roller coasters and merry-go-rounds. But the chill soon became uncomfortable. Melanie and I scooted closer together and I put my arm around her shoulders. Nothing happened in the first room. No lights turned on. No sound. We rolled silently through the darkness, Melanie letting out a nervous giggle as we hit a slight drop. Our coffin glided through several layers of heavy curtains, and I'll admit that I might have flinched when the fabric brushed my arm. This is already better than the other haunted house and nothing's happened, Melanie said, shivering. Yeah, the atmosphere is. We went through the last curtain and immediately triggered an air horn. Red lights flashed twice, revealing a room full of mannequins looming around us. Then it was dark again. Oh my God, Melanie whispered. I'm shaking. I swallowed, grateful that the air horn was loud enough to drown out my scream. Yeah. Freaky. The next few rooms at least had some light. Animatronic skeletons and corpses leapt out at us from the shadows. We traveled through a tunnel of spinning neon paint that ended in a sharp drop. Hidden fans blew cold air and water on us as we rolled through a room filled with fog. Just as we were about to exit the fog, I felt a strange sensation. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. I turned around and saw a shadow approaching us through the mist. A man in a hockey mask. He walked quickly and my brain froze. My first thought was that he was another rider who left his car for some reason to explore the haunted house. The man came close, noticed me watching, then slipped around to Melanie's side. She didn't realize he was there until he was parallel to the car. When she did see him, she shrieked. The man never said a word. He followed us for a few steps, then opened a hidden door in the wall and went inside. What the hell? What the hell? Melanie gasped. My heart was trying to bust out of my ribcage, but I thought about what the rider operator said before we started. Remember, they aren't allowed to touch you. Live actors, I said, laughing a little. They must have added them when they did the renovations. Melanie was nearly curled into a ball pressed into my side. Warn me if you see any others creeping up on us, okay? She asked. The actors were good. A woman in a white dress caught us by surprise as we rounded a turn. A big man caused both of us to jump when he revved up a chainsaw. I thought he was animatronic until we got close. We were just starting to get used to the idea that any of the displays could come to life when our coffin entered a brightly lit room. It was completely white with only 2 figures and a chair. The first man was dressed like a werewolf. He lay face down in a puddle of blood, his leg twitching. One of his feet was severed at the ankle. A clown was seated in a wooden chair nearby, chewing on the foot. Unlike the other actors, the clown's costume was ragged, dirty, and held together with patches. He wore a curly pink wig and a mask that showed white cheeks, blue eyes, and a scarlet nose. The mask left his mouth open. His teeth were crooked and stained red. It was the same clown from the meat stall out on the pier. The clown didn't move from his chair as we rolled by in our car. He only lifted one hand and waved. That's the worst one yet, Melanie said, looking away. I turned towards her. That body on the ground looked awfully real for a prop, I whispered. Stop trying to scare me, she said, punching my arm. I looked back over my shoulder and choked down a yelp when I saw the clown. He was standing now, staring at us. The clown began to walk, then run, then sprint towards us. We exited through a sliding door before he caught up, but at the last moment, his fingers brushed my shoulder. This ride needs to be over. Now, Melanie said. We were in another pitch-black tunnel moving slowly. I thought I heard the thud of running footsteps coming from somewhere on my left. They passed us and kept going. After a few seconds of silence, and then we heard the screams. It was a haunted house. We'd heard various yelps and curses and shouts from other riders in different parts of the building. But nothing like this. Nothing is loud. Nothing is panicked. I want off, I want off, I want off, Melanie whispered, squeezing my arm in a vice grip. It's all fake, I promised. And we're almost. Our car came to a halt with a crash that threw us forward against our seatbelts. Are you okay? I asked. Yeah. Christ, it's so dark. What did we hit? Another car, I think. Maybe there was a malfunction with the track? Hold on, we need some light. I started patting my pockets, trying to remember where I'd put my cell phone. Something gurgled. I froze. The sound continued, a wet sucking noise like someone slurping. Hello? Melanie said. Is someone there? I finally found my cell phone and snapped on the flashlight app. The light was limited, a little circle that I could point around the room, but it was enough to confirm that we had hit another car that was stalled on the track. I swept the beam across the back of the coffin and Melanie screamed. Lauren was staring back at us. Her throat was slit so deep that her head was only hanging on by her spine and a few inches of skin and muscle. She was the source of the gurgling noise. Her eyes were unfocused, but she seemed to be looking directly at us. My hand was shaking so badly that the flashlight beam jumped and fell like a wasp caught in a mason jar. I shined it away from Lauren and swept it back and forth. I stopped when I found Mitch. Oh Jesus no, Melanie sobbed. Mitch was on the ground in the tunnel. A hunting knife with a black handle was buried in his neck to the hilt. The clown from the previous room was hunched over my friend's body. When my flashlight hit him, the man looked back at us. I heard Melanie throw up but didn't take my eyes off the clown. He was holding Mitch's severed arm, the hand covered in bite marks. The clown chewed whatever he had in his mouth and swallowed. Then he lifted the arm in my direction and gestured for me to take it. Does this taste funny to you? He asked. I grabbed Mel's hand and pulled her from the cart. We ran down the black tunnel. She was screaming, or maybe I was. It was a panic sprint until we hit the warm air and lights of the boardwalk. Then we kept running until we were on the beach. That's when Mel finally made us stop so she could call 911. By the time the cops got to the haunted house, there was no sign of anything. Not even the bodies. It's been weeks and I still can't sleep. Whenever I nod off, I have the same dream. A dark room, a smell like old pennies, a wet floor. Then a voice from the blackness. Does this taste funny to you? The mask game. Amber was the last to arrive. Her 3 friends were already seated around the campfire. The sound of laughter drifted out into the dark. She took a deep breath, then slipped through the wedged open gate and headed towards the fire. Beer bottles, joints, and candy wrappers already littered the ground. Amber wrinkled her nose and made a mental note to ask everyone to clean up before they left, knowing that it would earn eye rolls and shrugs. Her friends saw the Red Cliff estate as a fun, maybe haunted in a touristy way, a place to hang out. They didn't give two poop about its history. Amber used to think Joe did, but that was before. Amber joined her friends by the fire sitting on a log at the edge of the light. You're late, Jordan said, not looking up. She pressed at the burning pit with a thin branch, coaxing sparks into the air. Forgot my mask, Amber replied. Had to drive back. We're ready? Luther interrupted. Joe was looking everywhere but Amber. We're ready. They'd found the game online buried in a list of more familiar options like a gold tooth and a common smile. In between links for Ouija, custom tarot decks, and urban legends was the mask game. The rules are simple. On Halloween night, gather in a group somewhere that is close to the dead. Red Cliff had its graveyard on the grounds. The estate was sprawling, containing acres of woods, a 3-story house and smaller outbuildings, all preserved by the local historical society. A split rail fence made from rough wood enclosed the main property. Best of all for the game, Red Cliff was isolated and off limits to visitors at night. Everyone needed to bring a new mask, to dress all in black, and then a fire had to be built in a certain way. Then everyone needed to get entirely, breathtakingly intoxicated. If all went well and the spirits found the players interesting, then some would join the group as they played their game, mimicking the living. In the end, they would vote on who was real and who was visiting from the other side. Amber and her friends sat drinking, sharing candy, and feeding the fire for another hour. Eyes tight, head swimming, Amber felt surface calm but concerned. She kept toying with the plastic mask in her purse. Something about the October air felt thin, fragile. Waiting. Maybe we shouldn't play, Amber said. Luther giggled and rolled his eyes. Told you all. Amba the party damp now rides again. Take it easy on her, Joe said, but Amber could see the hint of his smile in the flicker of the fire. Jordan stretched out long legs, clad in black denim. Amber noticed that Jordan's bare feet came to rest on the edge of Joe's log. Possessive. Have another drink or 3, Jordan suggested. Then we'll get started. Amber hesitated. The campfire was painting purple-black shadows across her friends' faces. All such pretty people, trim and young, carefree or at least careless. Right then she resented them, how little they seemed to respect Red Cliff or the game, but she listened to Jordan. Another half hour passed and the fire began to burn low. The 4 were the special kind of intoxicated that only comes with Halloween. Jordan had moved over to share Joe's seat. Let's get started, then, Joe said. Jordan stood up slowly. Remember, no cheating, no peeking. Walk until the fire and everyone else is out of sight. Put on your mask and make your way back from a different direction. If we're lucky, a few new friends might join us. Oh, and no flashlights or phones. Gotta keep everything secret. They each went their own way. Amber stumbled over the uneven ground, nearly running into a tree at the edge of the lawn. She turned and could still see the campfire, so she pushed into the forest. The night was getting colder and Amber shivered, wishing she'd worn something thicker than a hoodie. Above her, blue autumn stars dusted the sky. Amber thought she heard movement ahead of her in the woods, then laughter. She slipped on her mask, a white cat, and quickly headed back. When Amber drew close to the campfire, she froze. Her friends were back and already seated. There were 4 people on the logs and stumps that ringed the fire. "Oh poop," one of them said, their voice an unrecognizable buzz. The speaker was wearing a jester mask. Amber also saw a gray wolf, a robot, and a skull. All 4 were facing her. "Who are you?" Robot asked, and again she couldn't recognize the voice. Wolf shook their head. "No, you're not supposed to tell us yet. Sit down. This is effing wild," Skull giggled. "Seriously, what are you all trying to pull?" Amber sat down as far away from the others as she could. "What's going on?" She was startled to realize she didn't recognize her voice. It sounded far away and flat. Jester tossed another branch into the fire. "It seems like one of 2 things. Someone here is effing with us and snuck another friend in, or..." Jester looked from mask to mask. "The game worked and one of you doesn't belong. Or maybe you're the pretender," Wolf suggested. "How can we tell?" Amber asked. No one spoke. The only sound was the occasional pop of the fire. It was burning well, but the light was weak and the warmth was all but gone. Amber winced as a breeze with a winter bite blew through the yard. The temperature was dropping rapidly and Amber's breath rolled out like steam. The robot cleared its throat. "What if we..." Without warning, the flame went down to embers and there was no light at all. Amber heard cursing, bodies moving, thumping together. As suddenly as it went out, the fire roared back. "Oh God," someone whispered. "What the duck?" There were dozens of masked figures around the fire now. Some were seated until the logs were filled, the rest standing in a circle. Amber saw animal masks and monsters, plague doctors, and masquerades. Everyone wore black and she couldn't recognize anyone. "This is Ducked Up," a voice came from the crowd. "This is Ducked Up." Several voices replied in echo. Every word one person spoke the crowd repeated. "What's going on? Stop. Joe? Please stop. Jordan? Where's everyone? Please stop, please stop, please." The crowd was becoming agitated. Bodies pressed in around Amber, squeezing to sit next to her, looming at her sides. Light from the fire dipped again, then flared to reveal even more masked figures in the yard, hundreds. When the fire settled low and without warmth, Amber could see eyes glowing behind masks in the dark like wild animals waiting with predator patience. "Help," Amber screamed. "I don't want to be here. Please, someone please." She began to sob. The crowd all turned to watch her. "Is that Amber?" came a voice from out in the night. "Is she crying?" Crying again, crying again. A chorus of familiar voices. They sounded like Amber's friends but coming from every direction. "Stop it," Amber whispered. "I want to go home." "Told you she wouldn't want to play," a dozen voices together, all sounding like Luther. "Found another party to dampen." "Not her fault," Joe's voice echoed over and over. "Always been a scaredy cat. Always running." "Poor little Amber," the crowd said, mimicking Jordan. "If you weren't so fragile, maybe Joe would have liked you better." Amber put her head down. "Stop."
Shut up. Shut up. It was so cold that Amber couldn't stop shaking. The grass under her feet was brittle, brushed with frost. She tore at her mask, electric panic scorches her nerves. Even with her fingernails digging into her skin hard enough to draw blood, the cheap plastic was stuck. "The game's not over yet," voices called out one after another. "Mask stay on." Amber heard other voices woven in, familiar voices, but they were drowned out by the chorus. Under the words she heard other sounds, animal noises, weeping, laughter, and growling. The fire faded and all Amber could see were shadows. "Guess. Guess." Excited voices cried out. "Someone needs to guess. Who is real and who is pretend? Let Amber do it." That sounded like Joe. "Amber, Amber, 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 Amber." "I don't know," she said. "Don't make me." "You have to pick," said a single voice, clear and cold in her head. "Who is real? Who is pretend? Who should go?" "Everyone," Amber whispered. "None of you are real. None of you care." She thought of the way Luther always rolled his eyes when she had something to say, of Jordan's grin and her leg resting near Joe. "How Joe? You're all fake and you can all go to hell for all I care," Amber said, shutting her eyes. "Okay," the voice agreed. When Amber looked up, she was alone. The area around the Redcliffe house was empty. There was only her and fire. She ripped her mask off and threw it into the flames. It burned brightly. Amber sat staring at the fire, trying to keep her hands from shaking. Once she was nearly steady, she brought up the flashlight on her phone and swept it across the yard. The bottles and litter she noticed before were still scattered over the lawn, but there were no other signs of her friends. None of them answered when she called them. She almost left Joe a voicemail but couldn't think of anything to say. "It wasn't real," Amber said out loud as she got up to leave. "All a trick, pretend. A game." As she headed towards the gate, Amber promised herself that she'd return in the morning to look for Luther and Jordan, and Joe. At the very least she'd clean up the mess they left.
My grandparents had a room where the walls used to cry. Luck did not welcome me into this world as I involuntarily entered it. My dad didn't even bother to stick around until my birth, and my mother suffered from a myriad of different psychiatric illnesses, keeping her locked up in various mental health institutions for most of the time. As such, the task of raising me fell to my grandparents. For all intents and purposes, they were my parents, and I'd never trade them out for anything in the world. So despite my chaotic entry into life, my childhood was relatively normal. They guided me through all my firsts. They kept me fed, and taught me valuable life lessons that I carry with me to this day. Their house was typically what you'd expect from any grandparent, an old house they'd owned for generations, full on with wallpaper that should have been changed in the late 70s, and despite how often they cleaned, there was always this smell in the air you would never find in a new house. Still, that was all I'd ever known, and I loved each moment of it. But despite the joy they gave me, there was an oddity it took me many years to finally question. A room on the ground floor with a heavy metal door they always kept locked. "What's behind that door, Grandma?" I asked my grandmother after hearing strange sounds on the other side. I was only 4 and had just about learned to form coherent sentences, and even to my young mind the place emitted a strange aura that didn't sit right with me. "You'll understand when you get older," she'd say in response. I always let it go, but every now and then I'd see my grandparents enter the room and lock it behind them. Sometimes they'd cry, other times they'd just talk. Whatever the case, the sounds were always muffled behind the thick walls and ancient, metal door. It was only on the occasion that I awoke from muffled cries on the other side that I took to questioning my grandparents. Each time it would be the same answer. "You'll understand it when you get older." That day came shortly after I turned 15. My first girlfriend had just broken up with me over some trivial teenage bullshit that at the time seemed like a massive deal. In hindsight, we were both just young and stupid, and our short-lived relationship barely made a dent in either of our developments as human beings. Still, I was heartbroken. Of course, my grandparents came to my aid with reassurances that I'd find true love and that first relationships never last. Their words, as true as they might have been, didn't have much of an effect on my hormone-ravaged body. So, after a week of me sitting around and sobbing as I listened to depressing music, they decided it was time to share the secret of the locked room. My grandma held my hand and led me towards the rusty metal door that had covered up a mystery decades before I was even born. I stood before it with trembling knees waiting in anticipation to finally figure out what lay on the other side. She took a key out of her pocket and handed it to me. "Why don't you go inside?" She half-asked, half-ordered. "What's in there?" That's more than I could possibly explain with simple words. It's something that has to be experienced firsthand. Trust me, 1 minute inside and you'll understand what I mean. I hesitated, but curiosity was my main driving force. I reached out my hand to unlock the door with a shaky hand. As I went to pull the handle, my grandmother left me with these parting words: "Stay inside until you understand, but do not linger." Unfortunate things happen to those driven by greed. With that warning, she ushered me inside with a smile on her face. Her sinister warning, paired with such an innocent voice and friendly smile, put me in a strange place between fear and comfort. Throughout my life, I'd always felt safe by her side, and despite the room being an unknown, eerie mystery, I didn't straight out feel afraid. She closed the door behind me, leaving me in the dark. I fumbled around on the nearby wall, feeling the moist wallpaper brush against my hand. Despite the discomfort, I quickly found a light switch that I flipped on. A dim light filled the room, originating from a singular, ancient bulb hanging from a chain attached to the ceiling. The walls around were all covered in the same, pale wallpaper filled with red stripes and repeating patterns. The floor was covered in red carpet that appeared clean in spite of its wet touch. It was an ugly place, that much was certain, but the thing that truly put me in a sense of discomfort was the emptiness. The room was rid of any furniture, just a square space with little more than its carpet and wallpaper. I just stood in the center and tried to figure out what I was supposed to do. The pain and sadness from the breakup still lingered in the back of my mind, but as I entered the room it seemed less present, faded. As odd as it might sound, I could feel the depression that had built up inside me over the past couple of weeks just drain from my soul. It was as if the room itself was eating up my sadness, and as the seconds ticked by, I felt more at ease. That's when I noticed that the wallpaper started to seem even wetter. I stood up to check what was going on, when droplets of water started trickling down the walls. From within them, I heard muffled moans, akin to someone crying. Hundreds of voices mashed together in a symphony of tears, and as horrifying as it appeared at the time, it somehow took away my pain. It quickly dawned on me that the leaked water was tears, salt-filled water that formed a small pool in the center of the room. I stood there, letting my own emotions fade as the room ate them up. Mere minutes passed, after which I felt fine. The world-breaking emotions I'd felt subsequent to my breakup became unimportant. Once I'd calmed down, I let my grandmother's warning ring through my mind once more. "Stay inside until you understand, but do not linger." Unfortunate things happen to those driven by greed. I knew then that time had come to exit the room, so I did, diligently following orders as I'd been taught. Outside, I found my grandmother waiting for me with a smile on her face. "Do you understand?" I nodded, though I didn't fathom the mechanism behind the room. I definitely understood its purpose. The room was a place where emotions were taken, a place to regain a sense of inner peace after tragic incidents. "How does it work?" I asked. "I don't know. The room has been there since the time of my great-great-grandfather who built this place. I never got the chance to ask him myself, and no one else in my family ever truly understood. I had so many more questions, yet I couldn't figure out where to start." "Devin, it's very important that you only use this room when you feel sad," she said. "What do you mean?" "Sadness is an emotion that doesn't take from the people you feel sad about, and it will not hurt you. But anger, jealousy, fear, those are emotions the room should never take from you. What will happen if I go inside? People will get hurt, and you'll have to live with that fact." She didn't explain it in much deeper detail, and to be honest she didn't have to. My grandfather didn't say much either, but then again he wasn't the one to usually enter the room. He would warn me from time to time not to stay in there for too long, but I had a happy life and didn't use it more than a couple of times a year. Apart from the room, my life was relatively eventful. As my grandparents promised, I found true love a few years later. She was only my second girlfriend, and though I was skeptical about the adventure of love, I gave her a chance. A few years passed and through thick and thin I just knew she was the one. I proposed to Lisa when we were both 23 after a thorough interrogation from my grandparents. They loved her as much as myself, which just solidified the feelings I had for her. We planned to get married in the summer of the following year, by which time we'd already moved in together. It wouldn't be a big wedding as neither of us had much family to speak of. I had my grandparents, and she had her parents plus an uncle and a couple of siblings. Other than that, it would be an event for our closest friends, a celebration on the beach regardless of the weather. But as the date approached, I got a sinking feeling in my gut. I didn't even know whether or not it was related to my fiancée, but something was wrong. Then I got a call from my grandfather. His voice sounded meek and broken. It was clear he was in shock. "She's gone, Devin." My grandparents had a room where the walls used to cry. He struggled to get any more words out than that. My grandpa had always been a man of few words, but that was something else entirely. My grandmother had been an old woman, but her death was all but natural. She'd been hit by a drunk driver, a hit and run with the guy getting away. That day, a little piece of me died, as I lost one of the two people who'd always been there for me. The wedding was postponed until further notice. I moved back in with my grandpa so we could support each other throughout the ordeal. The next few weeks went by in a haze. My grandpa wandered aimlessly around the house, trying to keep things together in the wake of his true love's death. I kept waiting for him to enter the crying room, but he never did. He'd stand in front of the door and stare at it, but each time he'd turn around and keep himself preoccupied with doing other things. "Why don't you go inside the room?" I asked. "Because I need to feel this. I need to keep a part of her by my side, even if it hurts." I learned an important lesson that day, that sadness doesn't have to be unhealthy, or even a bad emotion. Grief is a natural process of life, one appearing when things or people that mattered vanish from our lives. I started using the room less after that, only going in during depressive episodes and particularly days. 3 months later, they finally caught the son of a bitch that killed my grandma. A tip had led to his arrest, with the trial pending. When they actually did start, the court proceedings were pretty short. He'd been caught on a local camera, and though they'd gotten both the license plate number and his face, he wasn't the actual owner of the vehicle, hence the delayed arrest. Never in my life had I felt such utter hatred and burning anger towards another person. His casual demeanor never changed throughout the session. He kept maintaining his lack of guilt. I could even see him chuckling to his lawyer as they mumbled about something. He felt no remorse, and when he was finally deemed guilty, he got angry instead of apologizing for the life he took. When I got home, not a single part of me felt that justice had been dealt. My grandfather didn't seem happy, but he wasn't as distraught as myself. Once nightfall came and he went to sleep, I decided I couldn't deal with all these emotions. It was time to visit the crying room once again, but not to remove sadness. No, I needed to get rid of my anger. I unlocked the door and pulled it open. The same poorly decorated, empty room greeted me. I stepped inside ready to let my emotions vanish. For a moment, I just stood there in the middle of the room waiting for anything to happen. But my anger remained. Even as the walls and floor started to feel moist, my hatred didn't budge an inch. That's when I noticed the odd coloration of the tears. At first it was barely noticeable with weird trails left behind the tears, but before long the strong crimson color became an undeniable fact. The walls weren't crying, they were bleeding. The sight didn't scare me, nor did it make me want to flee. Instead, I was filled with a confusing mixture of burning rage and mind-blowing ecstasy. I felt justified in my anger. I felt gleeful that pain was spreading, though I didn't know exactly where it was going. The walls groaned in agony, a sound it had never produced before as 100 voices cried in pain. Whether a minute passed or an hour, I wouldn't know, but before I knew what was going on, my grandfather came barging into the room. "What have you done?" he asked in shock. I just turned and looked at his horrified expression as he realized the room was filled with blood. As he snapped away from terror back to reality, he grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the room. Once the door was locked once again, I finally came to my senses. The emotions, the blood, it turned from twisted joy to overwhelming shame. I. We told you never to go into the room when you're angry. People get hurt, why did you do it?" My grandfather yelled, angrier than I'd ever seen him. "I just wanted it to go away. You don't understand what you've done. There will be consequences neither of us can understand." But I realized then that he wasn't really angry, he was just disappointed. He understood why I'd done my actions, but he had thought I was a better man than that. "Your grandmother would never have wanted this," he said as he left me alone in the dark. Neither of us used the room after that. I couldn't bear the shame, so from that day onward, I learned to suppress my feelings, pushing them to the furthest corners of my mind. In the following months, things slowly returned to normal. We honored my grandmother the way she wanted, by living happy lives. A week after the incident, a rumor started to spread through our community. The man who'd hit my grandma was found dead in his cell. Though the cause of death wasn't officially announced, his blood had apparently started boiling, destroying him from inside. He was found with an agonized expression on his face. I knew it was my doing by going angry into the room, but I didn't feel the least bit guilty. There was an odd, dark energy in the house following the driver's death. One I couldn't quite put my finger on, but it wasn't enough to overshadow the upcoming events in my life. Our wedding plans were back on, and in the summer of the next year, I finally got married to the love of my life. Around the same time, my grandfather started feeling sick. He'd lost a bunch of weight and struggled to eat. It wasn't long before he was diagnosed with inoperable pancreatic cancer. While the news hit me hard, he really didn't seem to mind. He'd had a long and amazing life, and despite the sudden onset, he was ready to go. "I'm happy to have raised you like a son. Please don't stop living because I'm gone. Be happy, get the family you ever wanted," he'd say. Since we had time to prepare ourselves, his passing wasn't filled with shock. I cried, but I didn't break down like last time. I didn't even consider using the crying room to deal with my emotions. It had become little more than a memory of former times. I inherited my grandparents' house, and since we didn't have better options, my wife and I moved in there together, ready to raise a family of our own. She went on to redecorate the place, a task heavily needed to bring it into modern times. While I liked my grandparents' style, it was a tad old-fashioned. She asked me about the room, a place I hadn't even thought to explain to her. I knew it would be an inevitability, but I knew she'd think I was crazy. Still, I tried my best to recount my experiences to her as insane as they sounded. At first, she thought I was joking, but she quickly noticed my serious expression. "Can I have a look inside?" I couldn't let her. I couldn't let anyone inside the room, so I put up additional locks. Against all odds, she believed me. Though she didn't understand what would happen if she went inside, she trusted me enough to keep her promise. We lived together in happiness, and before even a year passed, Lisa fell pregnant. We were both over the moon with joy. For months we baby-proofed our home and fixed up the guest room to turn it into a nursery. Then, in the 5th month of pregnancy, Lisa started experiencing severe cramps. We immediately took her to the emergency room to discover she was giving birth prematurely. Despite the doctor's best efforts, the baby didn't survive. The two of us fell into a deep depression, and for the first time in over a year, I thought about using the room. But my grandfather's words kept ringing in the back of my mind, that I needed to feel the pain, that it mattered too much to just erase. So keep trying to remain strong, supporting my wife in every way that I could. But it was a downhill battle, one we were both losing. One night I awoke in the middle of the night drenched in sweat from a recurring nightmare. I felt guilty for our dead, unborn child, as if my actions had somehow caused his death. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence, but on that night I didn't find my wife sleeping beside me. In the distance, I could hear muffled cries, hundreds of them hidden behind a locked door. I knew exactly what had happened. My wife had gone into the crying room. I ventured downstairs, disappointed and confused as to how she'd gotten inside. She'd found the keys I had hidden, and for a couple of missing padlocks, she'd simply torn them off with a crowbar. I rushed inside to find the room filled with tears, the entire floor covered in a deep pool of water tall enough to leak into our living room. But the walls had long since stopped crying by the time I got down. The muffled sounds I had heard weren't sobs at all, but laughter. Lisa sat in the middle of the pool with an empty expression on her face. "Lisa, what are you doing?" I asked. She didn't respond. She didn't even look at me. She was absolutely catatonic, to the point where I had to carry her out of the room and lock it behind. She was alive, that much I knew, but she'd been hollowed out. She'd stayed inside the room so long that every single emotion she'd ever felt, and could ever feel, had been erased from her personality. The woman I loved was just gone. I called an ambulance. What else could I have done? But as I already knew, there was nothing left to do. She was checked into a psychiatric facility with little hope of recovery, leaving all alone in the world. I try to visit her weekly, but it doesn't look like she even recognizes me. I'm so empty, I keep thinking about going back into the crying room. It's just too tempting not to feel anything anymore. The ocean is in love with me, and I've always loved the ocean. When I was a child, my father used to take me to the beach every year on my birthday. We would spend the day building sandcastles and collecting seashells, and then splash around in the cool ocean water when we needed to cool off. We would eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches under the huge rainbow umbrella that he towed along on our trips, and stay and watch the sunset together before driving back home. My father was my best friend. He would take me to the movies and sit through hours and hours of kids' content and never once complained. When I grew up and my taste in movies changed, he would sit through hours of sci-fi films and never fell asleep during a single movie. He would let me help him in the kitchen even though most of the time, my help only made things messy and difficult, and he never once yelled or expressed frustration with me. He was always calm and steady, happy to explain things to me time and time again. I never knew my mother. My father never talked badly about her. He only told me that they met on a beach while he was traveling one summer, and dated for a year before she handed me to him, got on a bus, and left. She never looked back, and she made sure to take every single piece of herself with her. I had no connection to her, not even a photograph. Sometimes, I wished I knew who my mother was, but those moments were rare. I didn't really miss her, mainly because there was nothing for me to miss and because I felt like my father was enough. When my father died, it was heartbreaking. It was the most immense pain that I've ever felt. More than the time that I fell out of a tree when I was 12 and broke my arm in 2 places. I knew he was sick, and I knew that sooner or later, death would come barging in without even a warning and rip him from the hands of life. But this didn't stop me from crying for a week straight. At his funeral, all that I could hear were my sobs punching their way out of my throat and ricocheting off the walls of the church. I tried to stop them from putting him on the ground, and I vividly remember my uncles holding me back as I watched them lower my father into the earth. Within a few weeks, the area was covered in vibrant green grass, and the only proof that he was ever even there was a marble plaque with his name on it. Julian Miller, beloved father, I would visit him every week. I didn't bring flowers because I knew that he wouldn't like that. After a while, I started to bake things with the recipes he had taught me and brought them with me to eat while I visited. I figured that if he was somehow watching over me, he would be happy to know that I had finally perfected his apple pie. My first birthday after his death was the first year that I didn't go to the beach. It was too much for me, and I knew that it would never be the same. From then on, I would be celebrating my birthday alone. And the ocean looks a lot scarier when you're alone. I couldn't just forget about it though. I could never forget the beach or the smell of the ocean, the taste of peanut butter on my tongue, and the feeling of the bread sticking to the roof of my mouth while I sat under the large umbrella. And so, I began to paint. I used my father's old bedroom. It seemed fitting since it was because of him that I had fallen in love with the ocean in the first place. I must have painted hundreds of versions of the ocean, but it just wasn't the same. They were still moments, conjured up from fragments of hundreds of different memories, trapped forever on the canvas. And so, 3 years later, I found myself standing with my toes in the sand as I looked out at the endless water in front of me. I thought about getting in and just swimming until I couldn't anymore, until the ocean dragged me down into its depth, but I didn't. Because that wasn't what my father would have wanted. So I sat in the sand and stretched my feet out into the water and watched as the water reached for me as if coming alive and coaxing me in. I swear that I saw the ocean come alive that day. I saw the waves that lapped at the shore transform into hands that grasped at my ankles, climbing up my legs until I was waist deep in the water. Then, I laid back and closed my eyes, listening to the sound of the water moving below the surface. I didn't try to stop it. I didn't try to swim back or open my eyes to make sure I stayed within a safe distance of the shore. I didn't even protest when it dragged me under. Oddly enough, I didn't drown. I opened my eyes and saw that I was surrounded by the blue of the waters, and as I floated there, a couple of feet below the water, I felt as if I didn't need to breathe. I looked down to see the water forming a long, vine-like structure as it wove itself around my legs and up my torso, continuing to drag me further into its depths. I closed my eyes and allowed it to do whatever it wanted. I don't know how long I was down there, but eventually, I floated back up to the top of the water, and I opened my eyes as I was lifted out of the water. Then, I swam back to shore and walked back home. I should have been freaked out. And I was, albeit for the wrong reason. I was afraid that I couldn't die. That this was some kind of sick punishment, and that I would never reunite with my father. The following year, I didn't go to the beach. I stayed home and painted another version of the still waters that I had painted hundreds of times before, only this time, as I was halfway through, I started to cough. I set my paintbrush down and fell to the floor, gasping for air. I thought I was choking, but it took me a few minutes to realize that I wasn't choking. I was drowning. I was drowning in my dead father's bedroom, nowhere near water. I gasped for air, clinging to life, but eventually, my mind went blank. I woke up later, surrounded by water. I looked around, confused, thinking that I was dead, but I wasn't. I was back in the ocean, and it was clinging to me, dragging me deeper and deeper. Much deeper than the last time. I started to freak out this time, and I tried to swim up, but the water tightened around my body and yanked me down firmly. Eventually, I let myself give in, and I once again returned to shore as if nothing had happened. The beach was empty when I crawled out of the water, and I simply got up and walked home. I stopped painting after that, but the ocean was once again calling me back the next year without fail. I woke up in the middle of the night with a start, clawing at my chest and my throat as I felt myself drowning once again. This time, I ran out of my house, not even bothering to lock the door, and ran down to the beach, throwing myself into the water. As soon as I was under, I felt like I had taken a breath of fresh air. Once again, I watched as the ocean dragged me down until I couldn't see a single thing in the darkness, unable to stop it. Then, suddenly, there was light. It was small, like it was coming from a phone or something, and it was down below me. I stared at it as it got closer, growing larger. I was unable to tell if the ocean was dragging me deeper, or if the light was moving towards me. It got closer and closer until it illuminated the entire area around me. I looked around, glancing up, and realized that I couldn't even see the moonlight shining through the water anymore. I floated in place, in the silence, until I heard the sound of something moving through the water somewhere to my left. I looked in that direction until I saw it. A creature that appeared to be made of water, although it looked different than the water that I was surrounded by. It was a lot darker than the water around me, almost black, and had the face of a human, with a long torso with 4 long, tentacle-like arms on either side of it. It had the tail of a crown-tail fish, although much larger and in proportion to the rest of its body. It got closer to me until its face was a mere few inches from mine. It had a flat, round face with green slanted eyes with 2 pupils in each, that stretched from the center of its face, out to each side, and glowed. It had 2 small slits where its nose should have been and a large slit in its face where its mouth should have been. It stared at me intently for a few seconds and I tried to swim up, but I couldn't escape the ocean's grasp. It got closer and closer and then opened its mouth and I watched as a single, long tentacle slithered out an inch towards me, poking into my mouth and then sliding down my throat. I gagged at the salty, bitter taste in my mouth and tried to squirm away without success. After a few seconds, it slid back out and the creature swam away, and I was once again lifted to the top of the waters and carried to the shore. I walked away from the ocean and went back home, shaking in fear. The bitter taste lingered in my mouth for 2 days. I started painting the creature, in all its horridness, finding myself suddenly afraid of the ocean and of the fact that it seemed I would never be able to avoid it again. I tried to wait out the drowning feeling and tying myself down, but I always found myself in the ocean. Every single time, without fail. I knew that I was never going to be able to avoid it again. 10 years after my father's death, I got the diagnosis. It's genetic, they said. As if that made it better. I knew I was going to die soon. And I knew that the ocean would claim me long before it happened. I can't get the image of the creature out of my mind, and I know that it's down there, in the depths of the water, waiting for me. I think back to the days when I would run around in the sand with my father, dancing and splashing in the ocean. I think back to how I felt being there before he died, and how I fell in love with the ocean. And I guess at some point, it fell in love with me too. I am the voice that lives rent-free in your head. What would happen if I jumped in front of that oncoming train? Would I die quickly or get severed in half only to experience my last few moments of life in agony? How about I take this rock and smash the nearest couple of windows? Should I use my keys to scratch my initials into that parked car? Perhaps I'll just jump from the top of this building and turn myself into minced meat as I collide with the streets below. These are the intrusive thoughts we all struggle with on occasion, but they're transient, momentary lapses that we can't explain. While it's perfectly natural to have these thoughts, very few people act on them. Some have named this phenomenon the call of the void, or lapel du vide, while professionals refer to it as suicidal ideation. Depression and stress can increase these fleeting ideas, even to the point where some follow through, but that doesn't explain why seemingly healthy people experience them all the same. Some believe it's a way of controlling our own destinies in moments of uncertainty, while others solely deem these thoughts to be symptoms of mental disorders. But they're wrong, every single one of them, and I know the truth. Ever since I was a kid I struggled with tons of intrusive ideas. While my mother was still alive, she always comforted me with the simple idea that each little evil whisper came from the demon on my shoulder, but that I had an equally strong angel protecting me from these bad thoughts. It began as benign whispers too quiet to comprehend, but the ideas behind them turned to thoughts and compulsions. I'd randomly get the urge to throw my phone in the ocean, or jump down from insanely high places, or just punch things. But as it usually goes for most people, I never once acted on these urges. But as I reached my teenage years, these quiet whispers turned to clear voices. For the first time, I could actually understand some of them, dragging me to answer the call of the void. I kept ignoring them, knowing that they were little more than thoughts that couldn't control me. But as I got older they kept getting louder, and louder, and louder. What had been faint sounds turned to quiet whispers, and whispers to voices. By the time I'd reached my 20s, they were almost yelling at me. There were at least 2 of them, but only one I could fully understand, the one urging me to just end myself. It was always the same tone, ordering me to commit senseless, stupid, and oftentimes dangerous acts. When I finally turned to a therapist for help, the idea of schizophrenia was quickly suggested. But because I wasn't deemed a threat to others or suicidal, I was just given a few pills and sent on my way. But they didn't work, why would they? I wasn't even sick, I was just one of the very few people on earth capable of hearing the voices that give us these sick urges. For most people the call of the void only presents itself as a second-long thought, quickly ignored and forgotten. A few years passed with orders and urges thrown at me each and every day. Week by week they got louder, and I was given a cocktail of different medications to try to phase them out. Push that lady onto the road. It would yell, slam your head against the wall. The medications never worked. It wasn't that I didn't believe in them, it just didn't think I was sick. So when traditional medicine failed, I started to look for alternatives. I first sought out like-minded people, someone who understood my ordeal. I knew enough about the call of the void to know that even healthy people felt it, but I needed someone who also heard the voices. I went from forum to forum and visited physics as I tried out all the possible aspects of alternative medicine. It wasn't until a month into my search before I found a single user online who claimed to be in the same boat as me. And it all started with a simple message. "You hear them too, huh?" An anonymous user posted. By then I'd lied to a fair bit, so their initial claim made me feel somewhat skeptical. Usually, the people who talked about the voices were either trolls or just mentally ill. "I hear something," I said, not wanting to give them too much information. "What exactly do you hear?" "Suggestions, orders, commands. Ones that quickly turn to urges. But so far I haven't done anything stupid." "Do you know how many people kill themselves each year?" they asked. "No. I don't," I typed back, almost intrigued by the random question. 1 million people. It's a tragedy, and I'm not trying to minimize the suicide pandemic that's ravaging the world, but how many of them never showed any sign of depression or struggle? How many people seem happy just decided to end their own existence for no apparent reason? They asked in a hail of questions. People don't always show how they feel, I argued back. Everyone is fighting a battle, and we almost never know about it. Right, you are, but you think that's always the case? I suppose not. It's the voices, the urges, the call of the void. Not everyone manages to ignore them. Some are just taken in a moment of weakness, they explained. "Do you know anyone else who heard the voices?" I asked. "I knew a few," he said. "Knew?" I asked, scared about the implication of a simple, past tense word. "Well, once you start hearing them, they'll just keep getting louder and louder. And they're not going to stop until you, well, answer the call." By then I'd completely lost my defensive facade. If the anonymous user was telling me the truth, I had to find a way to stop them. As annoying as the constant noise was, I love life, and I had no intention of willingly ending it. "How can we stop them?" I asked, getting desperate. I only know about one guy who ever succeeded. He was given a kind of pill, no idea what was inside, but apparently, it worked. Haven't heard from him in months though. The last thing he ever sent me before falling off the grid was, "It worked, goodbye." I tried to contact him again, but he was just gone. His disappearance should have worried me, but the fact that it had worked was the only fact that mattered to me. "Do you know where he got the pill?" I asked. "Yeah, I'll give you the contact information. I can't speak for its efficacy though, or if it's even real. Could be a scam, and I'm not rich or connected enough to get my hands on it. But if I give you the info, I need you to promise me something." "What?" I asked. "If it works, I need to know. I can't take these screams much longer, I'm on the edge of just giving in to these urges." "Please, I'm begging you," they said. "If I end up giving it a go, I promise to let you know." "Thank you. What's your name anyway?" "It doesn't matter. I just want to live in peace. Please." A part of me expected it to be some sort of elaborate scam, but the way the anonymous user described the symptoms to a T couldn't be a coincidence. For whatever reason, I trusted them. Regardless of whether or not they were telling the truth, I couldn't go on living like that. Scam or not, I needed to give it a shot. The process of ordering the pill was a surprisingly simple task, taking place via email. I wasn't given instructions or anything, nor was I given a company name. For all I knew, it could have been a cyanide capsule, but I didn't care. But the voices were getting increasingly aware of my plan, and one of them was starting to fight back. "You're making a mistake. Don't do this," it said. As always, I chose to ignore the orders given to me. I had ordered the obscenely expensive pill, and all that was left to do was wait. All the while, the voice, which seemed softer than before, begged me to stop and reconsider. But the pleas were overwhelmed by the calls to kill me and thus fell on deaf ears. 3 days passed before the pill arrived. But before I decided to actually ingest it, I messaged the anonymous user again. "So I got the pill. I started, I'm not too sure about this, but I can't go on living with these voices. Even if it doesn't work, I just need to do something." But they never responded again. I waited days, hiding the pill away in a drawer, begging for a response, only so that I wouldn't have to go through it alone. But they were just gone. "Are you still there?" I asked. "Nothing." Left in solitude without a single soul to understand me, I decided to take the pill. Scam or not, I was left without any other choice. I swallowed the pill and sat down on my bed. I wasn't sure how long it would take for it to work. After all, it didn't come with any instructions. But before the voices even started to fade, the world around me turned to darkness and I passed out on the bed, falling into a dreamless slumber. Minutes turned to hours, and hours to an infinity of peace, and I would only awake when the tiniest voice called me back to reality. "Hello?" it said. But the voice wasn't coming from inside my head. It was coming from someone inside my room. I am the voice that lives rent-free in your head. "Are you awake?" It was the voice of a young girl, sounding almost resentful. I sat up in bed and let my eyes adjust to the harsh light of day. "Who's there?" I asked. Then I saw her, a bald little girl in a sunflower dress. She couldn't have been older than 8. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" I asked, confused, but not actually worried about her presence. I was absolutely certain I'd never seen her before, yet she seemed oddly familiar. "What do you mean?" "I have always been here," she chuckled. "I've been looking out for you since you were a kid." "Looking out for me?" "I don't." I trailed off. There was a second voice coming from inside my room, harsh and full of malice. It was ordering me to jump through the window, to end my miserable existence on Earth. I spun around to look for it, but I could only catch mere glimpses of a dark figure in my periphery. I felt my heartbeat quicken as panic rose within my body. The urge to follow through with the orders was getting unbearable. I could feel my body starting to move without me giving the command. I was going to jump, and no matter how hard I tried to resist it, I couldn't hold myself. That was until the girl spoke. "Stop," she said calmly. And I did. With that single word, I instantly calmed down, ignoring the malicious voice trying to kill me. That's when it dawned on me why I'd always heard several voices. She had been the second one, quieter, undecipherable, but powerful nonetheless. She was the one that let me ignore the intrusive thoughts. She was the one that had kept me safe. You remember me now? She asked with a smile. I guess I do, but I don't understand what's going on, I said. How am I seeing you? I'm a bit flabbergasted myself, she said. People don't usually see their guardians. That pill you took usually just disconnects us, both myself and the Umbra. It leaves you completely alone. The Umbra? I asked. The one telling you to do terrible things, she explained. He's my adversary, my nemesis of a sort. Everyone has two, but they're usually in the background, creating balance. Only a small fraction of humans can hear the voices like you did, and most of them don't survive. The people that try to remove the voices never survive. No one except for you, Ollie. No one had called me Ollie since my mother died, and though I didn't like the nickname, it made me feel oddly safe. Still, I could only sit there frozen in place. I'd expected peace, not a manifestation of the voices inside my head. I started to doubt the reality of my own situation, considering whether I'd been crazy all along, or if the pill had sent me stumbling over the edge of sanity. But I still heard the evil voice commanding me to kill myself. You'll be fine. You don't have to listen to him, she said, a few words that instantly made me relax. Why didn't the pill work? I asked. You should be happy the pill didn't work as intended. When people are cut off from their impulses, they're left hollowed out. It's like ripping a part of your soul out. You'll lose everything that makes you. Well, you, she explained. So, what do I do now? I don't know. This has never happened before. It's kind of exciting though, isn't it? She asked. Not exactly the word I'd use, but it's definitely new. I don't really get why I can't see the other guy though. It's like he's always standing behind me, I said. That's because he is standing behind you, and trust me, you don't want to see him. As I explained, this has never happened before, but our conversation was cut short as I heard someone yelling from outside. Jump in front of the car, a hoarse voice yelled. I ran to the window and glanced at the street. An elderly man was walking absent-mindedly on the sidewalk. By his side stood a grotesquely thin child covered in dark spikes. He was yelling at the man similar to the voices in my head. On the other side was another boy just holding onto his arm, seemingly negating the horrible calls from the other one. The man seemed unaware of the argument going around him, blissfully ignorant. You can see them? The girl asked. Yeah, are they? Yes, she answered prematurely, knowing exactly what I was about to ask. Everyone has them, but no one can hear them, much less see them. We appear as brief thoughts or impulses, nothing that can't be overcome by willpower. Only a few are unbalanced enough to suffer from us. I stood by the window in awe. A whole new world had opened up for me, but the shock of a new reality had rendered me unable to make a single decision. How about we go for a walk? The girl suggested. We took a stroll downtown to an adequately populated area. For each person we met, I saw the two entities following them, always in balance. The Guardian and the Umbra were arguing like the angel and devil that supposedly guide each and every decision we make. Balance is all that matters. I am not here to destroy my nemesis, that's not my purpose. I'm just here to keep him in check, she explained. As we walked, I noticed a sickly-looking woman in her mid-40s standing at one of the tram stops. She stared almost longingly onto the tracks, as if considering stepping onto the tracks just a tad too early. Unlike the rest of the people, her Umbra was significantly larger than the Guardian. Where there's a lack of balance, life can't thrive, the girl said. That woman is not going to make it. I stared at her, not caring whether or not people would notice my gaze. I only felt the desperate need to help her, but I hadn't the faintest idea how. Just talk to her, the girl said. How did you know what I was thinking? Please tell me you can't read my mind, she chuckled. No, but I've known you since you were a kid. I always know what you're thinking. What do I say? I asked. Just show her that you understand. With that little push, I walked over to the woman. I had no intelligent speech prepared, nor did I have any proper words of comfort. I just awkwardly tapped the woman on the shoulder and straight up told her that I could hear them too. Her eyes lit up with a mixture of many emotions, fear, confusion, and hope. She was just desperate enough to trust me and gladly join me on a walk through the city. I explained to her the basic ideas behind the entities that follow us. All the while my Guardian kept her Umbra at bay, allowing her a moment's rest. She kept quiet for most of the walk and just listened in awe. My wording wasn't elegant, nor did I seem confident in my explanations, but I knew she'd understand because she heard the voices too. Had it been anyone else, I'd be locked up in a mental institution. We walked for hours, and at the end of our talk, she seemed just ever so slightly relieved. Her Guardian had gained some strength from our interaction, and her Umbra had been weakened. Before our ways parted, I gave her my number should she ever need a bit of support. Today she lives, thanks to you. You just saved a life, Ollie, my Guardian said. From a single talk? No, of course not. She's still not balanced, and might never be. But now she knows that there are other people like herself, and it could be the little push she needed to keep fighting. We can't heal people, we can just support them. Then as we walked home I realized just how little my own Umbra bothered me. It was as if his voice had faded into the background, meek and pointless. I had found a purpose, and it was enough to ignore the impulses. You know what to do now? The girl asked. I nodded. Then let's go help the next one. Gung Gung secret. My grandfather passed last week from a short and unexplainable illness. We were all surprised. My brothers and I thought he was invincible. He fled mainland China in the early 60s with his father and siblings. He worked every day of his life and eventually became a wealthy businessman, the perfect example of the American dream. He was a health nut and ran 10 miles daily, sometimes competing in marathons. He was also a strict vegetarian and never ate meat. We all thought he would make it to 100. I never really cared for my grandfather. He wasn't overtly unpleasant or rotten, but he wasn't warm and giving like my other grandfather. Gung Gung, as we called him, was cold and stoic. He never said more than a few words to us and eschewed any form of meaningful connections. My older brother, Cal, believed he didn't like us because Mom married a white man. Mom, however, would always defend him. If you knew what he went through, you would understand why he is the way he is. Gung Gung left my mom everything in his will, including his giant manor in Boone, North Carolina. The home was built along the mountains and had the most fantastic view of the sunrise in the morning. We rarely visited, and my mom kept trying to get Gung Gung to downsize after our popo died when I was in grade school. Gung Gung became even more reclusive after she passed and refused to hold a funeral for her. I'm not even sure how she died, though my mom said she had been sick all her life. My brothers and I traveled to Boone to move things out of the house. It was a nice place, but we weren't interested in keeping it. My parents thought it was best to sell. We quickly started to help the movers, eager to finish the job. The house was magnificent but sparsely furnished. I imagine Gung Gung was quite lonely when he lived here by himself. I imagined him waking up at the crack of dawn and running 10 miles to his glass factory, where he would work a 14-hour day. What a miserable life. I helped the movers clear out the master bedroom and noticed an indentation in the wall behind the bed. I pressed my hand on it, and it opened to reveal a small crawl space. Inside the crawl space was a picture of my grandfather and his family and an old diary. I flipped through the pages and saw that the last entry was written a week before Gung Gung died. The first entry was dated August 16, 1959. I'm posting the most significant entries out of respect and shame. Entry 1. Our crops were destroyed by pests again. All that work was for nothing. I used to hate the sparrows that poop on our heads and ate our grains. But they ate the bugs too. I regret unaliving so many. I was supposed to start school this year. Father worked hard to pay for my education. Now we work hard to survive. Yi Yi is sick again. I am worried he will not make it. Entry 6, January 3, 1960. Yi Yi finally passed today. We mourn his wisdom and that he suffered. We suffer too. I am so hungry that I fear that my ribs will cut through my skin in my sleep. I can see my little brother's heart beating in his chest. Yi Yi always said we were cursed. I think I believe him. Father has yet to hold a funeral for him. The ground is too frozen to plant crops and bury the dead. Yi Yi lies in the back room. I am afraid to go in there. Entry 7, January 5, 1960. A miracle has happened. We have meat to eat. Father said he was able to strike a deal with Hightow, the grocer. I have not tasted meat in so long, I must have forgotten what it tasted like. I feel it nourishing my bones. Perhaps we will get through this after all. Yi Yi must be smiling upon us. Entry 10, January 10, 1960. Mother and father have been fighting for days. Mother accuses father of lying, but I am unsure what she means. Chen Fan and I try to listen in on their arguing, but I do not hear much. My stomach rumbles again. I hope father can get more meat soon. Entry 11, January 11, 1960. A strange thing happened today. I went to the market to find Hightow, the grocer. I wanted to prove to my father that I was a man and could help protect our family. If Hightow had listened to my father, maybe I could convince him to give us more meat. But when I got to the stand, Hightow was not there. His wife told me he has been dead since last November. I asked about my father, but she said he had not seen him. Father must have a secret. Perhaps I will keep it for him. Entry 13, January 30, 1960. Father brought us home more meat. Our ancestors smile upon us. Mother refuses to eat it, and she and father argue again. The arguing is worse than before. My brothers and I are worried for my parents. I must step up to be a bigger man for them. Entry 15, February 12, 1960. Mother passed away last night. The hunger finally got to her. Why did she never eat with us? Was it pride? I have deduced that father stole the meat from someone. It is dishonorable, but we must do what we can. Many of my friends have perished. Nothing will grow. I mourn for my mother and her honor. I hope she watches over us. Entry 20, February 28, 1960. Father had a secret. He only confided in me as I am the oldest. He was never stealing meat for us to eat. The monster fed us Yeye and mother. I am filled with anger, shame, and horror. How could he do this to us? He said he wanted us to survive. I would have rather died than committed this grave sin. I have locked father in his room. I will decide what to do with him later. Entry 21, March 3, 1960. I have decided to forgive father. I am too hungry to punish him. We must do what we can to survive. I have freed him from his closet. Tonight we will venture into town and scrounge up what we can find. Entry 29, May 24, 1960. We have been caught. Hightow's wife caught us snooping around a condemned home. Father beat her with his club, and I delivered the final blow with mine. We must have created a ruckus. The village is looking for us, and it is no longer safe for our family to be here. Tonight, father and I will take my brothers and flee to Hong Kong. Entry 34, June 18, 1965. I cannot believe it has been 5 years since I last wrote. Hong Kong has been nice, but father wants to move us to the United States. Our English has improved, and I hear the United States has good universities. I have decided to abstain from meat. I no longer have a taste for it, and the cravings are easier to control now. Entry 42, September 3, 1971. Today, we laid my father to rest. He had suffered for a long time, and I am glad it is finally over. I wonder if his soul will be at peace. Will he be forgiven by our ancestors? Will I? The more I think about it, the less I am sure. One thing is for certain, my father did everything he could to ensure we survived. He brought us to the land of opportunity, and we are thriving. Mr. Danvers is looking to promote me again at the factory. Chen Fan and Shuhan will graduate from college soon. They will never know what we did for them. No one will ever know. Fag and I are also expecting a child. A girl. The future is ours, thanks to father. May he enjoy eternal rest. Entry 44, July 17, 2002. I cannot believe it has been 30 years since I last wrote in this diary. The years have been plentiful, though I still feel hollow. I am wealthy beyond my wildest dreams, and Grace is expecting our 4th grandchild. How awful it is that I cannot be happy. Grace is worried for me since I've been taking care of her mother. Fang's condition worsens by the day, and the doctors try everything to make her well again. My wife is brave, but I do not fear that she will pass. I have accepted that we can do nothing except keep her comfortable. My wife will die soon, and that's not what I'm afraid of. I'm worried that I will eat her flesh when she does. The hunger has been unbearable. I now understand why father suffered so much in the last few years of his life. I am worried that hunger will take over someday. I must have strength if I am to persevere. Entry 45, July 28, 2002. Fang has passed. I wonder what my father felt as he ate his own wife's cooked flesh from the bone all those years ago. I felt nothing but satisfaction. I have finally awakened the beast inside me. I do not think I will put it back to sleep. I will host a quick funeral for Fang and throw some fireplace ashes in an urn. I must be careful if I am to continue. You can imagine my shock and horror as I read through the pages of the diary. I felt sick to my stomach and vomited in the restroom. I am a descendant of a true monster. Unable to put down the diary, I flipped to its last entry, dated a month ago. Entry 106, October 27, 2022. I can no longer walk. My legs are too stiff, and my hands constantly tremor. This must be a symptom of Parkinson's. It has taken both of my brothers and now me. I find it ironic that I will most likely die from starvation or dehydration. I suppose this punishment is fitting. How many innocents have I claimed from the mountain? 20? 30? It no longer matters. I enjoyed every one of them. I do not have anything else to say. I will put my diary, my life, into the compartment behind my bed. I think I have enough energy to crawl there. May my ancestors forgive me, and if they do not, I will eat their souls too. Goodbye forever. David. I heard my brother Cal yell from the first floor. What, Cal? Cal bolted up the stairs as fast as he could, huffing and puffing. Call the police, Dave, Cal said. Just call them. I went downstairs to see some movers who looked distressed. One was dry heaving. They were going to clean out the basement. I ran down the steps while on the phone with the 911 dispatcher. One of the basement walls had collapsed accidentally. Behind the wall were hundreds of bones. My friend became weirdly popular overnight. I've done something terrible. Or great. I'm not sure which. This isn't exactly my story. It's the story of a girl named Ariana, a friend at my school. My only friend at school, actually, and even then I'm kind of stretching the term. I'm not popular. Neither is she. Or wasn't, anyway. But she's not going to tell the story, so you get my outsider perspective on it. Ariana and I hung out because no one else liked us. In her case, it was pretty standard high school stuff. She was unattractive and poor, so she was a convenient target for those who needed one. And the high school's got a lot of people in search of victims. I'm an outcast because I've got a problem. I steal stuff. I don't exactly want to. It's just a compulsion. Some people eat an entire bag of chips in one sitting. I take small objects when the owner isn't looking. Sometimes I get caught, and after that happens a couple of times, word gets around. Once you're known as the klepto, you're cut out of all circles. I'm not blaming them, honestly. Every once in a while, someone would try to befriend me. And it'd last until something of theirs went missing, and they realized everyone else was right. Then I'd be alone again, sitting at home looking at the phone I took or the pen or the notepad, wondering why I do this to myself. Ariana, I never took anything from. With everyone else, there was always this feeling of they'll never miss this or they can get another one. She couldn't. She was always in thrift store clothes, and not the good ones, either. Her backpack was ratty, with tears in the fabric and broken zippers. It had one pen in it and one mechanical pencil which I'd swiped off a teacher's desk for her. It might have been the first gift I ever gave to someone who wasn't in my family. It felt weird. So that was us, two losers. We talked some, but mainly we just stuck together so we weren't alone. It wasn't great, but it was fine. We didn't see each other over the summer, but I figured that she'd be there the same as always when school let us back in. But I was wrong. Ariana showed up for the first day of school different. Like a cheesy rom-com makeover different. She got off the bus in this flirty dress, looking like $1,000,000. Clearly a brand new dress, and she had on makeup and new shoes too. For the last couple of years, I don't think I'd ever seen her wear anything but jeans and the same pair of old boots, so this was a complete transformation. And she was turning heads, too. Guys were staring, girls were staring. But the first one to say anything was Cynthia, our local blonde and preppy mean girl. As Ariana was walking past, Cynthia said, "Looks like somebody finally started shopping in the girls section of Goodwill." Ariana stopped, turned, and slapped her directly across the face. Before Cynthia could say anything, Ariana said, "Apologies." And Cynthia, standing there with one hand to her cheek, said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." The really weird part was, it sounded sincere. I looked around to see what everyone else thought, but the buzz of conversation was all. Can you believe Cynthia did that? What a jerk. I can't believe she'd try that with Ariana. These were the same people who'd shunned her every day of high school so far. Now they were acting like she was the queen of the popularity club. I'd missed something big over the summer. I caught Ariana at her locker before first period to ask her what was up. "Oh, you know," she said. "My family came into a little bit of money." "Yeah, no, you look great," I said. "But everyone's treating you completely differently, too. People are shallow," she shrugged. And yeah, sure, but this was way more than that. She was popular now. And not just in certain cliques, either. Everyone liked her. Kids nodded and waved in the halls. The teachers thought highly of her. Even the principal greeted her by name. None of it was fawning, and it wouldn't have been weird if I hadn't known her previously. It wasn't like this last year. She was a pariah, and now suddenly everyone was acting like she'd always been their favorite person. I'll be honest. It kind of pissed me off. It was like, I'd always stood by her, and now suddenly they were all claiming that they'd always been there, too. And that's not exactly fair. I didn't stand by her so much as I sheltered with her, but whatever. Feelings aren't always rational. So I suffered through a couple of days of this, and it wasn't even like she was ever mean to me, or dismissive of me. It was just that now she had choices, and I still only had her. So I got jealous, and a little bit bitter, and I did what I always do to make myself feel better. I stole something. We were at lunch, and she was turned away from the table to talk to some guy, I don't even know his name. Good looking, probably on the crew team, whatever. She was busy with him and not looking at me, so I leaned down and quietly unzipped her brand new backpack. The first thing that struck me was how new and crisp everything was. Fresh, clean notebooks, the corners unbent. No bent up, half-used spiral notebooks like she'd always had before. 6 pens, all in different colors, gathered in the outside pocket. It was a little thing, but it just really showed how different everything was for her. And in with all of those sparkling new notebooks was what looked like an old journal, bound in black leather with 3 interlocking rings stamped on the front. The tops of its pages were yellowed, it was tied shut with a black ribbon, and overall it just looked interesting. And hating myself a little, I took it out of her backpack and slipped it into mine. I didn't look at it then. I just straightened back up, trying to look like I'd been tying my shoe, and returned to my lunch. Ariana never noticed. She was still talking to Brayden, or whatever his name was. All day long, I wondered about that book, but I didn't want to take it out where anyone could see me. If word got back to Ariana, that would be it, then I wouldn't have anyone. So I kept it hidden until I got home that night, and even then I didn't take it out until my parents had gone to bed. The book was old, that much was clear from the outside. The leather was well maintained but worn. The stamped circles were stained where something had spilled on them. And the ribbon was frayed at the edges and felt delicate in my hands. Once I opened it, the pages were yellowed and ragged at the edges, but the ink on them was dark, black and completely unfaded. The book was full of symbols, some sort of language I didn't recognize. And yet as I flipped the pages, something told me that I knew what the symbols meant. Power said one, preceding several pages of instructions. Command said another. Harm. Erase. Overlook. Consume. I closed the book before it could tell me more. The symbols rustled in my head like living things, fledglings straining to leave the nest. I tied the ribbon around the book and I put it back in my backpack, planning to sneak it back into Ariana's bag the next day at school. That night, I dreamed of the book. I dreamed of the power incantation and what it would give me. Popularity. Friendship. Money. Success. And all it would take was a small commitment, a minor piece of myself, and a small thing that no one would miss. In my dream, it was a dog whose throat I slit for the blood, but even in the dream the image wavered and shifted, flickering to human form, the lie too great to sustain. I awoke sweating, tangled in my sheets. My phone told me that it was barely 2 in the morning, and I could feel the pull of the book from across the room. I could do it now. I could take the power. The sacrifice would be easy to obtain at this time of night. I rose from my bed and took the book from my backpack. I carried it out to the woods behind my house and walked deep into the forest. When I was far enough in, I took a stick from the ground and dug a shallow hole at the base of a tree. I buried the book there, covering it back up with dirt and stamping it down, and then I walked unsteadily home. I got lost on the way, and turned around in the forest at night. I found myself back at that tree a dozen times or more. But finally, as dawn began to break, I escaped from the trees and made my way back home. Exhausted and ill-rested, I was totally unprepared at school the next day for Ariana's onslaught. Where is it? She greeted me, grabbing my backpack and tearing it from my shoulders. What did you do with it? Thief. Bastard. Where is my book? She tore through my backpack, papers, and books flying everywhere. A crowd gathered to watch, but no one stepped in to help. This was Ariana, after all, their new favorite person, and I was just the same klepto I'd always been. When my backpack was empty, she turned to me again in a frenzy. What did you do with it? I don't know what you're talking about, I insisted. In a rage, she shoved me. I stumbled backward, tripping over my backpack and hitting my head on the ground. I tasted blood, but before that even fully processed she was on me, hair flying and nails clawing at my face. Lies. Liar. I'll tear your tongue out. She tried, too, levering my mouth opening and slicing at my lips, cheeks, and gums as I resisted. By the time the security officer pulled her off of me, my face was a bloody mess, and as I cleaned up in the bathroom I just counted myself lucky that she hadn't gone for my eyes. That was Friday. They took Ariana away to some sort of juvenile detention. They first called for her parents to pick her up from school, but they never answered. When the school sent someone to her apartment, there was no sign of them. They think her parents might have left her, but I think about the power ritual and I wonder what Ariana sacrificed for it. She's missing now. I went to see her on Sunday, hoping that maybe some time away from the book had calmed her down, and she wasn't in the room that she should have been in. There was a symbol on the back of the door, written in what I'm certain was dry blood. It said overlook, and my mind throbbed in recognition. The staff at the detention center didn't seem to see it. I think I did a good thing, in separating Ariana from the book. The words written inside were horrible, stealing away people's selves and souls. I think it was a good thing for the world, even if it was a terrible thing for Ariana. And even though it was a terrible thing for me, I haven't had any more dreams since I buried the book. But I haven't had a restful night's sleep, either. I keep sleepwalking, waking up to find myself outside, and heading for the forest. If I slept long enough, I know what tree I'd wake up to find myself under. Or worse, wake up in my bed, hands filthy from digging and the black book clutched to my chest. I almost hope Ariana comes to reclaim the book. I'd take her to it, I think. It's good that she doesn't have it, but is it any better that I do? I've never been good at resisting temptation. Exorcist.exe or the winter of our discount tech. My job allowed me to play with a lot of technology. I worked for one of the major electronic retailers. I won't tell you which one. It doesn't matter, anyway. They're all dying off at about the same rate. I wasn't invested in the job, so I figured I might as well enjoy testing all of the gear before the whole brand went the way of Blockbuster and Radio Shack. What's the most frightening virtual reality game you've ever played? I promise, no matter what you choose, there's one that's worse. Exorcist.exe only existed for less than 1 week on one machine in a small store in Maryland. My store. I don't know how it got onto the VR headset, who downloaded it, who programmed it, nothing. All I know is that for several days in a row, I played the absolute poop out of the game. Even after my coworkers started changing, even after Mitch died, I couldn't quit playing. It all started with a woman tied to a chair. You should waterboard her with holy water, Mary suggested. Tim snorted. She'll die and you'll fail. She's not possessed. She's faking it. Test her by reading some Latin. Can both of you shut up? I asked, white-knuckling the VR controllers. I'm losing her. Physically, I was sitting in a $400 gaming chair in the corner of a nearly empty electronics store, both in terms of customers and product on the shelves. But through the VR set, I found myself in a dark basement standing in front of a woman straining against the ropes that held her in place. The graphics were, you couldn't even call them graphics. It was like looking out a window into the real world. I saw every bead of sweat on the woman's snarling face, every splash of red where the rope dug into her wrists. I could even make out the blue veins on the back of my character's hands and the words in the digital Bible he held. Exorcist.exe was like nothing I've ever experienced. I could practically smell the mold in the basement. A single light bulb swung on a chain, painting the floor with moving shadows. The woman in the chair looked familiar in a generic way, the kind of face you'd see a dozen times a day in any given crowd. She seemed to be in agony, twisting against her bonds. I flicked my controller, sprinkling the woman with virtual holy water. Then I began to incite the prayer of St. Michael, reading it directly from the Bible. By the power of God, thrust into hell Satan and all evil spirits who. The woman in the chair began shrieking, straining so hard against the ropes I heard her arm snap. A splinter of bone, pale as an autumn moon, pressed out between the skin above her wrist. The experience was so complete I swear I could smell the blood. Help me, the character screamed. Save me, Jim. The screen went black. Hands shaking, I pulled off the headset. You ducked it up, didn't you? Mary asked. Couldn't you see what was happening on the monitor? Nope, Tim said. The whole thing went static as soon as you started reading the prayer. Probably for the best. Mitch is giving us funny looks, so we should probably at least pretend to talk to customers. I nodded but waited for Mary and Tim to hit the floor before I stood up. I didn't want them to see how rattled I was. The possessed woman said my name, I was sure of it. At no point did I ever put that information into the game. 4 hours and 2 sort of satisfied customers later, I felt the VR station in the corner pulling me back in. It was the only machine in the store that had a copy of Exorcist.exe installed. Mitch swore he didn't do it, so either the day shift manager was responsible or, the game just appeared. All of the associates tried it out, but I was the only one able to clear the first exorcism. And the second. The restrained woman in the basement was the third, and I was determined to press on. However, when I put on the headset and selected the game, my screen showed me in the middle of a dense forest. Instead of one woman in front of me, 6 people were dangling from branches all around a clearing. It took me a moment to realize they were all hanging from nooses, hands desperately clutching at the ropes around their necks. They moaned and begged and kicked. The 6 figures were suddenly still. Then they began to laugh and thrash and reach toward me. I ripped off the headset so fast I nearly took my ears with it. I avoided the corner of the store for the rest of the day. When I came into work the next evening, I noticed Tim plugged into the headset for Exorcist.exe. The game had given me nightmares already. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me home from the office, moving through the empty rooms of my apartment. Still, I couldn't resist the urge to walk over and see how Tim was doing. The game was projected to a large monitor in addition to the headset so that observers could check out the action. When I got to the screen, though, it showed Tim just staring at a blank wall. The room his avatar was standing in looked worn down, the drywall crumbling and spotted with dark water stains. I watched for 5 minutes. Tim didn't budge the entire time, either in-game or in his chair. I leaned close to his ear. Earth to Tim. Did you fall asleep? Tim? No response. I waited another minute and then gently lifted the VR headset off of him. Tim began to tremble, but other than that didn't move. Tim? I whispered, moving around to the front of the chair. Tim was staring straight ahead, weeping. Not just crying but silently bawling, tears carving jagged lines down his cheeks. Jesus, dude, are you okay? Tim never looked at me. He stood up and walked right out of the store. Mitch followed a moment later, turning to give me a confused look before stepping through the doors. I could only shrug. Nothing I said would have caused him to just leave. At least, I didn't think so. I glanced at the monitor. The perspective was still facing a dirty wall. As I watched, the screen began to change. Something was moving the camera even though no one was playing the game. The point of view swept along the wall. The surface grew nastier by the inch. Water stains gave way to black mold and maroon splashes. My mouth went dry. The stains were becoming brighter and a more vivid red. Now they looked fresh. Wet. The camera finally reached a break in the wall, a doorway. Long fingers were curled around the edge of the frame. They were emaciated but human. The view moved to show what was in the door and I felt a flush of panic. It was only a game, but something in me was setting off an alarm, begging me not to look. I closed my eyes and walked behind the monitor. Once I was safely on the other side, I unplugged it. Just a game, I told myself. Tim never did come back. Mitch told us that he simply got in his car and drove away, ignoring any phone calls. I was off the next day and had planned on zoning out on the couch with Netflix and a 12-pack. But I was out the door and walking around the city before lunch. I couldn't get comfortable at home. It felt like I was constantly being watched, followed. Small things like scratching inside the walls and cold spots in the air had me on edge. Without really planning it out, my walk brought me back into the parking lot of the tech store. Even on my day off, I couldn't resist showing up to work. The first thing I noticed was the ambulance outside of the store. There were 2 cop cars, as well. Something was up. I hurried across the lot, boots crunching the freshly fallen snow and ice. A pair of EMTs emerged from the store pushing a gurney. I would have screamed if I didn't choke it down. Mary was strapped across the stretcher. She was kicking and fighting and begging the paramedics to let her go. I have to go back, I heard her yell. He needs me. He needs me. I got closer than I should have, right up on the sidewalk. Close enough to see the savage expression on Mary's face. Close enough to see the red sockets where her eyes used to be and the scratches down her cheeks. I slumped against the nearest car. Mitch came bustling out of the front of the store looking pained. He stood on the sidewalk watching the paramedics load Mary into the ambulance. What happened? I asked him. He shook his head. She was fine. She was showing a VR set to a customer, demoing some game, and she started tearing her face apart. I shivered. We stood watching as the ambulance left the parking lot. I think we're going to be closed for a few days, Mitch whispered. We ended up only being shut down for a day and a half. It was enough time for the company to air out the store, mop all the blood off the floor, and restock some new inventory. I arrived early the morning we did open before any customers would be inside. I wanted to see the game. When I got to the store it was already unlocked though dark. I made my way to the floor. The VR machine containing exorcist.exe was missing. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. It was probably for the best. I'd been feeling an odd compulsion all week. A desire to check in on the game world. An urge that was bordering on a need. Now that the whole machine was gone, though, there was nothing to be done. Morning Mitch, I called out, popping my head into his office since the door was open and the light was on. How's it going? Mitch looked over at me and sipped from a travel mug. It's going so well, Jim. So well. How are you? His voice was brittle, so saccharine I was worried it would give me diabetes. It's good, Mitch. All good. I see they got rid of the VR where Mary had her, accident. It's stored in the back right now, Mitch giggled. It's out of sight but not out of mind. Mitch, are you sure you're okay? He took a long gulp from his mug. I'm great. I played the game this morning. I saw him. I felt dizzy. Him? He's waiting for you, Mitch said, finishing his drink. I think I'm going too. A red flood burst from Mitch's mouth. The blood splattered his desk and shirt and even the floor. He fell from his chair, continuing to vomit his guts up for another few seconds. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, so I couldn't find the air to scream. Mitch eventually lay still, little scarlet bubbles lining his lips. Feeling like I was walking in a dream, I picked up his travel mug from the desk and sniffed. I recoiled. The strongest odor was bleach, but there were other chemical smells there. It was like a janitor's closet cocktail. He's waiting for you. I don't remember how I got to the storage section at the back of the store. One moment I was in Mitch's office standing over his cooling corpse. The next I was in the warehouse next to the VR machine in my favorite chair. He's waiting for you. I immediately recognized the location after pulling on the headset. It was my childhood bedroom, a place I hadn't visited in a decade but laid out exactly how I remembered. My avatar was sitting on my old bed complete with my favorite Toy Story sheets. The room was dark, the only illumination coming from a pale blue night light in the corner. Where have you been, Jimmy? A voice asked from under my bed. It was an old voice, distant like what you'd hear inside two tin cans connected with string if the conversation was shouted between stars. You're not real, I whispered. I could be. The night light popped and the room went black. I felt cold fingers on my ankle and then a thump as I hit the floor. I screamed and clawed at the carpet, but something was dragging me under the bed. It was so cold. I woke up in my apartment a few hours ago. I don't feel well. There are bruises on my ankle, 6 of them shaped like long fingers. Scratches cover my body, bite marks, too. All shallow, all fresh. I didn't know what to do. That's why I wrote all of this down. To organize my thoughts. To share them in case. It feels like something is coming. There's banging and sobbing and laughter coming from the bedroom next to me. I'm afraid to open the door, but I think that I have to, that I'm supposed to. I don't feel well. If something happens to me or if I disappear, I'm making this story public so that people know I didn't just leave. I was taken. I'm sorry. There's scratching at the bedroom door now. I should check. I don't feel well. The paintings in my attic change every night. My father died alone early on in August morning. I was told that they found him in the backyard in the process of chopping down a small elm tree. A heart attack. The woman who called me from the hospital was gentle, even compassionate. I guess she figured the news would upset me. She seemed surprised when I sighed and asked if there was anything I needed to do. I didn't realize that my dad had me listed as his emergency contact. It didn't seem fair that I didn't have a say in the matter. I received another unexpected call a few days later. This time it was from Dad's lawyer. It turned out my father left me his house, 6 acres in the country, and nearly $250,000. The man who used to beat me if I got a C on my report card left me all of his worldly possessions. I guess I was all he had. Can I say no? I asked the lawyer. Of course. But you should see the house first. And the art collection. At the very least you can sell everything and be done with it, if that's what you want to do. So I visited the home my father left me. Inside of the house was an attic, and inside of the attic was a collection of paintings. There were watercolors and oils and acrylics. Portraits of kings and carpenters and old women with folded hands. Landscapes, vivid forests in bright oil so real you almost hear the birds. My favorite painting was of a girl by the ocean. Her hair was like sunshine and her white dress tangled with the wind. She faced away from the artist towards the water. There was only one painting I avoided. It stood in the corner of the room on a white easel covered with a black cloth. I only looked under the covering once. It was a portrait of my father but more terrible than he'd ever been in life. The thing in the painting resembled my father in the same way a drowned corpse resembles the life that once animated the body. His skin was sallow, teeth cracked, pale black veins twisting across a bare scalp. The artist must have feared my father. I could see no other reason the painter would have left the portrait with such a ravenous expression of hate. One look behind the curtain was enough for me. I left that portrait in its corner. Other than that piece of rot, though, the collection as a whole was a miracle. I spent so many rainy afternoons and cold mornings in the attic among the pictures that it was immediately obvious to me when the subjects began to move. It was subtle. At first, eyes might shift in a portrait, a tree would rustle against an acrylic breeze. The girl on the beach was turning a degree or two each day. I was terrified the first night that I heard movement from the attic. The rapid sound of tap 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 and soft footsteps along the ceiling woke me up. It lasted all night and I sat there and listened, too frozen by fear to flee the house. In the morning after the sun was high, I crept up the stairs into the attic armed with a flashlight and the largest knife I could find in the kitchen. Both the light and the knife fell from numb fingers when I saw that every painting had changed. This wasn't just the shifting of a scene by a few angles. It was like seeing new pictures but each with familiar subjects. The night sounds continued regularly from then on. I wasn't so afraid after the first time, though, and greeted each new morning with a trip into the attic to see the progress of my guests, roommates. It was a long night in October when I finally saw the face of the girl in the painting. I'd gone up to the attic with a candle after dinner to check on the progress of the paintings. In my dreams, they came fully to life and joined me, or perhaps even better, allowed me to join them in their kaleidoscope worlds. The girl on the beach was facing me that night. Her hand was raised slightly, as if in greeting. Everything changed last night. The noises began just after sundown, and they were unlike any I'd heard before. Thudding and crashing and ripping, there was a terrible dragging noise that repeated again and again. Sometime around midnight, I think I heard a scream. Though I once again felt pinned to my bed by fear, I decided I could not wait until morning to see how the paintings had changed. I worked up the courage to climb the stairs at 3 in the morning. Once I opened the door to the attic, my eyes found a massacre. All of the beautiful paintings were torn as if by animals. The canvas hung in wet tatters, frames were smashed, and everywhere, violence. Only the painting of the girl on the beach was undamaged. But to my horror, it was changed. The girl lay dead on the red-stained sand, her eyes blank and throat ripped open. I heard a brittle creak from the corner of the room. It took me a moment to realize that it was laughter, and it came from behind the black curtain that covered my father's portrait. I found my sister's OnlyFans. So earlier tonight I found my sister's OnlyFans account. Oh boy. I'll get the obvious questions out the way first. No, I didn't know she had one when I found it. Total surprise to me. I wasn't hunting for it. There were no rumors going around school about my big sister or anything like that which would lead me to think she was even on there. She's not that kind of girl. Well, I don't think so at least. What do I know though? Clearly not very much when it comes to Dina. I didn't go snooping through her phone. A business card fell out of her coat when she hurriedly left the house a few hours ago. I've never even laid hands on her phone. I wouldn't invade her privacy like that. I wasn't planning to view her OnlyFans for gross reasons. I was going to blackmail the living out of her and get free rides all summer before she left for college. Mom and Dad would flip if they saw it. Well, that's what I thought they'd do before I found it and watched a couple of the videos. I don't think they'll be pissed about Dina's OnlyFans videos anymore. There are at least 3 of them that I saw. Oh yeah, of course I watched the videos once I found her page. Again, not for anything gross. I'm not a horny teenage pervert 4chaner with a stalk on for his sister. I'd never even used OnlyFans before I needed it for leverage in the endless sibling war. I thought I'd see something gross in the preview thumbs and have to know about ASAP. In fact, I was hoping that would be the case, because if it wasn't gross then I had no blackmail material, right? My sister's OnlyFans didn't have any. Relieved? Don't be. I clicked the first of those odd pictures of random bushes out of curiosity. I lingered longer than a minute as the initial video played out of morbid fascination. I couldn't stop because, well, we all remember what watching 9/11 footage for the first time was like. There's a point where you should look away, but the point that you can't sadly always comes way sooner. Dina's account wasn't called anything conspicuous. Well no, that depends on your point of view. It didn't contain anything inherently sexual is what I mean. If you found her business card and weren't aware of OnlyFans, you'd have no reason to jump to conclusions about nudity or provocative explicit material. I'm not going to give you the exact name. I don't think it's a good idea if people go looking. A traffic spike would be suspicious, I'll bet. She only has a few dozen subscribers or followers or whatever the OnlyFans term for them is. It's called something as boring as cement drying 4K, although not about cement, and with a different number and letter to advertise the picture quality. She has 37 videos, of which I watched 6. I only stopped because I heard the crashing front door downstairs from her angrily storming in and slamming it behind her. Before tonight I'd have chalked this unremarkable event up to a bad date. Unfortunately, the last video I watched was her most recent upload, the one she posted 10 minutes before getting back home. Now that sound has me hiding in my closet, damn near pissing my pants. The only reason I haven't called the cops is, well, that's my sister, man. You don't rat out family, do you? I'm only posting this because, well, I've heard way more stories about folk being killed by family members than sold out to the cops by them. Don't know about you. I'm sure they wouldn't. But I mean, I can just play innocent, right? She doesn't know I know. Mom and Dad are none the wiser. I could just keep stum, wake up tomorrow, smile over pancakes, and carry on living our little suburban lie. I can pretend I haven't seen the 10-minute long videos, that bestial snarl on my otherwise demure sister's face every time I can't even bring myself to write it out. And Mom and Dad just stood there and, even when she got out though. And how can her jaw unhinge so? No, I can't. I can't bring myself to do it. Even typing it is. I mean, where do they even find them? How do they get rid of them afterward? A lot of questions, the answers to which might not matter much tomorrow. The last video, the one they uploaded tonight, was different from the others. Only 3 minutes 29 seconds, cut off shortly and abruptly long before the usual conclusion. Judging by just how loud my sister's screaming into her pillow, my guess is they didn't have a contingency plan. I don't think Mom and Dad will be back for a while. My mom's frantic shrill bleating at the 3-minute mark was all the clue I needed to know this was no minor f***up. My dad will have a black eye for weeks. The ropes breaking hadn't been part of the plan, and the forest in Herbert's woods is thick. If they're done searching before dawn I'll be genuinely amazed. Even though the toes have always been chewed off by the second minute, the guy in tonight's video could run pretty fast. I am a guard in a hidden prison located in the Arctic. Something is horrifying about the inmates. I was a correctional officer at a supermax prison. It was near Florence, Colorado. I stayed as an employee there for a half-decade. I saw almost everything you can imagine. Escape attempts, stabbings, and riots. Also, sharp weaponry was hidden in places you would rather not visualize. These are only some of the more unpleasant occurrences I have dealt with in the past. I am currently writing this on encrypted Wi-Fi from an undisclosed but safe location. I have had a change of careers following the events of the tale I am about to share with you now. I hope that people thinking about becoming prison guards read my story and reconsider any future life choices they will look back on as a mistake. The warden called me into his office on a Monday. During the entire walk there down the hallways, I thought of the trouble I could be in. Shut the door, he said as he looked up at me from his desk after I entered. Those words sealed it in my mind, how much hot water I was in for some sort of infraction I was not aware of yet. Bureaucratic micromanaging and constant procedural changes were nothing new to me. I still hated petty political grievances. I nodded and sealed the entranceway. He demanded I take a seat, so I did. You're the best officer here, he said. I waited for the but. I anticipated news of termination. I saw a forced transfer to some mundane position filing paperwork headed my way. I want to give you an opportunity, he said. You will make $600,000 in 1 year. Your benefits will remain unchanged. You would have less oversight than what is present for you now. You would be in a leadership position, albeit an isolated one. That sounds ideal, I said as my mind swam in the possibilities of how much profit he offered. There are only 2 things we ask of you. One is that you cannot tell anybody about your new position. 2 is you locate somewhere else. There's a prison in the Arctic, and that is where your life will be for the next 365 days. The confusion must have been readable on my face. If your wife asks, tell her that you are going to a federal academy. There is no cell service or Wi-Fi there. Any contact you make with her must be through snail mail. We will handle the addresses given. If you decline this offer, then this conversation never happened. Do you understand? I contemplated the pros and cons. Before I became law enforcement, I was a bodyguard. I was gone from the house for extended periods. Even though it would be time with the wife lost, the fortune would help both of us. I agreed. The prison facility was a large compound not much bigger than the place I had patrolled before. A few things jumped out at me when I first laid eyes on the populace there. They all had wounds on their faces, and they spoke a strange guttural language I was unfamiliar with. Why did they talk in such a bizarre tongue? I asked myself as I would walk down the blocks. The new warden I worked under had the last name of Buckley. He had noticeable scar tissue beneath his eyes. His attitude towards me at the beginning was hardly welcoming. If anything, he acted as though I was a burden. He seemed to resent me due to the mere possibility of having to train me on things. One evening, Buckley ordered me to do a cell extraction. Christopher Aluko was the name of the inmate we had to deal with. On the walk there, I asked my boss what Aluko had done to end up here. I'm not allowed to tell you what these scumbags have accomplished to wind up here, Buckley said. He started his career in crime by cannibalizing his sister, though. Tonight, our only goal is to get him moved to the hole. He's proven himself to be way too dangerous to share a space with anyone. The doors of each cell were closer to that of an insane asylum than a prison. They were complete barriers that you could not see through. It was me and 3 other guards who were about to deal with this high-profile detainee. The supervisor was present, doing the thing the bosses generally do. That is to say, he remained on standby and did not get his hands dirty. Upon walking in, the first thing I saw was Aluko sitting upright on his cot. I noticed he was huge, at least 6'8" and 320 pounds of pure muscle. His skin cracked all over. His face had the normal scarring that I associated with most people in the place. I'm going to need you to stand up and put your hands behind your back, I said. I kept my hand near the holster where my pepper spray was. Show me respect and I'll show you the same, I continued. You won't have handcuffs on you for long if you cooperate. You are not better than me, Aluko said. His voice had a baritone quality, which I expected from a man of his size. What I did not was how weird it sounded. It was as though 4 or 5 people were chanting the words in unison. All right, I said. Let's get you moved to where you need to go. The faster we do this, the better off we'll be. You shot at someone in broad daylight when you were in a gang years ago, Aluko said. It took 10 years for the paranoia to go away. The fear of the cops coming to arrest you for a potential murder before you became a low-grade one yourself. To this day, you don't know if any innocent civilians got caught in the crossfire. We had to restrain his huge arms and place the metal bracelets on his wrists. He laughed all the while. As we brought him to solitary, I thought of his words and how much they unsettled me. They were true, and that story from my past was one I had not told anybody. Near the end of the shift, Buckley went into one of the sniper towers and smoked a cigarette. Since my duties for the day were complete, I took the spiral staircase to the level he stood on. When I saw him, I was only a few mere inches away from where he puffed. He did not seem to mind or even care about the footsteps behind him. He focused on the distant and lowering winter sun. The caged animal back there said something which he shouldn't have, I said. Part of the job is having thick skin, he said as he flicked his cigarette over the edge into the snow. He turned around to face me. It's not about that, I said. Did he hurt your poor little feelings? He had an insight into my past that no one has, I said as a bitter taste filled my mouth. Well, that's unfortunate. Means you lied to the oral board when you got into the position you're in now. You shouldn't lie to your employers. I need to know what kind of prison this is, I said as I felt blood rush to my head. Why does everyone have open sores all over their body and face? Are they exposed to some kind of virus? And if so, are we susceptible? Either that or they're always high on something. That would explain why they're always speaking gibberish. Also, how in the hell do they know things that I haven't even told the closest people in my life? Better to do the job assigned. Don't worry about things above your pay grade. Buckley pulled out another pack of cigarettes and lit one. I hope we're not exposed to dangers we weren't warned about. I'll have to find a way to get the word out. If you break your non-disclosure agreement, it would be far worse than a termination. Your wife back home, the one with the dark curly hair and the nice curves? I'd hate to see the impact of your decisions on her. That was when I grabbed him by the lapels and shoved him to the ground. I considered throwing elbows. The idea of making him taste his blood was satisfying. I did not want to be incarcerated in this den of misery though, of all places. Buckley started laughing. What he did next took me by complete surprise. He patted me on the back with his free hand instead of trying to defend himself or resist. You've proven your point, he said as he pushed on my chest. Now get off of me. I don't want to give the signal to one of my buddies in the next tower. He has a modded Remington 700 pointed at you. I released him. After he stood and brushed some frost off, he made eye contact with me. I respect you for your bravery. Most people wouldn't be willing to do that to me, especially someone beneath me in rank. Tell you what, I'll shed a little bit of light on what kind of place this is for you. And if I ever find out you told anyone, You'll wish you would have died at birth. I felt the adrenaline start to wear off. As my energy lowered, I nodded, thereby giving tacit agreement to his new offer. I looked to my left and saw the sniper he was referring to. It occurred to me that if he wanted to take action against me, he could have had me executed right then and there. Buckley waved at me to follow him as we made our way down the steps. He escorted me through the yard. Ice encased the weight sets and pull-up bars. We followed the chain-link fence to another facility that had coded key access. After we put in the correct digits, he swung the door open. We made our way down a hallway that did not seem modern. There were lit torches on the walls. The flooring was pallid cobblestone. He brought me into another room which was the size of an auditorium. A man stood up. He wore all black clothing with a white collar, and it took me a while to recognize him as a priest. I saw rows of long tables, ones fit for a king in an ancient era. Crucifixes, rosaries, chalices of water, and stacks of dusty books lined every corner. I skimmed some of the titles and saw that a few were in a different language. Father Lamora, Buckley said as he stared at the man of the cloth. What are you doing down here? The priest pointed to his left. When I shifted my eyes in that direction, I did not immediately notice the presence of a fourth person in the room. This one was one of the inmates tied down on a slab. As soon as we focused our collective attention on him, the man came to life. He started struggling against his restraints. A red-tinged substance poured from his mouth like foam from a rabid dog. I have almost driven the evil entity out, the priest said. Buckley turned to me. What is going on here? I asked. I had the irresistible urge to run screaming in the other direction. I knew I could not take my chances out in the harshest cold, but a part of me was willing to at least try. This prison's budget comes from the Vatican. We only take inmates possessed by something greater than general sadism or psychopathy. In the official government paperwork, they call this place the House of the Demonium. If you want to atone for the sins I know you are guilty of, now would be an excellent time. Help us read the incantation needed to cleanse this evil. She's waiting in the reflection. I wasn't always alone. I used to have friends. 4 or 5, at least. Good friends, I mean, actual friends, the kind who matter to your life. I'm pretty sure I had 4. I don't think there were 5. I'm going to tell this story as it probably happened. Otherwise, it'll be full of I think S and I guess S and it must have been S. So just know that this is true, as far as I can put the pieces together. There's a lot of guesswork and probably a bit of wishful thinking, but I've done my best. The 5 of us were hanging out one night a couple of months ago. Me, Mark, Bethany, Zoe, and Andrew. It was a game night, so we sat around with beers and snacks and casually insulted each other all night, all in good fun. It was a comfortable, fun time, with friends who go way back. We'd already weathered the storms that had eroded the rest of our group, moving, kids, whatever. Bethany had dated Mark for a while, and dated me after that. In addition to Bethany, Mark had dated Andrew, too, and Zoe for like a week. I was the only one of us Mark hadn't slept with, and it was a constant joke that he wanted to collect the whole set. We'd had plenty of hurt feelings in the past, is my point, but we'd come through it. We were all on easy, good terms with each other. We loved each other. Andrew's the one who suggested the game. It was midnight or so, and no one was going home yet, but the card games had died down and we were all just lounging around. Curiosity killed the cat, he called it. He made a spreadsheet and put it up online, and we all got our phones out to edit it. We each put our name in, followed by the number 10. Andrew hadn't told us why, yet, but with the name of the game, no one wanted to be the first to ask. Andrew just stared at us expectantly, though, grinning, and finally Zoe broke down and asked him what the deal was. It's simple, he said. Last one on the sheet gets $20 from everyone else, $80 all told. Every time you look at the sheet to see the rankings, though, you've got to decrease your number by 1. When it gets to 0, you're out. I just won't look, then, laughed Mark. Andrew smiled. 2 catches. No one ever has to tell you if you've won. So if you never look, we might all owe you $20 that you'll never know about. And also, everyone's allowed to lie. I could tell you you've won, or that I have, for that matter. If you want to find out for sure, you'll have to go look. What's to stop me from just looking and not decreasing my number? Asked Mark. Andrew looked hurt. Basic honesty? A sense of self-worth, I added. Not ripping off your friends? Offered Bethany, and Mark threw up his hands in surrender. All right, no cheating. Got it. Last rule, said Andrew. Everyone puts a link to the sheet on the front page of their phone. That way, we'll all have to think about it. Curiosity begins, now. Remember, all you have to do to win is just don't look. Oh man, I just won, said Mark. I don't know how you all looked so many times already, but you guys all owe me $20. We pelted him with popcorn. The first few days were easy. No one could possibly have been out so soon, so the urge to look was low. I would have forgotten about it entirely, except that every time I opened my phone, the little spreadsheet icon labeled Curiosity was sitting right there, waiting for me to click it. After a week, I cracked for the first time. I had to know how my friends were doing with the temptation. And 10 was such a high number, it was hardly going to matter if I dropped it by 1, anyway. If I wanted to, I could check it every week for 2 months and still be in the game. So I opened it. Bethany and I were the only ones still at 10, and of course I promptly changed my number to 9, joining Andrew and Zoe. Mark was down to 8 already, which fit. He was never the patient sort. I closed the window and sent a group message to my friends reading, Mark, how'd you get down to 4 so soon? My phone buzzed a minute later with a response. Left my phone open, cat walked on the keyboard, changed my number. Thanks for letting me know. Everyone else better log in and check their numbers, too. I laughed. It would have been marginally more believable if Mark had owned a cat. This started the lying in earnest, though. Not a day went by without one of us trying something to get the others to look. Sometimes it was by group message, but more often it was a direct communication. They ranged from the blatant, like Zoe's you must have a will of steel. Your score is double mine, to Andrew's subtle marks out. Want to help me trick Zoe into lowering her score next? That one actually got me. I legitimately wasn't sure if Andrew was telling the truth or not, and we were almost to the end of the second week anyway, so I clicked curiosity to find out, dropping my score to 8. If I'd had to bet before I signed in, I would have said Andrew was telling the truth, but Mark was still in there at 6 and Andrew was the only one of us left at 9. I resolved to up my game. Bethany and Mark made the next move a few days later, early into the third week. Bethany sent a group message, "Nice work with the creepy interface, Andrew." Mark responded a minute later with, "Yeah, saw that over the weekend. Didn't know you could do that with spreadsheets." It was a setup, an obvious setup. But what if it wasn't? What if there really was something cool to see, and I was missing it? I wouldn't put it past Andrew to add something as a lure. I resisted it for a full day, then broke down and opened the spreadsheet. We were into the third week anyway, so I was still basically on track. As I suspected, there was nothing there but our names and numbers, and I grudgingly dropped mine to a 7. As I was looking over the other numbers, Andrew still at 9, Mark all the way down to 3, Bethany and Zoe both at 6, I spotted something, though. It was subtle, hidden in the background, and I had to angle my phone around to catch the light just right before I got a good look at it. Somehow, Andrew had set it up so that it looked like there was a creepy, black-eyed woman standing over my shoulder in my reflection in the phone. When I tilted the phone, she moved with the image, just like she was actually in the room. It was so convincing, I even looked behind me to make sure, but there was obviously nothing there. I exited the spreadsheet and looked at my reflection in the phone. Nothing. I clicked curiosity again, reloading the sheet, and as I did, she reappeared. I examined her more carefully this time, impressed with the detail and reality of the picture. She occupied a specific place in the room, and I could walk all around her. She never moved, but when I got close, I could see the faint rise and fall of her chest as she breathed. Her eyes were solid black from corner to corner, and when I peered closely at her slight smile, through parted lips I could see that behind her teeth was more blackness, as if she were hollow inside. I waved my arm through the space she should have occupied if she were really in the room, but of course hit nothing. In the reflection, though, I saw the slightest flicker, as if she had ducked aside and returned impossibly fast. Her unwavering stare was starting to creep me out, so I reduced my number to 6 and closed the spreadsheet again, watching her vanish. "Okay, that was seriously cool," I texted the group. "Don't know how you did that, Andrew, but it was entirely worth the 2 points I just spent." 2 old men played chess in the park at midnight. I made the mistake of interrupting their game. The moonlight seemed brighter when I went to rest. The light of it washed over me. I was unable to do anything but stare out at the tree line in anticipation of what else it could bring. "There's a third room I want you to work on," Gillen said as he cut into syrup-drenched French toast. We sat at his kitchen table made of marble. Maplewood cabinets surrounded us and had stainless steel handles. I had never been in such a high-end dining area. I kept expecting his wife or kids to come down and commiserate if he had any. I had started to form the conclusion that he was without family, but I did not want to pry. "Sure," I said. "My basement needs to be a little livelier. Make it modern. Newer. Like a bachelor pad?" I asked. He stared at me as his forehead crinkled. He savored the last bite of breakfast before he put his silverware down and finished a glass of milk. As he picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth, he stared at me and placed it in the puddle of liquid sugar on his plate. "No," he said with a shake of his head. "I need it to be pleasing. Imagine if you were remodeling a room you had to stay in no matter what. A place you could not escape from unless you were willing to die. I will show it to you soon enough." I paused and nodded. He was the boss, and though his request was vague to me at the moment, I agreed. Yet I had to state what was bothering me. I wiped my forehead with the napkin before I went further. "Who owned this land before you?" I asked. "Why are you concerned about that?" "I spent some small amount of time in Dalat, Vietnam. Don't know how familiar you are with the geography over there, but it's the capital of the Lam Dong province. It's a scenic place, and the locals call it the City of Eternal Spring. There's a villa there called Pren Pass. One night I went there on a lark, disobeying a lot of direct orders to try and get away from my station. I didn't get caught. While I was there, I saw a woman fall through the window. I later found out that it was a haunted domicile. A woman escaped and fell to her death to get away from a really horrible man. In other words, Mr. Gillen, ghosts exist, having seen one myself. I also think the outskirts of this place have them. I saw 2 men playing some kind of game and a couple of women dressed like they were getting ready for the end of the world. Of all the responses I may have expected, laughter was not one of them, which is the exact thing he unleashed on me. Once his chuckle stopped, he stood and pointed to the other end of the area. He motioned near the living quarters where sofas and coffee tables sat. "I want to tell you what I expect out of the basement upon completion," he said. I was a bit irritated that he ignored my tale, as though he had not listened to me at all. I still followed him. Even after all these years I still respected rank structures, often to my own detriment. He opened a door and led me down a flight of stairs. It did not take long for me to realize it was an underground fallout shelter. The place had metal barriers. Stacked around the chamber were crates of non-perishable goods. In the center was a metal slab with beakers, vials, and microscopes. "There's something I have to confess to you," he said, "something I have not told anyone else or even spoken about. You know your eyes are not lying to you. You're a reasonable man, no doubt." He took a seat and offered me one near the scientific setup. I obliged and tried to get comfortable, impossible as it was. "You might think this place is to guard against imminent danger from the Russians," he said. "That is somewhat close to the reality, but it's not the entirety of it. In truth, this place was here before the tensions between the nations even started. This place used to belong to the government before they relinquished it and put it on sale. They did so because something tainted it. Of course, they wanted to sell it to someone who wouldn't find this room, in particular, to be odd. When the government owned it, this was not a residential property open to the public. It was a very private and guarded testing site." "For what?" I asked. "And what left it tainted, as you said? It was a laboratory for recombinant DNA testing. To aid humanity should the worst-case scenario of the bombs dropping happen." He took a seat and scratched his brow. "Mr. Gillen, I know I may look stupid, but they wanted to create a species of man that could withstand blasts of nuclear power," he said. This is where they housed and collected data on those subjects. The motive behind it was to create an indoctrinated soldier. Someone who could crawl across a radioactive continent to get to the enemy. Take them out as they cowered in their bunkers. You may be wondering who the victims were in the experiments. Many were volunteers. Some were the byproduct of artificial embryo twinning. Some people in the field of science fiction refer to it as cloning. I find the term pedestrian not in accordance with true scientific terminology. Other guinea pigs have labels. Enemies of the state, for example. Ones cherry-picked by the top brass in the Department of Defense. They could only kidnap, detain, and ship those that would go unnoticed when they went missing. So, drug addicts, the homeless, ex-felons. He took in a long breath before he gave the next description of an undesirable, bank robbers. Gillen lit a cigarette and seemed to revel in watching my face. Okay, I said. So some people got brought here against their will. Yes, and some tricked into coming here. Others were not aware of their true purpose until it was too late for them. This lab specialized in long-term nuclear consequences. On those with modified genetics in almost, dare I say, superhuman ways. The 2 women you saw are students who thought they were here to study chemistry. The 2 men were test subjects used to determine who would get hit with radiation first. They would come up with that outcome by playing a game of chess. The loser had to walk into the sphere and take the Röntgen first. See, we were not picky in the early stages of who we tested. As time has gone on, we decided we needed people who were athletic, and in training I took out my box cutter and sliced his ear. Blood spurted out as he backed away, up and out of his seat, and fell. I ran out of the house. His driver tried to stop me at the front gate, and I punched him in the abdomen hard enough to where he doubled over. I scaled the barbed wire and ran for miles. It occurred to me that no one was going to believe my story. I collected my vehicle, which was still at the bar, and drove out of town. For the next several weeks, I worried if he would go to the authorities and give them my description. That did not happen. I guessed he did not want investigators near his premises searching for evidence. They would find incriminating writings, notebooks, and research materials. As the decades have gone by, I ponder that dreadful day. The alleged biologist and his speech made me think he was an insane person. I ruminate on whether the people I saw were either figment of my imagination or something else. Terror grips me often. What if he told me the truth in our final conversation? 2 old men played chess in the park at midnight. I made the mistake of interrupting their game. During the recession of the early 80s, employment was hard to find. I was a maintenance man with a great work ethic due to my military background, but most employers turned me away. I did not have an engineering degree, though I was better than most who built things for a living. One day I went to a bar on the Nevada side. Believe it or not, that was how people networked in those days when they wanted to find a source of income. I was already living out of a van. I survived on PB&J sandwiches and ramen noodles. I walked into that tap house and struck up a conversation with a man named Gillen. He had sat next to me. He was well dressed in a pressed suit and almost seemed out of place in such a dive. The dust mites and the rays of sunlight settled on the counter between us as he sipped his highball. You look like a biker from an action movie, he said. I'm a handyman searching for a job, I said. If you know anyone hiring, I'd love to interview. What can you do? Gillen asked. I did not want to sound like a braggart, but I responded in full by notifying him there was little I was incapable of. I could perform cleaning, light repairs, landscaping, carpentry, and fixing appliances. A wrench is a natural extension of my body, I said. I'm installing a fence around my property, he said as he finished a gin and tonic. The contractors I've talked to want to destroy my wallet. Do you think we could work something out? I'd rather give money to a stand-up guy like you than some of these con artists claiming to be something they're not. Yes, I said. I proceeded to ask him how many feet of wire he needed. I told him off the top of my head how much the cost would be when he responded that it would be thousands of pounds worth. I reasoned his estate must be massive. He also emphasized that he wanted barbed wire. I should have found that detail alarming but did not think much of it at the moment. When can I look at the place? I asked. Tonight, he said as he shoved the tumbler toward the server. Hell, right now. We went out to the parking lot. An Audi was awaiting us, the headlights already turned on. A man in a suit sat behind the wheel. I could not fathom having a chauffeur. What do you do for a living? I said after we settled in the backseat. I could not hide my curiosity anymore. I'm a biologist, he said. Not at a stuffy university, either. I operate my own lab. We do important research. How far away is your place? Only a few miles. Something you should know, there's an entire wing of my property under renovation. It would make me happy if your services are available to work on it as well. How long do you plan on staying here? Till I die if you pay me well enough, I said. He laughed at that as we approached the manor. The gates opened. We followed a winding concrete pathway surrounded by dewy green grass. Their blades glistened in the moonlight. He walked me up to the top level and patted me on the back. If you give me your car keys, he said, I can have my driver go to your vehicle and collect your tools. The construction zone is yours to stay in if you think you can be comfortable there. I had told him earlier that I was new to town. I did not expect him to be so welcoming. I had to keep in mind he was still intoxicated, and I thought I should take his kindness for granted. It was not a daily opportunity to stay in such a luxurious place, after all. It would be the most torn apart section of it, but I had to take it. I'd be grateful for that, I said as I handed him my key. Please have him bring my backpack as well. There's a sleeping bag and paperback novel in there. He gave it to his employee, and within half an hour I found a corner to shack up in. He did not know that he had, within 5 hours of meeting me, welcomed a criminal into his house. Granted, I was not an evil one. I like to think of myself as having a better moral compass than the average lawbreaker. I robbed a bank in Paso Robles after my wife got sick. Not only did a few witnesses give the authorities my description, I was behind bars when she passed away. That was not for him to know, though. I knew if I told him he would assume I was a malicious and unrepentant thief. Better to keep it quiet. I curled up underneath my blanket. Sawdust surrounded me and a breeze came over the Sierra Nevada mountains in the distance. The room I was in was a work in progress since there were no walls, only beams and rows of grimy floorboards. The level looked out at the gardens and the park next to the house. I was grateful to not have to sleep in the cramped space of my fort. I had one goal. I had to show him I was valuable, and he would let me stay here until the projects were complete. I awoke around midnight, parched from the few beers I had drank at the establishment earlier. I walked near the stairs to head to the kitchen, and a verdant luminescence caught my eye. I looked down at the forested pastures. Two men sat across from each other over some kind of board game. The board, which I presumed to be chess, glowed a neon green between them. One of them turned and peered up at me. The gaunt look he possessed made a shadow appear around his eyes, and I could not make out their color. I turned around and tried to go back to sleep. The next night, a bout of insomnia overcame me. I had spent the day hanging drywall after hours of fastening the bottom and top plates. How tiredness had not gotten to me was a mystery. I tried every trick I knew to get back into a slumber. I tried breathing techniques and meditations from psychology books I found in prison. Nothing seemed to work. I tried to get lost in my paperback, a collection by Richard Matheson, and all it did was captivate me. I looked out to see if those men would be there continuing their competitive match. I did not understand the hours they kept, and a part of me wondered if they were casing the area to burglarize it. If my negative suspicions were true, that had to be the strangest front ever put up by a potential home invader. As I scanned the wilderness, what I saw next stunned me. Two women sat down next to each other in a thicket of trees. Both of them appeared to be in their mid-30s. Their faces were visible, but they wore yellow hazmat suits. I crawled to the edge of the flooring to get a better view of them. Their choice of clothing concerned me. That was when a man leapt out from behind one of the pines and chased after them. Even from my vantage point, he was huge, very lanky and towering. My instincts kicked in. I went downstairs and ran into the woodland in pursuit to help. This was a foolish maneuver from the standpoint of self-preservation, but I had to. Leaves crunched under my feet as I made my way deeper into the outgrowth. A screwdriver and box cutter were in my pockets. They would be the only weapons besides my grappling should an act of violence occur. A rabbit hopped by. It stopped to look at me before it moved behind a log. I saw a skull drawn on its fur in black marker. I observed a clearing in the distance and heard a masculine voice. I inched closer. Something crawled in the trees above me. The sound of something sharp scraping on wood floated. Although not a religious person, I prayed it was a mountain lion. I continued to follow the chatter and saw the same two men moving their pieces on the chessboard. One was the bully who had driven the women away from their peaceful spot. What struck me as odd was how gigantic both individuals were. I was 5'9", but these men had to be tall enough to puncture most ceilings, at least 6'7". Both had blanched faces. I crept behind a bush and watched as one of them boasted of the victory of the match. What they wore was even stranger than the wardrobe of the women I had seen earlier. They both had leather long coats. Wires and patches hung from their exposed chests, as though they had both escaped from a hospital. One looked in my direction. I knew the obscurity and terrain would cloak me, but his hunting for me out of pure alarm caused a memory to well up. I was in the jungle as I tossed white phosphorus smoke grenades between bamboo stalks. I hoped the bullets flying around me would not connect. I shook my head and came back to the present moment. Now was the time to remain focused. I kept low and made my way back to Gillen's house. I was unsure of what had happened to the females but relieved to have returned to my new home. She's waiting in the reflection. Fine, I'll bite, Zoe responded, followed only a minute later by creepy AF. Jesus, Andrew. Ha ha, very funny, wrote Andrew. Dude, just take a bow. That's nice work, I texted. Yeah, got to know how you did that, added Bethany. You guys serious? Drop the game for a second and tell me, came Andrew's reply. No game drop. But you're welcome to spend a point to go find out, mocked Mark. Things were quiet for almost an hour after that, before Andrew's next message. If you're seeing what I'm seeing, creepy reflection lady, I didn't do that. And as far as I know, that can't be done. Not on any current tech, and definitely not in a cloud spreadsheet showing on random phones. I got a private message from Zoe, you think he's serious? Can't be, I wrote back, but I frowned as I wrote it. I really couldn't figure out any way that he could have created an image like that, and more to the point, I couldn't think of why he'd deny it if he did. It wasn't helping him win curiosity, and freaking us all out wasn't Andrew's style. Mark's, sure, but there was zero chance that Mark had done this. We'd had to show him how to add the icon to his phone when we started the game. Programming was not his forte. Well, now you're down to 8, sucker, Zoe sent to the group. So at least I'd convinced her, if not myself. I was weirded out enough to avoid the spreadsheet for a while. I didn't take the icon off of my phone, but instead of tempting me as it had before, I just felt a vague dread when I saw it. I clearly wasn't the only one, because partway through the next week, Zoe texted us, you guys want to just drop the game? Not when there are $80 on the line. Texted Mark, followed by but you can drop out. Just go look at the sheet a few more times. Bethany replied with a non sequitur, guys? Whose idea was this game? I started to reply, then stopped. It had to be one of the four of us. I remembered when we set up the spreadsheet, and we were all in the room. But somehow, I couldn't remember which one of us had come up with the idea. Who knows? We were all drunk, replied Mark. No, we're missing someone, insisted Bethany. Who? Texted Mark. It's just the four of us. Has been for years. Bethany, then why are there $80 up for grabs? It's hard to judge pauses in text, but I could picture Mark making the same face I had moments earlier, when I tried to remember who had suggested the game. I must have been including myself, came his uncertain response. No. There was someone else. Someone's been lost. Lost? Lost how? If there had been 5 of us, there would be another name on the spreadsheet. Reluctantly, I clicked the curiosity icon to see. I held the phone off to the side at an angle, trying to make sure only the ceiling's reflection showed. There were 4 names, just like there should have been, Bethany at 6, me and Zoe at 5, and Mark at 2. As I watched, though, my number changed to 4, and Mark's dropped to 1. I closed the sheet quickly and texted Mark. Are you editing the sheet? In reply, he sent me a blurry selfie taken in a bathroom mirror. It showed him standing alone in the empty bathroom, a look of abject horror on his face. Can you see her? I can see you, I sent him. She's in the mirror right now. Not in the phone, the real mirror. I'm afraid to look away. Stay there, I'll come get you, I texted. I ran for the door, grabbing my keys on the way. I was in my garage, starting my car before I realized that I had no idea why I was in such a panic. My rent was paid, I didn't have any plans for the night, so why was I in such a hurry? Puzzled, I put the car into reverse, planning to figure it out in a minute. When I checked the mirror, though, I stomped on the brakes in terror. The black-eyed woman from the curiosity sheet was in the backseat of my car, smiling and staring directly into my eyes. She wasn't alone, either, but I tore my eyes away before I could see anything more, grabbed for the door handle and spilled myself out onto the garage floor, scrambling for the stairs. I slammed and locked the door behind me, panting for breath. I messaged Bethany and Zoe, fighting autocorrect with my trembling hands to warn them, trying not to look directly at my phone. Curiosity lady in reflections. Don't look. Oh Jesus, she is. I can see her in my phone. Zoe wrote back. Bethany, don't look, I sent. Typing this looking at the floor, texted Zoe. You guys can have the $80 if I can just quit playing. Bethany wrote, why $80? So we figured it out at that point. We figured out that Mark and Andrew had been lost. I don't know if those were their names, of course, but I have to call them something, and I like those names. I think Mark was strong, a big guy, maybe kind of a lunk but a really good-hearted one. Andrew was kind of nerdy, but not too awkward. Probably had glasses. Maybe that's why he went out so fast. If she was reflecting in his glasses, he'd be screwed. As to how we set this off, I still have no idea. We talked about it for a while, I think, but that just made it worse for Zoe, and Bethany and I let the topic drop once we realized it was just the two of us. It was a bad day for both of us when we understood that we must have once had a group chat that we couldn't remember. It was getting hard to measure bad days, anyway. Neither of us had left the house for some time. I blindfolded myself and spray painted the bathroom mirror and all of the chrome faucets so I could shower again without worrying about seeing her in the reflection, but I forgot about the towel rack and saw her there when I was drying off. She wasn't alone anymore, like I'd noticed in the car. There were 3 other figures with her, hard to make out in the thin strip of reflection, but they were just as still as she was. But while she was smiling widely, they were all silently screaming. I spray painted the towel rack after that, of course, but I was so jittery from the scare that when I picked up my phone to text Bethany and let her know what I'd seen, I dropped it. It landed face up on the floor, my horrified expression a perfect counterpoint to the leering grin of the black-eyed woman leaning over my shoulder, practically touching me. Bethany and I switched to voice conversations after that, to avoid seeing the phones. At least, I assume we did. I don't know what Bethany did, but I must have been careful enough. Because I'm sitting at the computer at my house right now, a glare protector on the screen so that it can't reflect, and right next to my keyboard is $80. I think this means I won. I think it's over. But even if it's just me now, I remember the rules. Everyone can lie. I've counted, though, and I think I'm still at 2. I should be able to check the sheet, to see if I'm the only name on it, and to see if the black-eyed woman has 4 screaming figures with her now. Then I'll know if it's over. But what if I miscount? I'm not going to look. Wish me luck. Biter. I'm never going to complain about working at a daycare. It is my dream job. I love working with kids and seeing how they grow up when they learn to talk and walk, and when they learn to string together sentences. It's the best. However, some kids drive me up the wall. Ow. Parker, you don't bite people. The hard-headed 2-year-old responded by throwing a block at my head, which I barely ducked as I ran into the bathroom. Parker had been a handful all day. He'd already bitten 2 of the other children and had kicked Tara in the shin when she managed to drag him away from a quarrel he'd been right in the middle of. I bit back any swearing as I ran my finger under the tap. Jesus Christ, kids can bite harder than you think. He'd managed to draw blood. After slapping a band-aid on the bite and calling it a day, I headed back out to see that Parker was sulking in the corner and Tara was on the phone. When she hung up, she turned and grimaced. How bad did he get you? She asked. Drew blood. Nothing a band-aid can't fix. I nodded at the phone. Who were you calling? Parker's mom. Tara shook her head and I saw her fingers twitch toward her bag. She might have claimed to have kicked her smoking habit, but after a rough day, she would still vanish for a bit when it just got too much. Honestly, Parker's a little monster today and it's getting to the point where I'm not letting him near the other kids. After he took a piece of your skin, he went back to hitting poor Brittany. I managed to calm her down with a juice box, but wow, this is not a good day for the little guy. Did his mom pick up? Tara shook her head. Got sent to voicemail. Just keep an eye on Parker. I'll manage the other Rugrats. Hey, at least it's Friday. She grinned and weaved over to the TV, loudly offering to put on SpongeBob. That got the attention of about 3/4 of the kids. The indifferent ones were too young to be enthralled by the cartoon or they were napping. I saw Parker start to scoot out of his corner and I tutted my tongue. Parker, 10 more minutes in the corner, then we're going to apologize to everyone you bit, I said, pushing his chair back into the corner. Parker glared in for a brief second. I was nervous around the kid. Good thing too, because he lunged for me again. This time I managed to shove his butt back in the chair. Maybe I was a little rough, but this kid was going for my throat. Stop it. What is up today, Parker? Sure, he was a rambunctious kiddo, but no more than any other toddler. This was concerning. Parker just turned and sat back down on his chair, crossing his arms and pouting. I sighed. Fine. 10 more minutes, buddy. 10 more minutes, and before I could let him out of his corner, his mom showed up. Rita looked as distracted as always. She was still chatting on her phone as she signed Parker out for the day. I tried talking to her about Parker's behavior, but she blew me off, saying, he's just going through a phase, before going back to her conversation on the phone. Without so much as an apology or an explanation, she grabbed her son by the shoulder and dragged him off. That night I headed home, filled my bathtub, tossed in my most glittery bath bomb, lit some candles, turned on some music, and prepped for a night of relaxation. I deserved it. After about a half hour of soaking, I felt the band-aid I slipped on come loose and fall off. I sighed and stepped out of the tub, grabbing a towel to dry off. I came to a dead halt when I saw my finger was turning black. At first, I thought it was a trick of the candlelight, but flipping on the light confirmed my initial inspection. The bite mark had turned completely black, while veins running down my finger had begun to darken. I wouldn't have known anything was wrong otherwise. It hadn't gone numb or anything. It was just black. I grabbed my phone and dialed Tara's number while I peeled off the scab, squeezing out the wound into the sink. "I'm on a date, this better be good," Tara grumbled when she picked up. "Yeah, it's good, Tara. Can you help me call the other parents of the kids that Parker bit? Because my wound is kinda effing gross." I shivered as gray goop dripped into the sink, the same consistency as pus. "I'm probably going to the doctor in the morning. I think it's an infection." I mean, I'm not surprised. Kids' mouths are the worst. I could hear Tara shudder. So many germs. I grimaced as more gray goop splashed off the faucet. "You're telling me?" "I'll call Brittany's dad. You can call Logan's. Just tell them to check the bites and see if they're infected too. Then get back to your date. Meanwhile, I have a date with a needle as I lance this jerk." I wasn't seriously going to lance the wound. Squeezing it seemed to do the job well enough. It hurt like a jerk though. I gritted my teeth before I turned on the sink, rinsing the wound off and grabbing some Neosporin out of the cabinet. A new band-aid later and I was right as rain. I checked my list of parents' numbers and texted Brittany's mother about the biting incident and to make sure that her daughter was all right before I headed to bed. I was mentally and physically drained from a rough day at work. I rolled over the next morning to find 7 missed calls from Tara and that the infection had spread, to put it lightly. I screamed when I reached for my phone and saw that my right hand looked like I dipped it into black ink. If I wasn't awake then, I was now as I shot up and grabbed onto my hand with my good one. I wiggled my fingers but it was like wiggling them through molasses, each movement sluggish and almost unresponsive. My entire hand was completely numb. No matter how much I poked it there was no response. I picked up the phone and saw the missed calls, immediately calling Tara back. "Oh my god, where were you?" Tara screeched nearly loud enough to pop my eardrum. "Sleeping. Like a normal person." I raised my hand in front of my eyes, still shocked about what I was seeing. "What happened?" "Go to the effing hospital, right now." I could hear Tara flick her lighter. "I'm serious, how bad are you?" I swallowed. "Bad. Let's just say it's bad." Oh Jesus effing Christ, Tara's voice cracked. I had a bad feeling about Logan when I called his parents and they didn't pick up. So Danny and I went to his house, just to make sure everything was okay. I mean, I live right on his block anyway. I knew it wasn't when I saw that all the lights were on and it was already past 11. His house is in bed by 10, at the latest. So I went up to the front door and knocked. I didn't get an answer, so I walked in. My heart sank as I heard Tara start to cry. Tara never cried. Everyone was dead. Black goo was everywhere, and his dad was just laying in a puddle of that and blood. I saw Logan just sitting next to his toys and he didn't look right, like at all. I'm not effing kidding, he looked like a corpse stacking toy blocks. He looked up at me and his eyes were just black. He grinned and his mouth was all bloody. I ran out of there screaming. I got into the car just before that little ankle biter launched himself at the window. It cracked and I screamed at Danny to just drive as effing as he could. I don't know if we ran that little ducker over or not, but I genuinely thought you might be dead. I already had thrown on a bathrobe and was walking out the door. "I'm going to the emergency room right now, Tara." "What happened after that? Did you tell somebody?" "No poop, we told somebody," Tara sobbed. "We're at the police station still. Logan's not the only family who has this happening to them." Brittany's mom was hiding in the bathroom as Brittany was clawing at the door and screaming like a wild animal. "Brittany's in the hospital right now and she's unresponsive. Please just get help as fast as you can." "I'm in the hospital now. I think they're going to try to stop this from spreading further by taking my arm." The black's crawled up past my elbow now. I swear it's gained an inch every time I look to check. Parker is across the hall from me, while his mom screams that he's fine and just going through a phase. She claims she's going to sue them all, but I'm pretty sure she'll be the one buried in lawsuits. I managed to catch a glimpse of the little poop though. He seems to be just like every other little kid except that he's still a biter. I think I saw him take a chunk out of the nurse's arm before the door closed. My son's been going through a rebellious phase. 11 a.m. and he hasn't even come down for breakfast. It's tough being a single mom of a teenage boy. I don't complain, hell no, I love my son. Jamie's done nothing but make my life better for the most part. As a little one, he was always so quiet, loving story time and reading books. He had always a higher reading level than most kids his age, something which I always encouraged. We made weekly trips to the library where he'd bolt to look at the books, not even pausing to look at the movie section. As he became older he started coming out of his shell, making friends, but he was still my sweet boy. He always did the dishes without being prompted, was always home at a good time, and always told me what was going on in his life. When he told me his friend was considering self-mutilation, we worked together to help that friend out. A few months ago everything changed. I don't know what triggered the change, but it was a day and night change. I could normally go to work and trust Jamie to be out of bed, ready to go. He loved school and was excited he was finally a sophomore. It was almost time for me to go to work, and he hadn't opened his bedroom door so much. I was naturally concerned. I thought he was sick. I hurried up to his bedroom and knocked a few times, asking if he was okay. His response shocked me. "Duck school, I'm tired." First off, Jamie wasn't the type to use harsh language around me. I don't care what he said around his friends, just watch his mouth with his mother. I knocked harsher before opening the door. Jamie wasn't sick. He was twisted up in his blankets, only his mop of hair and the top of his face sticking out the top. He glared at me. "Go away." Jamie might have grown taller than me over these past few years, but I was no pushover. I ended up pulling him out of bed by his blanket. It took a bit of pushing, but he did end up marching into the bathroom to get dressed and showered. I figured it was one of those teenage things. A phase, mood swing, whatever. Jamie had gone through a few phases as a child, one where he refused to sleep anywhere but my bed. The monster under his bed was going to get him, and don't get me started on his cowboy phase. It was months before he stopped wearing those stupid boots. But this was different. This was rebellion. The next day I was already running late to work, so I didn't check to see if Jamie had gotten out of bed. I was on my lunch break when I got a text from Jamie's girlfriend Marissa. "Hey Ms. Hensley, how's Jamie doing?" Confused, I texted back and asked what she meant. Her reply sent my blood pressure through the roof. "He's sick today, right? That's why he's not in school?" I used the rest of my lunch break to go home and sure enough, Jamie hadn't gotten out of bed. Still twisted up in blankets, although he wasn't asleep, he was playing some sort of game on his phone. Busted. I marched him to school after giving him time to shower and dress, telling him how I was disappointed in his actions and that if something was wrong he could talk it over with me. In response, I got an eye roll and an excuse about being tired. For the first time in my life, I had no idea what was going on in Jamie's head. Everything's just gone downhill since then. Library trips stopped happening. It was a miracle to get him out to do anything but eat on the weekends. And my God, did he eat. I set aside a foot-long sub for my dinner in the fridge and went out to water the garden. By the time I was back, the sub was gone, along with a family-sized bag of potato chips and a 2-liter of Pepsi. The latter two were his, so that was none of my business, but the sandwich was mine. Jamie had never taken my food before. I was hurt. His appetite became voracious over the weeks. On days I knew he went to school, he would pack his lunch but eat whatever the cafeteria had as well, and judging by the payments the school gave me, he was eating everything he could fit on those plastic trays. He gained weight, and although he was never a skinny kid, he's now so large he's having a bit of trouble buckling himself in when he's in the car. What's worse is how he shut me off. We were so close for so long. We hid nothing from each other. He told me about his crushes on girls or when he was feeling depressed. I told him whenever I had a bad day at work or when I met a nice guy on a dating website. Last night was one of the worst of my life. He came home with the cops. I had no idea he was gone. I was frosting the cake for his birthday when I saw the blue and red flashing lights in the driveway. For several achingly long moments, I thought my son was dead. Then the door opened and Jamie came out, the cop walking him to the house. I ran to the front door, dropping the chocolate frosting bag in my rush. I opened the door and hugged Jamie so tight I probably could have snapped him in two. The hug was not returned. "Ma'am, can we step inside and talk?" The cop adjusted his belt and looked stern. Of course, I let him in. Jamie sat beside me as the cop explained what happened. Jamie had been hanging out with a few sketchy individuals. They had trespassed into a condemned building and started being a general nuisance, throwing things around, and playing loud music. Jamie was the only one that didn't get away. The other hoodlums were too quick. Jamie was getting off with a warning, this time. When the police left and it was just me and Jamie, I broke down. I sobbed, begged to know why, just why was he doing this? I wanted my boy back. I wanted to go to the library with him again, read his favorite books, and laugh like old times. I think my tears got to him. I saw a bit of the old Jamie in his face as he rested his hand on my shoulder. "I'm sorry, Mom, He looked in the kitchen. "How about we have some cake and just hang out, okay?" He smiled. We ended up polishing off the cake together. We didn't talk about anything serious. Just something Jamie had watched on TV he thought was a hoot. It was I laughed until my sides hurt. I worried about him, but for a brief hour, I thought that maybe he was back to normal. It's almost 12 now. He hasn't even stirred. I haven't heard him walk around. I got up and headed upstairs. I wanted to talk about his behavior. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. I knocked on his door. "Jamie? Are you awake?" No response. I frowned and knocked again. "Jamie? I hope you're decent." I slowly opened the door. The blanket lay on the floor, shredded and covered in a thin layer of a shiny ooze. I looked at the bed and shrieked. Jamie was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was this bubble. That's the best way to put it. A murky, reddish-brown bubble. I ran up to it and now up close, I could tell where Jamie was. Inside. He was curled up like a fetus. His eyes were closed and he was completely naked. I couldn't tell if he was even breathing. I screamed and started to claw at the bubble's wall, desperate to get him out. It was an impossible task. The bubble's surface was thick and wouldn't give. As I watched helplessly, I saw the skin on Jamie's back start peeling off. Layer by layer, I saw skin, muscle, and bone. He was melting. I screeched and pounded harder against the bubble, screaming Jamie's name as he liquefied in front of my eyes. His gut practically exploded with fat, which succeeded in further clouding my view of him. Before his head was consumed, his eyes opened. He looked at peace. No more pain. No more exhaustion. He smiled before the flesh on his face was consumed, leaving behind a grinning skull that too vanished. I sunk to the slime-covered floor, my shaking legs unable to support me any longer. My son was changing. After several moments, I rested my hand on the shell of his cocoon and strangely smiled as well. Just a phase, people say. This would be just a phase as well. The dangers of tattoos. Out of the 9 guys at Dylan's bachelor party, I'm the only one who's still alive. And I don't know how much time I have left. Dylan was a friend from my high school days. We weren't close, but we hung out when all our other friends were busy. I was happy to hear he was getting hitched to his girl Heather. They were good for each other. I happily accepted when he asked me to join him and a few other guys for drinks. One last crazy night before he said I do. We'd all gotten pretty buzzed when Mickey threw out this brilliant idea. We should all get tattoos. I'd never gotten a tattoo before, but I was probably one of 2 guys who hadn't been in the group. Mickey in particular was covered in ink, full sleeves on both arms, and he had proudly shown off the progress made on one over his ribs, the inked outline of a kraken. He and his artist were going to start putting in color in 2 months. Like I said, I'd never been inked, but I was in awe. And to my intoxicated brain, getting a tattoo with the guy sounded fantastic. And what do you know, just down the street there was a parlor. Unfortunately, they didn't tattoo people who weren't sober. The guy was incredibly patient, just pointing to the sign and saying if we wanted to get a tattoo after our hangovers, he'd happily help us out. The only one to get cranky about this was Derek. Mickey ended up dragging him out by the ear as the idiot cussed out the artist. Yeah, the artist said that all of us would get inked if we wanted except for Derek. Genius move, Derek. When we were all on the street again, talking about getting more drinks, that's when she just appeared. I didn't hear her walk up, although I'm not sure how. She had heels that could put a man's eye out. The only reason we even knew she was there was because she cleared her throat. I whipped around and she was like 2 inches behind me, way too much in my personal space for me to be comfortable. I yelped and slipped on some slush, landing on my butt. Everyone laughed, but she just sighed and helped me to my feet. She was wearing a puffy green coat and black skinny jeans, but even with her skin mostly covered, I could see ink on her neck. Half her head was shaved and I saw 3 piercings in her exposed ear, not to mention the several on her face, eyebrows, septum, lips. This girl had it all. So, Philip says you're too intoxicated? She grinned and chuckled pleasantly. I'm Lacey. Come on, I'll take you to my shop. I think I can work something out. She turned around and started walking down the street. Mickey whistled. She's so effing hot, he murmured. You hear her though? Tattoos, man. Plans back in action. Derek whooped and took off down the street after her. Sober, I realized how sketchy this was, but intoxicated me was just excited to get a tattoo. So I followed the herd. Like a moron. The girl led us down a few side streets and took so many turns that I could not find my way back. But finally, she led us down the side of a building and a set of stairs to a metal door with one word stamped on it. Coven. Come on in, boys. She grinned and opened the door. It wasn't nearly as sketchy looking inside. I expected no ceiling, maybe one chair that reeked of mildew, but it was a legit tattoo shop. Pictures were all over the walls of the shop's previous works, and there was another woman with fire truck red hair and huge gauges in her earlobes texting away in one of the leather chairs. Hey, Barb, we got customers. The woman shrugged off her coat and threw it on the rack, revealing that she was only wearing a tank top, and yeah, she was covered in ink. From the chin down it was just a myriad of pictures. Hey, Lacey, Barb got up and glanced over. So, y'all gonna be matching more? I glanced over at Dylan, who nodded. I'm getting married in 2 days. We're just out partying, he said, trying to sound bold. Barb just smirked. Cute. Alright, I'll take the bachelor. Lacey, mind taking the shrimpy guy? I think he's fainter. She nodded at me and I was offended but only had a moment for that because Lacey grabbed my hand and yanked me to the chair. She took a seat next to me and smiled, and I suppose she was quite pretty, although I wasn't sure how old she was. It's gonna be fine, dude. Your first tattoo? She asked. I heard Barb talking with Dylan quietly about what he wanted everyone to get. I nodded. Yeah. Never been really into them, but why not, right? If I regretted it, I'd just get it lasered away, a reason. Just remember to breathe. She looked up at Barb. Did he decide? Barb nodded and lifted a pick in the air of a symbol that looked like 2 triangles next to each other, a dot in the middle. Lacey giggled. Oh, love that choice. Alright, buddy, where do you want it? I chose my upper arm. After that, everything kind of blurs together. I don't even remember pain, I just remember stumbling out the door feeling kinda nauseated and trying to get an Uber. I woke up the next morning, my arm hurt like hell, and I had 15 missed calls from the guys last night and 21 texts in the group text. Although my head was pounding, I managed to make out the point. Dude, where TF is Mickey? His girlfriend said Mickey didn't make it home last night. Did any of you see where he went? Guys, there was an accident like 2 blocks from Coven. Dude got pancaked by a semi-truck. What the duck was it, Mickey? They literally cannot tell who it was. The guy was in pieces. Jesus Christ. My arm ached and I didn't even know where to start with these texts. I popped some pain meds and called Dylan. He didn't answer, so I tried Derek. When there was no answer, I had a bad feeling starting to form in my stomach. After 2 more calls, I got a response from one of the guys I barely knew, Toby. He was Dylan's cousin and was just in the state for the wedding. Hey man, I'm sorry for calling so early. I was cut off by Toby quite quickly. I was starting to think you effing dropped off the edge of the earth. Dude, you okay? I groaned. Maybe? The tattoo hurts, but that's normal I think. Was the guy last night Mickey? I think they managed to ID him from some of the tattoos. I'm sorry man, I know he was a friend. I didn't know him but God. I heard Toby quietly gag. From what I understand, he was just smashed. The driver said it was like an explosion. The guy's gonna need some therapy. Wedding's today. Are you going too? Hell no. I felt 2 seconds from hurling. I don't want to upchuck on the bride and I didn't get an official invite. You have a good time. I hung up and ran to the toilet to puke my guts up. I swore I was never going to get that intoxicated again as I crawled back into bed with a bottle of water to sip from. I woke up again about an hour later to my phone going off. I managed to grab it and answer it on the 4th ring. Hello. We ducked up. Holy poop, I think I'm gonna be sick again. Oh my god, oh my god. I could barely recognize the voice of Derek. He sounded so hysterical. Slow down, what the duck happened? I said as I sat up. Dylan blew up. My immediate response was to snicker. What are you saying? Did he open his mouth to say I do and blew chunks all over Heather's face? No, I'm saying that Dylan opened his mouth to say I do and effing exploded. I laughed again, although it was forced this time. Really funny dude. What the duck are you talking about? The next thing I heard was Derek start to sob. Like, legitly bawl his eyes out. The bad feeling from earlier returned tenfold. He'd been complaining about his tattoo all morning. It was getting itchy, and Toby just said it was healing, so just don't touch it. Middle of the ceremony, he just opened his mouth before his eyes just bugged out and he grabbed his chest and that's all she wrote. It was like someone set off a bomb. Blood and guts just everywhere. Heather passed out. Toby took off running and when I went to go find him, it was the same thing. Blood everywhere. Oh my god, we're going to effing die. Those jerks put a curse on us or something. We're all gonna effing die. I looked down at my arm and slowly peeled off the bandage covering my tattoo. It looked innocent enough. Just a few simple black lines. I heard Derek gasp. I don't feel so good, it's getting itchy. I heard a gurgle before Derek screamed, only to be cut off by a disturbingly wet splatter and the phone dropping to the ground. I ran to the bathroom to puke again. I tried calling all the other guys. Only 2 picked up, Mark and Reese. Mark had been at the wedding and seen the whole damn thing. Reese had been sick in bed like I was and had slept through all the phone calls and texts. We agreed to meet up at Reese's place. I sorta knew Mark. We had a single class together when we went to high school, but I only met Reese last night. I rolled up my sleeve to show off my tattoo, which had yet to itch, but every little twitch had me thinking this is it. I'm gonna go kaboom. We all sat in Reese's kitchen while Reese was messing around with something on the counter. Mark legitimately whimpered as he showed off his tattoo on his chest. My blood ran cold when I realized the ink itself was starting to turn crimson. I think it's like a timer, the closer to red, the closer to, oh god, we're so ducked, he said, running his hand through his hair. You're not going to effing die, Reese said, turning around. I yelped as I saw a knife in his hand. Jesus Christ, what are we doing with that? I asked. Not we, you too. Reese sighed as he pulled down the neck to his turtleneck to show off the damn tattoo. Listen, if it's the tattoo making us blow up, then just get rid of the tattoo. I don't know if I can skin my neck without actually unaliving myself, but you two stand a chance. He sat down and continued sharpening the kitchen knife. I'll help you first, Parker. You'll probably scar, but this means you won't be dead, right? I swallowed as I stared at the sharp knife before I shook my head. Shouldn't you do Mark first? I asked. I think we still have time, and I'll feel better if I dug up on your arm than I would if I accidentally stabbed Mark in the chest. He gestured for my arm. Faster we do this, the faster it's over with. Give me your arm. Jesus Christ, I felt time stop as I slowly offered my arm to this stone-faced guy. Reese positioned the knife just above the tattoo before the knife went down. The worst pain lit up every nerve on my arm and I screamed. Mark had to hold me down as Reese to slice off my skin to stop me from accidentally punching Reese. It was like someone was burning me alive. I passed out sometime during this, and when I woke up, I was surrounded by blood. Not my blood, both Reese's and Mark's. Sometime when I was unconscious, they'd both blown up. It was like someone stuck them in a blender and then splattered them all over the walls. Even their clothes were in tiny little bits. And to make matters worse, the tattoo isn't gone. It's penetrated all the way through my skin to my muscle, maybe even my bone. I can't tell how much longer I have, but I'm not going out without a fight. I'm sharpening more knives. I got some vodka out of Reese's kitchen and I'm prepping myself for what I have to do. I will probably die doing this, but I will die if I don't do this. If the tattoo is on my arm, then I guess my arm will just have to go. Don't go looking for the 10 leaping lords of Angel Hills. I'm going to die tonight. The stone certainty of my death sits with me as I type this out. Something keeps dragging my eyes to the small window in my bedroom. There are only a few hours left. It gets dark so early here around Christmas. I want to run, maybe hide, definitely fight. But more than anything, I want to record what I found so that the story doesn't die with me. My hometown is run by a secret group of baby-eating, soul-eating, violence-worshipping monsters. The 10 Lords of Angel Hills. It started 2 days ago at the library. I was alone in the basement, pouring through stacks of old census data and newspaper archives. It was my senior year at college and my history BA depended heavily on one final capstone project. So I sacrificed my Saturday to research everything I could about obscure traditions in the town of Angel Hills. 1668. The basement was comfortable, warm, filled with the quiet drum of icy rain finding the room's only window set high on the wall. My stomach was minutes away from convincing me to take a break for lunch when I decided to click through one last collection of scanned newspaper images. That's what got me, that's why I'm going to die tonight. I recognized a face in a picture. I leaned in closer to the screen, wiping at a smudge on my glasses. The picture was from the May 21, 1968 edition of the Angel Hills Herald Society section. It was some kind of town-wide celebration, a parade on Main Street. The man was standing with the crowd on the sidewalk at the edge of the image. There was nothing special about the figure that should have caught my eye. He was tall, balding, and well-dressed, but so were quite a few of the people present. It was the 1960s, after all. Some men put on a three-piece suit just to go check the mail. No, there wasn't anything obvious about the man in the crowd that explained the chill that went slithering down my spine. But staring at the picture on the screen filled me with a fuzzy kind of dread. I knew the man. How did I know him? Then it clicked. I frantically retraced my search until I found an older article from the Herald. Angel Hills, September 1945, VJ Day. A different picture, a different parade, but the same balding man standing at the edge of the crowd as floats drove by. I clicked back and forth between the two pictures dozens of times. 1945, 1978, 1945, 1978. A 33-year gap, but the man hadn't aged a day. Even the suit looked the same. I told myself that Angel Hills was a small town. The two men might be relatives, maybe even father and son. But the more I stared, the more it became obvious that I wasn't seeing a resemblance. The balding men were identical, down to the pocket watches peeking out from their vests. Growing anxiety opened sharp wings in my chest. I began flipping through other photos from different decades in Angel Hills. Now that I knew what to look for, I spotted the man over and over again. It became a perverse game of Where's Baldo as I combed through the town's history. Here he was again in a crowd picture from 1993 celebrating the opening of a new pharmacy. Then here again in a photo from 1956. Again in 88, 2010, 39, 2020 just 2 months ago. The same face, same suit, same watch. The proof I found, the sicker I felt. Then I started to notice that the balding man wasn't the only familiar face. A young woman in a blue dress. A thin boy in a newsy cap. An old man with a cane and hard eyes. They were never the focus of any of the pictures, only ever in the background. I counted 10 recurring faces, denizens of Angel Hills that never aged or changed in any way. After hours of staring at the screen taking notes, the rumble of my empty stomach finally dragged me back to the present. It was 4:15 p.m., nearly dark. I could hear the sound of caroling from outside drifting through the basement's small window. Angel Hills took Christmas seriously and we were only a few days away. The entire town was wrapped in bright lights and tinsel like a prisoner in festive chains. I glanced down at my notebook. It was filled with mad scribbles and notations. Would anyone believe what I'd found? 10, at least 10, immortals who weren't exactly camera shy. I mentally dubbed them the 10 Lords of Angel Hills. Well, people would have to believe me, wouldn't they? The proof was right there in black and white and occasionally color. My gaze went back to the screen where I had the picture from 68 open. I let out a sound that you could fairly describe as a whimper. The photo was different. The balding man was now facing the camera, facing me, dead on. His face was pulled back in a snarl, hate coming off of the picture in waves, eyes locked on mine. I quickly closed the screen and sat breathing hard. A thump from the library above me made me jump. They'd be closing up soon, holiday hours, but I wasn't ready to move. Cold suspicion brought me back to the computer. I opened one of the other photos. This one was from 77, some event in the park. It contained 2 of the Lords. My hands were shaking so badly that the mouse jittered around the screen. This picture was also different. The Lords had turned to face the camera, faces stitched with malice, all teeth and glint and rage. All of it pointed right at me. Nearly panting, I moved my chair to the side. I gasped when both Lords' heads snapped to follow me. I turned off the monitor then unplugged the computer for good measure. Another thump from upstairs caused me to spring out of my chair. A shadow passed in front of the tiny window. The sound of caroling was gone and I suddenly felt perfectly, truly alone. I gathered my things and left the basement at a gallop. The library was dark, deserted. I burst out of the stairwell just as the librarian was locking up the main entrance. "Oh, shoot, I forgot you were down there," he told me as I hurried past him. "Glad we didn't lock you in for the night." "Yeah, me, too," I said, already halfway out the door. Sunset was still 30 minutes away but dusk came early for Angel Hills that night. Thick clouds carpeted the sky like insulation drained of all color. Snow fell in fat crystals as I shot through the parking lot towards the bike rack. All I could think of was getting home to my apartment, pouring a drink, and locking my door. I might toss a homemade barricade in for good measure. As the wind picked up, snow slicing at my exposed face, I cursed my decision to bike to the library. I felt exposed, fragile. When I got to the rack I took a moment to just breathe. Some of what I'd seen with the pictures, the moving faces, that could be my imagination. I'd spent the entire day staring at faded photos on a computer screen. Maybe the motion was an optical illusion or a hallucination brought on by stress. I'd nearly talked myself down from panic mode when I glanced up and froze. There was a young boy standing on the roof of the house across from the library. He was wearing an old-fashioned suit with shorts and a flat cap. I recognized him as one of the 10 Lords from the pictures. The boy didn't move, only looked down at me, face half lost in the shadow of a streetlight. I tried to speak but the words crawled back from my mouth into the security of my throat. Walking my bike, I slowly headed towards the sidewalk, eyes never leaving the boy on the roof. His head turned to track my movement, but he stood still. Once I was out on the pavement, I jumped on my bike and pedaled like the devil was on my heels. My apartment was on the edge of town, less than a mile from the library. I felt every inch of the ride. When I stopped at the first intersection to wait for the light, I risked a look backward to see if the boy had followed me. He had. And so had the rest of the Lords. I counted 10 shadows on nearby rooftops. 10 figures standing dead still. I couldn't see their faces but I recognized the forms. I'd spent all afternoon looking at their pictures. I'm not sure how they knew I'd caught onto them but there they were, a pack on the hunt. And I was the rabbit. I shot through the intersection without waiting for the light to change, barely dodging a pickup. The snowfall was picking up, killing my visibility. To my right, the sun was nearly set, clouds blurring the line between afternoon and night. Angel Hill streets and sidewalks were nearly empty, all of the same people warm at home, doors locked against the dark. I pedaled madly through the quiet town, shooting my head back when I dared to track the Lords. They were moving silently, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. I recognized several whenever they came close to the streetlights. The balding Lord with his suit and pocket watch was closest, moving on all fours from house to house like some demented cricket. A few of the Lords leapt ahead, so much faster than I could bike. I realized that there was no way I could outrun them. Could I fight? Could I call for help? I slid my bike to a halt and looked around for someone, anyone. The streets were empty but a few cars rolled by. Why weren't the drivers slamming the brakes, screaming? Why hadn't anyone called the police, the military, the f***ing Vatican? Was I the only one who could see the Lords leaping across Angel Hills? I debated the merits of biking into the middle of the road and grabbing the first motorist that stopped, forcing them to look up at the rooftops. But a little voice in my head told me that wouldn't help. I saw the Lords because I knew what to look for just like with the old pictures. They were always there, hiding in plain sight, at the edge of awareness. As I sat in the snow, considering my options, the Lords made the decision for me. They began to drop from the rooftops like snakes from branches, landing silently in the snow. I was still half a mile from my apartment and had seen how fast they could move. Feeling trapped, I searched the area for anywhere to hide, any protection. My eyes locked on the small church just off Main Street. I was already running before my bike fell to the ground. I had tunnel vision focused on the big, wooden double doors of the church. In my peripherals, shadowy figures moved closer. I went through the entrance at a run and only stopped to slam the lock. The church was empty, lit only by candles and runoff from the street lamps outside. I slid to the ground with my back against the door and waited. There was a knock, then a tap on the stained glass window to my right. The sounds were polite, unhurried, almost playful. I didn't see a priest or custodians anywhere. I was alone. A massive nativity scene sprawled in front of the altar full of plaster saints and wooden wise men. The scent of old incense from a mass earlier that day lingered in the air. I breathed deeply, trying to find my steady place. The tapping at the window came again. There was a shadow outside the stained glass. The scene on the window was beautiful, something with angels and trees. My steady place was well and truly. "What do you want?" I shouted. "What?" The thing on the other side of the window told me. I wished so very much that I'd never asked. All throughout the night, the Lord whispered horrible truths and secrets. No matter where I hid in the church, I heard the voice clear as a plague bell. 9 other shadows perched outside different windows, watching me, whispering their own stories. The Lords told me that they'd been with Angel Hill since the beginning. They told me about their shared love for violence, pulling wings or limbs off anything they pleased just to watch the agony. I was an unwilling witness to their history and to their plans for the future. Eventually, I curled up in a ball on the altar under the huge crucifix. I begged them to kill me, to make it stop. But they didn't. Maybe the church kept them out. Or maybe they were content to pull off my mind's wings with their words, to watch the hope die in me. Whatever their reasons, the Lords didn't kill me last night, but as morning broke, they promised to return at sundown. They'd take me then. Enjoy your day, the shadow in the window told me, live it like it's your last. It'll be dark soon, so f***ing soon. I'm not sure yet whether I'll run or hide or fight or just wait for it. But I won't go quietly. If you've read this far, that means I got everything uploaded in time. Maybe you believe me, maybe you think I'm full of shit. I don't care. Just keep my advice in mind. If you're in Angel Hills and you see a familiar face, one that tickles your memory but you don't immediately recognize, let it go. Don't take a second look. Because if you happen to spot any of the 10 Lords of Angel Hills, I promise you this, they will notice you, back. The Corpus Arcade tester might. I'll always remember the way the lights flashed when I walked into the arcade. It was raining outside and the smell of the storm mixed with the ocean scent that always covered the boardwalk. Inside the arcade was empty, loud. The weather kept people away, so I was left alone in a hall of neon and noise. Since I was drunker than a priest on Christmas and recently dumped, this suited me fine. I was wandering all day, first to the city, then to the beach, finally to the boardwalk. The arcade looked inviting, at least more than standing out in the rain as the sun dropped into the ocean and the lamps began to flicker awake. A giant sign hummed with a violet glow about the door, Corpus Arcade. Struggling to walk steadily, I drifted between the machines. Everything was whirling with light and klaxons and the siren call of high scores. Unclaimed tickets spilled out like paper tongues from skee-ball machines in the whack-a-mole station. A kaleidoscope of beeps, bells and strobes made it feel like I was walking through a parade. As far as I could tell, I was the only soul in the entire cavernous room. I passed strange games, most of them recognizable but twisted. A dancing pad, a claw machine, boxes, and pinball, and racers. Each of them had a pull, some soft gravity. But I didn't stop. The light and sound were chipping away at the numbness, but I still felt disconnected. All I could think about was Kim, where she was now, who she was with, if she left anything in the apartment she might come back for. I was desperate for her to miss something. Earrings. A favorite sweater. Old records. Any item she cared enough to come back for was another opportunity to say the right words that would fix all the rips. I didn't know what those words were, but I probably wouldn't find them stumbling around shithouse through some boardwalk arcade, so I turned to leave. Then I saw the arm. Marble white and elegant, a single carved arm rested on top of a slim, blue pillar. Its shoulder emerged from the stand like a branch from a lake. The machine was alone in a corner. I could see no wires or coin slot or way to interact at all. I approached the arm. The hand was delicate, androgynous, detailed. I could clearly make out every line on the palm. Digits even ended in a swirl of fingerprints. The result was lifelike but paler than new bone. And the fingers were just a little too long, the knuckles sunken, wrist curved like a violin. It seemed nearly human, which made the alien aspects all the more difficult to ignore. Still, I couldn't resist reaching for it. Something about the arm with its open hand presented both an invitation and a challenge. There were small letters written at the top of the waist-high pillar, gold leaf scrollwork with 3 words. Test your might. I'd encountered mechanical arm wrestling stations in arcades before, hammers and bells at fairs, all kinds of strength testers. This looked like it could fit into a weird corner of that category, but it felt entirely unique. My whiskey haze draining quickly, I clasped the hand. It was freezing to the touch and softer than I expected. Not like a machine at all. More like flesh or the imitation of flesh. Nothing happened. I twisted my wrist from left to right and the arm moved with me. There was no resistance. Then the hand squeezed mine, familiar as a lever. I let go and jerked backward. A sliver of paper slipped out of a hidden slot in the pillar and landed at my feet. I picked it up slowly, all intoxication gone, keeping an eye on the arm. The paper was black with the same golden writing as the machine. How much can you stand? Let go when it becomes too much. I crumpled the note. Let go? Of what? I already pulled away from the arm. In fact, I'd already had my fill of the entire Corpus Arcade. The rain still fell in cold sheets outside, but I walked out all the same. I decided to go sleep off the remainder of my buzz in the backseat of my car. The arcade sounds were muted by the weather and I didn't glance back once at the arm. The apartment the next morning was as empty when I returned as when I'd left it. A hangover blossomed in me like the first rotten flower in spring. All I wanted to do was forget. Forget Kim. Forget the arcade. Forget the hand and the arm and the message. I lay on the couch in limbo looking at TV without watching. The remote slipped while I was channel surfing, landing on the hardwood. When I reached down to retrieve it, something grabbed my wrist. I screamed. The pressure was there then gone at the same moment. I yanked my arm back and jumped away from the couch. For some time I stood at the edge of the rug in my pajamas watching. There was no movement. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen and searched under the furniture. Only empty space. I poured myself a drink from the novelty bar cart Kim had insisted we buy. The first gin was for my nerves, the second to try to soak up the rest of the hangover. I kept eyeing the shadows under the couch like a rattlesnake might slither out at any moment. 4 gins and I decided to go drink in bed and read a book. As I was ready to plop onto the mattress I saw a flash of white under me and something slammed into my ankle. I tripped, twisting so that I landed in bed. Something was still holding my leg, something cold and strong. I pulled at my leg like a fox in a trap. Finally, I ripped it away. Moving as far as I could, I sat frozen watching the edge of the bed. Minutes went by and I still waited. It reminded me of when I was a kid hoping my parents would come chase the monsters away after a nightmare. In the brief moment of contact I recognized what grabbed me, the arm from the arcade. Gradually, it sunk in just how insane that sounded even in my own head. I was half drunk again and lovesick. Seeing things. A vivid, unkind imagination. Before I could shake off the unease, I felt an arm wrap around my throat. Another grabbed my shoulder. Then another. Hands all over, swarming, choking, dragging. I fell back onto the mattress and I saw them. Hundreds of alabaster arms came from the walls, coming after me. They writhed together like wasps defending a nest. I screamed, but one cold hand was already over my mouth. I fought, tried to twist free, but there were too many arms and they were strong. Then they were gone. Just gone. I yelled and I dropped to the floor and I ran the f*** out of the apartment without stopping to put on shoes. It wasn't my imagination. I was covered in bruises. As I wandered through the city, the sidewalk grinding against my socks, all I could think about was the massive violent hands. The arms had emerged from my walls. They were under my bed. It was as if I was being pursued by a phantom mob. But why? And why did all of the arms look exactly like the one from the arcade? I'm not sure how long I roamed the night streets. Lamplight bled into concrete and cast thick, wet shadows across the city. I stayed in the glow as much as I could. Every patch of dark, every empty place might contain a nest of those pale arms. The next time they grabbed me, would they let go? Eventually, I fell asleep on a park bench under a buzzing streetlight. I woke up to a hand shaking my shoulder which sent me screaming. "Are you okay?" A woman asked. I wasn't. My body ached from a night spent curled on the hard bench. I was hungry. And something felt like it was crushing my right hand. There was nothing visibly wrong, but terrible pressure covered me from fingertips to wrist. The hand was cold, the pain bit down to the bone. Worst of all, it seemed to be spreading up my arm. It felt like invisible hands were squeezing. I stood up and limped on bloody feet, looking for the nearest hospital. I must have looked fright the way I dragged myself into the ER. No shoes, still in my pajamas, pale and quick-eyed, clutching my arm. They asked me to wait. I wouldn't wait. I stomped and demanded and put the poor staff in the position of tossing me out or treating me. Lucky for me, they chose the latter. "There's nothing wrong I can see," the doctor told me. "No visible signs of trauma, nothing on the x-ray. You seem healthy." I wasn't f***ing healthy. The cold continued to claw its way up my arm. The pressure was becoming unbearable. Something would break soon, burst like a watermelon under a truck tire. My eyes darted around the room. There were glimpses of the arms everywhere, handprints fading on the walls. Waiting for me. I knew that the moment I was alone again the arms would slither out. They'd take me, tear me apart. Even if I could avoid them, the steady rise of cold and pain would break me soon. Already the agony had climbed past my elbow. It was making a slow voyage for my shoulder. Then where? My neck? Heart? Head? I thought of this invisible force squeezing down on my lungs until I couldn't breathe, or my temples until my eyes popped from their sockets like oily grapes. The doctor droned on about other tests they could run, but all I could think about was the arm in the arcade. I remembered the note with its gold writing. "Test your might. How much can you stand? Let go when it becomes too much." Something skittered across the floor outside the small waiting room. This was all a test, I was sure, dreadfully certain. The machine was seeing how much I could take, my body and my mind. I knew the arms would follow, the cold would spread, until I said, "Uncle." Until I let go. "I give up," I whispered. "You win. You win. No more." The pain in my arm grew sharper. Saying it wasn't enough. I had to let go. It dawned on me what I needed to do, the awful, ugly thing. I began to weep. The doctor tried to smile. "Don't worry, we'll figure out whatever is." "Hey, wait, where are you going?" I made 2 stops after the hospital, moving as fast as I could. I didn't want the arms to find me alone. They were always in the corner of my vision, coming out of walls and streets and hanging from ceilings. And I knew, too, that every moment I waited the cold would spread further and letting go would be more painful. From my apartment, not wearing shoes and with my wallet, I headed to the nearest hardware store. When I got back to the apartment I put down plastic sheeting in the bathroom. I figured the bathroom would be best in case I still made a mess. There wasn't much time, the icy pressure was nearly at my shoulder, but I needed something. Rum from the liquor cabinet, Advil, that was all I could find. It would have to do. The arms waited, undulating. They seemed like they were giving me a chance to let go. I knew they wouldn't wait for long. The moment the saw blade touched my arm I threw up. I couldn't help it. The plastic sheeting caught everything, at least, so that would help with cleanup. I had splurged at the hardware store. The reciprocating saw was top of the line and I bought the blades they used on metal, the ones with very fine teeth. As soon as I pressed down and pulled the trigger, the rest was quick. Even through the haze of rum I felt every rip. I'll never forget the way metal opened skin, shredded muscles, separated bone. I stared at my right arm lying on the clear plastic. A piece of meat that used to be a part of me only seconds before. Then the room went dark. I had a tourniquet, rubber hose, placed above the cut. That kept me from bleeding out. My screaming got the attention of my neighbors. They called emergency services. When I woke up I was being wheeled down the hall of the same hospital I'd visited earlier in the day. I went in and out of consciousness. Little snapshots kept standing out. Figures in blue. Bright lights. I remember hearing someone talk about potentially reattaching the arm. That stirred me into a shrieking, gibbering mess. I pleaded with them not to put it back, threatened, tried to fight. Orderlies poured in like rough water and I was sedated. When I woke again, the first thing I did was turn to see if my poison arm was back. Thankfully, it was not. Maybe the damage was too, or the doctors didn't trust their skills. Or maybe they could sense that, if they stitched it back on, I'd only tear the arm off again. Life lately has been an adjustment. I spent a fair amount of time in the hospital, then a little longer under observation at a wellness facility. They couldn't understand why I did what I did. I couldn't explain it. All I told them was it was an accident. I'm sure they didn't believe me, but, eventually, they decided I wasn't dangerous to anybody and they let me go. Learning to type with one hand is difficult. I'm always pecking at the keys. But I'm alive and I haven't seen any phantom arms around me since my surgery. I guess they got what they wanted. They tested me and I let go. I've gone back to the boardwalk looking for the arcade. It's gone. There's some t-shirt shop in the space now. I think, maybe, the games and the arm all moved along. Could be that the games are searching for new players. My advice? If you find yourself walking past a neon smear named the Corpus Arcade, keep being moving. Don't let the flash and crash and lights fool you. That place is a hole in reality and it's hungry. The hymn of hard luck. There were already about a dozen people in the room when I walked in. Walk is a charitable description for the way I half-dragged, half-stumbled through the double doors. We were meeting in an old church hall, the kind of place that played host to bingo and Christmas bazaars since the beginning of time. The crowd was a mix of bright-eyed and burned out. We all milled around, tired souls in a wobbly cluster in front of a craft services table. I took a glazed donut and a drink and found a seat. The metal chairs were as cold as the coffee. 11 of us sat in a rough semicircle, quietly chewing and sipping and watching the hands of the clock drag so slow they must have been wearing cuffs. The group trended older, though there were a few fresher faces. I made eye contact with a nervous man wearing a new blazer with a t-shirt underneath. He looked familiar, like a mirror I might have met a decade ago. We had similar, sharp features, coarse jaws, and shaky hands. The two of us even had the short same haircut, though he was only starting to go gray at the temples while it looked like a dirty field with a heavy dusting of snow. I raised my coffee cup in greeting. Howdy. The man just smiled tightly and nodded. Then he glanced down to study the hall's tile work. I could tell this was his first meeting. He'd loosen up as we went, I was sure of it. Talking about your demons was like diving into cold water. You resisted, then the shock hit you, but eventually, you got used to the temperature and there was some measure of comfort. Once we were all settled, the familiar scene began. Everyone took turns talking about their week, their past, their success, and their slips. There was a rhythm in the tragedy, a hymn of hard luck. Here was the inhalation and slow release of old memories, moments swollen with pain and guilt. We each let them free in the room and they floated like disfigured balloons between us. A shared cord wrapped around all of our necks, and when we spoke, when we opened up, the pressure loosed just a little. Then we could breathe in the good air, lovely oxygen that tasted like the summer sun, and promised that tomorrow might be better than yesterday. When it was my turn, I stood up, made sure to look around the room, and make eye contact. I caught the new guy's glance and nodded. He smiled back gingerly. Hey, my name is Henry, I'm an alcoholic, I lied. Hi, Henry, returned the chorus. It's been a rough month, I said. That part was true. I got on the wagon, fell off the wagon, then the wagon ran me right over. Some knowing chuckles, there. The hymn of hard luck, it was a melody we all knew, a song to hum on our worst days. I went on to talk about temptation, about loss, about the ache of digging yourself a lonely well in the cold earth of your soul and crawling into the dark. The water in that well is freezing and it makes you sick, I said, but it never runs out. It's an easy place to find when you're thirsty. I know the draw of the well, how the stones have their gravity. One day, I want to break its violent orbit. I live for that day. Every morning I wake up hoping this is that moment, the first day of the rest of my life. You'll get there, Jerry said. He was an old-timer, a veteran of the self-waged war and a fixture at these meetings. We'll all get there, he promised. I nodded and took my seat. The new guy, the one who looked so very much like a younger version of myself, was staring at me. Maybe something I said clicked for him, or maybe our shared resemblance had him thinking about the roads you walk in life and where he might be in a few years. When it was his turn to speak, he was quick and quiet. I don't think he gave his real name and he was back in his seat in under 20 seconds. But we all welcomed him warmly, the woman sitting next to him squeezing his shoulder. After the meeting, the young man approached me as I topped off my travel mug at the coffee pot. His blue eyes were bloodshot. I could smell the evergreen bitterness of gin on his breath. A little something to calm his nerves that morning, I guessed. My name is Matt, he told me, reaching out for a handshake. That wasn't the name he'd given the group. We shook. I just wanted to say, to tell you, everything you said about the well, about breaking the orbit, that I get that. It was good to hear somebody say it, to put words to the pull I feel each day. Thank you. I smiled. You're very welcome, Matt. I knew the next part, I was sure of it. A wave of need hit me hard. I squeezed my travel mug until it felt like my knuckles would slip out of my skin. Following the need was the familiar anger, the impatience. I fought it down and kept a smile carved into my face. Matt glanced around the room and then met my eye. I was wondering if you'd be willing to sponsor me. I pretended to think about it. Well, that's a heavier order than you might realize, this being your first meeting at all. Are you hungry? We can grab breakfast and talk about it. I'm not hungry, Matt said. To tell you the truth, I haven't had much of an appetite lately. Irritation, dancing up my spine. Let's go eat. Hunger has a way of sneaking up on you. Matt hesitated but nodded. I felt something relax inside of me, a sleeping need that always had one eye open. I know a quiet diner around the corner, I said. The place was empty and greasy, the sort of diner where they put pies under glass and the coffee could dissolve aluminum. I ordered food. Matt just asked for tea. We sat, and I ate, in silence. What do you think makes it stick? Matt asked me when I was halfway done my eggs. I was having a hard time focusing. The need was banging around my head like a trapped animal freshly locked in the zoo. I could hear my pulse loudly pumping. Even worse, I could hear Matt's. Under the table, my left hand would clench and unclench. There was a rising anxiety blooming in me. It was familiar, a nervous vibration that tugged at my skin. An impending sense of doom. I knew it was the withdrawal talking, promising, threatening. The shakes would come next. I sat there staring at Matt, watching him talk but not listening. His heartbeat sounded like a hammer driving a nail with every thump. My anxiety kept feeding off of itself, making more and more demands. Suddenly, I felt genuinely afraid. I was trapped, with no control. Instead of free will, I was stuck on a train track. Every day I would go to the end of the line and fall off an unfinished bridge. Then the next day I would start the ride all over again. Henry, are you okay? I came back to the moment and glanced up at Matt. Sure, I said, dragging out a smile. Just thinking. Sorry, did you ask me a question? Matt tapped his finger against the handle of his coffee mug. What do you think makes sobriety stick? I just can't seem to get it to take root, you know? I'll be good, real good and steady, for a week or 2 or 3. Then, out of nowhere, I feel that gravity you talked about. That pull and it's like a switch flips and I'm on autopilot. I shut out the little voice in my head telling me to stop, begging me. He trailed off. What's the longest you've been clean? I asked. It was last summer. I made it 59 days, Matt sighed. I got through the 4th of July and a camping trip in August. It was some random bullpoop Tuesday afternoon that got me. You? I pushed my eggs away. My best stretch was 18 months and 11 days. Funny enough, it was a Tuesday afternoon that got me, as well. Nothing special that day. I was in a blue mood, I suppose, and tired. I remember the feeling creeping up on me early in the morning. It was like spotting thunderclouds on the horizon. By lunchtime, I was contemplating tying myself to a radiator or breaking my legs. Anything to keep me from relapsing. Come dinner time, the numbness crept in, the resignation. And then the bargaining. I would only slip up this once, I'd earned it, and I was doing fine. Tomorrow, I'd go right back to 18 months and 12 days. Just like that, I crashed back into orbit. Matt was staring down at his cup. It took me a moment to realize there were tears on his cheeks. I felt nauseous, the eggs I'd just eaten threatening to come back up all over the glossy diner table. Panic nibbled at the edge of my thoughts. I didn't want to live on the rails anymore. Why is it like this? Matt asked. It's like I'm drowning. What made you want to go to the meeting today? I hurt people, Matt said, voice shaking. People I cared about. One more than the rest. When she left last month I knew I couldn't stay the same person I was, the same one I am. But it's hard, Henry, it's so hard to reset myself. I know, I told him. I have something that might help. I don't live far away. Do you have a little more time to spare? Too much, he replied, smiling sadly. Nothing but time. I paid our check and we left. Dark clouds on the horizon. As we walked down the city sidewalk I tried to focus on the feeling of the winter sun on my skin. But even though it was lovely and warm for the season, all I could find when I closed my eyes, besides the usual daytime burn, was the pull of a terrible gravity. Would you like a drink? I called out from the kitchen. I heard Matt laugh from the living room. More than anything, he admitted. But sure, water would be fine. We were in my apartment, a cozy brownstone I'd lived in for, I'm not even sure how many years now. I'd moved in sometime before Matt was born, I'm sure, probably before his parents and grandparents, as well. I poured him a glass of water and pulled the rolled up sheet of plastic out from a cabinet above the refrigerator. Matt accepted the water with a puzzled look. What's that for? I'm a bit of a germaphobe and you'd be amazed how much this helps with cleanup, I said, placing the plastic on the floor between us. I unrolled the thin, clear material. It was a plastic square 6 feet across. When I stood up, I saw Matt's confusion begin to evolve into panic. Why do he began, the rest of his sentence trapped when my right hand caught his throat. Matt looked surprised. I moved quick. He struggled and clawed and wheezed. But I had a grip like a prison gate and once it was closed it would only open in its own time. I did not let him suffer. Matt's windpipe crumbled between my fingers like a styrofoam cup. When I pulled my hand back it was red and wet. He fell and I gently steered him to land on the plastic. The room smelled like meat and copper. Matt's mouth was opening and closing like a fish drowning in air. The hole in his throat prevented him from forming words but I knew what he was asking. Why me? I knelt and put a hand on Matt's shoulder. There were tears in my eyes. It's nothing you did, I promised him. And I'm no one to judge you, anyway. Part of it, well, it's just bad luck. The rest is because I thought you would understand. I went back into the kitchen to find an empty glass while Matt bled to death on my floor. John was here. My buddy John is going to die tomorrow. He doesn't want to make it a big thing. I got some beer. Mike bought cigars. There are 5 fishing poles lined up in the back of my truck, one for each of us. The plan is to go down to the lake and see what the spot's got. One last time. This little story you're writing, he coughs. About tonight. Make it in the present tense. Alright? Like I'm still here reading it with you. Even if I'm not. I tell him that's fine. I'll figure it out later. And not too much about the disease, please. I think cancer has gotten enough conversation out of me. I tell him that's okay too. We drive. A cool breeze slices through the open window. Highway lights begin to fade. I turn right and stay straight on Fullerton Avenue. I snag the roundabout next to the government offices. And then we're there. The old neighborhood. The place where we met. The place where we grew up. And now, the place where we'll say goodbye. We park. The houses on the block are all different, but there's still something so similar in the air. Almost like you can taste the feeling. Mrs. Walker's dinners. Tom's mom's cookies. Before we could drive. Before we could even ride bikes down to the corner store without permission from our parents. Everything was so much simpler back then. We always had someplace to go. The lake was home. Do you remember the bench? John asks. The big one. I did. I do. Somebody left it at the curb. Busted half to poop. You dragged that hunk of marble 2 miles just so we could sit in front of the water and fish. You could have helped. We made it, didn't we? We did. And look at us now. 30 years later. Still friends. We get out. The streetlights are all dimmed. Darkness paints shadows of abandoned toys in once familiar front yards. John corrals the tackle. I grab the drinks. My dad used to say beer should be heavy on the way in and light on the way out. He passed away some years back. I yearn for the past so damn bad and at the same time understand that it's truly gone. When are the boys coming? John asks. They should be here already. All of them? Yes. All right. Are you all right? No. We walk. The path to the lake takes us out of the neighborhood and down into the valley. We march over a set of railroad tracks. On the other side is a steep rocky hill. John huffs and puffs but takes the hurdle like a champ. We land on a soft embankment that leads right up to the lake. We smack the dust off our jeans. We look up. The guys are waiting for us. Hey. Mike rushes forward first. The big brute wraps our small friend in a bear hug. He's crying. He pulls back in embarrassment before grabbing a fishing pole. I'm honored to be here for you. Danny is next. He leans forward and whispers something meaningful in John's ear. The two of them share a silent stare. Dan backs off and disappears down the path. Thank you. Jeff is last. He looks around the group. He pauses. He sighs. I don't understand why you're not in a hospital. Dude, I'm just saying. You look fine to me. Do you have the best doctors? Are they sure this thing is fatal? How are you even walking right now? You can't just give up and croak. Modern medicine is incredible. Who's going to pull your plug anyway? John nods through it all. He takes a deep breath. He waits for him to finish. Then he responds. I get it. You think I'm crazy. But the truth is that this is the end of my life. The doctors know it. The specialists know it. The specialist effing attorneys know it. I know it. I could probably spend a few more weeks hooked up to machines, but he hesitates. What's the point, man? Really? If I'm going to die, then I want it to happen like I lived. With my friends. With my brothers. You guys, you don't understand. After my parents' accident. After my uncle moved away. You were all that I had left. You were my family. I slept on your couches. I ate your meals. We ran around the paths behind the lake for hours. I mean, duck blood, our blood is here. In the ground where we spilled it. On chicken wire and hooks and pike teeth. He smiles. And that's the other thing. We're not going fishing. The guys are surprised. I'm sorry. I lied to you. I need your help. One last time. A gentle rain peeks in between the trees. There's a legend about these woods. One that you might not have heard. A few hundred years ago, a soldier caught the infection from a wound. His unit was ambushed and the remnants retreated down a trail into a valley. This valley, they were half slaughtered and left for dead. So the enemy moved along. There were other battles to be fought against living men. These guys, they knew they were ducked, you see. They didn't exactly have backup and each of them just took serious wounds in battle. So they were just waiting to die. One night near the end, the devil comes across the group. He sees 5 unalivers. Pillagers. Gears of the war machine. Clinging for life. He fixes to have himself a feast. The doors of the underworld open up. All of Satan's minions pour out. The hounds get ready to eat. But the soldier is smart. He offers up a trade. He tells the devil that these are pure men. They unalived for mercy and for the country, but none have committed a crime in the eyes of God for which they hadn't repented. Hell could have none of them. Or it could have one. Moved by the man's bravery, and tempted by its taste, Satan agrees to the deal. 1 soul in exchange for the health and wealth of the remaining 4 friends. A clock is set for midnight. The group prepares their goodbyes. At which point, a plan takes shape. You see, the soldier knows a secret or two about these woods. A story older than angels and demons alike. The water here is sacred. The trees themselves are blessed. John produces a knife. He enters into a different sort of pact. John cuts his wrist. What the duck man, Mike whimpers. I did not sign up for witchcraft. John smiles and slams his hand against the tree. The sap turns thick and red. The sight of it dripping down the bark makes my stomach turn. He signs his spirit over to the lake. That way there is nothing left for Satan to take. He gives his body to the leaves. That way there's nothing for the demons to eat. He gives his blood to the trees. John carves something underneath. That way it remains there forever. We all stare at him. The soldier tells his friends to prepare a boat. Danny appears out of the distance. He's dragging something through the reeds. They are so weak at this point. It takes all the strength they have left just to lift this thing over the lake bed. The soldier gets inside. They hand him his rifle. He tells the group to say their farewells, for this is not the end, just a new beginning. The clock strikes midnight. A great wind gathers. A current takes shape. The soldier bids his friends to push him out to sea, so to speak, one final time. Darkness envelops the canoe inch by inch. A fog settles along the bank. Soon enough, he's gone. The devil readies his army. Hellions pour in from the coast to feed on the poor man's soul. The meal is smaller than promised, but the meat is still appetizing. The group ducks and hides in the trees as horrible beasts with claws longer than limbs sneak through the woods and slither into the lake like snakes. The water grows restless with its new inhabitants. Waves of white froth back and forth. A whirlpool forms at the center. The boat is trapped in it, but so are the beasts. Demons and titans and the devil himself are caught up in the awful churning and chucking and turning. The lake opens up. Creatures cling to the edge. The wicked screams of furious spirits echo for miles. But it's no use. Mother Nature unhooks her jaw and swallows the poisonous lot whole. John smiles. Hell and all of its acolytes sink back to the underworld. He looks at me. And now it's gone quiet. The sky opens up. Buckets of rain pour forth and replenish the creeks and streams. Flames extinguish as fallen trees disappear underneath the breach. The soldiers stand up. One of them starts to laugh. Another begins to cry. Aching wounds are made mended. Cut legs are turned whole. The 4 run up the coast and shout with the unbridled joy of madmen given a second chance at life. John sighs. But amidst the celebration, the blue canoe drifts lazily back to shore. The group looks into the bottom and sees it's empty. The soldiers take this to mean that their friend is damned. He's paid the ultimate price. They pack up in a solemn silence. They start to leave. But on their way out of the valley, a funny thing happens. They pass by a tree. This tree. In the bark is written a message. A pact with the water. A promise to the leaves. The soldiers realize then that this death is a beautiful thing. A wondrous thing. A trick between 2 ancient powers. A choice to remain here, in the valley, forever. Outside of the devil's reach. John gets into the canoe. The war ends. The 4 friends live long and full lives of incredible health, wealth, and prosperity. As promised. But as the years come to a close, and death appears inevitable, they choose to form a new deal. A pact of their own. John pulls out a pistol. That no matter how they die, no matter when they die, they will all return to the lake. One last time. To join it. He loads 1 round. He looks at each of us. My skin is crawling. I'm not ready. Now. Do you know what I want you to do? We do. Okay. It's 12 o'clock. Mike is crying. Jeff is bargaining. Dan stops them. Because this isn't the end. And John doesn't want to make a big thing. We get into the water. We push off. We wave. I just want to grab him. I just want to pull him back. But he's gone before long. Darkness swallows the boat whole. An excited voice shouts out in the distance. Then he starts to scream. The lake begins to boil. It burns so quickly that the shoreline evaporates. Lightning cracks in the distance. The night is alive. Shadows race down from the hilltop and rip at the earth with hoofed feet. Their eyes are all rotted. Their teeth are like knives. They're on us. Razor claws tear up my sweatshirt. Blood bursts from the holes like a sprinkler. A rush of adrenaline hits and I want to fight. But I'm suddenly tired. I can't open my eyes. I can't hear. I don't want to die. Not yet. Not here. A single gunshot rings out. Then, as if somebody turns on the sink faucet, it starts to rain. Water overtakes the banks. The lake fills up like a bathtub. The boat drifts back to shore. Jeff gets up to check. The rest of us don't need to see. We know. It's empty. On the way out of the valley, we pass by a tree. Our tree. Carved into the wood are 5 names. Below them is a fresh one. The writing is much easier to read. John was here. The contract is sealed now. Our bond is formed in blood. His journey is finished. Ours has just begun. Because one day, at the end of it all, each of us will row into hell alone. I pray the lake buries me and brings me back home. When we see a red light on the waves, we avoid the ocean. When I was a boy growing up on the island, our village sat in a low place near years and years of blue. Our home was warm and small, and I know you've never heard of it. Never heard of any of this. It always happens in those remote places where the sunrise is loud and alive and secret. The boat didn't have a proper name that any of us knew, so we simply called it Lighthouse on account of its purpose. A few times each year, for as many years as I or anyone could remember, Lighthouse would appear, shining its red light. For as long as the ship was visible, no one would venture into the ocean. Fishermen would ground their boats. The whole village would look out over the water, waiting. It might take a day or a week, but Lighthouse would eventually go dark and leave. I always wondered what would happen if any of our boats went out during those red shine days. No one, even the elders, seemed to know why the sea was dangerous when Lighthouse visited, only that the waters could not be risked. There were many nights I would sit in the sand, feet just above the tide line, staring out at the scarlet glow hiding the shadow of the ship. The summer I turned 16, Lighthouse returned. We pulled in the boats that morning and grumbled about the fish we wouldn't catch, but the mood was bright. Every time the ship visited it felt like a small holiday. I was imagining the bonfire on the beach we'd have that night. Then I heard my brother curse. Lighthouse was moving closer to the shore. Closer than I'd ever seen. We all stood in the sand, eyes nailed to the progress of that soft red light. There was an emergency meeting. My brother argued we should flee inland to the hills. Others laughed and mocked him. Many were tired of fearing the ship, of avoiding the sea whenever it returned. In the end, half of us went into the hills while the other half stayed. A storm came in that afternoon. Thunderheads crashed across the sky, and purple lightning licked across the island. We watched from the hills as the ocean first retreated from the shore, then came roaring back in a wave higher than the tallest tree. But the water stopped when it struck the village, a wall of dark blue that flowed and crashed yet stayed frozen in one spot. Above the roil of the water, came the distant sound of screaming. The wave held the village for 3 days. On the 4th, it pulled back into the ocean. Lighthouse was there, shining red. Like the water, it too headed away from shore. We returned to the village, all of us mourning, certain that our friends and family were washed out to sea. If only they'd been that lucky. We found all of the bodies on land. The skin was peeled from each corpse, bellies were slit so that trails of organs dangled like wind chimes. Bite marks showed clear in the raw muscle and bone. Worst of all were the faces of the dead. Each was carved into a mask of agony, of knowing. As if they were still alive while being ripped apart. That was years ago. I've grown older, traveled, and learned. Any given year, there are something like 40 named storms that will cross the Atlantic, similar numbers for the Pacific. Any one of them could carry what I saw in my youth on the island. Or it might be smaller storms that never earn a name but carry the end with them, cradling a wet hunger. Some years, maybe they don't show up at all. If you find yourself somewhere away from the twitching eye of civilization and you see a ship with a red light holding steady on the tide, go the other way.